When the apocalypse descends, life is reduced to despair, shrouded in eerie omens and chaos. I am Yi Fan, a mere pawn who met his demise at the hands of a boss in this cataclysmic world. I have been reborn a week before the shutdown of the game Yuan Yuzhou. In my previous life, players across the globe were engaged in a singular endeavor, liquidating their equipment to minimize losses. This time, I have converted all my funds into the scrap that is being sold off within the game. My friends scold me for my madness, while creditors relentlessly demand repayment. Until, 7 days later, the sky splits open, and monsters from the game surge forth like a relentless tide. Chapter 1. The Slap of Love. Warning. Warning. Level 99 Super Boss Dark Raven is invading the base. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Evacuate now. The deafening alarm and the flashing red lights herald the onset of a terrifying disaster. Armed with a steel gun, Yi Fan gazes furiously at the ominous super boss, Dark Raven. It is over. Everything is coming to an end. The flames spewing from Dark Raven engulfed more than half of the base city. No one could escape the inferno unleashed by Dark Raven, not even the superhuman players. Flames soared into the sky, and screams filled the air as skyscrapers crumbled. On the streets, the masses scurried like ants, desperately fleeing, only to be met with the merciless flames that scorched them. The terrifying super boss Dark Raven unfurled its massive wings, each spanning 100 meters. With a mere flick, the flames surged within the base city, causing chaos, and amidst this turmoil, Yi Fan found himself among the throng of ants. Feeling the searing pain of the flames, Yi Fan released his grip on the steel gun. He had done his best, yet he felt regret. Before his unshed tears could fall, they were evaporated by the scorching fire. The super boss Dark Raven was hauntingly familiar to him. Not just to him, but at least 80 of the people on launching recognized it. This super boss, Dark Raven, emerged from a virtual reality MMORPG, Yuan Yuzhou, once wildly popular across launching, as a level 99 game super boss. In fact, when the game was still operational, Yi Fan had participated in the hunt for this super boss, though back then, his equipment was merely average, relegating him to the role of cannon fodder. Just a month prior, Yuan Yuzhou had abruptly announced its shutdown. This was a game that had accompanied billions of players on launching for decades, and its sudden cessation left countless players in utter despair. Years of dedication had led many to regard Yuan Yuzhou as their second world, and the announcement of its shutdown triggered severe mental distress in some, resulting in hospitalization. Yet, the moment the game company declared the shutdown, there was no turning back. Soon, the news of the shutdown trended at the top of social media. Numerous players flocked to the game company's headquarters, protesting with banners. No to shutdown, demand compensation. Nevertheless, the company's official website remained fixed on the countdown to closure. Players devised various strategies, but none bore fruit, not even reports to various authorities. Consequently, those still within the game began a reckless spree of self-destruction. Yuan Yuzhou, akin to a second world, boasted prices on par with real life. If the game ceased operations, the items within would become worthless. Thus, players harbored a singular frenzied thought, to liquidate their equipment and gold, reclaiming whatever they could. The original exchange rate of 1:100 for gold plummeted to 1:10,000 that very day. Yet, even so, the prices continued to decline. No one was foolish enough to take the plunge, knowing it would be akin to throwing money into a black hole. Those who sold their equipment and gold hastily deleted their accounts, fearing buyers might wish to return their purchases. Some took even more drastic measures, deleting accounts they had nurtured for over a decade in a fit of rage at the impending shutdown. Yi Fan, like everyone else, resolved to sell off his equipment and gold, hoping to recoup at least a fraction of his losses. His once maxed account, valued at approximately 100,000, ultimately fetched less than 10,000. This was only due to his timely action. Had he delayed, he might have received barely 1,000. Yet, who could have anticipated that on the day Yuan Yuzhou officially ceased operations, the world would undergo a horrific transformation? The once clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as if the heavens were being torn asunder. A terrifying rift appeared in the sky. One after another, game monsters and boss entities from Yuan Yuzhou began invading launching. Wherever they went, desolation ensued. The city transformed into a hellish landscape, a playground for the slaughter of monsters and bosses. At that moment, those players who had not deleted their accounts and still possessed unsold equipment underwent a transformation. They inherited their levels, equipment, and attributes from the game, evolving into the current superhumans. However, the super boss Dark Raven remained a level 99 entity. Even these superhumans proved utterly powerless against such a formidable foe. Faced with Dark Raven, these superhumans did not even entertain the notion of resistance. Each one unleashed their ultimate techniques for escape, vacating the battlefield in haste. With the absence of resistance from these superhumans, under Dark Raven's command, the monstrous army swiftly overran the entire base city. Yi Fan's burning body was seized by a hellish hound, torn asunder in an instant. It is over. It is ultimately over. Farewell, my beloved. As darkness enveloped him, Yi Fan gradually lost consciousness. Smack! Yi Fan felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, followed by the familiar voice ringing in his ears. Yi Fan, have you watched too much Doloadalu? Why don't you just say revive, my love? It's merely a game shutdown. Is there really a need for all this drama? Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to his childhood friend, Wang Chong. He had come to stay with Yi Fan 6 months prior, now residing in his home. Both were enthusiasts of Yuan Yuzhou, and though their lives were not particularly prosperous, they at least managed to meet their basic needs. Yi Fan stared blankly at Wang Chong, who was equally taken aback. Yi, are you alright? It's just a shutdown. Why are you acting as if it's a life and death separation? I am not dead, nor is Wang Chong. What is happening? Wang Chong, why don't you give me a slap? Wang Chong was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Yi, you said it yourself. Don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Seeing Wang Chong eagerly rubbing his hands together with an eerie grin, Yi Fan hurriedly interjected. Stop. Smack. Wang Chong could not afford to miss such a splendid opportunity. Even when Yi Fan suggested halting, his hands did not pause. He directly delivered an affectionate slap to Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan was sent tumbling off his chair, a testament to the force behind the blow. Damn, do you truly wish to end my life? Wang Chong scoffed. This is merely a show of love. Chapter 2. This time, no one is allowed to die. Feeling the sting radiating from his cheek, Yi Fan realized the gravity of the situation. Had he returned to the moment just before the game's suspension? He picked up his phone from the table to check the time. August 6, 2024. This was merely a fortnight prior to the suspension, precisely on the day the announcement was made. He had traversed time, or rather, he had been reborn, reliving the very day the suspension was declared. Yi Fan could hardly contain the tumult of excitement within him. Where there is life, there is hope. I have returned, and this time, I shall turn the tides. Observing Yi Fan's fervent demeanor and the incantations escaping his lips, Wang Chong felt bewildered. Oh no, my slap has driven him insane. Yi, perhaps I should escort you to the hospital. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan lunged forward and embraced Wang Chong tightly. In his memories, Wang Chong had sacrificed himself on the second day of the game's intrusion into reality, all to protect Yi Fan during his escape, falling victim to a monstrous creature. In his quest for vengeance, Yi Fan had taken up arms and ventured to the front lines, yet even then, he had met his demise shortly thereafter. Caught off guard by Yi Fan's sudden embrace, Wang Chong was left at a loss. What are you doing, Yi? Is there something wrong with your head? We should really go to the hospital. Enough. This time, I will not allow you to perish first. Wang Chong was utterly perplexed. What do you mean by perish? What on earth are you talking about? Ever since you began rambling, you haven't been quite right. It's just a game suspension. We can always switch to another game and grind. Oh, and don't forget to bring along your secret crush. At the mention of Yi Fan's hidden admiration, Wang Chong's expression turned green with envy. These two had been inseparable in the game, yet they had never shattered the delicate barrier between them. While others formed game couples, they were merely a CPU duo, turning a perfectly fine online game into a cerebral challenge. Yuyo, rest assured, this time I will not let you slip away. Upon hearing Yi Fan's resolute tone, Wang Chong's mind went blank. Was this fellow truly unwell today? In the past, he had been reluctant to confess, yet now he seemed to relish in it. Something felt amiss, yet it all made a strange kind of sense. Wang Chong shook his head, casting aside all unnecessary thoughts, and focused on the current situation. Today, the official game website announced that the server will officially cease operations in 2 weeks, on August 20th. The entire internet is in an uproar. You were furious before. What are you planning now? Yi Fan was determined not to experience regret again. This time, he must seize the opportunity to become the top player, the man who could protect those he cherished. It's simple. We continue to gather equipment and gold to level up our characters. With the imminent shutdown, the vast amount of equipment and gold within the game will undoubtedly depreciate significantly. We must elevate our characters to the pinnacle before the server closes. Wang Chong touched his forehead, then his own, realizing he was not feverish. What nonsense was this fellow spouting? The server was shutting down, yet he still wanted to collect gear and level up. Easy, let's go. I really should take you to the hospital. I can't shake off this feeling of unease. If anything were to happen to you, I would be heartbroken. Even if I am heartless, Yuyo would be pained for you. However, the Yi fan of today was no longer the same as before. Having faced life and death, he was unwilling to lose everything he held dear. Xiangzi, listen to me. Although I cannot predict the outcome, you must trust me. While they sell equipment and materials, we shall gather them. Did you not say that you must conquer a top-tier dungeon at least once in your lifetime? I will help you achieve that. Seeing the sharpness in Yi Fan's eyes and the unwavering determination on his face, Wang Chong understood that Yi Fan was resolute in his intention to level up. Very well, I shall indulge in this madness with you. After all, the game is about to close, and many players are already offloading their equipment and materials online. Fulfilling our long-held dreams before the closure is indeed a splendid decision. Precisely. However, the current prices for equipment and materials are still rather steep. You need to gather information and prepare 3 sets of top-tier equipment. 1 for your warrior, 1 for my archer, and 1 for Yuyo's healer. Wang Chong was unfazed. Having agreed to accompany Yi Fan on this escapade, he was fully committed to the venture. Oh, leave this matter to me. I still have many contacts among the wealthy players. This will be a breeze. Wang Chong set out to reach out to those affluent players while Yi Fan picked up his phone and dialed a number. This was a call he had never made, for it belonged to Yuyo. Since acquiring her contact information, he had never once called her, always relying on their interactions within the game. Yi Fan inhaled deeply. His heart raced with excitement and trepidation. As the call connected, a concerned voice emerged from the other end. Is that you, Yi Fan? Are you alright? It's just a game suspension. There's no need to get so worked up. If the server really shuts down, I'll accompany you to the next game. Wherever you go, I will follow. Yi Fan's voice trembled as he replied, I'm fine. The game is shutting down. What are your plans? Yuyo responded, me? Didn't I already say? Whatever decision you make, I will follow suit. Yi Fan nodded. Alright, then how about we sell our accounts? On the other end of the line, Yuyo's hands trembled slightly, nearly dropping the phone. They had known each other for 3 years within this game, filled with memories. To sell their accounts would mean erasing those cherished moments. Could he truly bear to do that? Could we not sell? Our memories are bound within these accounts. I wish. Yuyo's voice grew increasingly subdued, clearly reluctant to part with their accounts. Foolish girl, I was merely jesting. Do you truly believe I would allow you to sell our memories? On the other end, Yuyo was overwhelmed with joy, having been genuinely frightened moments ago. Rascal, you only know how to tease me. I thought you were truly going to erase our memories. Rest assured, I will remain by your side until the very end. I may be occupied for the next few days and won't be on as often, but once I am ready, I will take you across the entire game world. Our memories shall persist. Previously, in a fit of anger, Yi Fan had cleared his account, and despite Yuyo's futile attempts to dissuade him, she had retained her account, becoming a superhuman. Yet, before Yuyo could find Yi Fan, he had already perished. Alright, just don't go back on your word. I will wait for you. To traverse the entirety of the game map within the Metaverse would undoubtedly require formidable equipment. Gathering the necessary gear would not be an easy task, so for the next few days, Yi Fan and Wang Chong tirelessly sifted through the equipment they needed. Now, chaos reigned within the Metaverse as players frantically sold their equipment, materials, and gold, each driven by a singular thought, to salvage as much as possible before the inevitable shutdown. This also provided Yi Fan and his companions with an opportunity to exploit, allowing them to drive the prices down with fervor. Chapter 3. The madness begins. After concluding his conversation with Yuyo, Yi Fan logged into the official forum, which was now inundated with a barrage of insults. Yet amidst the vitriol, there existed a wealth of pertinent information. This wretched gaming company has unceremoniously announced its closure without any regard for the feelings of players like us. Years of dedication have been rendered futile, and I have invested hundreds of thousands. Now it's all gone to waste. Damn it. Just yesterday, I purchased 100,000 coins. And today you inform me of the impending shutdown. Now, those same coins are worth merely 1,000 yuan. I have suffered a tremendous loss. The heavens are indifferent, treating us players like mere pawns. This company exhibits a complete lack of humanity. We must unite and sue them for compensation. Amidst the uproar, there were also posts advertising the sale of equipment, materials, and coins. Just moments ago, I deleted my account. I am not short on cash, but I still felt compelled to express my outrage. How could this gaming company treat us with such disdain? The forum was predominantly filled with complaints, and Yi Fan empathized with the sentiments expressed, as many had devoted their youth to the Yuan Yuzhou. The abrupt cessation of Yuan Yuzhou left their investments in ruins. How could one not feel enraged? He too had once been part of the angry mob, fervently venting his frustrations, yet the outcome had ultimately been unsatisfactory. Simultaneously, Yi Fan noticed some other posts defending the Yuan Yuzhou company, urging everyone to approach this service closure announcement with a rational mindset. However, such threads were quickly drowned out by the cacophony of dissent. Soon enough, the government responded, declaring that the closure of Yuan Yuzhou was unavoidable and that continuation was impossible. This statement became the final straw for players who had clung to a shred of hope. They resigned themselves to despair, beginning to liquidate their equipment and materials, hoping to at least recover a fraction of their losses. Yi Fan was in contact with several sellers of equipment and materials, albeit the prices were rather steep. He remarked, "It's normal for prices to be high at the start, but in a few days, they will certainly drop. Yet, there will also be others like us looking to seize some bargains during this time." Wang Chong hesitated, as the current prices left them feeling powerless. They did not possess sufficient funds to acquire 3 sets of top-tier equipment along with various rare materials and coins. It was simply unrealistic. Fully upgraded equipment was in scarce supply, given its inherent rarity, and the prices were exorbitant, starting at $1 million. Yi Fan insisted, "Just securing the fully upgraded equipment is sufficient. We must negotiate the prices down to the lowest possible. As for enhancements, we can gather enhancement stones and do it ourselves." However, Wang Chong countered, "But we don't have that much money. Are you truly planning to deplete all your funds? It feels like a risky endeavor." Yi Fan interrupted him, "Trust me. We must spend whatever it takes, for I have a premonition that terrifying changes will occur once the game ceases operations." Wang Chong looked at Yi Fan with confusion. Ever since the latter had awakened from his fainting spell, he had completely transformed. "Are you really all right?" "No worries," Yi Fan reassured him. "I refuse to make regrettable decisions again. If you trust me, invest all your money in top-tier equipment and various materials. If nothing happens after the shutdown, I will compensate you for your investment." Wang Chong chuckled in amusement. "You underestimate me. Investing money is no issue. Worst-case scenario, we can always start anew. We are still young, after all, but we simply don't have enough funds." "I am fully aware of that," Yi Fan replied. "From this moment on, we will take out loans from every online lending platform available. We will borrow as much as we can." Wang Chong felt a sense of shock. There were dozens, perhaps even hundreds of online lending options available. If they truly borrowed from all of them, it would amount to a substantial sum. "All right then, I shall accompany you into this madness. Just ensure you look out for me." For an entire afternoon, the two of them busied themselves with loan applications. Ultimately, they managed to secure loans from a total of 67 platforms, amassing an astonishing $4 million. The speed of disbursement for these online loans was impressively swift. By the following morning, the funds had already been transferred. Yi Fan placed all the money into Wang Chong's hands. "Here is $4 million for you. We shall not be taken advantage of. We will drive the prices down for all equipment, coins, and materials. We must not miss any necessary items. I refuse to be robbed." "Understood. What will you be doing?" Yi Fan retrieved the deed to his house from the drawer. "4 million is still insufficient. This house holds significant value. I will go and mortgage it for a high-interest loan." It was already insane to secure loans from 67 lenders. But Yi Fan was now planning to leverage his home. "You must think this through. This house is your last bastion," Wang Chong warned. "If you cannot repay a high-interest loan, we could end up on the streets." Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "When the game shuts down, this so-called house will merely be a pile of rubble. If I do not capitalize on its value now, when will I?" With that, Yi Fan stepped out with the deed in hand. This house was the last remnant left to him by his adoptive parents, inherited after their tragic passing in a car accident. The impending doom rendered the idea of home utterly worthless. In that moment, only capability would grant one the right to possess everything. Yi Fan avoided conventional channels, knowing that mortgaging through them would result in painfully slow disbursement. He needed the funds today, so he sought out a high-interest lending company. The individuals running such establishments were far from benevolent. A middle-aged man, clad in a finely tailored suit, sat leisurely at a coffee table, preparing tea. "Is this your house? Present your property deed and identification for my review." Yi Fan complied, placing the deed and his ID on the table. "This is a 160-square-meter commercial property, conveniently located near schools, subways, large shopping malls, and a park. I originally purchased it for $6 million. Given the current market, it should be valued at no less than $10 million. I would like to secure a loan of $10 million. "Huh, You have quite the appetite, the man chuckled. The property has a decent layout and an excellent location. However, I can only offer you 8 million, with a 1-month term and 2 million in interest. You will owe me 10 million in total by the end of the term. If you default, the interest will accrue at 100,000 per day, and the house will be mine. The decision is yours. I am a legitimate businessman and will not force you into anything. Yi Fan found the man's audacity amusing. 800,000 in interest for a month. Truly a high-interest loan. Yet Yi Fan was even more ruthless. Chapter 4. Mortgaging property. Yi Fan swiftly produced a bank card. Deal. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, surprised by the young man's audacity, as he had not even attempted to negotiate. Very well, sign here. Lao Lu, accompany him to verify the details. I will transfer the funds immediately. He warned, do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, you will lose both your money and your property. Yi Fan inhaled deeply. In the presence of such a commanding figure, he felt somewhat out of his depth. Even though he had faced death once, he still felt dwarfed in comparison to these ruthless individuals. Most importantly, he lacked any solid ground to stand upon. Understood. I hope to see the money today. Well said. Let us begin calculating interest from today. The individual known as Lao Lu hurriedly departed after confirming Yi Fan's residence. Merely a few minutes later, Yi Fan received a transfer of 8 million on his mobile phone. He promptly entrusted this sum back into Wang Chang's hands. The house has been mortgaged for a total of 8 million. This should suffice, right? Wang Chang swallowed hard. Having never possessed such a substantial amount of money, this is a staggering 12 million. In the past, he would not have dared to even dream of such a figure, as he had only managed to accumulate around 200,000 to 300,000 through years of arduous toil. Achieving tens of millions seemed an unattainable aspiration. Yet, astonishingly, within a mere span of 2 days, they had amassed 12 million. Yi Zi, I have placed all my hopes in you. Please do not let me down. Yi Fan assured him, trust me, you will surely be grateful in due time. Wang Chang remained somewhat skeptical, questioning why Yi Fan was being so impulsive and reckless, especially since he had himself believed in his words and invested as well. All right, if worst comes to worst, we can run away together and live as shadows. I have already secured a considerable amount of equipment. I have gathered 3 pieces of the Zhutian set, each costing 200,000, totaling 600,000, and all enhanced to 15. Previously, a single piece of Zhutian equipment would not have been obtainable for under 600,000, let alone one enhanced to 15. Indeed. Have you noticed if others are also acquiring equipment? Yes, but their prices are lower than mine, so I've secured the deals. Yes, that's the way to do it. How about the equipment for archers and healers? I have collected a few, but not many. All right, I will assist you in gathering more, especially gold and other resources. The more, the better. Absolutely, 12 million is certainly sufficient given current market prices. In the past, 12 million might only have secured a top-tier set of equipment, with no guarantee of enhanced attributes. Now, it seems 3 sets of top-tier equipment are indisputable, and there will even be some surplus. Yi Fan nodded and soon plunged into the throng of people collecting equipment. Meanwhile, at the Deep-Sea Research Center in the Pacific Ocean, a group of scientists clad in lab coats gazed solemnly at the unfolding crisis. The Yuan Yuzhou, which had been operational for nearly 50 years, was on the brink of conclusion regardless of the methods employed. Director, the outcry from players of the Yuan Yuzhou is escalating, with many extreme players deleting their accounts. Is there truly no alternative energy source to replace the energy crystals? Director, these energy crystals are extraterrestrial in origin. Our current technology cannot venture into space to seek substitutes. Sighing deeply, the director lamented, this has been the youth of several generations. It was originally intended to become a second world for humanity. But who would have thought that merely a few decades later, we would exhaust our energy resources? There is no choice. We can only persevere for another 2 weeks. After that, the service will cease entirely, and all data will be lost. However, we have created a replica of such a game, but regrettably, neither the effects nor the experience can compare to the fluidity and realism of the Yuan Yuzhou. The director sighed again. Since we cannot replicate it exactly, let us not attempt it. If we do, not only will we not receive support, but we will also face scorn. Let us focus on research. One day, we shall achieve success once more. Understood. The Yuan Yuzhou represents not only the youth of countless players, but also the youth of the director himself. Regrettably, the energy crystal sustaining the Yuan Yuzhou has reached a state of fracture, and despite his reluctance, there is nothing he can do. Yuyo, why haven't I seen you playing with Xiao Yezi these past few days? Yi Fan's in-game name was Xiao Yezi, while Yuyo's was simply Yuyo. He is busy. apparently gathering equipment. Ah, the game is about to shut down. Why is he gathering equipment? Is he out of his mind? Hey, who are you calling out of their mind? He said that once he collects the equipment, he will take me on a grand tour of the entire game world, exploring dungeons and maps we have never visited. Now that is romantic. Indeed, it is quite romantic. Yet he hasn't even confessed. Such is the romance of a straightforward man. I am not particularly interested. Yu Yuyo's face flushed crimson, pondering how she would respond if he were to confess in the coming days. Should she accept him, or should she not? Chapter 5. The Zhu Ri Set Yi Zi. I have contacted several merchants, but they mentioned that others are also collecting equipment. These merchants have a plethora of items, both gold and materials, which we currently require. Wang Chang's voice came through, though his expression was not particularly cheerful. Clearly, the other party's asking price was rather steep. Yi Fan leaned closer to Wang Chang's computer, scrutinizing the displayed information. Indeed, it is somewhat exorbitant. High-level enhancement stones are still priced at 100 each. And the costs for fashion materials and pet eggs are higher than others, though their quantities are quite substantial. Yes, they are indeed major merchants within the Yuan Yuzhou, so it is natural they possess abundant resources. However, selling at this price would equate to a loss. I am curious as to why others would choose to collect equipment and various materials at this time, just as we are. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, pondering if someone else had experienced a rebirth like his own. Yet, such an occurrence seemed improbable. The odds of rebirth are exceedingly rare. Naturally, to prevent unforeseen events, some individuals may have also experienced rebirth and are now competing to seize these materials. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said, "Inquire how many items they possess." Understood. The room was filled with the sound of Wang Chang typing as he communicated with the other party. After some calculation, the total for the equipment, materials, gold, and fashion items equated to 3 million. In the past, such a substantial quantity would not have been attainable for less than 30 million. However, the current circumstances differ. Even 3 million may not prompt someone to open negotiations. Reply with an offer of 2 million. All right. The other side remained silent for quite some time. Wang Chang and Yi Fan initially feared they would be met with insults, but approximately 10 minutes later, they received a response agreeing to the trade. Yi Fan was gambling, betting that the individuals the other party mentioned as high-priced equipment buyers were fictitious, merely a ruse to inflate prices. Indeed, Yi Fan's gamble paid off. There likely were others collecting equipment, but they were not offering as much as he was. Yi Zi, you are quite audacious. I thought the other party would never agree. But speaking of which, if we had offered 1 million, would they have sold to us? After all, the game is closing soon. Yi Fan shook his head, understanding that many individuals were collecting equipment just as he was. If they had offered 1 million, those individuals would certainly have ignored the offer. 2 million was his bottom line. Continue. Transfer all the equipment and materials you have gathered to me. Understood. Days passed, and the value of equipment in the game plummeted to a terrifying extent. Yi Zi, the equipment has arrived. Come for the trade. Yi Fan approached the designated location to trade with Wang Chang, who handed over a total of 6 pieces of top-tier equipment for archers. Zhu Ri Ji Gong 18, level 100, attributes, physical attack 13,000, magic attack 7,000, attack special effect, precision 155, agility 155, passive, inflicts burning effect, causing the target to lose 3 health points per second for 10 seconds, with a 50 decrease in defense and a 30 reduction in critical hit resistance during this time. Cooldown period of 30 seconds. Zhu Ri Ji Jia 15, level 100, attributes, physical attack 800, attack effect, agility 155, passive, collect all 6 pieces of Zhu Ri set to trigger set attributes. Current set 1. Zhu Ri Ji Jiao 19, level 100, attributes, physical defense 7000, magic defense 4000, attack effect, agility 155, constitution 800, passive, collect all 6 pieces of Zhu Ri set to trigger set attributes. Current set 1. Passive 2. Zhu Ri Ji Jiao standalone passive. When life is below 50, triggers immunity to attacks for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 1 minute. Zhu Ri Ji Shui 15, level 100, attributes, physical attack 1300, attack effect, agility 155, constitution 300, passive, collect all 6 pieces of Zhu Ri set to trigger set attributes. Current set 1. Passive 2. Base movement speed increases by 15. Zhu Ri Huan 15, level 100, attributes, physical attack 500, attack effect, agility 155, passive, collect all 6 pieces of Zhu Ri set to trigger set attributes. Current set 1. With both clothing and weapons acquired, along with the 2 rings, and the previously received Zhu reset, Yi Fan had successfully gathered the pinnacle Zhu reset for archers. He donned all the equipment, and the effects of the Zhu reset immediately manifested. Yi Fan's character radiated a brilliance akin to the sun, a symbol of opulence from the past, and he marveled at having achieved this status. Beep. System notification. Detected the number of Zhu resets is 8, triggering the 6-piece set attribute. Maximum health increases by 30, maximum damage increases by 10. Critical hit rate rises by 50, critical hit damage increases by 50. Beep. System notification. Triggered Zhu reset active skill Tian Wan Huan Ri. Tian Wan Huan Ri. Cast on a designated target, forcibly transferring one's own aggro to them, during which attack damage surges by 100, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Truly, this is the epitome of a level 100 full set. Every passive and active skill can drive one to madness. If the server were to shut down, Yi Fan would never again touch such equipment. Currently, Yi Fan's highest enhancement stood at 19, located on his armor. His next task was to utilize high-grade enhancement stones to elevate all his equipment to 20. If one is to undertake a task, it must be executed to perfection. Yi Zi, bring over the enhancement stones and gold. Alright, your equipment is also complete. The chance of successful enhancement will be greater if we do it together. Yes, my Zhu Tian set has long been complete. After all, the warrior class is popular, with plenty of equipment available at relatively affordable prices. However, acquiring gear for the healer class is more challenging. I'm still missing the armor and weapon. Yi Fan remarked, no worries, take your time. After all, healer class equipment is scarce, mostly belonging to female players who are reluctant to part with their items, even if discarded. We must devise a strategy. Indeed, the healer equipment I possess has all been painstakingly gathered. We're just short of armor and a weapon. Let us set aside these matters and focus on enhancing our equipment to 20. Our time is limited. Alright, I will follow your lead. The enhancement materials and gold cost us over 3 million. Enhancing 3 sets to 20 should not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 6. Pinnacle Enhancement 20. The 2 arrived at the system enhancement area, standing within the safety zone as they began their fervent enhancement endeavors. In the past, one might have been concerned about the cost of enhancement. In Yuan Yuji, enhancing equipment does not break the original item. It merely resets the enhancement level. For instance, if the current equipment is enhanced to level 15, with a success rate of only 5, clicking Enhance may only yield a 5 chance to elevate it to level 16. Should the enhancement fail, the level would drop from 15 to 14, and so forth, making equipment enhancement a nuanced skill, exclusive to the affluent. Since the inception of Yuan Yuji, over the decades, only a few individuals have attained equipment enhancement to level 20, often through extraordinary luck, achieving it without a single failure, with reports of such items being purchased by the wealthy for 80 million. To date, the total number of enhanced items at level 20 does not exceed 10, all owned by various affluent players. Official statistics suggest that preparing to enhance an entire set to level 20 requires at least 100 million, and for those with poor luck, it may require upwards of 200 million, with no upper limit. Thus, the wealthy are not necessarily foolish. Investing billions to enhance equipment to level 20 holds little significance for them, while enhancement to level 15 is a common aspiration among affluent players. The challenge of achieving level 15 enhancement is undeniably steep, yet compared to reaching level 20, it can be accomplished for merely several million. Therefore, most of the equipment Yi Fan acquired was already enhanced to level 15, allowing for further enhancements without excessive material costs or complications. It is precisely because enhancement materials are currently inexpensive that they could engage in such reckless enhancement endeavors. The 2 continued their enhancement efforts from afternoon until nightfall, consuming vast quantities of gold and enhancement materials, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of enhancement levels. Beep. System notification. Congratulations to player Xiao Yizi for enhancing all equipment to level 20. Yuan Yuji welcomes a new super expert. Beep. System notification. Congratulations to player Changge for enhancing all equipment to level 20. Yuan Yuji welcomes a new super expert. In the late hours of the night, the system notifications rang out in succession, startling players still present in the game. What on earth? Are these 2 out of their minds? The server is about to shut down. What is the purpose of enhancing equipment to level 20? It's not merely a question of purpose. Although equipment and materials have significantly dropped in price, they must have spent several million on this enhancement. Truly, they must be fools with too much money. Investing millions just before the server shuts down? If they had too much money, they could have given it to me. Even if they enhance all their equipment to level 20, what does it matter? They'll only show it off for a few days. A crowd began to speculate and debate, as the timing of such a financial investment seemed absurd. Just then, Yifan's phone rang. It was indeed Yu calling. Yi, you managed to enhance all your equipment to level 20? How much did you spend? I thought you were only collecting one set of equipment. Enhancing to level 20 isn't an easy task. Yifan replied, if one is to do it, it must be the best. Your Baishin set is merely missing the weapon and armor. Those two are exceedingly difficult to acquire. Yu inquired, did you manage to gather the rest? Yes. I still have some materials left. I anticipate that once I acquire the weapon and armor, I should be able to enhance them to 20 as well. At that point, the three of us will all be equipped with level 20 enhancements, and there will be no place we cannot conquer. Wow, Yi, you are truly impressive. I adore you. But how much did you actually spend? I remember you seemed poorer than I am, always lamenting about your finances. You didn't resort to robbing a bank, did you? Feeling a bit awkward, Yifan scratched his head. Well, Changzi and I maxed out our loans and mortgaged my house to a loan shark. We managed to gather 12 million in total. Upon hearing this, Yu felt that Yifan had truly lost his mind. Taking out loans was one thing, but mortgaging his home to a loan shark was a significant step. Yi, what on earth is wrong with you? I understand that you have my best interests at heart, but you should not squander your money in such a manner. I can't shake off this feeling of guilt. What if you can't repay the money later? You could end up in serious trouble. What should we do now? Yu felt a surge of panic. This was abnormal. Far too abnormal. It was merely a game, and a game on the verge of closure at that. What could Yifan be thinking? Yifan reassured her, trust me. I would never engage in such foolishness. Let me confide in you. The day the game ceases operations will be the moment of the apocalypse. On the other end of the line, Yu seemed to wonder if there was something amiss with Yifan's logic. The world is at peace. For there to be an apocalypse, it would require a world war. However, given the current global situation, the occurrence of a world war in the near future was utterly implausible. Yi, are you really okay? Yifan knew that no matter who he spoke to about this matter, no one would believe him. Just believe me, and you will understand when the day of the game's closure arrives. Since you have some time now, come online and I will give you some equipment. Yu nodded and said, all right, I have 2 pieces of equipment to give you. Yifan didn't pay much attention. He had little interest in ordinary gear at this stage. However, anything given by Yu, no matter what it was, he would gladly accept. Once online, Yu's eyes sparkled at the sight of Yifan adorned in dazzling equipment. Previously, she could only admire top players from a distance. But now she was astonished that Yifan had acquired such gear. The trio formed a party, and Yifan donned his headset. Yu initiated the trade, placing the remaining weapons and armor into the trade window. Upon inspecting the attributes of the 2 items, Yifan discovered they were parts of the Baishin set. Precisely the 2 pieces of healer gear he lacked. Where did you acquire this armor and weapon? He inquired. I collected them. Did you not say you were gathering equipment? I noticed these items were rather expensive, so I took the liberty of acquiring them. I never imagined they were precisely what you needed. Let me enhance them for you. I absolutely detest enhancing. It makes me so anxious, fearing the sound of failure. Yifan was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated such an event. The armor and weapon were indeed costly, which meant Yu had spent a considerable amount. Fine, let me reimburse you for your expenses. We agreed that I would assist you. How could you bear this cost alone? Oh, just enhance them for me first. We can discuss the money later. Besides, you still owe 12 million outside. My little expenditure is nothing urgent. All right, I will note it down. The armor and weapon were both enhanced to 18, which likely cost a significant sum. After Yifan's efforts, about an hour later, the Baishin set was entirely assembled and enhanced to 20. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Yu for enhancing all equipment to 20 in. Yuan Yu Zhou, revealing a new super expert. Chapter 7. Opening new levels and maps particularly. The world channel erupted once more. That night, 3 players had fully enhanced their gear to 20, which was simply astounding. What is happening? I have never heard of these 3 before. Could it be they received some insider news? Is the server closure merely a ruse? Are they seizing an opportunity? How did I not think of that? However, the officials have already issued a statement. It doesn't feel like a hoax. Who would joke about such matters? I think you all are just bored. Clearly, someone wants to experience the thrill of being a top player. Equipment prices are relatively low now. Enhancing to 20 should not be too difficult. If you're not short on cash, you could also assemble a set. Forget it. I still invested money into this wretched game. I must be out of my mind. This damn game company, I've invested over $1 million, and they are shutting down. I refuse to accept it. Yu gazed at her resplendent appearance, her lips stretching into a wide grin, revealing her excitement. After all, who doesn't dream of donning such exquisite gear? Easy, thank you. Why thank me? As long as you are willing to continue walking this path with me, I believe it's all worth it. I've stated before, I will play whatever you play. I will always accompany you. At that moment, Wang Chong suddenly crossed his arms. Oh dear, am I being a bit too much of a third wheel here? Should I take my leave? Yi Fan replied with irritation. Leave? What are you talking about? Next, we will create fashion items to enhance our attack attributes and also synthesize pet eggs. Creating fashion items is straightforward. As long as we have enough materials and gold, it can be done. However, synthesizing pet eggs is indeed challenging. Not all pet eggs can be successfully synthesized, and any failed synthesis results in the egg disappearing. The pet grade they were currently using was merely upper tier. To clarify the pet egg levels: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, excellent grade, special grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. A lower grade pet egg typically costs around 100 coins each, and 2 lower grade eggs can be synthesized into 1 middle grade egg, although there is a chance of failure. Previously, Yi Fan and the others' upper grade pet eggs usually cost around 1,000 coins to synthesize. This is the type of pet egg most ordinary players commonly use. However, upper grade and above excellent grade eggs are considerably rarer. The success rate for synthesizing upper grade into excellent grade is only 20. Ordinary players would not spend money to synthesize excellent grade pets. But now, the pet eggs are 5 coins each, with some even as low as 1 coin or a few dimes. Had it not been for the game collapse and impending closure, Yi Fan would never have realized there were so many pet eggs in the game. They managed to gather over 10,000 eggs, which were usually monopolized by merchants. No wonder the prices for such items remained high in the past. Yi Fan divided the pet eggs into 3 portions, each taking 3,000 to start synthesizing. The cost of synthesizing pet eggs is low, but the success rate is dismally low. The synthesis dragged on throughout the night. Yi Fan found himself mechanically clicking to synthesize. The low success rate left him with a plethora of excellent grade pet eggs, and he had lost count of how many batches he had synthesized. Wang Chong stretched and said, "It seems we don't have enough pet eggs. I need to buy more. You all continue synthesizing. I'll contact some merchants." The other two acknowledged him and resumed their synthesis in silence. It was no wonder. Yuan Yuzhou had been operational for decades, yet only 2 divine-grade pets existed. The success probability was far too low, as Wang Chong procured over 10,000 more pet eggs. It wasn't long before all 3 could no longer persevere and decided to rest before continuing their synthesis in the afternoon. After a night without sleep, Yi Fan also planned to take a break, but habitually opened the Yuan Yuzhou forum. Aside from various insults, there were also some conspiracy theories. However, amidst all this, he discovered that someone had already taken notice of him. Attention everyone, there are a few players collecting equipment in the game. Last night, they enhanced their entire gear to 20. What is the reason behind this? The moment this title appeared, the replies in the thread ranged from the bizarre to the absurd. Some speculated it was merely for show. Others believed it might be to satisfy a final sense of vanity. Yet, there were those who thought they might have received insider information. The debate continued, with more people joining in as dawn broke. Yi Fan glanced at the thread and replied, "This might be useful in the future. I suggest everyone not delete their characters. As long as the characters remain, there is still ample room for survival in the future. However, if a game character is deleted, one would merely be an ordinary person for the rest of their life." Yet, Yi Fan's reply was quickly met with opposition. What does brother mean? Do they still want us to keep investing money? The game is about to shut down. It's a wonder I haven't destroyed their company yet. They want me to leave my character with them? Not a chance. I've cleaned out all my equipment. What purpose does leaving my character serve? That contains my private information. And I have no desire to be exploited by others. Since they are closing the servers, they will undoubtedly collect data. So I believe it is essential to delete my character. Upon seeing a series of replies, Yi Fan could only shake his head in resignation. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was awakened by Wang Chong. "Yi, something big has happened. The Yuan Yuzhou is about to open new levels and maps." This was within Yi Fan's expectations, as he had experienced it before. "Oh, I thought it was something monumental. It's just the opening of levels and maps. I thought the game was already shutting down." Wang Chong felt a sense of indescribable emotion at Yi Fan's calm demeanor. Those with accounts were cheering, thrilled at the prospect of accessing higher-level maps and advancing their ranks. Meanwhile, those who had already deleted their accounts were cursing angrily, and players abandoning the game had bombarded the entire forum with complaints. Why didn't they open the levels sooner or later? Just when I cleared my account. They decide to launch new levels and maps. They must be doing this on purpose to irritate us players. Now I understand why some players were gathering equipment and enhancing their gear. It turns out there was a new map opening. This wretched gaming company. Even if they release new levels and maps, what good will it do? The servers are still set to shut down in less than 10 days. What's the point? Yifan knew that the online discourse would be filled with such grievances, and he couldn't be bothered to read further. Instead, he directly entered the game. Yu was already waiting for him inside. Upon seeing Yifan join the party, she immediately inquired. You must have known about the gaming company releasing new maps and levels. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so adamant about gathering equipment. Yifan nodded, sort of. Today, I must merge my pet. Chong, go collect a few thousand pet eggs. It seems this won't be enough. No problem, I'm already gathering them. But since they're opening levels, the prices have gone up a bit. Should I still collect? Yes, keep collecting. We still have enough funds to splurge. Alright then. I'll risk my life for the gentleman. In the 8th chapter, the one and only all-attribute divine pet in the entire server, pet eggs had once been costly, making those who dared to acquire divine pets wealthy magnates. However, times had changed. Pet eggs had indeed become cheaper, but even at a lower price. Yifan found it staggering. The three of them merged and acquired until evening. Excitedly, Yu's voice rang out, I did it. I merged and obtained a divine pet egg. Yifan and Wang Chong immediately halted their actions. After all, they had never encountered a divine pet egg. Quickly share with us what attributes it has. Divine pet egg. Double-click to hatch. Randomly obtain a divine pet with unrestricted attributes. With a very low probability of obtaining the unique all-attribute divine pet. Yifan, Wang Chong, and Yu were all exhilarated. This was their first encounter with a divine pet egg, and the chance of acquiring an all-attribute divine pet was extraordinary. Yizi, you should open this pet egg. Yu handed the pet egg to Yifan. Yifan shook his head. Chong and I have merged for so long without obtaining a divine pet egg. Since you were the one who merged it, it's only fitting that you open it. I want to see what kind of pet it is. In truth, Yu was equally thrilled, her face displaying excitement. Yifan was well aware that she was even more eager to hatch the pet egg than he was. Wang Chong remarked, exactly. Our luck can't compare to yours. You're a girl and a beauty. The pet you hatch must be all attribute, making it the most formidable pet in the entire server. Yu smiled and nodded. All right, I'm really going to hatch it. Yes, go ahead. I'm so nervous. She double-clicked to initiate the hatching process, which was quick, taking only 10 seconds. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Yu for successfully hatching a divine pet. Kuinping. This announcement sent tremors throughout the server. Wow, it's Yu again. She just upgraded all her equipment to level 20 and now hatches a divine pet. How much has she spent on this? My goodness, if I remember correctly. This should be the third divine pet in the entire server, and the name Kuinping sounds far more impressive than the previous two. The vastness of the Kuin was unfathomable. One couldn't help but anticipate what attributes this Kuinping would possess. 666. Just when the servers are about to shut down, she hatches a divine pet. Is this a sign of impending closure or a preparation for takeoff? Yifan and Wang Chong were equally exhilarated. It was indeed a Kuinping. Quickly reveal its attributes. This is the first time we've heard the name Kuinping in this game. Could it be an all-attribute divine pet? Yifan took a deep breath. Fully agreeing with Wang Chong's assertion, this was undoubtedly an all-attribute divine pet. Yu smiled mysteriously and then posted Kuinping's attributes in the party channel. The moment the attributes appeared, Wang Chong jumped up in astonishment. Wow, it's truly all-attribute. Yu, this is incredible. This is the only all-attribute pet in the entire server, and it's a divine pet. Yifan was equally ecstatic. This was indeed the only all-attribute pet in the server. Kuinping, divine the only all-attribute divine pet in the Yuan Yuzhou, enhancing all-attribute damage by 300 and all-attribute defense by 300. Devour, active Kuinping's unique skill, dealing tons of damage to the target, increasing damage by 500. Immobilizing the target for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Transformation, active transforms into a butterfly, possessing wind, fire, thunder, and lightning damage, increasing movement speed by 100. Dealing damage to the target with wind, fire, thunder, and lightning attributes, and inflicting continuous cutting damage, reducing the target's life by 1 per second for 10 seconds. With a cooldown of 10 minutes. Kuinping wings, active a pair of wings appears behind the owner, allowing for flight, increasing flight speed by 500. With no consumption or cooldown time. Kuinping domain, passive within an 800,800 radius. All teammates receive a 30 increase in all attributes, a 20 increase in all attribute defense, and a 10 increase in movement speed. while all enemy targets experience a 30 decrease in all attributes, a 20 decrease in all attribute defense, and a 10 reduction in movement speed. Upon reviewing the attribute introduction, Yi Fan and Wang Chong were both left in astonishment. This was what an all-attribute divine pet was like. From passive skills to the innate attributes of the divine pet, combined with its active skills, each aspect was extraordinarily remarkable. No wonder the two players who owned divine pets were so formidable. However, Yi Fan felt that this Kunpeng was even more powerful than their two divine pets. Yi Fan nodded. This is simply incredible. Not only can it enhance allies, but it also weakens enemies. If we are within Kunpeng's domain, it effectively boosts our strength by 60. That's terrifying. Indeed, such a fearsome pet. If it weren't for the impending server closure, it might have never been unlocked. Yu remarked, exactly. If it weren't for Yi Zi's determination, we might never have witnessed a pet of this caliber. Here, you take this pet, after all. You are the archer, the core of our team's output. I think it suits you best. Wang Chong remarked, indeed, I believe Yi Zi, you have acquired the finest. After all, the archer's attacks are inherently explosive, and with this pet, your damage output is bound to reach an unparalleled zenith, establishing you as the foremost archer in the entire server. Yi Fan also felt a profound connection with this pet. Enhancements to attack, defense, and movement speed are all crucial elements for an archer. All right, I shall accept this pet, and we shall continue with the synthesis. It is imperative that each of us possesses a divine pet. Absolutely. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Xiao Yizi for successfully binding the divine pet Kunpeng. At the moment of binding the divine pet Kunpeng, a small Kunpeng materialized beside Yi Fan, leisurely orbiting him. As this petite Kunpeng moved, it radiated a spectrum of attributes, particularly the thunder and flame effects, which were truly breathtaking. This is astonishing. Is this truly a divine pet with full attributes? The effects are spectacular. Both Wang Chong and Yu were left in awe by the sight of this divine creature. Yu pouted and said, I somewhat regret giving this to you. It appears far too exquisite. Yi Fan chuckled, we still possess numerous pet eggs. We can continue synthesizing. Although a second divine pet with full attributes may not manifest, other divine pets are still possible. Wang Chong was equally invigorated. After all, having produced the only divine pet with full attributes in the entire server was a significant achievement. Let us press on, fueled by the Kunpeng. Yes, let us continue. Chapter 9. Attribute Explosion. The world channel erupted once again, as the divine pet was unveiled by someone named Yu, yet it was ultimately bound by Xiao Yizi. They finally realized that these individuals were indeed a cohesive group. Goodness, are you all banding together to dominate the game, Yuan Yuzhou? Your equipment has reached the pinnacle, and now you've unveiled a top-tier divine pet. What do you intend to do next? Are you out of your mind? Hasn't the game officials announced it? The new game levels and maps will surely lead to new territories. Those who have deleted their accounts and quit will now miss out on the new map. But it hardly matters. There are only a few days left. It just feels a bit regrettable. Why worry about such trivialities when the game is on the verge of collapse? The new map levels were likely already developed. It's just unfortunate that it coincided with the shutdown announcement. When the game officials revealed the impending release of new level caps and maps, everyone began to grasp the situation. After all, if the new maps were ready, the official server's actions seemed illogical. This indicated that the game developers had not anticipated the shutdown and were still actively developing new content. However, the unexpected turn of events resulted in the new maps being hastily released for players to experience one last time before the shutdown. Following the emergence of a divine pet, the trio intensified their efforts. Their minds were filled with visions of the future, while their hands remained tirelessly engaged. Perhaps due to their synthesis of the divine pet, the prices of pet eggs had slightly increased. Naturally, Yi Fan and his companions were not inclined to indulge the unscrupulous merchants. There are plenty of others willing to sell. We are the only ones currently collecting pet eggs. Having already produced the sole divine pet with full attributes on the server, if you refuse to sell, so be it. We are not in dire need. Under Yi Fan's persuasion, the prices dropped even further. Through their relentless efforts, and perhaps due to a prior accumulation of failures. Merely 2 hours had passed, when both Yi Fan and Wang Chong successfully hatched divine pets. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Yu for successfully hatching the divine pet. Info. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Yu for successfully hatching the divine pet. Zhu Yan. My goodness, this Yu is formidable. Hatching 2 divine pets in succession. I'm feeling a tinge of envy. Should we form a group to steal one? Are you out of your mind? Their equipment and abilities could annihilate a large number of players. Why would one seek to provoke them? Feng matched Yu Yu's attributes reasonably well. While Zhu Yan was a perfect fit for Wang Chong, the World Channel had grown somewhat immune to their successes. Upon witnessing the emergence of two more divine pets, there was no longer the same astonishment. Instead, people merely criticized. Wealthy individuals are indeed different, with excess money to spare. They continue to lavish on pets even as the game teeters on the brink of closure. In contrast to Yi Fan's imposing Kunpeng, Feng appeared adorably suited for women, while Zhu Yan exuded immense strength, with single attributes even surpassing Kunpeng. Moreover, Zhu Yan's design was incredibly majestic, resembling a golden, robust monkey wielding what seemed to be a golden staff. This is splendid. Zhu Yan shares my attributes as a frontline warrior, enhancing my defense by 50 points. My health has skyrocketed from 5 million to 7 million, an increase of 2 million. With this little fellow by my side, I can likely withstand a boss encounter. Yi Fan and Yu Yu were both left astounded. The singular attribute increase was truly formidable. Yi Fan's Kunpeng had only raised his health by approximately 1 million. Yet Zhu Yan had directly added 2 million health. Previously, their average health hovered just above 1 million, with Yu Yu's being less than 1 million. However, now they were clad in top-tier equipment, enhanced to level 20, accompanied by divine pets. Yu Yu's health reached 5 million, Yi Fan's soared to 2 million. And most impressively, Wang Chong's hit a staggering 7 million. Such figures were previously unimaginable. Even after decades of Yuan Yuzhou's existence, no player had ever surpassed 5 million health. The official record for the highest health was 1 million, achieved under all possible buffs. Even at 1 million, that was sufficient to dominate players with health exceeding 99.99. Now, with all their equipment and pets gathered, there remained one crucial task: acquiring private territory. In Yi Fan's recollection, when the game infiltrated reality, private territories became the safest havens. Upon entering a private domain, an absolute barrier was formed between the private realm and the real world, keeping all wild monsters and bosses at bay. Furthermore, these creatures were entirely oblivious to the existence of private territories, as if they had vanished into thin air. This was undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary rules, perhaps designed by the creators to ensure humanity's survival. This regulation was exceedingly advantageous. If trouble arose, one could simply retreat to private territory, thereby avoiding any peril. However, Yi Fan had previously lacked the strength to enter others' private realms, so this time, he was determined to possess his own. Nevertheless, private territories within Yuan Yuzhou were considered quite luxurious and expensive. Before the game shut down, the price for a standard private territory was well over 10 million. Private territories play a significant role within the game, serving as supply stations for players and creating boundless value for their owners. As long as there are enough players, all expenses incurred within the territory will belong to the owner. However, the exorbitant price and limited availability make it difficult for the average person to acquire a private territory. Yet, the situation has changed. Yi Fan has already set his sights on several private territories, though their prices have remained outrageously high. As the official game launch approaches, the prices of these territories continue to decline. Yi Fan inquired, "Chong, how much money do we have left?" "Not much, under 2 million, responded Wang Chong. "What's wrong? Is that insufficient?" asked Yu Yu. "I have some funds available." Yi Fan frowned, realizing that the 12 million he had is now reduced to a mere fraction, hardly enough to purchase 3 territories. "Yu Yu, do you trust me?" Chapter 10, Private Territories. Yu Yu nodded. "Of course I trust you. Your decisions always have their reasoning. I can't believe you would spend so much money on a game, especially one that is about to shut down. All right, since you trust me, could you lend me 2 million? Wang Chong was taken aback. "Yeezy, have you lost your mind? Do you think everyone can just pull out 2 million? You've been spending money like a tycoon these past few days. 2 million is a significant amount. Think carefully, that's 2 million, not $2. Yu Yu, it's not guaranteed I can get it." To which Yu Yu replied, "I have it. What is your bank account number? I will transfer it to you right now." Wang Chong was stunned, having not realized that Yu Yu, who had always lived on the edge of financial stability, was actually quite affluent. "Yu Yu, I must have misjudged you. To casually produce 2 million, you must be quite wealthy." Yu Yu replied, "It's not that much. I don't usually spend money. I just play games with you guys and save up. This is my dowry." Yi Fan was astonished as well. His initial plan was to have Yu Yu exploit online loans as much as possible. If that was still insufficient, he would consider mortgaging his house again. After all, once it's over, the world would end, and surviving would be the priority. Money would hold no value then. At that time, food would be the true currency, and without it, survival would be difficult. "It seems I underestimated you, you little rich lady. You used to lament your poverty, saying you could only afford instant noodles. Yu chuckled. There are many bad men. I need to protect myself. Quickly tell me your bank account number, so I can transfer it to you. Yi Fan obliged and provided his bank account number. After receiving the 2 million transfer, along with the remaining 160,000, Yi Fan now had 360,000 in his account. Having completed this, Yi Fan posted on the forum, seeking to purchase 3 private territories. If anyone wishes to sell before the server shuts down and recoup losses, please contact me. If the price is too steep, I will pass. I just want to indulge a little. The post quickly attracted ridicule from many onlookers. If you want to indulge, just give me the money, and I will spend it for you. Tell me what to buy. Are you just bored? Or do you want to show off? Private territories are high-end commodities. The average person wouldn't be looking to purchase them now, sensing some hidden agenda. Buying private territories now seems like a guaranteed loss, as players are unlikely to undertake tasks or spend in-game currency, making purchases for supplies impossible in private territories. However, amidst the myriad responses, Yi Fan discovered someone offering to sell. I happen to have 3 private territories. I'm known as Jian Huang. If you're interested, please contact me. Jian Huang is notorious within the Yuan Yuzhou for his tendency to take out loans to play the game. Even without cash on hand, he would immediately secure desired items through loans. Over time, he gained considerable notoriety in the game. Recently, he had been distressed, having managed to liquidate his equipment, but his recovery was insufficient compared to the 11 million he invested. Particularly concerning were the 3 private territories in his possession, which no one seemed interested in acquiring, making him feel as if they would crash to the ground. Though these territories were somewhat smaller, he had originally purchased each for 10 million, representing his largest investment. It was these 3 territories that had allowed him to gradually repay his loans and even make a small profit. Yet now, the devaluation of currency had rendered his tens of millions investment worth a mere few hundred thousand, leading to significant losses and despair. Yi Fan recalled that after the game invasion, Jian Huang had gained considerable advantages through these 3 private territories, even purportedly forming a superhuman army. However, it seemed that such advantages were now solely for himself. Yi Fan observed Jian Huang, but did not contact him immediately, as he was waiting. He understood that no one would be seeking private territories at the moment the game ended, so he had no fear of competition. As he watched several others post about selling their private territories, Jian Huang grew impatient and reached out to Yi Fan. Brother, you're looking to buy 3 territories? I happen to have 3. Upon seeing the chat box pop up, a slight smile graced Yi Fan's lips. Yes, I am indeed interested. But my desire is not particularly strong. I merely wish to acquire one for a bit of fun before the game concludes. The prices are too high. I'm not keen on that. Jian Huang, eager not to miss this last opportunity for recovery, replied, Rest assured, my territories are not large. Hence the prices are relatively cheaper. If you're sincerely interested, I can offer all 3 for 10 million. Yi Fan countered, then I'll have to pass. Before you contacted me, I was approached by someone else. While they only have 1 territory, its area is double yours, and they're only asking 5 million. Your 3 territories combined are only slightly larger than theirs. I cannot accept your price. I will look into other options. Jian Huang felt a pang of regret. Having purchased his territories for 30 million, selling them for 10 million seemed unreasonable, especially when someone was offering a better deal. Brother, how about this? 8 million. After all, these are 3 distinct private territories, far superior to a single one. The larger area isn't of much use. It's just more aesthetically pleasing. Yi Fan replied. I'll think it over. He then ceased further communication. Wang Chong, witnessing Yi Fan's scheming smile, felt a twinge of sympathy for Jian Huang. Yi Zi, it seems you're up to something. After all, private territories are quite expensive, and they could not afford them. They decided to keep the seller waiting, as currently only they were seeking private territories. It appeared no one else was making such moves. Wang Chong and Yu nodded in agreement, understanding that while they could accept Yi Fan's acquisition of equipment or materials, seeking private territories at this juncture was an action only fueled by curiosity or the desire to experience being a territory owner. After several attempts to engage, Jian Huang noticed that the other party was no longer responding, leaving him feeling somewhat resentful. Chapter 11. How do you know everything subsequently? Yi Fan gradually began to receive offers from other players looking to sell their territories. Their prices were not exorbitant, yet they were significantly higher than that of the Sword Emperor. After all, even the cheapest territories were listed at 10 million, while the most expensive could have cost over 100 million. Thus, it seemed that these players were reluctant to lower their prices. However, Yi Fan was willing to wait. On the following day, the trio convened early within the game. The reason was simple. At 8 a.m., the game would officially unlock a new level cap and introduce a new map. There were still many players like Yi Fan and his companions. Yet the number of high-level players had noticeably diminished. Numerous seasoned veterans had either emptied their accounts or, in a fit of rage, deleted their accounts. Some had chosen to leave their accounts as a mere memento, inactive and untouched. At present, Yi Fan and his companions were the three players with the highest combat power in the Yuan Yuzhou. This was indeed the case. Even now, should all other players log in, the three of them would still be in a league of their own. The question lingered, how challenging would the new map be? And could they conquer it? Yi Fan remarked, at this moment, we each possess divine tier pets, coupled with level 120 gear. You are the frontline warrior. I am the archer, and Yu is our healer. Our configuration seems solid. It all boils down to whether our damage output is sufficient. Well, that sounds reasonable. Wang Chong responded. We've had this gear for quite some time, yet we haven't tested it. I'm quite eager. Not only Wang Chong was anxious. Yi Fan himself felt a twinge of impatience. Among the three, only Yu remained composed. For her, as long as she stood behind Yi Fan and he remained unharmed, she had nothing to worry about. As the clock struck 8 o'clock, the game's notification echoed throughout the server once more. Ding. Attention, all players. The maximum level cap has been raised to level 120, and the new map, the City of Divine Punishment, is officially open. Players wishing to explore this new map may teleport to the Royal City. Private territories can add a teleport point to the City of Divine Punishment for 100,000 gold. In the past, private territories would certainly have spent 100,000 gold to add a teleport point to the City of Divine Punishment. However, times had changed. Few were willing to invest money, let alone spend 100,000 gold on a teleport point. Similarly, the Royal City, which previously would not have gathered many players, soon became overcrowded, as it was the only location for teleportation. These players were all level 100, yet their equipment varied greatly, and many would likely return in tears after entering the new dungeon. As Yi Fan and his companions arrived, players surrounding the teleportation array made way. For the equipment effects they wore were nothing short of dazzling. Particularly, their divine tier pets were incredibly eye-catching. Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone in full 20 gear. That must be a Kuanpeng, the only divine tier pet with full attributes in the entire server. Its effects are astonishing. No wonder it's the sole one. This effect is blinding. Even if the server were to shut down, this set of gear must have cost a fortune. Absolutely. Even if the server were to shut down, the price remains. I reckon it would definitely be in the millions. Millions? You're overestimating. It's impossible to reach this level without at least 10 million. The synthesis success rate for pet eggs is absurdly low. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet none dared to approach, as their own shabby equipment paled in comparison to the trio's dazzling gear. Wang Chong chuckled in the team channel. Look at the expressions on these people's faces and the tone of their voices. When did I, Wang Chong, ever receive such treatment? It feels fantastic. Yi Fan replied. Not only do we have this now, but we will continue to have it in the future, as long as we don't make mistakes. It's bound to happen. Great players, please go ahead and raid the City of Divine Punishment. Show us a glimpse of your prowess. We want to compete with you for the first clear. A voice rang out, promptly garnering the agreement of many. After all, with such formidable players, even if they wished to vie for the first clear, it was unlikely. It was wiser to flatter them, hoping to be remembered and perhaps even invited to join them in the dungeon later. Yi Fan nodded. All right. But the City of Divine Punishment is likely just a town. The dungeons probably have different names. You can visit as well. As the teleport fee is merely 10 gold, quite affordable. With that, Yi Fan, Wang Chong, and Yu teleported directly to the City of Divine Punishment. Just as Yi Fan had stated, it was indeed just a town, not a dungeon. Yezi, you really are something. It truly is just a town. But where are the dungeons? Yi Fan replied with a hint of annoyance. Can't you simply open the map to see the locations of the dungeons? There are 3 dungeons corresponding to different levels. With the level cap now raised to 120, these 3 dungeons are for levels 100, 110, and 120. Yu looked at Yi Fan again, opening the map, but it did not display the level requirements for the dungeons. Yet, Yi Fan was well aware. Yezi, how do you know the level requirements? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting he had been reborn. While others might be unaware, he alone knew the truth. I merely guessed. After all, there are 3 dungeons, so they must correspond to 3 levels. Yu nodded knowingly, clearly not convinced by Yi Fan's explanation. Which dungeon should we explore? Yi Fan stated. It must be the level 100 pyramid dungeon. Upon saying this, Yi Fan realized he might have misspoken. Wang Chong and Yu exchanged curious glances. Wang Chong, Yezi, do you know something? It feels as if you have been here before. Yu, I also sense something amiss. There are no guides here. How do you know? Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, finding it difficult to explain. Can I clarify everything after we log out of the game? Sure, I'm entrusting my life to you now. How could I not believe you? Yu remarked. You've already taken all my savings, so I have no choice but to trust you. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that neither of them was overly skeptical. Otherwise, he would struggle to provide an explanation, especially within the game, where he feared being monitored. All right, let us head to the pyramid first, level up. Claim the completion records and rewards. After all, we've worked hard to assemble this set of gear. We can't let it go to waste. Chapter 12. The Pyramid Dungeon. How is the investigation proceeding? In an office adorned with posters from the Yuan Yuzhou game, a middle-aged man queried the young man before him with a serious expression. President, we have already conducted our inquiry. We currently possess information on the 3 individuals. According to our findings, they were previously small-time merchants, eking out a living by selling a bit of equipment within the Yuan Yuzhou. The middle-aged man was no ordinary individual. He bore a renowned name in the Yuan Yuzhou. He was the president of the Unyielding Dynasty Guild. Before the game's impending closure announcement, he was the most prominent figure in the entire game. With level 100 gear, the lowest enhancement at 18 and the highest at 20, he was one of the only 2 players to possess a divine tier pet, and he owned the largest personal territory, leading the most powerful guild in Yuan Yuzhou, the Unyielding Dynasty. Prior to this, he had held the record for the highest health points in the game, boasting an impressive 1 million health. As an individual whose fortune exceeds 100 billion, his extravagant attire cost nearly 200 million, establishing him as an undeniably affluent figure within the Metaverse. Recently, Yi Fan and his companions have been dominating the headlines, arousing suspicion in the president of the most formidable guild. Although he has received insider information indicating that the Metaverse is destined for shutdown, the actions of Yi Fan and his companions have stirred doubt within him. The trio has surged past the president in the combat power rankings, placing him in 4th position. However, I believe there is little to investigate, as the impending closure of the server renders their substantial investments futile. ING, maintaining a stern expression, inquired further, are there any additional updates? There are no peculiar developments to report, according to information gathered from merchants supplying equipment materials. Their only intention is to revel in the game one last time. We have not uncovered anything about the 2 men accompanying them. Yet we managed to locate a close friend of a player named Yu. ING raised an eyebrow. What did she say? According to her friend, Yu confided that the individual known as Xiao Yezi aims to fulfill a long-held dream between them. Xiao Yezi wishes to explore every corner of the game with Yu, necessitating the strongest equipment. Her friend implied that the 2 appear to be romantically involved, albeit without any formal declaration, and that Yu is eagerly awaiting Xiao Yezi's confession. ING nodded, realizing he had likely overthought the situation, and that the trio was not privy to any hidden information. Observing the dynamics within the game, it seemed they had ventured into a new map. Indeed, with only a week remaining before the server's closure, even with uninterrupted leveling, their progress would likely be limited to a mere 5 levels at most. All right, I understand. How is the processing of materials in the guild warehouse coming along? It is proving challenging. Apart from the 3 who are voraciously acquiring equipment and materials, the other players are merely participating in minor skirmishes, hardly consuming any resources. As the largest guild in the Metaverse, we possess an overwhelming surplus of materials that cannot be dispensed with promptly. Very well, monitor their every move, and report any developments to me immediately. Understood, President. ING remains somewhat apprehensive. After all, individuals who ascend to such heights possess considerable prowess. The overt manner in which Yi Fan and his companions are amassing equipment and materials is rather unusual. Surely, only a fool would act so indiscriminately. I hope my concerns are unfounded, yet for the sake of caution, I shall also enter the game. After all, the materials in the guild warehouse cannot be processed, so I might as well utilize them to enhance my equipment. It is not only the president of Buluo Huang Chao who is investigating Yi Fan and his companions. Several leaders of major guilds have dispatched individuals to probe into the matter. However, the results have proven largely similar. Within the game, Yi Fan and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Pyramid Dungeon. Upon entering the City of Divine Punishment, they encountered wild monsters immediately after leaving the safe zone. The sheer number and level of these monsters astonished Yi Fan and his companions. Although Yi Fan was aware of the relevant information regarding the City of Divine Punishment, he had never visited it before, having deleted his account during his last encounter. During their journey to the Pyramid Dungeon, with their current equipment and pets, they encountered no challenges. Nevertheless, The density of the wild monsters was indeed startling. Should one possess inadequate equipment, they might very well perish immediately upon exiting the safe zone. This was indeed the case, as many players venturing into the City of Divine Punishment found themselves overwhelmed by hordes of monsters exceeding level 100, torn apart within moments. Wang Chong remarked, "Thankfully, I prepared this entire set of equipment. Otherwise, attempting to enter the dungeon would have been precarious. No wonder the officials have yet to release new levels and dungeons. The difficulty here has escalated more than a fold." Yi Fan responded, "It is threefold. Upon reaching the City of Divine Punishment, survival is nearly impossible without a full set of 15 equipment. However, there is a silver lining. The equipment dropped here possesses remarkably high attributes. Although the means by which Yi Fan gleaned this information remains a mystery, trusting him is all that matters." The trio stood at the entrance of the Pyramid Dungeon, with Yi Fan, the team leader, initiating the dungeon entry. Ding! Welcome to the Pyramid Dungeon. This dungeon presents a high level of difficulty. It is recommended that players with full 15 enhancements form a party before proceeding. Would you like to enter the Pyramid Dungeon? Yes. In a flash, 3 beams of light illuminated, and the trio was transported into the dungeon. Here, Yi Fan found himself without significant advantages. After all, in his previous life, only the team from Buluo Huangchao, led by ING, had managed to complete this dungeon. It was said that they had only cleared it once and never returned, incurring substantial losses. At that time, Yi Fan had long since lost interest in the game, rendering him indifferent to the details. Once in the game, the trio immediately huddled together, with Yi Fan and Wang Chong shielding Yu from harm. "Yi Zi, what shall we do next?" Yi Fan shook his head. "How should I know? All I understand is that this dungeon is highly challenging." "Damn, I thought you were well informed." "I was looking forward to your insights for a few seconds." Yi Fan replied with a scowl. "Enough chatter, let's get started." As Wang Chong stepped forward, a stone statue before them suddenly began to tremble. With vigorous vibrations, layers of stone skin fell away, revealing a mummified figure wrapped in bandages before the trio. Mummy, level 105, Guardian of the Pyramid, possessing formidable curse abilities. All physical and magical attack damage inflicted by players is halved. Wang Chong exclaimed, "Damn. We haven't even begun to fight, and our attributes have already been halved. No wonder they require full 15 equipment. This damage reduction is excessive." Chapter 13. No escape, it's fine. With our full 20 enhancements, coupled with the domain of the divine pet Kuanping, it should not be difficult. You draw its aggro, and I will provide ranged support. Wang Chong replied, "No problem. Little Pa Kai, your strong brother is coming." Being a warrior, Wang Chong naturally took the lead. However, Yi Fan hesitated to attack. He wanted to assess whether Wang Chong could withstand the assault of a single monster. Seconds passed slowly, and Wang Chong's health dwindled at a lethargic pace. Yet the damage he dealt was substantial, with significant numbers streaming from the mummy's head. Wang Chong remarked, "Yi Zi, this mummy certainly possesses some capabilities. Despite my high attributes, it can still breach my defenses. However, I can endure." Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had underestimated the prowess of full 20 equipment. "All right, you heal. I will unleash my attack." Yi Fan drew back his bow, ready to engage in battle with such formidable equipment and a divine pet for the first time. Thwack! A wave of tremendous damage erupted, the numbers floating above the mummy's head indicating a reduction of approximately 3% of its health. The mummy let out a pained cry. "Wow, Yi Zi, your attack power is astonishing. You dealt nearly 3% with a single arrow." Yi Fan replied, "Don't be surprised. I am equally astonished. It must be connected to this divine pet." Wang Chong and Yu nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the divine pet, Yi Fan's damage would merely exceed Wang Chong's by a slight margin, not to such a dramatic extent. The only variable separating them was the divine pet. In less than 10 seconds, the first mummy was dispatched by the trio, with Yu not even needing to heal, managing to inflict additional damage on the mummy. Armed with the experience from their encounter with the first mummy, they proceeded to engage in mass monster slaying. As in the past, the experience gained from dungeons surpasses that obtained in the wild, yet the difficulty of these dungeons remains significantly elevated. This time, however, the Pyramid Dungeon encountered the trio of extraordinary players, Yi Fan and his companions. The three of them navigated effortlessly to the boss's lair. The first boss, the Golden Mummy, presented itself with formidable attributes. Golden Mummy, boss level 105, health, 241,000,000, attack power, 1,000,000. Skill 1, poison gas. The Golden Mummy expels green poison gas from its mouth, preventing targets within range from healing, reducing their movement speed by 50. and inflicting a weakened state for 1 minute. Skill 2. Summoning. Summons ordinary mummies to fight alongside it, conjuring 2 each time. Once both mummies are vanquished, the boss can summon more. The attributes of the golden mummy appeared before the players. Yi Fan frowned, contemplating the dire consequences of being poisoned. The boss's attack power reached an astonishing 1,000,000. Despite the 3 of them boasting health in the millions and substantial defensive capabilities. A hit from such an attack would undoubtedly leave them severely wounded. Wang Chong exclaimed, "This creature is utterly monstrous. How do we confront it? We could be obliterated." Yu Yu raised her staff and replied, "You underestimate my current capabilities. My healing spells can restore tens of thousands of health points, especially for you. My healing can exceed 100,000, provided you avoid the poison gas." Wang Chong retorted, "I know I must avoid the poison gas. But how can I predict when it will be unleashed? And it can summon ordinary mummies, which is truly vexing." After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan declared, "As a ranged character, I will test its might first. You two, keep your distance." Wang Chong and Yu Yu offered no further objections, retreating to the wall's edge. Yu Yu prepared her healing spells, ready to save Yi Fan if he faltered. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan drew his bow to full tension. Thwack! A significant damage number floated above the golden mummy's head, infuriating it as it fixed its gaze on Yi Fan. The massive creature began to advance towards his position. Yi Fan stepped back and pulled his bowstring tight once more. Thud, thud, thud. A series of critical hits further enraged the golden mummy. It unleashed a deafening roar, spewing forth a torrent of green poison gas directed at Yi Fan. However, as a ranged character, he swiftly evaded the attack's reach. Chong. Attack from the direction free of poison. Wang Chong, who had been waiting, charged forward, sword in hand. Yu Yu instantly cast several buffs on him. Wang Chong gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her quick reflexes. "Well done, my companion." Yu Yu replied with a hint of pride. Yi Fan cautioned, "Be wary. This foe may prove to be more formidable than it appears." Just as he spoke, the golden mummy roared again, summoning 2 ordinary mummies at his side. The moment they appeared, they lunged directly for Wang Chong. "Darn it, this monster won't let me approach. What should I do?" Yi Fan instructed. "Focus fire on the one on the right. Leave the left one for now. If we kill both, it will likely summon 2 more." With their combined high damage output, they swiftly vanquished 1 ordinary mummy. However, Wang Chong now faced the dual onslaught of both an ordinary mummy and the golden mummy boss, putting immense pressure on Yu Yu, the healer. It was crucial to note that in the game, Yuan Yu Zhou, a typical dungeon team consisted of 7 members. Their trio was already quite extraordinary. The golden mummy's attack damage was exceedingly high. Although they dodged the poison gas, Wang Chong's health fluctuated perilously. The ordinary mummy's strikes were equally damaging and disrupted Wang Chong's attacks. "Yi Fan, this isn't sustainable. My health isn't recovering fast enough, and my basic life steal can't keep up." "Yu Yu, can you handle this?" Yu Yu replied, "Of course I can. But you must realize your own resilience is lacking. I heal you for over 100,000. Yet you lose nearly 200,000 health." Yi Fan, initially targeting the golden mummy boss, redirected his aim at the ordinary mummy. "You keep the boss occupied. I'll draw the ordinary mummy away." Understanding, Wang Chong cautioned, "Be careful." Yi Fan shot an arrow, drawing the ordinary mummy's attention towards him, alleviating Wang Chong's burden. With the ordinary mummy no longer pressing him, Wang Chong's health stabilized, but Yi Fan found himself in a precarious situation, constantly maneuvering. He had to maintain focus on the golden mummy while avoiding potential strikes from the ordinary mummy. As the golden mummy's health dipped below half, unexpectedly, it released another burst of poison gas, catching Wang Chong off guard. He could not escape in time. "Darn it, the healing is ineffective. I must flee." "No, I can't escape." Yi Fan shouted, "Run. I'll draw the boss's attention while you eliminate the small fry." Yu Yu, grant us agility. "Coming right up. Hang in there, Chong." Supreme healing spell. The golden mummy struck down with both hands upon Wang Chong. In a weakened state, his movement speed was reduced by 50. Despite Yu Yu's acceleration buff, he was still sluggish. Bang! Wang Chong was sent flying, losing half of his 7,000,000 health in a single blow. This attack is utterly outrageous. He scrambled to his feet and dashed away, knowing another hit would spell his doom. The golden mummy roared and pursued him. Yi Fan fully drew his bow. "Come back here. Kuanpeng, devour." An arrow imbued with Kuanpeng's devouring ability struck the golden mummy, inflicting devastating damage and immobilizing it for 3 seconds. In that brief window, Wang Chong managed to escape the boss's attack range. The golden mummy, in pain, redirected its fury towards Yi Fan, abandoning Wang Chong. With golden wings sprouting behind him, Yi Fan's speed surged to astonishing levels, enabling him to evade the golden mummy's attacks effortlessly. However, he soon realized that in this state, his accuracy suffered, likely due to his inexperience with flight skills. With practice, he anticipated his precision would improve. Wang Chong remarked, "Yi Fan, that skill is impressive." Yu chimed in. "Is this what they call a birdman?" Wang Chong burst into laughter. "Huh, Yi Fan, Yu just called you a birdman." Yi Fan chuckled. "Indeed, it does resemble that. But this flight skill is genuinely remarkable. However, my damage output isn't as high in this state. I must stabilize before taking on the boss." Wang Chong replied, "No worries. I was careless earlier and didn't dodge. I should be able to avoid its poison this time." Once Wang Chong's weakened state expired, he leaped beside the boss. "You scoundrel. I'm back." Gravitational pull. The warrior's signature taunt skill forced the boss to focus its attacks on him. The golden mummy's head was inscribed with the word Qianin, and in an instant, the boss's target shifted to Wang Chong. Yi Fan deactivated his flight skill and landed beside Yu. The upcoming challenges should not pose significant issues. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely mount a counterattack when health was low. Yu nodded. The three of them had always operated this way in dungeons. Yi Fan assessed the battle situation, while Wang Chong and Yu executed their roles, typically without error. Fortunately, the trio had become formidable, dealing substantial damage, particularly Yi Fan, whose damage output was more than triple that of Wang Chong, and it was still increasing. If not for the warrior's specialized aggro skills, the golden mummy would undoubtedly have pursued Yi Fan relentlessly. As anticipated, when the golden mummy's health dipped below 5, it mounted another counterattack. This time, Wang Chong showcased the prowess of his divine pet. At the moment the golden mummy unleashed its poison, a towering Zhu Yin illusion appeared before Wang Chong, redirecting the poison's trajectory with a swift strike. The trio successfully defeated the first boss, the golden mummy, without incident. A system notification chimed, announcing, "Congratulations, Changgu, Xiao Yezi, and Yu have triumphed over the first boss, the golden mummy, after a grueling battle." In disbelief, they realized how swiftly they had defeated the first boss, completing it in just 15 minutes during their inaugural venture into a new dungeon. Such a feat was commendable, and the trio's equipment, comprising divine pets and level 20 gear, was indeed impressive. If the servers did not shut down, these three would undoubtedly become coveted players among various guilds. Inside the dungeon, they approached the fallen boss, curious about the loot from their first kill. Wang Chong kicked the boss's corpse, exclaiming his disappointment at the subpar loot, only trash equipment below level 100. Yi Fan echoed his dismay, recalling that he had not heard of anyone obtaining gear above level 100, as only the Buluo Huang Chao Guild could clear the dungeon, and it was rumored they ceased operations shortly after. At that moment, Yu exclaimed, "Look at our experience bars." Yi Fan's heart raced as he observed his experience bar had surged by 10 points upon the boss's defeat, a stark contrast to the mere 5 points he had accumulated from defeating numerous minor creatures. That's an alarming amount of experience. This boss must be composed of experience itself, Yi Fan remarked, sensing something amiss. Yu and Wang Chong exchanged puzzled glances. They questioned what could be problematic about receiving such generous experience, speculating that it might simply be the dungeon's design. Yi Fan inquired about the server closure timeline, to which Yu replied, 5 days from now. Which leaves us with 4 days if we exclude today. Yi Fan nodded. If my assumptions are correct, it is possible that no equipment above level 100 exists here. Wang Chong scoffed at the notion, insisting that every new level and map consistently yielded corresponding gear. Yi Fan shook his head, recalling that in his previous life, Buluo Huang Chao did not clear the dungeon in one go. They attempted it multiple times without encountering any gear above level 100. "We shall find out through trial," he declared. The next two bosses were the Queen of Beauty and the Pharaoh, which they dispatched with relative ease, albeit taking slightly longer due to familiarity. The system notified them, "Congratulations, players Xiao Yezi, Yu, and Changgu have successfully cleared the pyramid in 34 minutes and 58 seconds, earning the limited time title of Treasure Hunter." Wang Chong examined the loot from the Pharaoh, discovering a piece of level 100 mage equipment among the other subpar items. This is bizarre. There are indeed no items above level 100. Despite the boss being level 105, why would the highest loot be capped at level 100? Yi Fan, I find this hard to believe. Yi Fan responded, "If you doubt me, we can clear it a few more times. Each boss grants 10 experience points. Have you ever encountered such a leveling method?" Wang Chong shook his head, admitting he had not. although bosses typically awarded high experience points. None exceeded 1, indicating that leveling was not as straightforward as it seemed. This time, however, it felt excessively simple. At that moment, Yu shared an item in their team chat. I found something while collecting those discarded items, a soul fragment, a special item. Do not discard it, or you will regret it. What in the world is this? There's no description, just a warning about regret, Wang Chong remarked with disdain, unimpressed by the item. Yi Fan, however, viewed it differently, recognizing that in a game encroaching upon reality, every item must possess its significance. Let me see it. Yu traded a soul fragment to Yi Fan. He examined the irregular shard, which felt oddly comforting in his grasp. How many do we have? Yu produced 2 more fragments. We have 3 in total, 1 from each boss. It seems only bosses can drop them. Perhaps they are indeed valuable. Wang Chong interjected skeptically. The servers are about to shut down. I believe they are valuable, but we might not have the opportunity to use them. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, uncertain if they would be able to utilize them. What shall we do next? The dungeon isn't yielding high-level gear. Is it worth continuing? Yi Fan affirmed. Yes, since each boss grants 10 experience points, we should level up. I sense this soul fragment holds significant potential. All right, we might as well enjoy ourselves. We have the capability to dominate the leaderboard now, something we could not do before, Yu added. Yi Fan concurred, indeed. I wish to uncover the reason behind this abundant experience. There must be an underlying issue. He lamented his previous foolishness in deleting his account, for he would undoubtedly possess greater insights now. According to his findings, the Yuan Yuzhou was not created by humanity from Blue Star, but emerged due to an energy crystal, indicating that it should not be interpreted through a human lens. Once more, the trio entered the pyramid dungeon, and the subsequent events validated Yi Fan's suspicions. Soul fragments dropped exclusively from bosses above level 100, with each boss yielding 1, suggesting a deeper issue at play. The experience awarded was consistently 10 points per boss, which raised further questions. The 3 had continuously cleared the new map until noon, only pausing for a meal. They had amassed a total of 30 soul fragments and reached level 102, with 50 experience points. This leveling rate was astonishing. Yet despite their rapid advancement and efficient dungeon runs, they had yet to acquire any equipment above level 100. The absence of drops for items above level 100 was indeed peculiar, leaving Yi Fan questioning the purpose of exploring new maps and levels. With uncertainty clouding his thoughts, he could only shake his head, still unclear about the situation at hand. Let's first have lunch. We should strive to reach level 120 before the server shuts down. Yu, sure, I'll log off now. Bye, see you this afternoon. Yi Fan and Wang Chong also exited the game shortly after. Currently, the 3 of them have ascended to the top 3 on the leaderboard. Due to the damage output, Yi Fan gains slightly more experience from defeating minor monsters, placing him at first, Wang Chong at second, and Yu at third, with the 4th position occupied by the guild Buluo Huang Chao's ING. Wow. The new dungeon opened at 8 a.m., and in such a short time, reaching level 102? Is the leveling speed really this fast? Indeed, it feels a bit excessive. I remember it took me a full half-month to level up from 99 to 100, and now just a few hours have passed, and I've leveled up twice. Has anyone ventured into the new dungeon? Someone did, but they were sent back. That dungeon is incredibly difficult. It's recommended that players have their gear strengthened to 15. With my 11 gear, our team didn't even see the first boss before we were wiped out by minor monsters. Isn't that harsh? Requiring 15 gear? Isn't that just catering to the affluent players? With the impending shutdown, are they planning to reap the rewards from us ordinary players? Truly, it feels unbearable not to vent about it, even for a single day. The Pyramid Guild is recruiting members, requiring at least 14 gear for all members. Once we gather enough players, we'll commence. The intensity of the Pyramid Dungeon quickly spread, leading to a wave of complaints from players. Wang Chong removed his helmet and slumped back in his chair, feeling disheartened. After a whole morning, aside from leveling up, nothing else was achieved. Yi Fan patted Wang Chong on the shoulder and said, "Come on, leveling up 2 levels in the morning, and you're still not satisfied? That speed is already quite rapid. It is fast, but the lack of any tangible rewards leaves me feeling somewhat unsatisfied. You're becoming a bit self-important. Just because you didn't achieve anything yesterday doesn't mean you should be so intolerant today. Of course, I'm not like you, who knows everything. By the way, you Haven T told me how you know all this. Can you share now? Do you have insider information?" Yi Fan pondered for a moment and replied solemnly. "Are you sure you want to know?" "Absolutely. Do you think I want you to keep secrets from me? We've grown up together." Yi Fan disdainfully retorted, "Get lost. I don't recall us sharing the same pants, especially not those." Come on, you're denying it now? Easy, I misjudged you. I invested my trust in the wrong person. Uft, you're a grown man, and you think you've made a mistake? No, I certainly don't like men. So keep your distance. Wang Chong, however, was not inclined to comply with Yi Fan's wishes. The more Yi Fan urged him to leave, the more he clung to Yi Fan's leg, seeking support, displaying an utterly shameless demeanor. Get lost, you scoundrel. The two of them playfully tussled for a while before collapsing onto the floor, gazing up at the ceiling in silence. Easy. What do you think will happen after the game shuts down? The apocalypse? Do you believe it? Haha, don't be ridiculous. The apocalypse? I'm also expecting a cosmic explosion. Go ahead, I can accept that. I had a dream where, at the moment the game shut down, Yuan Yuzhou invaded reality, with various monsters and bosses slaughtering humanity. Meanwhile, the players from Yuan Yuzhou inherited their in-game abilities. The better the equipment and the higher the level, the stronger their survival capacity. Wang Chong inquired, what about me? What happened to me? Did I become a beloved superhero? Yi Fan paused momentarily. No. What? A handsome guy like me couldn't he possibly not become one? After all, I'm a warrior. While my gear may not match that of the affluent, it's certainly better than that of ordinary players. It was I who, in an attempt to save you, was killed by the boss. However, I had deleted my account and failed to inherit any abilities from the game. Becoming an ordinary person, it's all my fault. Chapter 16. You are too low. Wang Chong ceased his playful demeanor and turned to Yi Fan with a tilted head. What's wrong? Yi Fan's voice was low and tinged with reluctance. To avenge you, I picked up my weapon and headed to the front line between humanity and the monsters, but ultimately, I was just an ordinary person and couldn't withstand even a single round of attacks from the monsters and bosses. Wang Chong laughed heartily. Easy. You're too low. You couldn't last a single round? That was a futile death. Yi Fan forced a smile. It is indeed quite low. But when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on the day the game announced its shutdown. Wang Chong. So you took out a loan, borrowed at high interest, just to survive after the shutdown? Exactly. And I can't let you die. Otherwise, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Haha. At least you have a conscience. But are you sure there's no issue? What if the game doesn't invade? Then we're toast. Yi Fan retorted. Why do you think I know about the City of Divine Punishment? How do I know the dungeon levels? I can also tell you that what we play in Yuan Yuzhou is not a product of humanity, but rather an extraterrestrial creation. Its core is an energy crystal, which contains a chip that humanity cannot decipher. Unfortunately, this energy crystal has reached the end of its lifespan, and we humans have yet to find any solution. Only able to declare its closure. Wang Chong laughed. That sounds too sci-fi. Do aliens play games too? And ones of the type we're familiar with? But your dream is indeed impressive. I'm starting to believe you. Is that so? Tonight, you will become even more convinced of my words. Wang Chong looked at Yi Fan with confusion. This guy seemed so certain. It appeared that a significant event was about to unfold tonight. Wang Chong sat up. All right. I want to see what major developments occur tonight. What are we having for lunch? I'll go fix something. As he watched Wang Chong walk towards the kitchen, Yi Fan's eyes became slightly moist. Rest assured, if anyone is to die this time, it will be me first. Wang Chong's thoughts mirrored Yi Fan's. You're too low. If this is true, I certainly want to die so quickly. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. At least let me find one before I meet my end. On this very day, as the president of Buluo Huangchao, he also began to dismantle equipment. However, due to insufficient materials in his warehouse to strengthen everything to level 20, his actions left players still engaged in the game feeling bewildered. What is happening? The strongest guild leader is also dismantling equipment? Everyone is collecting enhancement stones. What is going on? Can someone enlighten me on the inside scoop? What the hell is going on? Is this game really shutting down or continuing? I've almost processed everything I have. Why the rush? Perhaps accustomed to being first. Now that someone has taken the spotlight, they are eager to reclaim their title. That aligns with the reputation of the strongest guild leader. Even though the game announcement has been made, the game company couldn't possibly have all their members thinking the same way. After all, many have already quit and deleted their accounts. If they were to continue the game, it could potentially bankrupt their company. Players on the forum were embroiled in heated debates, and the world channel within the game was similarly filled with various speculations. However, as the president of Buluo Huangchao, he remained unaffected, continuing to gather enhancement stones and various materials to upgrade his equipment. As he played, the leaders of other major guilds became restless, especially those who had friends among the leaders of major guilds. Consequently, the private chat channel of ING was bombarded with messages from several guild leaders. Luo Xiaoyan, the leader of the Yin Yugu, renowned as the strongest female leader in the Yuan Yuzhou universe. not only held a high position in the players' hearts, but also possessed considerable combat prowess. Luo Xiaoyan, ING, why don't you come out and say something? What is going on? Even you have started to dismantle equipment. Have you received some news? ING remarked that he felt certain the three individuals possessed some untold secrets, and his actions were merely a precaution. Did you inquire with them? It appeared that asking would yield no fruitful responses, since they were unwilling to divulge. He felt no need to press further. After all, he could afford the expense. Luo Xiaoyan refrained from pursuing the matter any further. If ING had wished to speak, he would have done so by now, given that the issue lay with those three. The only path to discovering the answers she sought was to unearth the root of the problem. Utilizing her authority, Luo Xia swiftly located Yi Fan. Wang Chong and Yi Fan were dining when Yi Fan's phone rang. A foreign number caused him to frown. He had few acquaintances, and even fewer who would call him. Wang Chong glanced over, wondering if it was a debt collector. After all, there were still over 2 weeks left. Wang Chong felt a twinge of concern, particularly given the nebulous nature of Yi Fan's previous assertions. If a debt collector were indeed calling, their only recourse would be to flee. Yi Fan shook his head. Even if it were a collector, it was unlikely they would call half a month in advance. Hello, who am I speaking to? He answered the call. Soon. A melodious female voice responded. Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Luo Xiaoyan, the president of Yanyu Guild. Yi Fan was taken aback. Such a prominent guild leader had personally reached out to him. A few days prior, an employee from Buluo Huang Chao had contacted him. But this was a different matter entirely. Yi Fan smiled and inquired, Greetings, President Luo Xiaoyan. May I ask what brings you to contact me? Luo Xiaoyan replied. Your recent exploits in the game have become widely known. Congratulations on achieving level 20 with your gear and acquiring the only all-attribute divine pet in the entire server. Yi Fan chuckled. If President Luo Xiaoyan's purpose is merely to congratulate me, I have already received your well wishes. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. It was implausible that a guild leader would contact him solely for congratulations. She must have some ulterior motive. Let us be frank. What is the purpose behind your series of actions? Do you truly believe the game will not shut down? Based on my estimation, you have likely invested over 10 million. With only a few days remaining before the closure, I find it hard to believe anyone would be so foolish. Yi Fan asserted. Indeed, the closure is imminent. That much is certain. Luo Xiaoyan was somewhat astonished. If he was convinced the game would close, why invest such a significant sum in gear? Was it merely for the thrill? However, the cost of such indulgence was quite steep. According to her investigation, Yi Fan was not a wealthy individual. Even spending over 10 million on a game was a considerable stretch for him. I find it hard to comprehend. Could you enlighten me? Yi Fan replied. No matter how much I explain, few would believe me. My actions are merely for self-preservation. Chapter 17. Not belonging to Blue Star Technology, Yi Fan's statement left Luo Xiaoyan perplexed. The game was on the verge of shutdown. Yet he had transformed himself into the top player for the sake of self-preservation. Was it possible that poor performance in the game could threaten one's life? Such a notion was absurd, and no wonder he spoke in such a manner. Mr. Yi, how could you presume I would not believe you? Yi Fan smiled. It is simply too far-fetched. However, I can advise you, President Luo Xiaoyan, to preserve your strength in the game as much as possible, and if feasible, enhance your abilities. Of course, if your members refrain from selling their accounts or gear, they may prove invaluable in the future. Luo Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. Whether or not she believed him was of little consequence. According to the official server's shutdown notification, only 3 days remained. She had not logged into her account for several days, and her possessions remained intact. Preserving her belongings and enhancing her abilities indicated that he had received reliable intelligence. Regardless of whether her members obeyed her commands, she could only leave it to fate. Well then, I appreciate your advice, Mr. Yi. At this juncture, even Luo Xiaoyan, president of such a large guild, had many members who had already liquidated their gear. Particularly among the elite members, their equipment was highly coveted. Luo Xiaoyan could do little to retain them, only urging them that the items might prove useful. Although many verbally acquiesced, they believed it was an unchangeable reality, especially after an incident that occurred that evening which further solidified their decision. As the clock approached 8 p.m., Yi Fan and the others were fervently grinding in dungeons, striving to collect more divine soul shards. Yi, didn't you say there would be big news tonight? It's almost 8 p.m., where is it? Wang Chong had been harboring doubts. Yi Fan had been acting strangely lately. If significant news did emerge, it would lend credence to Yi Fan's claims of having returned from the apocalypse. While this seemed outlandish, if true, it would not only challenge Wang Chong's beliefs, but also compel him to take decisive action. You queried in confusion, what big news are you two discussing? Yifan glanced at the time, a smile gracing his features. In just 10 seconds, it will be 8 p.m., and the game will release a new announcement. As soon as he spoke, the clock struck 8 p.m. Server-wide announcement. Dear players, we sincerely apologize. Despite our best efforts, we cannot alter the impending shutdown of the game. Metaverse has been your labor of love, as well as ours. We have tirelessly sought to extend its lifespan, but the energy crystals supporting it are on the brink of collapse. Metaverse is not a creation of Blue Star. It is an extraterrestrial artifact. The energy crystals sustaining the game are fracturing and will soon fail. With our current technology, we cannot replicate the metaverse, yet we firmly believe that with effort, within 5 to 10 years, we will create a second metaverse and invite players to join us in celebration once more. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the player community. Few had anticipated that the metaverse was not a product of Blue Star, but rather an otherworldly entity. Wang Chong, standing beside Yifan, was utterly dumbfounded. Even with his mental preparations. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Yifan remarked. Is it truly necessary to be so astonished? Wang Chong retorted. Isn't it astonishing? There are other beings in the universe. Even more terrifying is that they devised a game like the metaverse for us to play for decades. Yu was equally shocked. She finally understood why Yifan had been so fervent in upgrading his equipment, because it was not a product of their own world. Yifan shook his head. That is not the sole reason. If it were merely a game created by extraterrestrial civilization, it would be one thing. The true horror lies in the fact that when the game shuts down, it will directly invade reality. That moment will mark the beginning of the apocalypse. And those who possess game equipment will inherit the abilities within. Only then can they survive in that impending doom. Yu felt a wave of panic wash over her. Previously, she had harbored some doubts about Yifan in her heart, but her trust in him had kept her steadfast. However, the situation had changed. She now believed every word he uttered, convinced that the apocalypse was imminent. What should they do? What about their families and friends? At that moment, Yifan wore a bitter smile. Aside from you, who might believe me, others will likely think I am mad if I utter such claims. No one will trust us. Only by becoming stronger can we protect those we cherish. Regardless of how chaotic the world outside becomes, our immediate goal is to acquire more soul fragments and elevate our levels to 120. At our current pace, we shall reach level 120 by tomorrow, but unforeseen factors may arise, and we must be mentally prepared. Wang Xiang placed his arm around Yifan's shoulders. Yezi, how much do you know? Hurry and tell us everything. I don't want to die without understanding. Yifan chuckled. I have said all that needs to be said. I wouldn't tea last long myself. Wang Xiang burst into laughter. You are too low-key. By the way, what about Yo-Yo? How is she? Yo-Yo is well. At least in my memories, she is not in any danger. Yu felt a mix of confusion and annoyance, unable to comprehend the enigmatic exchange between the two. Hey, what are you two talking about? I can't understand a word. And why am I not in danger? What is going on? Yifan reassured her. You are safe. I will protect you. Ugh, Wang Xiang exclaimed, jabbing his own arm. This is so cheesy. I'm still here as the 1000-watt light bulb. Don't disregard me. Haha. You are strong, brother. You can handle this much. Yu blushed, unconcerned about the apocalypse. All she desired was to be with Yifan. The announcement sparked a tremendous uproar. Some players who had been indecisive completely abandoned Yuan Yuzhou. The members of Bu Luo Huang Chao and Yin Yuge, Luo Xiaoyan, also frowned. Frankly, the impact was overwhelming. Chapter 18. 3 beams of golden light. The moment Yuan Yuzhou burst onto the scene, it caused a global sensation, as the current technology worldwide could not possibly create such a game. Yet, Yuan Yuzhou was born. Everyone claimed that the technology was a closely guarded secret, and over time, people ceased to explore the mysteries of the metaverse. Only today did they finally realize why such advanced technology remained classified and was not applied elsewhere. It was not that we did not use it. Rather, we simply could not. Countries had long been discussing extraterrestrial life, yet no conclusions emerged. Little did they know. They had been utilizing alien products for decades. Such shocking news ignited intense discussions worldwide, especially since the metaverse was a global game. What a joke. Has the game company gone mad? If the game is shutting down, they resort to such absurd justifications. Greedy capitalists, utterly unscrupulous. If this is not a product of our Blue Star, how did you develop it? Even boasting needs a draft. The developers of this game have become increasingly adept at deception. Why not claim that the game was created by a deity? What evidence do you have of aliens being involved? I'm out of here. I thought this game might have a twist. But it turns out to be a complete sham. Those who invested in enhancing their gear must be regretting their decisions right now. I'm dying of laughter. Having spent so much money only to play for a few days, What a fitting outcome. I thought you had insider information. Turns out you were just a big fool. Once this announcement was made, in-game prices plummeted. A set of gear that once cost tens of thousands was now worth a few hundred, with no one interested. Meanwhile, Yefan and his companions' extensive looting led to a severe shortage of materials in the game, almost to the point of extinction. Since the moment the game announced its closure, players had ceased to farm for equipment and materials, resulting in a finite quantity of resources that would no longer increase. Coupled with Yefan's prior acquisitions, materials became exceedingly scarce. Even Bulua Huang Chao struggled to procure them, despite offering higher prices. President, have you seen the new announcement from the game? Do we still need to continue collecting materials? ING pondered over the game announcement on his computer. What is the current state of the game? Need I say? The keyboard warriors are just shy of crashing the server with their complaints. As for equipment prices, they have plummeted to rock bottom. ING took a deep breath. I still need 2 pieces for my 20 set. Given this situation, I doubt I can complete it. If the president wants, we can try to increase our efforts to collect, but that little Yezi and his companions used a considerable amount of materials. And other guild leaders are mimicking them, resulting in a scarcity of resources. If we delay any longer, we may miss out even more. No matter. Continue to gather what we can. Prepare an elite team for me. I want to venture into dungeons and level up. Understood. Although the member was uncertain of the president's reasoning, he dared not defy the orders and could only arrange as instructed. Luo Xiaoyan, the leader of Yin Yuga, chose to ignore the announcement after receiving a reminder from Yefan. After all, there were only 3 days left. Continuing to play posed minimal risk to her. Even if she sold her equipment now, she would likely receive very little money, which was hardly worth her attention. President, it seems Bulua Huang Chao is preparing to tackle the level 100 pyramid dungeon. Luo Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes, caught off guard by this revelation. How much battle power do they retain? Not quite sure. Many members are secretly selling their gear. And the upper echelon of Bulua Huang Chao has not explicitly instructed members to refrain from selling equipment. Conversely, some members of our guild are beginning to feel resentful. Luo Xiaoyan shook her head. Let them be. It is not compulsory. Those who wish to stay will, and those who do not have likely already made their moves. President, should we head to the pyramid? Of course. It is a new dungeon, and although the server is closing soon, I at least want to experience it. I wonder if my gear can see me through. Luo Xiaoyan, equipped with 18 gear, was among the top 10 before the shutdown. After all, achieving 20 was exceedingly difficult, and enhancement stones were prohibitively expensive. Strengthening a single piece of gear to 20 would strain even a guild as formidable as Yin Yuga. President, with your full 18 gear, you will undoubtedly succeed. Aside from those 3, even ING from Bulua Huang Chao does not possess a full set of 20. Then gather the troops. I suspect other guilds will follow suit. We might as well compete one last time. Just as Luo Xiaoyan predicted, Bulua Huang Chao began to conquer the pyramid dungeon, and other major guilds followed suit. Upon discovering that defeating each boss yielded 10 experience points, all were taken aback. They finally understood why those 3 had maintained level 100 gear for so long. It turned out that these dungeons did not yield equipment above level 100, leading many to lose interest in the dungeon altogether. Originally, I had intended to showcase some new equipment, but to my dismay, I discovered that there were no new items available. The highest level remained at 100. Regarding other guilds, Yifan had gathered substantial information through forums and the World Channel. At least under the current circumstances, Yifan found himself quite satisfied. Naturally, it would be preferable if the apocalypse did not occur. Yet one's own demise might be rather tragic. As the server shutdown loomed just 2 days away, Yifan and his companions simultaneously ascended to level 120. A golden radiance ascended from the 3 of them towards the heavens. Any player within the city of divine punishment could witness those 3 beams of light shooting skyward. What was happening over there? Was a treasure emerging? You must be imagining things. This is a game world. How could there be treasures emerging? Do you think we are in a world of cultivation? Yet, to be fair, it does resemble that. The emergence of treasures is always accompanied by celestial phenomena. It cannot be mistaken. Shall we venture over to take a look? You may go, but I shall not. In that direction. The wild monsters are at least level 110 and above. Are you certain you can withstand them? Just a touch, and you would perish. In an instant. Many abandoned the notion of investigating, for even the monsters at level 110 appeared to them as formidable bosses, exceedingly difficult to confront. Chapter 19. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 120, and the apocalypse system has officially commenced. Ding. Activating the apocalypse system. Ding. The apocalypse system has been fully activated. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the first task of reaching level 120. Reward item, Infinite Space Ring. Ding. Please log out of the game and return to the real world to receive your reward. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at the two individuals beside him. He could not ascertain whether he had misheard. Was he truly being instructed to return to reality to claim his reward? Could this so-called apocalypse system be the golden finger he received after his rebirth? Wang Chang exclaimed with delight, incredible. Reaching level 120 indeed comes with a reward. I have obtained a special hidden profession called the Broken Sky Master. Yu also bore a hint of a smile. Indeed, I have acquired a special hidden profession as well. The Nine-Color Goddess is a healer. Yi Fan. What about you? What profession did you receive? Both of them gazed at Yi Fan with eager anticipation. However, Yi Fan's expression seemed to signal something amiss, as it bore a strange mixture of joy and discontent. What is the matter, Yi? You're not satisfied with your hidden profession? Yi Fan replied with a bitter smile. I did not receive a hidden profession. What nonsense. You are the strongest among the three of us. It is impossible for you not to have received a hidden profession. Surely, the system has encountered an issue and overlooked your reward. Exactly. Yi Fan. You are undoubtedly the most capable among us. You should have acquired the strongest profession. Yi Fan lamented, I merely received an infinite space ring, and I must go to reality to claim it. As for a hidden profession, I have none. Truly, I am on the verge of tears. I received merely an infinite space ring and no hidden profession. Wang Chang burst into laughter, clapping Yi Fan on the shoulder with a grand air. Do not worry. Little brother, I shall protect you. Finally, I have surpassed you. My hidden profession has a basic attribute boost of 200 compared to normal professions. If I were to change jobs now, I would undoubtedly be the one ranked first. Yi Fan disdainfully shrugged off Wang Chang's hand. Do not show off before me. Since you both have obtained hidden professions, you should change jobs now. I wish to see how formidable these hidden professions acquired at level 120 truly are. Wang Chang clapped his hands, shattering the hidden profession scroll. A crimson light radiated from him. The fierce aura that surged forth compelled even Yi Fan to raise his hands to shield himself from the overwhelming pressure. Yi Fan shielded Yu behind him. Jiangzi, are you trying to get yourself killed? This hidden profession is too monstrous. Quick, check the combat power leaderboard. Yi Fan, who had originally held the first position, now found himself in second place, while Wang Chang had ascended to first. His combat power surged from 1.5 million to an astonishing 2.5 million. Come on, is this really necessary? I feel like with my current capabilities, I could solo a level 120 dungeon. Yi Fan teased. Indeed, since you are now at 250. Shut it. Yi, I can see you are envious and jealous. Your 1.8 million combat power pales in comparison to mine. Wang Chang taunted, quickly addressed me as elder brother. From now on, I shall protect you. Looking at Wang Chang's smug expression, Yi Fan felt an urge to throttle him, choosing not to engage with Wang Chang. He turned to Yu. What about you? You should give it a try too. Yu nodded obediently, and at the moment she shattered the scroll. A lotus blossom rose beneath her feet, enveloping her in a flurry of petals. A layer of green light shimmered around the lotus. Yi, what is happening? Could a flower fairy be emerging? Yi Fan shot Wang Chang a sideways glance. Her hidden profession is the Nine-Color Goddess. It should be far more intricate than that. As the lotus bloomed, Yu's figure reappeared before Yi Fan, yet in stark contrast to before, her demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. Perhaps this was what one would envision of a celestial maiden. Subsequently, a lotus mark appeared on her forehead, signifying the completion of her job change. Wang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Fan queried, what are you exclaiming about now? Look at the leaderboard. I have been surpassed by Yu. Your hidden profession is far too formidable. Your combat power has skyrocketed to 3 million. Yi Fan hastily opened the combat power leaderboard, and the sight before him was indeed hard to accept. Merely changing to a hidden profession had resulted in such a staggering increase in combat power. This defies logic. What is going on with Yu? What makes this hidden profession so special? Yu nodded, equally astonished. She had not anticipated that her healer profession would possess such terrifying capabilities. I am not quite sure, as most of my skills cannot be utilized, stating they are temporarily unavailable. However, my base attributes have indeed increased significantly, and I have also gained a resurrection armor that allows me to revive in place after 10 seconds of death. Yi Fan and Wang Chang were left in a state of bewilderment. How could they successfully change jobs, yet have their skills restricted? Come on. The server is about to shut down. Can this game be any more frustrating? Wang Chang grumbled. Reviving in place is quite a remarkable ability. This must be a passive skill of the nine-color goddess profession. I wonder if it can be used in the real world. If so, Yu would possess 2 lives. Which is excellent news for Fan. Both of them had acquired hidden professions, while Fan had received merely an infinite space ring. Well then, you two continue to grind dungeons. I will log off to check. They both nodded, eager to discover what reward Fan had received. Hurry. Your reward is the most mysterious. It cannot be a delivery to your door, can it? It must be something you can only obtain in reality. How strange. Indeed. It is indeed very strange. Fan logged out of the game, and as he settled upright, a voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Game rewards are being distributed. Distribution is complete. Please check your inventory. Fan was initially convinced that he must be hallucinating, having already logged out of the game. How could he still receive a system notification? He felt a slight weight in his hand, and a ring materialized in his palm. This sudden appearance of the ring left even Fan, a reborn individual, feeling somewhat flustered. Chapter 20. The infinite space ring. Fan took a deep breath and brought the ring closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination. It was an ancient ring, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was intricately engraved with a dragon and a phoenix on the inner band. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Ding. The infinite space ring is a divine artifact. To use it, please drop blood to acknowledge ownership. Fan furrowed his brow. Who are you? Ding. I am your system. Henceforth, I shall accompany you on your journey of growth. Please endeavor to complete the tasks I assign to enhance your strength. Fan inhaled deeply. Just as he had suspected, this was indeed the essential system gold finger for any traveler. However, he wondered why he alone had received the system while Chong and Yu had not. Ding. It is because you are a reborn individual. Very well. So I must drop blood to acknowledge ownership? All right. Fan fetched a small knife and, with a wince, made a small incision, causing blood to flow instantly. As the blood touched the ring, it vanished in an instant. The ring emitted a soft glow and began to float gently before Fan. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a streak of light and settled onto Fan's index finger. When the light faded, instead of the expected ring, a dragon and phoenix tattoo appeared on his finger. What was happening with this system? Where did it go? Ding. It has not vanished. Rather, it has fused with the host. Unless you perish, no one else can claim this ring. I see. But how do I utilize it? The infinite space ring, if I am not mistaken, should serve as a storage ring. Ding. You are correct. Simply think of opening the space ring in your mind to observe the internal condition. Fan nodded and silently commanded the ring to open. The next moment, a barrier appeared before him. Through the barrier, he beheld an infinitely vast space. Unfortunately, it was entirely empty. Under the system's guidance, Fan quickly learned how to use this space ring. Essentially, it functioned as a storage space, albeit a rather peculiar one. Both animate and inanimate objects could be stored within. Its greatest advantage was also its most significant drawback. Anything placed inside, even after a century, would emerge unchanged, as if it had just been deposited. However, the moment a living being was enclosed within, they would lose consciousness entirely, their awareness frozen at the moment of entrapment. For those on the brink of death, this might serve as a viable solution, but for an ordinary individual, such a space where one was at the mercy of another was not something most could accept. With such an impressive storage capacity, Fan pondered another matter. Humanity was on the cusp of an apocalyptic era, where food would become an invaluable resource. Previously, he had thought that once he gained strength, he would no longer lack sustenance. Now, it seemed prudent to stockpile some food in advance. Clearly, this ring was not without merit. Rather, it would prove immensely useful. Fan touched the tattoo on his index finger and, with a smile, returned to the game, for Wang Chong and Yu were still awaiting his response. Upon hearing Fan's explanation, Wang Chong and Yu were left utterly dumbfounded. A storage space? Are you really not sick? Such a thing only exists in our game, and while your dream did indeed validate many things, this storage space is simply absurd. Wang Chong was the first to express disbelief, as such claims were hard to accept. Yu also wore a puzzled expression, the sudden emergence of such an item, possessing a storage space that was extraordinarily bizarre, left her questioning if Fan had truly not misheard. Fan shook his head. Of course not. Once we log off, I'll demonstrate for you, and you'll see. When I first encountered it, I was equally shocked. However, its utility is significant, especially as the world approaches its end. We cannot afford to lack essential supplies, and this storage space is perfectly suited for our daily needs. Yu replied, if it is as you say, then it truly is a remarkable item. However, I remain curious. The way it appeared is too strange. Are you certain there is no third person in your home? Yi Fan chuckled bitterly. At first, I thought so too, but it truly came to me just like this. Wang Chang remarked, this game is truly extraordinary. The rewards within can manifest in reality. I am beginning to feel a bit apprehensive about this game. Yu quickly leaned closer to Yi Fan, clutching his arm tightly. Chang, please do not say such things. It is rather frightening. Haha. Yi, you missed out earlier. You have no idea how outrageous Yu is. A single healing spell restored half my health. I can now single-handedly tank a horde of monsters and hardly die. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, incredulous. This was simply unbelievable. Wang Chang's health was already in the millions, and to recover several million health points in one go was nothing short of monstrous. If he were to die, it could only be said that Wang Chang was too weak. Though Yi Fan did not experience a substantial increase in strength within the game. The significant enhancements gained by Wang Chang and Yu led to a remarkable acceleration in their dungeon clearing speed. In a level 120 dungeon that previously took them at least 30 to 40 minutes, they now completed it in merely 15 minutes. Consequently, the quantity of divine soul fragments they acquired increased dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, someone cast a glance at the battle power leaderboard, leading to an uproar throughout the server. Wow, this is insane. I think I'll take a nap for a while. I'm feeling overwhelmed too. I'm going to rest a bit. Sleep? With 3 million battle power. And as a healer, this game must be on the verge of shutting down. Even the system is malfunctioning. Indeed, the game was about to close, and anything could happen. Previously, a battle power exceeding 1 million was already terrifying. Now, with 3 million, even the former giants would tremble in its presence. Yu's 3 million battle power surged to the top of the trending topics. Any discussion regarding the Metaverse would invariably mention the term 3 million battle power. After all, this was an unprecedented feat. The president of the Buluo dynasty, ING, fell into silence upon seeing Yu ranked first on the leaderboard. Not only was Yu at the top, but Wang Chang also boasted a battle power of 2.5 million, rendering them beyond the realm of normalcy. Investigate this immediately. There has to be something amiss with these three. No matter the cost, I must obtain all their information. This time, ING was serious. Such a bizarre occurrence required his utmost attention, not merely because his first place was at stake, but because the series of events was too peculiar to ignore. Chapter 21. You investigate me? The trio of Yi Fan, Wang Chang, and Yu were indeed exceedingly mysterious. Their battle power skyrocketed, they preemptively fortified their gear, and they equipped divine pets. Upon reaching level 120 today, their battle power saw another marked increase. Excluding the young Yi Fan, the other two received rewards of unknown origins. Previously, if anyone suspected they were merely putting on a show or seeking to experience the feeling of being a high-level player, now more people questioned their true intentions. Especially those of considerable strength, they are particularly eager to uncover the information possessed by the three of them. The president of Buluo Huang Chao, ING, personally acquired Yi Fan's phone number and dialed it directly. At that moment, Yi Fan was still engrossed in the game, and the system promptly notified him of an incoming call. Upon answering, a resonant voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed from the other end. Hello, Yi Fan. I am the president of Buluo Huang Chao, ING. Yi Fan furrowed his brows, realizing that this individual had directly revealed his name, indicating thorough investigation. Hello, president of Buluo Huang Chao, what is the matter? ING took a deep breath. I have gathered ample information regarding your circumstances. According to my sources, you and your childhood friend Wang Chang have engaged in online loans, mortgaged properties, and borrowed from loan sharks, investing all your funds into the game. I wish to understand what allure the Yuan Yu Zhou holds that would drive you to take such risks. Yi Fan's frown deepened. This person's capabilities were formidable indeed, which explained how he managed to become the leader of the most powerful guild in Yuan Yu Zhou. Yes, I have indeed done so. Is there a problem with that? I am not breaking any laws. The worst that could happen is that I may be unable to repay my debts and end up on a blacklist. As the president of the strongest guild, you have investigated me so thoroughly. Are you attempting to threaten me? He believed in the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, at least on the surface. Luo Xiaoyan had not made these matters explicit, so Yi Fan chose to feign ignorance. Moreover, Luo Xiaoyan had treated him with courtesy, unlike ING, who immediately confronted him with questions. Yi Fan was indeed displeased. ING detected the discontent in Yi Fan's tone and adjusted his approach. Mr. Yi, I admit I was somewhat hasty earlier, prompting my investigation. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to understand the information you possess. Can you enlighten me as to why you undertook such actions? What has transpired with this game? Is it truly, as the officials claim, not a product of Lanxing? With the president of the strongest guild humbling himself before him, Yifan found it inappropriate to pursue the matter further, as that would make him appear overly sensitive. Furthermore, his ultimate goal was to save all of humanity, and as the strongest guild, Buluo Huangchao would undoubtedly serve as the best promotional entity. If you have conducted your investigation, you should be aware of some of the statements I have made. Very well, you once advised players against selling their accounts, trading equipment and materials, and especially against deleting their accounts, asserting that they would be of great use in the future. But now that the game is on the brink of closure, what utility do they hold? Yifan replied cryptically. Perhaps they may prove useful after the game ceases operations. I believe you, as president, will understand. The more I explain, the more you might perceive me as boastful. This is all I can share. Goodbye. Yifan hung up the call without hesitation, as further discussion might lead to confusion. However, his statement would undoubtedly provoke deep contemplation in ING. The president of Buluo Huangchao. Just as Yifan anticipated, after hanging up, ING fell into a trance of thought. Useful after the game ceases operations? What does that signify? Could it imply the continuation of one's game data in another game? Yet the officials have clearly stated that, thus far, they have been unable to develop a virtual network game akin to Yuan Yuzhou. If that is the case, what could Yifan's statement possibly imply? What a clever lad, attempting to lead me on. Do you think I will be fooled? Since it is not a product of Lanxing, it certainly cannot be perceived through the lens of Lanxing's logic. Therefore, I have resolved to place my trust in you. Subsequently, ING made a flurry of calls, summoning all members of the management team, whether on leave or inactive, for an urgent meeting within the game. He desired to orchestrate something significant. Unfortunately, upon discovering the account data of Buluo Huangchao's members, his heart sank. The reason Buluo Huangchao had ascended to become the largest guild in Yuan Yuzhou was due to the exceptional strength of its members, all equipped with top-tier gear. However, it was precisely this equipment that had led them to sell off their assets early on. Now, the guild's remaining strength was a mere fraction of its former peak. Regardless of the cost or effort required, I demand that our equipment be replenished immediately. Employ any means necessary to elevate our levels and gear. Should anyone display any lack of diligence, they will be expelled from Buluo Huangchao and cast out from my company. Ing's proclamation echoed throughout Buluo Huangchao, swiftly reaching the ears of casual players and other guild members. The members of Buluo Huangchao, akin to ants on a hot pan, began to frantically engage in activities. They adorned themselves with any available equipment they could procure in the marketplace, albeit most believed their president had lost his mind. Thus they merely fulfilled the bare minimum, purchasing the cheapest items. As for those who had already deleted their accounts and departed, they disregarded the president's orders entirely. ING observed all that transpired. While his guild members appeared to comply, it seemed as though they were merely appeasing him. He could only sigh in resignation, for the game was on the verge of closure, and pressing them to spend more seemed rather unjustifiable. Yet, he felt a sense of accomplishment in having done all he could. Apart from Buluo Huangchao and Yin Yugu, which retained some combat capability, other guilds also preserved a modicum of strength, as information would inevitably leak, whether true or false, leaving everyone to speculate. Yu gazed at Yifan, who stood in a daze nearby. What is it? Who just contacted you? You seem a bit distracted. Yifan shook his head. It's nothing, it was ING, the president of Buluo Huangchao. I merely offered a reminder, though I am uncertain how effective it will be. After all, if I were to divulge the truth, others might think I have lost my sanity. Wang Chong, standing beside him, burst into hearty laughter, patting Yifan's shoulder. Haha, initially, I too found it hard to believe. But something about you seemed too mysterious, and my instincts tell me, you should be trusted. Yifan forced a smile. After all, such occurrences could leave anyone at a loss for words. All right, do you remember that I mentioned buying private land? The time has come. Chapter 22. Purchasing private land, Yifan once again sought out the player Jian Huang, who had been selling 3 plots of private land. Jian Huang was currently in a state of distress. Despite the major guilds seemingly repurchasing equipment, they were only acquiring the cheapest sets, costing no more than 100 yuan for an entire outfit. However, the private land in his possession had originally been purchased for 10 million. He had managed to lower the price to 1 million each, yet no one showed interest. Now he was in dire straits, with the bank pressuring him for repayment. Damn that gaming company, they have truly ruined me. I am on the brink of bankruptcy, and not a single one of those executives will escape my wrath. Jian Huang slammed his hand on the table, his frustration boiling over as he stared at his computer, waiting for a buyer to appear. Yet, whenever someone inquired, it was always at a ridiculously low price, as if they intended to swindle him. Suddenly, His phone rang, and Jian Huang, feeling irritable, answered, fearing it was yet another debt collector. I've told you countless times, wait a couple of days. I'm about to lose my mind. If you call again, I might just go missing. Hearing the furious voice on the other end, Yifan instinctively moved the phone away from his ear. My brother is really losing it. I was just about to inquire about purchasing those 3 plots of private land, but it seems that's not going to happen. The commotion on the phone was soon replaced by Jian Huang's polite tone. Please, don't hang up, let us talk this over. I'm offering these 3 plots of private land at a reasonable price. If you are sincerely interested, I can let them go for 1 million each. Yifan chuckled. Brother, are you joking? There are less than 2 days left until the service ceases. I genuinely desire 3 territories for a total of 1 million. Jian Huang's expression faltered. How much could 1 territory possibly cost? Hearing silence on the other end, Yifan spoke again. Since you show no interest, I shall seek another buyer. Were it not for the limited funds at Yifan's disposal, he would undoubtedly not confine himself to purchasing merely this type of small private territory. Rather, he would acquire larger ones. Regrettably, upon inspection, he found that substantial territories were scarcely available for sale, and even when they were, the prices remained exorbitantly high, as those wealthy enough to afford such territories were not short on funds. Conversely, these smaller private territories were being hastily sold off, and Jian Huang had previously contacted him about 3 of them. On the other end of the call, Jian Huang's voice grew urgent. No, brother. Can you not add a little more? This is simply too little. Yifan replied, I have already demonstrated considerable sincerity. If this does not suffice, then so be it. With that, Yifan ended the call without further ado. Jian Huang shouted into the phone in desperation, only to hear the incessant beeping of a disconnected line. He quickly redialed. Brother, 3 territories for 1 million is a deal. I want to transact now. A faint smile crept onto Yifan's face. All right, log into the game. I am known as Xiao Yezi. You should be aware. It's you. I remember now. Jian Huang chuckled bitterly, recalling that this individual had contacted him once before, asking for 3 territories at the price of 10 million. He had urged Jian Huang to lower the price, which ultimately led to his regret for not selling at that time. In the game, Yifan and Jian Huang soon arrived at their agreed-upon location. Following a series of operations by the system, Yifan, Wang Chong, and Yu each acquired a private territory. Yifan observed Jian Huang's bitter expression and patted his shoulder, saying, Let me give you a piece of advice. Your gear is quite impressive. Do not sell it. And do not rush to repay the bank. Wait until the game service ceases. You may find unexpected gains. Yifan could only offer this advice, feeling a sense of obligation since he had taken what rightfully belonged to Jian Huang. Jian Huang nodded in a daze. While he did not fully grasp why Yifan said this, the latter was currently the focal point of online discussions, and his words carried some weight. All right, cash and goods exchanged. I will log off now. Jian Huang's figure slowly faded away, indicating he had gone offline. Yifan remarked, Now, let us return to our respective private territories and equip each other with our private territory tokens. They will prove invaluable. Wang Chong and Yu nodded, especially Wang Chong, who vanished before Yifan could finish his sentence, clearly eager to inspect his territory. Yifan chuckled and shook his head before returning to his private territory. Private territories vary in size. Yifan's resembled a quaint little village. Although modest, it contained all necessary amenities, albeit simpler and more cramped compared to larger territories. Approaching the territory administrator, Yifan requested, I would like 2 territory access tokens. The NPC administrator smiled and replied, Esteemed Lord, 1 access token costs 1 gold coin. Are you serious? You are charging me? Yifan exclaimed. Esteemed Lord, that is the regulation. Unfamiliar with the rules of private territories, Yifan was surprised to discover that a fee was required for usage. Nevertheless, 2 gold coins were trivial to him. After casually surveying the territory's appearance, Yifan exited the private territory. This would be his sanctuary in the future. The moment he secured the private territory, he felt a significant sense of relief. As soon as he emerged, he heard Wang Chong venting his frustration. Damn it, I am a lord, and yet they ask me for money. Those capitalists who own territories were utterly despicable, charging 10 gold coins for something that costs merely 1. A notable advantage of private territories is that players can return to the same spot they left from, eliminating concerns about having to trek back after logging off for a meal, thus saving time. Furthermore, the trading areas within private territories often feature rare items, and repairing equipment and purchasing supplies come at discounted prices, which explains why many are willing to pay 10 gold coins for multiple private territory tokens. For small merchants like Yifan and his companions, possessing dozens of private territory tokens is a common practice. The three exchanged their private tokens, ensuring they could meet in their territories regardless of their locations. Once the game invades reality, as lords of private territories, they merely need to activate their access tokens to utilize them again. Without activation, they remain unusable. In the previous life, activating a private territory token was subject to stringent conditions, one of which required unwavering loyalty to the Lord. However, in a world where death loomed at every turn, loyalty was easily cast aside. There was also a one-time use token designed for those of status and means seeking temporary refuge. Chapter 23. Storing supplies with preparations nearly complete. It was time to gather supplies. You should also buy some essentials. Once the game invades reality, food will be of utmost importance. Do not worry. I possess a storage space that can hold ample food. However, for the initial period of the apocalypse, you will need to fend for yourself. Yi Fan spoke earnestly, his primary concern being Yu. Although she currently ranked first in the game, in Yi Fan's eyes, she remained a delicate girl. Yu obediently nodded. All right, you can rest assured. I won't allow myself to starve. Good. We will spend this afternoon collecting supplies. Tomorrow is the last day before the game service ceases. No problem, Easy. What are we waiting for? Let's set off. I am quite curious about your infinite storage space ring. Yi Fan replied. All right, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yi Fan and Wang Chong logged out of the game. In the midst of the apocalypse, food is an exceedingly rare commodity. Previously uncertain about how to proceed, Yi Fan now had a plan. He currently had over 2 million in his account, sufficient for him and Wang Chong to shop. However, they needed to purchase a substantial quantity of supplies. If they attempted to directly absorb items into the storage ring in front of others, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Thus, their primary task was to rent a warehouse. Conveniently, their community had a vacant warehouse available for rent. Guided by the property management, they rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse for 2,000 yuan per month. Looking at the dusty, cobweb-filled warehouse, Wang Chong felt incensed. Damn it, do they think we are young and easy to bully? This rundown warehouse costs 2,000 yuan a month. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. After all, when the day of reckoning arrives, money will become worthless paper. Whether it costs 2,000 or 20,000, he would rent it. All right, let us divide the tasks. You go purchase bottled water, and I will head to the agricultural wholesale market. Once you are done, you can find me. Understood. How many bottles of water do you need? Would 100 be enough? Yi Fan shook his head. Too few. We need at least 1,000. If one water station runs dry, move to the next until you acquire all their water. In the bustling atmosphere of the wholesale market, Yi Fan, ever thrifty despite his wealth, diligently sought out the essentials for sustenance. He dedicated an entire afternoon to this endeavor, understanding that the foundation of survival lay in staples such as rice, oil, and salt, complemented by the occasional indulgence in fruits and snacks. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, he had already expended nearly 1 million in his purchases. It was at this moment that Wang Chong finally caught up with him, exclaiming in disbelief, I never imagined that buying water could be so costly. I've depleted our local water supply, only managing to secure a mere 1,000 bottles, and it cost me several tens of thousands. Fortunately, I am nearing completion with the food supplies. Now, we must procure daily necessities from another wholesale venue. With that, the two friends hopped into a taxi and sped off to the next market. By the time the clock struck 9, they found themselves exhausted, collapsed upon the stacks of goods in the warehouse. I never anticipated that shopping could be this draining. Spending money nearly overwhelmed me. Yezi, you've truly given me a taste of how one can spin to the brink of exhaustion. Yi Fan chuckled. Have you accurately tallied the inventory? Wang Chong replied confidently. No problem. Though my math was taught by a physical education teacher, I can still count. With a nod, Yi Fan raised his hand towards the mountain of goods and commanded, store. Instantly, the towering pile vanished, leaving Wang Chong astonished. This is incredible. No wonder you needed a warehouse. If this were done openly, you'd surely be apprehended for experimentation. Yi Fan had discreetly tested this ability before, which is precisely why he opted for the warehouse. Otherwise, why would I rent a warehouse? In the event of an apocalypse, storing items here would only invite looters. Step aside, it's my turn to perform. Wang Chong exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he observed Yi Fan transfer the supplies into the so-called space. What had taken hours to organize was cleared in mere minutes. This is astonishing. Where did everything go? I'm rather envious of this ability. How about we trade? You take my account, and I'll take this ring? Not a chance. Would you like to see where the items have gone? Yi Fan opened the space ring, revealing a storage area before him and Wang Chong. The recently absorbed goods were neatly arranged inside. Unbelievable. How can we retrieve them? Yi Fan concentrated, and a bottle of water materialized in his hand. It's quite simple, but only I can access it. If food runs low, just call me Yifu. And I assure you, you won't be left wanting. Is that all? Yifu, I see you've bought some excellent steaks. Yi Fan smiled. Indeed. I shall treat you to a prime steak. How about some red wine? Yes, absolutely. Yifu was generous. With that, they prepared to indulge in a sumptuous meal of exquisite red wine and prime steak, arguably the most lavish feast Wang Chong had enjoyed in 20 years. Perhaps due to the wine, he became somewhat emotional. Yezi, are you truly being sincere? My parents are still in the countryside, and my sister is in college. You can feed your entire family, but I bear a heavier burden. I don't know why I've placed all my hopes in you. You must not abandon me. Observing Wang Chong's inebriated state, Yi Fan felt a warm sentiment wash over him. I would never deceive you, especially not you. I recall your sister is studying in this city. Tomorrow morning, take her home. When the apocalypse strikes, secure them in your private domain and prevent them from venturing outside. Ensure your family's safety. All right, as long as you don't betray me, I'm entrusting my life to you. Wang Chong seemed poised to say more, but succumbed to sleep. Yi Fan sighed, dragging Wang Chong back to his room. Damn it, you're heavier than I expected. As news of Yi Fan's extensive procurement spread within the neighborhood, many residents of the community became aware of it. Having lived in the area for several years, Yi Fan had garnered a fair number of acquaintances. Isn't that the son of the old Yi family? What on earth is he buying all these items for? Could he be starting a wholesale business? But it's such a mixed assortment. Indeed, I heard that since the elder Yi passed, he left quite a fortune to his son. It's been quiet for a year or two, so why is he purchasing so much today? This kid clearly lacks business acumen. A warehouse brimming with assorted goods. What kind of strategy is that? Even I, an old man, know to specialize. Hey, do you think he has stockpiling supplies? With such a hodgepodge of items, they seem to be everyday necessities. Could he have received some alarming news? Is our country going to war? Oldly, don't meddle where you don't belong. The world is tranquil, if war were imminent. We'd have heard something by now. Our nation is strong. It's uncertain who would dare to strike first. A group of elderly residents gathered in a public area of the community, chattering animatedly, all voicing their opinions about Yi Fan's seemingly misguided pursuits. After dragging Wang Chong into his room, Yi Fan tidied up the dining table before returning to his own space. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly midnight. He wondered how Yuyo was faring with her preparations. Yi Fan picked up his phone to send a message, but reconsidered. Realizing it was late and they had all worked hard recently, deserving of a restful night without late-night disturbances. With that thought, he set his phone aside and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. As he gazed at the pristine white surface, his mind wandered into a contemplative stupor. A sudden notification broke his reverie. Ding! There are 15 hours remaining until the Metaverse server shuts down, and the host's physical attributes are beginning to enhance. Startled, Yi Fan sat upright. What is happening? My physical attributes are enhancing? As soon as he spoke, radiant lights began to flicker around him. Ding! Host's physical attributes are being reinforced. Current progress, 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Reinforcement complete, proceeding to the next enhancement. Ding! Archer profession enhanced. Matching corresponding attributes for the host's archer profession. Ding! Matching complete. You have acquired the unique and rare hidden profession, Tianxiongzhe. Ding! Tianxiongzhe, unique a rare hidden profession, increases normal attack accuracy by 100, critical hit rate by 100, critical damage by 200, attack damage by 500, and defense by 100. Base attributes increased by 100. Ding! You have gained the unique God-level passive ability of Tianxiongzhe. Damage against dark creatures increased by 200. And against targets below the super God profession, target attributes suppressed by 30. Ding! You have acquired the God-level skill of Tianxiong. Arrow of the setting sun, absolute locking. Infallible shots, dealing 800 damage to the target. Ding! You have gained the God-level skill of Tianxiongzhe. Sun Chaser, a linear penetrating technique. Providing absolute locking for enemies within a kilometer, infallible shots, penetrating all in its path. And executing targets with less than 50 health with a low probability of a fatal blow. After processing all of this, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he could perceive an unfamiliar sensation coursing through his body, yet it felt as though there were an insurmountable barrier. Though it belonged to him, he found himself unable to wield it. It appeared that the moment the game's servers went offline and the game's world intruded into reality, would be the time he could harness this power. Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had been somewhat disheartened by not acquiring a hidden class. To his astonishment, Just after midnight, he had obtained an exceptionally rare hidden profession, which, from his current perspective, seemed to surpass those of Wang Chong and Yu Yu. The following morning, Wang Chong visited his sister's university to bring her home. With the shutdown scheduled for 3 p.m., he would still have time for lunch. Easy. I'm leaving now. I truly hope this isn't real, but if it is, I'm prepared. Yi Fan patted Wang Chong's shoulder, recalling how Wang Chong had perished in this very neighborhood while trying to save him. Don't worry, I'm more than ready this time. Nothing will go wrong. Yes. Stay in touch. Yi Fan replied with a wry smile, but once the game invades reality, the signal will be entirely disrupted. However, as long as we have game friends, we can reconnect. How could you not tell me such crucial information? If I hadn't asked, you might have kept me in the dark. Haha, with your current abilities. Selling you off would be impossible. Go on, don't waste any more time. Wang Chong shouldered his bag and exited the community while Yi Fan entered the game. Yu Yu was waiting for Yi Fan at the teleportation point in the city of Shinfa. Yi Fan recalled that Yu Yu's family lived with him, and due to her abilities, they had not suffered any harm before his demise. What about Changgu? Yi Fan inquired. I sent him home. His family is elsewhere. And he'll make it back in time for the server shutdown. Well, if something unexpected happens, he has the power to protect his family. How about you? Are you prepared? Yi Fan replied, I bought an entire warehouse full of supplies, enough for a year. We only need to endure for a while. And order will be restored. Hoarding more would be pointless. Yu Yu said, I got a few supplies, sufficient for a week. But I secretly stashed some away for a month. My stubborn father doesn't trust me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to hide it. The stubborn old man she referred to was her father, who might also become Yi Fan's future father-in-law. Haha, your father is as obstinate as ever. A month should be enough. I will find you as quickly as I can. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Shall we continue grinding dungeons today? The number of players in the game was noticeably higher than usual, as everyone awaited the server shutdown. Looking around, Yi Fan observed that the player count in Shunfa City was indeed greater than before, and players from other main cities were even more numerous. Many older individuals had also entered the game, as it held a piece of their youth, and they wished to conclude their adventures on a fulfilling note. Chapter 25. Exploring the Metaverse. How many fragments of the soul have we collected so far? Yu Yu opened her backpack to check. Not many, just 264. And that S from our relentless dungeon runs these past few days. Yi Fan stated, let us aim for a total of 300 today. We can each collect 100. You give me 100 first. Alright, but I'm still unsure what these fragments are for. They don't clarify their purpose. Yi Fan remarked, if I'm not mistaken. They must be used in reality, so we must gather as many as possible. Then let us continue grinding the level 120 dungeon, as it has 5 bosses, allowing us to obtain 5 fragments at once. Yes, let us go. There shouldn't be any danger before the server shuts down. We'll carry on. After acquiring the superclass the previous night, Yi Fan was convinced that an apocalyptic phenomenon would occur once the servers went offline, and the game would inevitably invade reality. Within the game world, Yi Fan's profession remained that of an ordinary archer. However, as he and Yu Yu ventured towards the level 120 dungeon, Yi Fan noticed a stark disparity between his current attack power and his combat prowess. Wow, why do you seem so different today? Your combat power is still 1.8 million, yet your damage output is significantly higher. Yi Fan was equally perplexed. Could it truly be due to the superclass, Tianxiong? However, there were no attribute displays in the game. I'm not sure. The profession attributes seem unchanged, which is rather strange. Could it be that the impending server shutdown has caused a data glitch? Yu Yu's explanation indeed fit the current scenario. Yi Fan nodded, choosing not to dwell on it. After all, the visible attributes had not altered. Since his attack had increased, allowing for faster dungeon runs, he saw no reason to complain. Taking advantage of his heightened attack power, Yi Fan and Yu Yu continued grinding until noon, successfully gathering 300 soul fragments. Phew, that's enough. Let us log off and grab lunch. Once the game shuts down, it will be a fierce battle. Alright, I'll log off first. That stubborn old man has urged me several times. Yi Fan chuckled, thinking about how only Yu Yu would dare to call her father stubborn. Perhaps that was the privilege of being a princess. After logging off, Yi Fan made an effort to enjoy a substantial meal, replenishing his protein and energy. After all, once the game invaded, chaos would ensue, and finding a moment to rest would become a luxury. During this time, Wang Chong called to assure Yi Fan that his family was safe at home, though Yi Fan could hear Wang Chong's father sounding displeased on the other end. Clearly, he was unhappy about being confined to a room. Chongzi, how could you have the heart to tie up your own father? I didn't want to. He wouldn't believe me and insisted on going back to work in the fields. I had no choice but to tie him up. If nothing happens after we reach 300, You're finished. I'll make you pay? Haha, your own mess is not my concern. Uncle, this is all on Changzi. Wang Chang's father roared. You little rascal, I knew you two were up to no good. Let me out, or I'll deal with both of you. Yi Fan chuckled. Changgu, you'd better pray for your safety. Damn it. Yi Zi, if you dare deceive me, I'll never forgive you. After hanging up, Yi Fan found Wang Chang's predicament amusing, but as he glanced around at the empty house, he fell into a contemplative silence. Although he was currently self-sufficient, he yearned for parental affection. When Yi Fan re-entered the game, he chose to remain in place, waiting for Yu Yu to arrive. Soon, Yu logged in beside him. Sorry to keep you waiting. We have just over an hour left. What shall we do? Yi Fan remained silent, extending his right hand before Yu Yu. Yu Yu hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand atop his. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as it was the first time Yi Fan held her hand in such a public setting. The sensation was a blend of excitement and shyness. Yi Fan held Yu Yu's hand and said, in the past, our gear was lacking, and we missed out on many beautiful places. With the game about to close, let us explore them now. Yu Yu nodded obediently, offering no resistance as Yi Fan led her away. Yi Fan gently led Yu Yu to the teleportation array. The Jianfeng Mountain, a map of considerable difficulty, had long been a place he yearned to visit. However, his insufficient equipment level had hindered him from doing so. Let us go. I have heard that the scenery within is quite splendid. Yu Yu merely nodded in agreement, and soon, the two were teleported to Jianfeng Mountain. Many players, sharing Yi Fan's sentiments, also wished to catch a glimpse of the final moments of the Metaverse. Jianfeng Mountain, Yuqing Sect, Baiwa Valley, once distant realms. Now Yi Fan and Yu Yu rode a two-person mount, galloping through the landscape. Whenever they encountered picturesque spots, they would pause to capture screenshots, while time slipped away swiftly. At the edge of a precipice, Yu Yu nestled in Yi Fan's embrace. If only this moment could last forever. Yi Fan smiled and replied, if only I too could wish for such a thing. I hope we never witness the moment when the game invades reality. The two remained closely entwined, creating a scene of exquisite warmth and beauty. Suddenly, a system announcement interrupted their tender moment. Ding! System announcement. Dear players, the Metaverse will be completely shut down in 10 minutes. Please prepare to exit the game. Yi Fan had intended to steal a kiss at that moment, but the notification shattered the atmosphere. The Metaverse was an advanced virtual game, providing experiences indistinguishable from reality. Although the game had mechanisms to protect female players, a kiss would pose no issue as long as there was no resistance. Yu Yu leaned against Yi Fan's shoulder. Remember to come find me. Yi Fan nodded affirmatively. Of course. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, you must enter the private territory immediately, and I shall assist you with strategies. Let me hold you a little longer. Yi Fan quietly embraced Yu Yu until he heard the countdown to the game's shutdown. Ding! System announcement. 10 seconds until game shutdown. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Time's up. The game has officially closed. At that moment, Yi Fan was forcibly ejected from the game. No matter how he attempted to log back in, there would be no response. Just then, an anomaly appeared in the real-world sky, as terrifying blood-red clouds swept across the globe. Chapter 26. The game invades reality. The once clear sky abruptly turned ominous as blood-red clouds began to blanket the heavens. Yi Fan stood by the window, quietly observing the unfolding changes. Many had already noticed the sky's transformation. The blood-red clouds were not a good omen. Various short video platforms overflowed with related information, and even the authorities began urging the public to remain vigilant. Such unusual weather inevitably heralded abnormal natural phenomena. Boom! A thunderclap reverberated, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Drizzle began to fall, but this was no ordinary rain. It was blood-red rain. In an instant, a cacophony erupted from below. What on earth is this weather? Why is it raining red? The air quality can't be this poor. I heard that red rain is acidic. If it were true, the government would have warned us long ago. What is happening? I don't know, but it's only getting heavier. Let's go? At that moment, a call invitation chimed in their group chat. Yi Fan answered, saying, did you all see? It's beginning. Oh my goodness, Yi Zi, you're incredible. What will happen next? Wang Chang's voice was tinged with excitement, mingled with a sense of self-preservation. Don't rush. This is merely an appetizer. The earthquake and tsunami will follow shortly. As predicted, massive waves began to surge from the depths of the ocean, and earthquake and tsunami warnings echoed across nations. Emergency news. Emergency news. Tsunami warnings have been issued. A magnitude 9.8 super earthquake has occurred at the ocean's epicenter. The tsunami will reach coastal cities in 2 hours. All coastal residents, please evacuate in an orderly manner. The alerts repeated in a relentless cycle, causing chaos in coastal cities. Under extreme weather, extreme natural phenomena were inevitable. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented disaster. The blood-red rain fell indiscriminately across the globe, and within half an hour, it transformed into hail the size of eggs, creating significant difficulties for the fleeing crowds. In an instant, the entire Blue Star was thrown into disarray. Across the world, people were caught off guard by this sudden upheaval. Deep-sea fishing vessels were the first to encounter disaster, as humans appeared as mere ants before nature. Even the proud aircraft carriers were capsized by the monstrous waves, while submarines floundered aimlessly in the tumultuous waters. In the war-torn regions of the Middle East, a ceasefire was hastily declared, only to find that all human firearms had inexplicably malfunctioned, rendering them useless. In the sky, an aircraft plummeted like a powerless bird, crashing to the ground in a fiery explosion, screams filling the air. Yeezy, quick, look at the news. The world is truly in chaos. I'm starting to panic. Fan, are you alright? Is this really the end of the world? I'm fine. Our location is currently safe, but the communication system will soon fail. We just need to be patient. Wang Chong exclaimed, patient? My hands are trembling. Even though I was prepared, I'm still a bit anxious. Wait, is it snowing? Such heavy snow. It's my first time seeing snow. I never expected it to be on the day the apocalypse arrives, Yu remarked. Temperatures are about to plummet. Make sure to keep warm. Yi Fan retreated into the living room, closing the windows tightly and hastily retrieving clothing from the wardrobe. The global temperature was set to drop to -20 degrees Celsius. Indeed, globally, with the coldest regions even plummeting to -100 degrees. All news outlets reported on the severe weather changes, and officials urged residents to remain indoors as much as possible. 2 hours later, the tsunami arrived as predicted. But humanity had underestimated its magnitude. Wherever the tsunami struck, it obliterated everything in its path, marking the true onset of the apocalypse. Even as disaster began, humanity had already lost control of the situation. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Having experienced this before, it still weighed heavily on his heart, as these were living souls. Yi, this is excessively cold. Achu. Wang Chong wrapped himself in a blanket, never imagining that in June, snow would fall and temperatures would plummet to -20 degrees. The moment our communication fails will signal the beginning. When the space station and satellites lost functionality, the invasion officially commenced. Prior to this, the government had begun various measures to reassure the public. Some were relieved they wouldn't have to work the next day, while others were expressions of concern, fearing they might not have enough to eat. But such emotions would soon dissipate, as even more terrifying events were on the horizon. With a brilliant flame appearing in the sky, the explosion of satellites and space debris sent shockwaves through communications, rendering signals increasingly unstable. Yi Fan's somber voice broke the silence. It is about to begin. Ding. Metaverse is loading. Ding. Loading complete. The game has officially commenced. Two mechanical sounds echoed as people struggled to adjust to the harsh meteorological conditions, only to be confronted by the emergence of the Yuan Universe game interface. Consequently, all communications in the real world were severed, leaving them bereft of signals. In that moment, Yi Fan promptly initiated a team request to Wang Chong and Yu. The two were taken aback by the unexpected circumstances surrounding the team invitation. Team channel. Yi, I am utterly in awe of you. Wang Chong. Yi Fan. Has it already begun? Yu. Yes, it has commenced. Secure the doors and remain vigilant of any disturbances outside. Yi Fan. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted in chaos, as the sudden onset of the game invading their reality felt surreal. This is outrageous. How is it that I am seeing the interface for the Yuan universe? Perhaps I should just sleep a little longer. It must be the cold affecting my senses. What is happening? Am I in a game or reality? This is complete pandemonium. As the game descends upon the real world, heralding impending chaos. Everyone is being drawn into the Yuan universe. What could be the intention behind this? Be cautious, everyone. The wild monsters from the Yuan universe have invaded our world. Who will save me? It is a level 90 boss. Help! Help! Our entire community is surrounded by wild monsters. My equipment cannot withstand this. I call upon nearby players for assistance. Yi Fan gazed out the window, observing a pair of vicious claws tearing through the fabric of reality, with one wild monster after another emerging from within. Roar! A lion engulfed in flames leaped forth, letting out a thunderous roar. Flame Lion, level 90 boss. Chapter 27, Pursuit of the Sun. Ding. The system has issued a new task to the host. Eliminate the level 90 boss Flame Lion and eradicate all wild monsters within the community to establish a temporary safe zone. Completing this task will grant a new phase of upgrades. Will the host accept? Except, Yi Fan did not hesitate. Even if the system hadn't team-mandated the task, he would have sought to vanquish the Flame Lion, for a level 90 boss is not a foe to be trifled with. Ding. Beginning fusion of the attributes of the celestial being. At that moment, items began to appear on Yi Fan's person within the Yuan universe, dazzling in their splendor, momentarily captivating the eye. However, the brilliance of his equipment soon faded, becoming dim and lackluster. Simultaneously, a faint mark manifested on Yi Fan's forehead, a flame emblem, easily mistaken for a mere birthmark without scrutiny. Ding. The fusion of celestial being attributes is complete. Please commence your performance. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming and formidable energy coursing through his body. He was acutely aware that he could easily shatter the wall before him with a single punch. Approaching the balcony, he observed the wild monsters rampaging through the community. The residents trembled in fear, and those who had failed to find shelter were dragged into the open, becoming the gruesome lunch for these monsters. Cries and screams echoed incessantly, especially the Flame Lion. As a level 90 boss, it seemed to consider this place its personal garden, relishing the human feast provided by its minions. Summon Divine Beast Kunping. A small Kunping appeared at Yi Fan's side, its stormy effects indicating its formidable prowess. Kunping Domain, activate. An invisible energy radiated from the Kunping, enveloping the entire community. The once leisurely Flame Lion sensed the impending danger, raising its proud lion head toward Yi Fan's location, emitting a low growl of discontent. Roar. Yi Fan gripped the Sunchaser bow. I have awaited your arrival for long. Last time, you killed Xiangzi. This time, I shall repay you in kind. Indeed, it was this very Flame Lion that had slain Wang Chong, whose sacrifice afforded Yi Fan and the others a chance to flee, ultimately turning this community into the Flame Lion's territory. The Flame Lion roared in fury at Yi Fan. A torrent of fire erupted from its mouth, crashing down upon Yi Fan's position, creating a massive breach in the balcony. The Flame Lion, finding Yi Fan unamusing, turned its head, convinced of Yi Fan's impending demise. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the Flame Lion's skull with precision. The wounded Flame Lion writhed on the ground in agony. While this arrow could not claim its life, it dealt a significant blow. Let us not forget Yi Fan's current capabilities. This level 90 boss was utterly negligible before him. Yi Fan leapt from the high-rise, and beneath him, a flying mount materialized. Yi Fan bellowed, "For those who wish to live, seize your weapons and vanquish them." His voice resonated warmly amidst the cacophony of roaring beasts. Some peered through gaps to see Yi Fan riding a flying mount. Wherever he went, wild monsters fell. This individual is astonishing. Our community may yet be saved. Whoever is a superhuman, come forth and assist him. In Yi Fan's recollection, many players from the Yuan universe resided within this community. Under Yi Fan's relentless assault, those game inheritors who had been hiding began to emerge. With their aid, Yi Fan felt relieved of considerable pressure, allowing him to focus on dispatching the more formidable wild monsters, particularly the Flame Lion. After being struck by Yi Fan, the Flame Lion resorted to hiding. Yet, it was unaware that within Yi Fan's Kunping domain, all wild monsters had nowhere to conceal themselves. At that moment, the Flame Lion was hiding in the underground garage of the community. The trail of blood it left behind would have drained a mere mortal dry. Yet, through the Kunping domain, Yi Fan sensed the Flame Lion's location. He drew back the string of his Sunchaser bow. Pursuit of the Sun. This was the celestial being's ultimate skill, capable of directly slaying wild monsters with less than 50 health, and even this lesser boss was no exception. As the bowstring released, Yi Fan's arrow, imbued with devastating force, soared forth at an incredible speed. Like a hurricane, it tore through the ground, directly piercing the hiding Flame Lion in the basement. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the level 90 Blaze Lion boss and gaining an additional point of level 90 boss experience. Upon accumulating 100 points of boss experience, one can summon a boss of the same level to serve as a companion, whose abilities will be half that of the original boss. Yi Fan was somewhat astonished. If one possessed sufficient strength, it could be seen as a form of protection for humanity. Given his capabilities, summoning such a creature would be remarkably simple. Once humanity adapts to the rhythm of the apocalypse, summoned beasts are likely to become invaluable companions. Chapter 28. 48-hour temporary safety. Yi Fan arrived at the location where the Blaze Lion had perished, only to find that the boss's head had vanished. Perhaps luck was not on his side. He clearly recalled that even during the apocalypse, killing a boss could yield equipment, which was paramount for human survival in such dire circumstances. Upon re-emerging, Yi Fan noted that numerous individuals were banding together to slay the remaining wild monsters. Their levels caused him to frown, not a single one exceeded level 90. It was no wonder that only Wang Chong had fought valiantly against the onslaught alone. Although Wang Chong had reached level 100, his equipment was rather mediocre, making him struggle against the level 90 boss, especially without assistance. The assault from multiple wild monsters had ultimately led to his demise. At present, these individuals faced grave danger, as the wild monsters they encountered were all above level 80. While a couple might be manageable, there were at least a dozen in the vicinity. Just as they felt helpless, the wild monsters before them began to fall. One by one, pierced by arrows. Yi Fan, riding his flying mount, approached them. The young individuals collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Overcome with a sense of having narrowly escaped death. That was close. I thought I was done for. One exclaimed, "Thank you so much for saving us." Yi Fan nodded and glanced around. Several wild monsters were still wreaking havoc in the vicinity. We don't have much time to rest. We must eradicate all the wild monsters in the area, or your families will be in grave danger. Are there any other game successors besides you? A bespectacled student replied. Yes, when you called us outside earlier, we began organizing, but some refused to come out. Yi Fan furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. After all, this was not just a game. Death here was real. Each person has their aspirations, having just defeated those wild monsters. Will you all gain experience? The student responded again, yes. The rules are the same as in the game. Unless we exit combat for 10 seconds, the experience and items from those wild monsters still belong to us. Since Yi Fan would not gain any experience from defeating these wild monsters and was uncertain about others, he sought confirmation. Then let's strive to level up. Form a team and begin clearing the wild monsters in this area. If you encounter any difficulties, call out loudly, and I will come immediately. Yes, we are fortunate to have a skilled person like you with us. Some other areas seem to have been entirely wiped out. It's terrifying. This feels like the end of the world. Why is it like this? Yi Fan sighed, recalling that he had once shared their sentiments. Let us push onward. Since we cannot change the current situation, we must grow stronger to protect our families. Stay alert and give it your all. In unison, the gathered individuals acknowledged Yi Fan as their leader for the day, feeling grateful for his protection. Yi Fan mounted his flying mount to hunt for more prey, while the ordinary players began their final cleanup in the area. Without the Blaze Lion boss to command them, the wild monsters scattered like loose sand, fighting individually. After an hour of diligent searching, Yi Fan eliminated the last wild monster hiding in a storage area. Finally, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of clearing the wild monsters in this area. This area is now temporarily designated as a safe zone. Please plant a flag on the highest floor of the building. Yi Fan felt a weight in his hand as a flag emblazoned with the character Yi materialized. He flew to the top floor of the building and planted the flag. Flag planted successfully. This area will be free from wild monster attacks for the next 48 hours. After 48 hours, the flag must be replanted. To regain the flag, all wild monsters in the area must be cleared again. Upon reading this, Yi Fan let out a heavy sigh of relief. He landed in the open space of the area. The crisis had been averted for the time being, and no wild monsters or bosses from the Metaverse would appear in the vicinity for the next 48 hours. The residents who participated in the monster hunt collapsed in exhaustion. These wild monsters are even more terrifying than those in the game. Why is it only for 48 hours and not permanent? Brother, you won't abandon us, will you? Please stay. We need you. Yi Fan shook his head. He could not remain here. In 48 hours, he would need to regain the flag, which was hardly a lasting solution. Was there any other method available? There is. Successfully defeating 5 super bosses scattered throughout the city will grant this city a month of safety. With your abilities, taking down one is no problem. But to defeat all 5 alone, you will need your wife, Yu, by your side. Wait, I can't help but feel you're being a bit unorthodox. Are you implying that I currently lack the ability to accomplish this? What level are these 5 super bosses? The first level of tribulation. Yi Fan frowned. Tribulation was a concept from cultivation. Please clarify what is happening. Do not be anxious, host. Allow me to explain. Once a player's level reaches 120, it can no longer increase. At this point, one must undergo tribulation, using soul fragments as materials. The number of soul fragments required varies by the level of tribulation. It has been detected that you possess 100 soul fragments, which is precisely enough for the first level of tribulation. Now I understand. These soul fragments are to be used in the real world, which explains why they serve no purpose in the game. They are not for gaming, but for reality. Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin. Commencing the first task reward, unlocking a new realm. In the next moment, Yi Fan's character attribute list appeared before him. A new section for tribulation had been added. By clicking on it, He could view the materials required for the tribulation. As long as he provided adequate materials, he could ascend to the first level of tribulation. Without hesitation, Yi Fan clicked to proceed. He had assumed that merely providing the necessary materials would suffice for his ascension. Yet suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him directly. Chapter 29. The innate nature of humanity. Yi Fan's face was charred, and his hair stood on end. The sight caused panic among the others present. After all, in this apocalyptic scenario, this brother was their lifeline. And witnessing him struck by lightning was akin to a death knell. "Brother, are you all right?" Yi Fan exhaled a plume of black smoke. "I'm fine." His speech was somewhat slurred, as the sensation of being electrocuted was utterly unbearable. Yi Fan plopped down onto the ground, feeling somewhat uncomfortable after being struck by lightning. "System, why did you not inform me that transcending tribulation entails being struck by lightning? I was not prepared for this." Ding. The host did not inquire. "Really? If I don't ask, you won't remind me? Fortunately, my resilience is sufficient to keep me alive. Had I truly perished, all my meticulous planning would have been for naught." Ding. "You will not die? You." Yi Fan shook his head in resignation, realizing that perhaps he had indeed been a bit too hasty. Without inquiry, he had commenced the trial. Fortunately, the power of this lightning strike was not particularly formidable, as his health had only diminished by less than 10 points. After sitting on the ground for a few moments to recuperate, he should be able to revive fully. At that moment, the bolder residents of the community began to gather in the open space, and soon, more people arrived. Some appeared dazed, while others were utterly terrified, hiding away and weeping quietly, and many were simply at a loss. In this community of over 1,000 residents, only a few hundred had emerged, and the first wave of the shock had already reduced their numbers by nearly half. Yi Fan noticed that most of those who had gathered were young people. The elderly seemed to be in short supply. However, from Yi Fan's recollection, the senior citizens had largely suffered the most during this calamity. At least, this time. Unlike the last, where only a handful managed to escape, the majority of people had not perished within the community. "Xiaoyi, you cannot abandon us. You are the strongest here. You must protect us." An elderly man who knew Yi Fan stepped forward. After all, they had witnessed all of Yi Fan's deeds. His formidable prowess was their lifeline. As long as he remained, they could surely survive. Others nodded in agreement. "Indeed, good sir, you are so capable. Please stay and protect us. If given enough time, the government will surely send troops to rescue us." "Exactly. The state has begun organizing its forces. If we endure, we shall surely glimpse the dawn of victory. Friend, you are so powerful. You wouldn't abandon us in our time of need, right? I recall that you are alone at home, with no family left. If you protect us until aid arrives, I am willing to offer you a reward. Yes, I too shall compensate you, provided you safeguard our lives." A chorus of voices clamored, as if they believed that money could purchase Yi Fan's assistance. However, the currency they spoke of had lost its value. The state was in turmoil, and by the time order was restored, it would be a long time coming. In Yi Fan's recollection, most cities had already fallen to monstrous creatures and formidable bosses, with humanity confined to a few strongholds. In that scenario, money would be rendered worthless. Only strength and tangible goods would serve as the true currency in this apocalypse. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, knowing he needed to rendezvous with Yu and the others. Staying behind was not an option. His presence would only heighten their danger, as the monstrous creatures and bosses they would face would become increasingly terrifying. "I remember Xiaoyi stocked up on ample food supplies a few days ago, stored in the warehouse. With the outside world descending into chaos, I have nothing at home. Xiaoyi, considering my acquaintance with your father, I beseech you to share some provisions." Upon hearing this, many turned their gazes toward Yi Fan. The outside world was extraordinarily perilous, and the current populace lacked the foresight to stockpile food, with most families having only enough for the day. Without assistance, they would likely struggle to survive in the days to come. At this moment, another elderly woman stepped forward. "I saw Xiaoyi fill an entire warehouse with provisions. These supplies would last us for months. Xiaoyi, you must think of the collective. Let us go and distribute the resources." Without awaiting Yi Fan's response, the crowd began to head toward the warehouse. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. The apocalypse had scarcely begun, yet such blatant robbery was already evident. He remained calm, sitting quietly to compose himself, preparing for an outing. However, when the eager residents reached the warehouse and swung open the door with excitement, they were met with astonishment. The warehouse contained not a single item. "Madam, what is happening? There is nothing here. Did you not claim it was filled with food?" It was indeed filled. Just yesterday, we were discussing how Xiaoyi would open a wholesale supermarket. We even criticized his foresight, and several of us witnessed it. Yes, Though Old Lee is no longer with us, I can attest to that. At that moment, a property manager from the community stepped forward. I can confirm that the warehouse was indeed rented by us, stocked full of provisions. I was the one who checked it, and it was all food and daily necessities. How could it have vanished? What shall we do now? The outside world is so dangerous, and venturing out for supplies is impossible. Those provisions must have been hidden away by Xiao Yi. He must hand them over, or we shall all starve. Indeed, I have no food at home. And today is a holiday. I was unprepared. Without provisions, I cannot last long. I would even pay for some. As for whether Yi Fan would agree, they hardly considered it. They believed he would not abandon them in their plight, nor would he resort to violence against them. The crowd hurriedly returned to the open area. The previously mentioned elderly man quickly changed his expression to confront Yi Fan. Xiao Yi, where are the supplies from your warehouse? They have vanished. We are neighbors. Let us share. We will pay you something, but you cannot profit from this calamity. You must sell to us at cost. The elderly man was not wrong. In times of crisis, one should not think of profit. Let us simply survive. Quickly bring out the food so we can share it. We must endure as long as possible. You cannot just watch these people starve. Indeed, you are so capable. You must have received insider information, which is why you hoarded supplies and hid them away at night, fearing we would seek provisions from you. A large crowd clamored, their thoughts far removed from gratitude toward Yi Fan. They sought to divide the resources he had brought. Yi Fan regarded the several hundred people standing before him with a cold gaze. Are you finished? Yi Fan's voice was icy, tinged with impatience. The apocalypse had only just commenced. There were still many resources to be collected in the city, but gathering them was not something just anyone could accomplish. To survive, one must elevate their strength as much as possible. Even Yi Fan, at this moment, could not guarantee his own safety in this new world. So the supplies he had meticulously prepared must be preserved for the time being. Yi Fan was not heartless. He was merely striving to protect his own life. Xiao Yi, please bring it out. Once we distribute the supplies, we can begin to collaborate. Since you are the strongest, you should take on the greater workload. The responsibility of safeguarding the community will fall to you. Indeed, you are among the few capable ones, and your strength is unmatched. Upholding respect for the elderly and caring for the young is a cherished virtue in our culture. Protecting us is your duty. Yes, with great power comes great responsibility. Once the military takes control here, we shall certainly remember your kindness. At this moment, the several superhumans standing beside Yi Fan visibly felt discomfort at the unfolding situation. Especially that bespectacled student, in the vigor of youth, was taken aback to hear those before him audaciously using morality to coerce Yi Fan. How could you behave this way? Our elder brother saved us. We should be grateful, not demanding tasks of him. Moreover, the supplies you speak of in the warehouse could not have vanished overnight without a trace. I doubt the veracity of your claims. Indeed, how could an entire warehouse of supplies simply disappear in a single night without alerting anyone? Besides, aside from Yida Ge's formidable abilities, we are merely ordinary individuals. I cannot even protect myself, let alone you. Do not attempt to morally bind us here. As someone spoke in defense of Yi Fan, the elderly individuals present appeared quite displeased, accustomed as they were to dominating the neighborhood and unaccustomed to being publicly questioned. You little brats. If it weren't for your ability to combat the wild monsters here, do you think we would even deign to speak to you? You didn't say anything. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi, quickly tell us where the supplies are. We can retrieve them ourselves without your assistance. The young man standing behind Yi Fan wished to interject, but Yi Fan raised his hand to halt him. Enough. There are no supplies. And as for where they have gone, I do not know. Those many items could not have simply vanished overnight. I strongly suspect foul play on the part of your management. Furthermore, even if those items were mine, why should I give them to you? Simply because you are elderly? Because you are wealthy? Huh. You rely on your status and your ill-gotten wealth to continue here. I shall no longer indulge you. Take care of yourselves. Yi Fan summoned his flying mount and departed in front of the crowd. As he left, astonishment painted the faces of all present. The bespectacled student was seething with rage. It is your fault, all of you. Without his protection, we will perish here. In 48 hours, this place will be reclaimed by the wild monsters, you ignorant lot. The elderly individuals were left speechless, their faces flushed, unable to articulate a response. After all, they had neither protection nor food. Their household supplies would last only a few days at most. Little Yi seemed so honest before. How was I to know he would act this way? Don't you all wish to obtain those items he procured? What is happening outside is no secret to you, old fool. How many lives have been lost in such a short time? Do you truly believe the government has the capability to intervene? Look outside and see the devastation. The entire city has suffered. I suggest we return and search for food before we are not only killed by these wild monsters, but also starve. Clearly, the absence of Yi Fan, their source of strength, incited great frustration among those left behind, directing all blame towards the elderly individuals. When it came to the quest for food, human greed quickly emerged among the crowd. Their first thought was to raid Yi Fan's home. Alongside the homes of those already deceased, they also descended upon the corpses of the wild monsters scattered on the ground, a throng of individuals scrambling for resources. At this moment, they could not afford to be particular. Some had not eaten since morning and were ravenous. In such dire circumstances, who would come to their aid? The crowd dispersed, all desperately seeking sustenance. As for how long they could survive, they were uncertain and powerless to know. After leaving the community, Yi Fan faced attacks from wild monsters. Though he rode a flying mount, it was not immune to the onslaught, as there were numerous flying monsters as well. While Yi Fan remained unfazed by these creatures, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Defeating them would yield him no benefits, so after departing the community, Yi Fan landed on solid ground. Moments ago, the system had issued him a new task. Within the city he inhabited, there were 5 super bosses, each at the first level of transcending tribulation. Yi Fan's objective was to randomly eliminate one of these super bosses. At this moment, Yi Fan crouched in a corner, acknowledging his formidable abilities but unwilling to expend energy on these ordinary monsters. Just then, a voice from the team channel broke through. Wang Chong here. Phew, I'm exhausted. Finally cleared the wild monsters in our village and secured 48 hours of safety. Yi Yu, how are things on your end? A smile spread across Yi Fan's face. Not a problem. I just left the community, and there's a 48-hour safety window there. How about you, Yu? Still not resolved? After a brief pause, Yu's voice reached him, easing his anxious heart. I'm almost done too. I'm not a combat class, and being in a school means I have many people to protect. But it's wrapping up soon. Why are you at school? Yi Fan inquired curiously, recalling that Yu is not a student. My parents are teachers, so of course, I'm at school. If it were a university, I'd have ample help. But this is just a middle school. There are hardly any students here familiar with the Metaverse game. It's quite troublesome. Yi Fan frowned. Protecting so many students would be a daunting task without Yu's unique profession. How are we to manage? We've prepared so many supplies, but they aren't enough for a large group. I have food here, but if I leave, this place will likely fall. Yi Fan's brow furrowed again. Wang Chong's hometown was also Yi Fan's, filled with familiar faces. Yu was with young students, all mere children. As Yi Fan pondered, news arrived from Yu, confirming her own 48-hour safety window. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. This dilemma would trouble anyone. If it were just the 3 of them, the decision would be clear-cut. Let us take it step by step. By the way, have you transcended? Wang Chong asked. Transcend? What is that? Yu replied. Clearly, you haven't read the information thoroughly. Once you reach level 120, to level up again, you must go to the 9 heavens to transcend. A 9-tiered tower appears at the center of each city. The materials required for each transcendence differ. The first transcendence requires 100 soul fragments, and I happen to have them. Strong brother, your 100 fragments are with me. However, the failure rate is quite high. The probability of success is only 20. If you fail, the materials are lost, and your attributes drop by 50 for 24 hours. Yi Fan was puzzled as to why he could transcend directly without going to the 9 heavens, and why there was no mention of a failure rate in his information. Was it not a unified system? Wang Chong chuckled. You must not have noticed. I'll leave the soul fragments with you. I'm far from the city and live in the countryside, where the 9 heavens are non-existent. Yi, you should have successfully transcended, right? Our city should have a 9 heavens. Yi Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. If not for Yu's explanation, he would have remained oblivious. Well, I just clicked on the transcend option in my character attributes and did not go to any 9 heavens or 9-tiered tower. Wang Chong and Yu promptly accessed their character attribute pages. Aside from an inactive transcending tribulation page, there was simply no option to initiate the tribulation process. How peculiar. I can't click on it. Yezi, are we not using the same system? Wang Chong expressed his confusion, noticing that his options appeared grayed out and unresponsive. Suddenly, Yi Fan remembered something. Just 2 days prior, he had acquired the Apocalypse system. Could this be the reason? He hesitantly inquired, how did you receive your tasks? Wang Chong replied, there was a pop-up instructing us to eliminate the monsters and bosses within a designated area to gain temporary safety. Had you not mentioned the tribulation, I would have been unaware of this new feature. Is there an issue? Indeed, their situation differed from his own. His tasks were assigned by the Apocalypse system, while theirs came from the game's unified framework. He realized his advantage was the ability to transcend tribulation sooner than others. Additionally, his level no longer displayed as 120, but rather as the first tier of transcending tribulation. No problem. Do you have any upcoming tasks? Wang Chong responded, none at the moment. I plan to head to town. The game's incursion into reality has caused numerous fatalities, and many from our village have perished. Yi Fan sighed, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. Even if he announced to the world that a cataclysmic game invasion was imminent, who would believe him? He might even be confined as a lunatic. Yu observed the scene before her, feeling a pang of sadness. These were all students, devoid of any combat capability. Although some teachers were also engaged in the Metaverse, their levels were not high. Were it not for Yu's unique profession, which bestowed her with exceptional support abilities and healing effects, she might not have been able to safeguard the school's vicinity. It is so tragic. Some students couldn't escape in time. I managed to protect only a portion of them. The situation changed too rapidly, with snow and hail falling, forcing the students to remain in their classrooms. While our reality has transformed into a hellish nightmare. Yi Fan sighed once more. Activate your respective territory tokens and arrange for key personnel to be relocated to our private domain. As for the others, I can only say they must fend for themselves. Wang Chong let out a sigh, understanding that he lacked the capability to save many. Even if he did manage to rescue some, what difference would it make? The safety period lasted only 48 hours, insufficient time to gather supplies, let alone rescue more individuals. Yu remained silent, confronted with the plight of these adolescents. Yi Fan reassured her, let things unfold naturally. Do not burden yourself with undue pressure. We might attempt to reach out to more superhumans, but this is not a sustainable solution. I believe the higher authorities will devise a plan. Yes, I understand, Yu replied. After Yi Fan departed the community, it was quickly discovered by others. This area, devoid of monsters and bosses, was deemed a safe zone. Survivors in the vicinity surged into the community, including many superhumans. Before long, the area became overcrowded, yet the desperate survivors continued to press inward, for no one wished to perish there. However, upon learning that safety would last only 48 hours, despair washed over them. With bow in hand, Yi Fan traversed the desolate streets. As he walked, he noted the absence of any monsters in the vicinity. Within the range of his Kunpeng domain, he sensed no presence of creatures. How strange, had this area been cleared? Yet, it did not indicate a safety zone, merely that it had been tidied up. Yi Fan tread cautiously. Merely a few minutes later, he detected through his Kunpeng domain that several individuals were approaching him. Yi Fan remained still, aware that they had likely spotted him earlier but were lying in wait, preparing to ensnare him as he drew near. Noticing his inaction, the group of hidden individuals decided to reveal themselves. You're quite cautious, aren't you? Hand over your good equipment, or we won't be so courteous. A voice called out. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, even in the apocalypse. They chose to prey on their fellow humans. Surrounded by a dozen individuals, the speaker was a young man clad in designer attire. Yi Fan looked up and realized this individual possessed a level of 100. Moreover, the people he had gathered were also at level 100 and bore commendable equipment. It was no wonder this area was so meticulously cleared. Their strength was formidable, yet Yi Fan's gear radiated no brilliance. Why were they fixating on him? Who are you? And why should I heed you? Yi Fan retorted. Ha, what a joke. You dare ask who I am? I am your father. Hurry up and strip off your gear. To walk alone on the streets, you must either possess great strength or have special equipment. Do you wish to remove it yourself, or shall we take it by force? Yi Fan's expression hardened. It was evident that reasoning with this unreasonable rich kid was futile. Given that dialogue was off the table, he opted for direct action. Faced with the encirclement of over 10 individuals, Yi Fan felt no fear. Instead, he swiftly drew his bow for a counterattack. In a scenario where fellow humans were harmed, leaving this group intact would only lead to further suffering for others. Yi Fan was resolute in his intent to hold nothing back. Without hesitation, he unleashed 3 arrows in the blink of an eye, each capable of claiming a life. By the time the young man realized what was happening, 3 of his companions lay screaming on the ground. The young man's face contorted with rage. Anyone who dares to strike my people, eliminate them. The remaining individuals rushed toward Yi Fan. Their levels and equipment were indeed impressive, but before Yi Fan, they were inadequate. In mere moments, a pile of bodies lay at Yi Fan's feet, most notably the wealthy youth, impaled against the wall by an arrow. The terror etched on his face suggested he had encountered overwhelming trouble. Shortly after Yi Fan departed, the corpses were devoured by monsters, leaving no trace of the conflict that had transpired between humans. A woman wielding a long spear watched Yi Fan from a distance, hidden around a corner. How formidable! If I hadn't fled swiftly, I would have either perished or suffered greatly. I can't believe he single-handedly dispatched them all. If only I could partner with him. That would be an excellent choice, though I wonder what his character is like. Qingyu, originally a streamer in the Metaverse, had quickly adapted to the rhythm of this new world following the onset of the apocalypse. Wandering in search of supplies, she had narrowly escaped the clutches of the group Yifan had just defeated. As Yifan approached her hiding spot, Qingyu stepped forward. I witnessed that battle. You were impressive. I wish to team up with you. With her tall figure and striking beauty, complemented by a long spear, she exuded an air of confidence. Yifan initially assumed she was yet another challenger, only to realize she sought an alliance. Not interested. Qingyu was taken aback. She was confident in her appearance, believing she scored at least 80 out of 100, perhaps even 90. Yet, this man didn't even glance her way, dismissing her outright. No. You have no idea of my capabilities, yet you dismiss me outright, which seems rather condescending. Yifan replied, I apologize. If you seek a partner for your quest, you should look elsewhere. I have my own mission to attend to. Farewell. With that, Yifan turned his back and vanished from Qingyu's sight. At that moment, Qingyu found herself momentarily doubting her own appearance. Having a beautiful and skilled ally should be a boon. Yet the other party treated her as if she were a burden. What an arrogant attitude. I wouldn't even want to team up with you. Although she expressed a desire for companionship, what she truly sought was someone to accompany her, for in this apocalyptic world, being a girl limited her resilience. If someone were by her side, perhaps she would find it a tad easier to cope. According to the mission's guidance, Yifan was well aware of the locations inhabited by the 5 superbosses, the one he was pursuing being the devouring behemoth. The system indicated that this particular boss was the weakest in terms of offense among the 5, yet it boasted the highest defense. Sharing the same level of tribulation, Yifan lacked the confidence to confront the most formidable one and opted for the simplest challenge instead. Along his journey, he eliminated every wild creature he encountered and aided those he could, albeit he was unable to save everyone given the vast number of people under threat. With no means of transportation, Yifan traversed on foot for 3 hours before finally reaching the boss's domain. The site was a factory, and from a distance, he could see the massive devouring behemoth consuming the factory structure. Each act of devouring necessitated a brief respite before it could commence again. Yifan calculated that there was a 10-minute interval between each consumption. However, he could feel an unsettling force pulling at his body during each devouring. If he stood beneath the behemoth, he would likely become its next meal. Perhaps due to it being the boss's territory, no other wild creatures were present. And he sensed no human presence either. It seemed the factory workers had vanished. System, provide me with information on the devouring behemoth. He commanded. Ding. Understood, host. Devouring behemoth, level 1 tribulation. Renowned for its defense, its primary attack method is its devouring skill, with a 99% likelihood of instant death if consumed. So simple. Ding. Indeed, it is simple. Its main skill is devouring, but its thick hide makes it difficult for ordinary individuals to breach its defenses. However, as a fellow level 1 tribulation practitioner, you should have no trouble. After all, as a Tianqiong practitioner, there are no defenses you cannot overcome. Yifan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this meant his class was incapable of failing against any boss. That seemed rather extraordinary. With this revelation from the system, Yifan gained a deeper understanding of his Tianqiong role. If I attack it with a skill while it is devouring, will my skill be negated? Ding. The skill will indeed be devoured. Fine, I understand. Taking a deep breath, as the devouring behemoth commenced another consumption, Yifan sprang into action. Whoosh. The behemoth was clad in impenetrable armor, its only vulnerabilities being its exposed eyes and mouth. However, when it opened its mouth to devour, Yifan's skills could not harm it, so he aimed for the behemoth's eye. Just as the system suggested, his class could indeed breach defenses. A sudden arrow pierced the behemoth's left eye, causing torrents of blue blood to cascade down as the beast let out a deafening roar. With a chilling cry, the devouring behemoth locked its gaze upon Yifan. Its gargantuan form loomed like a mountain pressing down upon him. Just as Yifan steadied himself, he witnessed the behemoth descending upon him. Without hesitation, he summoned his flying mount and fled, for he knew that if that massive body landed, he would be nothing more than a human pancake. Yet, his mount was merely a standard steed, designed for routine aerial combat. Though the behemoth was colossal, it possessed remarkable agility. Just as Yifan escaped its attack range, a colossal tail emerged from nowhere, striking both him and his mount with tremendous force. The impact sent Yifan hurtling through several factory buildings before he finally came to a stop, lying amidst the rubble. Coughing, he spat blood. realizing he had underestimated the level 1 tribulation boss. This blow had cost him 13 health points, and without a healer by his side, his recovery would be agonizingly slow. Yi Fan pushed aside the debris obstructing him and rose from the ruins. This devouring behemoth was still the weakest among the 5 super bosses. Yet even this one had nearly taken his life. Facing any of the others would likely spell disaster for him. It was no wonder the system had indicated he could not hope to defeat all super bosses. Even this one was a daunting challenge. As Yi Fan pondered his situation, the behemoth unleashed another terrifying assault. The devouring skill was unique to the behemoth, but it was not its sole ability. With its formidable defense, it excelled in close combat. Observing the enormous claw, Yi Fan did not hesitate, sprinting out of the factory just as it was reduced to ruins. Yi Fan was no slouch. His greatest asset was his speed. Sunset. Target locked at 100. A colossal arrow, imbued with the force of thunder, plummeted from the sky. Boom. The skill struck true. And despite the behemoth's impressive defenses, this blow shattered its guard and inflicted significant damage. The system had stated that the Tianqiong practitioner could breach any defense, meaning no matter how formidable, it was not beyond his grasp. This attack caused the devouring behemoth's health to plummet by 15. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan unleashed a flurry of skills at the behemoth with astonishing speed. Each skill struck home, though the damage was less than the initial blow. The behemoth's health continued to decline slowly. In pain, the devouring behemoth, relying on its terrifying defense, advanced towards Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan was determined not to give it the chance to close the distance, having learned from his earlier underestimation. He would not fall for the same trick again. The behemoth roared, its devouring skill cooling down, and its massive mouth opened wide, sucking in everything in its vicinity, including Yi Fan. He had thought himself far enough away, but he was unprepared for the overwhelming force of the behemoth's devouring power. Floating in the air, Yi Fan once again summoned his flying mount, hoping to resist the devouring force of his adversary. However, a mere ordinary mount stood no chance against such a formidable super boss. Yi Fan felt a pang of regret, wondering why he hadn't distanced himself sooner. If he were to be devoured, he would certainly face severe consequences. Relying on his superior speed, Yi Fan had already tasted the bitter fruits of his earlier miscalculation. After all, this was his signature skill, and the hatred the devouring beast harbored towards him had reached its zenith. Yi Fan had also miscalculated the potency of the devouring skill, which placed him in jeopardy of being consumed. Faced with the imminent threat of being devoured, all his skills became ineffective. With no alternatives left, Yi Fan resorted to his life-saving tactic, retreating into his private domain. The sudden disappearance of Yi Fan incited furious wrath in the devouring beast, which had been poised to engulf the intruder only to find him vanished. The beast howled at the sky, thrashing wildly in frustration. After venting for several minutes, it realized its target had slipped away, forcing it to depart in bitter resentment. Reclining in his private domain, Yi Fan observed the chaotic scene outside. Had it not been for this sanctuary, he could not assure his escape. Watching the rampaging devouring beast, Yi Fan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the devouring skill had a controllable range. He had believed he had mastered it, yet he was still drawn in. Furthermore, the scope of the devouring was far broader than he had calculated, at least 23 times greater, and he wondered if it could increase further. This realization made confronting the devouring beast all the more daunting. However, if he could reduce the beast's health to below 50%, he would be able to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, that task seemed arduous, as the beast still had around 70% of its health remaining. The only strategy to slay the devouring beast lay in returning to his private domain the moment the beast initiated its devouring skill. Yet, as time passed, he could not guarantee the beast would remain fixated on him. Still, this was his sole option. Seizing the opportunity while the devouring beast had lost its target, Yi Fan returned to the starting point. The downside of the private domain was that one re-emerged in the same location from which they had vanished, making it easy to be ambushed. Yi Fan pondered whether the devouring beast possessed the intelligence to guard its prey. If so, trouble would surely ensue. The cooldown time for his setting sun skill was 5 minutes, while the chase the sun skill required 10 minutes. Yi Fan was unwilling to gamble on the slim chance of achieving a full health execution. This skill had to be wielded with precision, employed only in dire circumstances. Upon reappearing, Yi Fan raised his hand once more to employ the setting sun skill, as it could unleash tremendous damage, potentially resulting in a critical hit if it struck a vital point. Taking advantage of the devouring beast's moment of vulnerability, Yi Fan aimed for its injured eye. Upon closer inspection, Yi Fan could hardly believe his eyes. The injured eye was rapidly healing. Cursing under his breath, he realized he could not afford to delay any longer. Setting sun, locking onto his target guaranteed a hit. The previously frustrated devouring beast was struck anew by the setting sun, nearly embedding itself into the ground. For it was indeed a blow to its head, akin to a meteor colliding with Earth. Ding! Critical hit on a vital point. Due to the devouring beast's defensive capabilities being enhanced, damage is halved. Yi Fan felt a sense of foreboding. If the devouring beast could further amplify its defenses, his subsequent attacks would be rendered ineffective. As the system indicated, this critical strike only reduced the beast's health by less than 10%, leaving it with approximately 68% health. This infuriated the devouring beast thoroughly. Its terrifying speed sent beads of sweat down Yi Fan's back. He needed to wait a full minute to return to his private domain, yet nearly 40 seconds remained on the cooldown. Yi Fan had to evade desperately. As a super god-class profession, the Celestial Voyager, he felt his strength should not be so lacking. Yet here he was, being relentlessly battered by the devouring beast. With no choice, Yi Fan could only dodge, occasionally countering, but his strikes hardly inflicted significant damage. Instead, he had already lost 13 health points. After several exchanges, Yi Fan's health plummeted below 50%. With a resounding crash, he was once again sent flying, his health dipping below 13. Ding! Health below 13 activates the hidden passive Bloodied Fury of the Celestial Voyager. The lower the health, the greater the attack power. With minimal health, a 10,000-fold attack can be unleashed, capable of slaying even divine beings. Rising from the ground, red steam enveloped Yi Fan. He could sense a drastic increase in his attack power, at least 10-fold. The immense force made him somewhat unsteady. Even a mere stomp cracked the ground beneath him. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed, "Now it's my turn," drawing his bowstring taut. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was markedly different from before. The devouring beast, a colossal target, was mercilessly battered by Yi Fan's onslaught. The overwhelming strength instilled fear in the devouring beast, which, in a desperate attempt to flee, thundered away, its massive form thundering against the ground. Ding! Super Boss. The devouring beast's health below 50%. It is advised to use the Chase the Sun skill. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan locked onto the devouring beast. Chase the Sun. This time, the execution of Chase the Sun was markedly different from before. While the prior strike against the blazing lion had left him in awe, this time the very fabric of space seemed to warp. The moment Yi Fan released the bowstring, it signified the impending demise of the devouring beast. Boom! The thunderous roar, the cascade of blood rain, and the sight of the devouring beast, now missing half its body, created an utterly breathtaking spectacle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the super boss, the devouring beast. Experience gained. 1 for crossing the first tribulation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: 100 fragments of divine soul. Yi Fan gazed at the red steam radiating from his form. From a distance, he emanated an aura of dread. This was surely the pinnacle of the Celestial Voyager's abilities. What a fearsome power boost. Ding! Indeed, the title of Celestial Voyager is befitting, for this profession can pierce through the heavens, standing tall against the skies. Initially overwhelmed with despair, Yi Fan had not anticipated that the Celestial Voyager possessed such a hidden passive. While the attributes of this profession were indeed numerous, they paled in comparison to the significance of this passive ability. Approaching the fallen devouring beast, Yi Fan discovered several pieces of equipment and a fragment of divine soul beneath its massive form. Devouring armor. Level: First Tribulation. Attributes: Physical Defense 30,000, Magical Defense 30,000. Attack Effect: Vitality 3,000, Attack 1, 200, Skill: Enhanced Defense. Triples defense for a short duration. Lasts 10 minutes. Yi Fan's eyes widened. His own sun armor only boasted a defense of 7,000. This armor possessed a staggering 30,000 in defense and came with an enhancement skill that could triple his defense for a limited time. No wonder. Even when the devouring beast had bolstered its defenses before him, his damage had been significantly mitigated. If he donned this equipment and activated the defensive enhancement, it seemed unlikely that anyone could breach his defenses. The formidable defensive strength of this armor evokes a sense of dread. With it, can I confront the other 4 super bosses? The system promptly calculates the odds of victory, based on a duration of 2.5 minutes. The probability of success against the other 4 super bosses stands at 40, excluding the bloodied state, which renders defense at 0. While the attack power is formidable, the defense is exceedingly weak. One touch could lead to demise. Yi Fan instantly feels as though he has survived a calamity with 0 defense. Had the devouring behemoth turned back to strike him, he would likely have met his end. Why did you not inform me sooner? This passive ability exhibits a rather severe polarization. The system retorts that he never inquired about its reasoning. If the system were capable of perceiving, Yifan might have considered extending its training for another 2.5 years. Nevertheless, he lets it slide. Why is such an impressive boss accompanied by only a single fragment of the divine soul? The system explains that only bosses of at least the first level of tribulation can yield divine soul fragments, producing just one per encounter. As the level increases, so does the output, albeit with heightened danger. Yifan feels somewhat bewildered. Had he known, he would have persistently collected divine soul fragments throughout the game, which would have been much simpler than risking his life against a first-level tribulation boss. A glance reveals that to ascend to the second level of tribulation, one must gather 300 divine soul fragments. Although he has already received 100 as a reward, he wonders how to acquire the remaining ones. It is exasperating. Is there a boss at the 9th level of tribulation in this realm? The system confirms there are, albeit in limited numbers, as first-level tribulation bosses are already classified as super bosses. Yifan retorts in frustration, questioning who the true host is. He retrieves a healing potion. Previously, the rules of the Metacosm stipulated that healing potions could only be used outside of combat, preventing Yifan from consuming them during battles, which resulted in his health lagging behind. However, with a healer by his side, he would have no lingering concerns. Yet, in the face of such a super boss, even a regular healer would merely complicate matters. Yifan reminisces about the comfort of having Yu by his side. Chapter 35. The situation. Yifan shares the attributes of the devouring armor in the team channel. This armor, dropped by a boss of level 120, classified as a first-level tribulation boss, is exceptionally exquisite. If its enhancement attributes could be transferred, it would likely be even more terrifying. Wang Chong, upon seeing the armor's attributes, is equally astonished. You are remarkable, Yizi. You managed to handle a first-level tribulation boss on your own. Meanwhile, I am still engaged in a battle of wits against a level 120 boss, and without a healer like Yu, I find it quite challenging. Yifan's heart sinks. Wang Chong is currently battling a level 120 boss, which, while not as formidable as a first-level tribulation boss, still presents significant difficulty. Have you reached the county town? How does it fare? Wang Chong, hiding behind a ruin, breathes heavily. I am managing, but the level of my allies is woefully inadequate. Even those of higher levels prioritize their survival and do not join the fight. Damn it, I should not have come. Yifan frowns. In such a dire environment, it is quite simple to remain unscathed. One merely needs to avoid trouble and fortify their own territory. Yet, Wang Chong still wishes to assist his hometown, despite realizing that the fighters alongside him lack strength, while the capable ones have not accompanied him. If it becomes too difficult, return to the village. Hold your ground there for a few days and recruit some powerful allies. Otherwise, this hastily assembled team will not hold up. Wang Chong sighs. Having believed his prowess in the game would easily suffice against a level 120 boss. However, he discovers that his abilities fall short when confronted with a level 120 boss alone. It is not that he is incapable, but rather that his teammates lack the strength of Yifan and Yu. I suppose I must retreat for now to preserve my fighting capacity. But tell me, how did you defeat that first-level tribulation boss? The data here indicates that such bosses exceed the normal range of difficulty, and even a level 120 team might struggle against them. At this moment, Yu, who had been silent, interjects. Do you forget that he is also at the first level of tribulation? There is still a chance when facing a first-level tribulation boss. However, given Yizi's combat prowess in the game, he likely does not match my and Chong Ji's strength at the critical moment. I suspect he has acquired some significant advantage. Wang Chong smacks his forehead, realizing that while he thought Yifan was also level 120, Yifan has already surpassed that milestone, reaching the first level of tribulation, thus widening the gap between them. How foolish of me. I was so overwhelmed by this boss that I overlooked this detail. If you were here, you could handle it with ease. In our county town, there are 5 level 120 bosses. If we can defeat all 5 within a day, the town will secure a week of safety. 5 bosses. It seems the county town has a maximum of 5 level 120 bosses, while the major city is under the control of 5 first-level tribulation bosses. Yifan contemplates the dire circumstances awaiting those in the super city, feeling a deep sorrow for them, as their trials are likely to be exponentially more arduous than his own. I have also acquired a hidden profession. Were it not for the concealed passive ability of this profession, I would not have had the capacity to vanquish a first-level tribulation boss. They are far stronger than we imagine. Wang Chong furrows his brow. If even Yifan finds it challenging, This boss must indeed be formidable. What shall we do? The game has invaded reality, and these bosses are even stronger than those we previously encountered. I have noticed our powers have diminished compared to our in-game abilities. Otherwise, facing a level 120 boss would be a mere formality. However, Yifan does not sense such a decline, perhaps due to the hidden profession he acquired in reality. Your situation seems manageable. The main concern lies with Yu. What is her status? Do you have any effective strategies? A weary voice from Yu responds. Because the school is a safe zone, many people are crowding into it. The government is attempting to allocate combat resources to establish another safe zone, striving to preserve as many lives as possible. However, I have heard that this disaster has claimed many lives, and some of my relatives remain unreachable. As she speaks, her voice quivers with emotion. Faced with such a situation, Yifan can only offer her solace. Do not worry, everything will improve. I will find a way to reach you as soon as possible. By the way, you must gather supplies. These wild beasts are not to be trifled with, and they will compete with us for resources. Yes, the government has dispatched some superhumans to collect supplies, but the situation remains perilous. In this environment, no one can guarantee their own safety. Yifan assures her, if resources become scarce, you may come to my private territory. I have stocked plenty of supplies sufficient for our needs, but I will only allow you access. I must prioritize your safety above all else. Yifan's words, though somewhat callous, reflect the grim reality of ensuring one's own safety in a world ravaged by the apocalypse. It is indeed a rarity to prioritize one's own survival, let alone consider the welfare of others, which is utterly implausible. Wang Chong remained silent, as did Yu, for they understood that this was their final bastion. Their existence was synonymous with hope. Rest assured, do not rush out. The priority is to ensure your own safety. As for the equipment, I shall handle it. The acquisition of the Shunhun fragments poses a challenge, as a single boss of the first level of tribulation yields but one fragment, Yifan stated. Oh, do bosses above level 100 not drop Shunhun fragments? Yu interjected, her concern palpable. Does that not complicate the tribulation process? Yifan nodded, affirming, indeed. Acquiring sufficient Shunhun fragments solely through defeating bosses is untenable. Furthermore, the first level of tribulation bosses are exceedingly formidable. Unless the three of us unite, a one-on-one confrontation is insurmountable. I merely happened to vanquish him by chance. Wang Chong replied, very well, I leave the matter of equipment to you. I will see how to manage this side. Once resolved, we shall regroup. I feel that our combat prowess has diminished significantly while apart. Survival in this apocalypse hinges upon our unity. Both Yifan and Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of their solidarity. Chapter 36. I will annihilate them. Yifan stowed away the spoils of battle, yet the ominous fluctuations of combat had undoubtedly caught the attention of some observant individuals. However, they remained oblivious to the identity of the one engaging the formidable boss. Regrettably, the demise of the devouring beast did not trigger any safety notifications in the vicinity, indicating that the defeat of the remaining 4 superbosses was requisite for a semblance of security. Given Yifan's current capabilities and condition, confronting the other 4 superbosses seemed rather unrealistic, particularly since even the one with the lowest attack power nearly led to his downfall. Yifan changed his attire, replacing the original sunlight armor with the devouring armor, transferring the level 20 enhancements in the process. His overall defense surged from 27,000 to an impressive 60,000. Such a remarkable increase stemmed from a single piece of armor. Should he don a full set of first-level tribulation gear, his defense would undoubtedly exceed 6 digits. In that eventuality, perhaps he could single-handedly defeat a first-level tribulation boss. Yifan sheathed his bow and exited the dilapidated factory, arriving at an upscale apartment complex, now overrun by wild creatures. The inhabitants had long since fled, and the bloodstains scattered throughout bore testament to the tragic events that had transpired. Yifan selected a relatively clean room and reclined. Having fought for so long and sustained injuries, he was famished. After a brief respite, he retrieved some ingredients from his spatial ring and commenced a simple culinary endeavor within the confines of the room. The scene of one solitary individual dining in a desolate city evoked a sense of profound loneliness. Premium beef accompanied by a fine bottle of red wine provided a comforting indulgence that almost lulled him into slumber. Beef is the quickest source of energy for humans, and with some fruits and desserts following, life felt remarkably pleasant. In the ensuing days, Yifan scoured the vicinity for wild boss creatures above level 100. Equipped with level 100 gear, the disparity in equipment rendered him somewhat impotent against the first-level tribulation bosses. Although the game lacked gear above level 100, It seemed improbable that such a scarcity would persist here. To validate his hypothesis, Yi Fan employed his Kunpeng domain to precisely locate bosses between levels 100 and 120. Initially, he vanquished over 10 bosses of level 100 or above without any loot, causing him considerable anxiety. Fortunately, a level 115 boss finally yielded a pair of level 110 boots, allowing Yi Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. The mere fact that something dropped indicated the possibility of more, though the drop rate was disheartening. Upon learning of Yi Fan's acquisition of a level 110 item, Wang Chong felt a surge of eagerness. After all, he was unable to contend with level 120 bosses. But those below that threshold were fair game. The most troubling aspect in recent days had been the situation with Yu Yu. Despite gathering substantial combat strength, the overwhelming numbers rendered them prime targets for wild creatures and bosses. These predators treated humans as delectable prey, making it impossible for them to overlook such a bounty. After a fierce battle, the numbers at the school were halved. This alarming decline prompted the local government to frantically beseech Yu Yu for assistance in securing more safe zones. Yet Yu Yu was but one person, and her abilities did not lie in combat. Although she had managed to claim a few safe zones over the past few days, she was now utterly exhausted. Leader, my daughter truly cannot continue. She is merely a support-type healer, and her current condition is ill-suited for the front lines. Yu Yu's father, a teacher, viewed her through the lens of an old-fashioned mindset. Mr. Yu, we understand your concerns, but this is a matter of life and death. Our combat personnel are generally underpowered. Though they have improved through numerous battles, they remain ineffectual against those bosses. Miss Yu possesses formidable abilities. While we acknowledge her fatigue, we cannot forsake our home. Mr. Yu stood resolutely in front of Yu Yu's door, his heart aching at the sight of his once spoiled little princess visibly weakened. Having just returned, he had barely rested for 3 hours before he was back on the scene. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a fatigued Yu Yu standing at the threshold. Dad, enough. I've rested sufficiently and believe I can manage. The leaders' faces illuminated with smiles upon her emergence. After all, only Yu Yu could uphold their hopes and deliver them from despair. Miss Yu, you have finally decided to join us. We are on the verge of securing a safe zone, but that boss is proving to be quite the challenge. We need your assistance once more. Yu Yu, despite her exhaustion, stepped out of the room. All right, let's go. At that moment, Mr. Yu could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? What about your life? Are the lives of others worth less than yours? Look at your current state. How much strength do you truly possess? If you go out like this, you risk not just failing to save anyone, but losing your own life in the process. If you were to fall, what would become of your mother and me? Mr. Yu's words left everyone present in stunned silence. Yu Yu managed a faint smile, but before she could speak, the world spun before her eyes, causing her to faint. This sudden turn of events sent Mr. Yu into a frenzy. Yu, call a doctor, someone please. Fortunately, after examination, it was determined that Yu Yu was merely suffering from extreme fatigue and required some time to recuperate. Upon receiving this news, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Wang Chong, fuming beside him, exclaimed, Why heed the nonsensical chatter of those so-called leaders? What is this moment? If not the end of the world? They are utterly incompetent to lead in this time of global collapse. You, too, are foolish for wanting to venture out. If you were a combat class, I would understand, but you are merely a support class. If I ever catch those leaders, I swear I will slay them without hesitation. In this apocalypse, what does it matter if one more person dies? Yi Fan was filled with fury. In recent days, he had indeed been contacted by individuals from nearby areas, but he had categorically refused their requests. Why should he expend his efforts to aid them in rebuilding their homes? What benefits would he gain from such an endeavor? Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the situation was far more complex than a mere invasion by wild monster bosses. Perhaps this was merely an appetizer. He instructed his companions to rest well, declaring that they were forbidden from venturing outside unless their school needed to be reclaimed. He warned that if anything happened to them, he would annihilate every last one of those responsible. His voice was icy, instilling a sense of dread. For he was not one to issue idle threats. He would act on his words. Wang Chong affirmed, stating that should anything happen to them, he and Yi Fan would ensure the complete eradication of those in that area. He expressed his disdain for those who dared to underestimate them, lamenting the foolishness of those who acted with reckless abandon. Chapter 37. Two choices. Wang Chong had indeed earned a reputation back in his hometown. It was impossible for someone of his caliber not to be recognized. However, when approached for assistance, he had consistently declined. Unlike Yu Yu, he had no inclination to show weakness. He would not risk his own life to protect his family and end up losing everything, a fate that befell many. The city where Yi Fan resided was a bustling second-tier metropolis, home to numerous capable individuals. Yi Fan was known for his solitary nature, which meant his name did not carry much weight, although he occasionally assisted those in need. The community he once inhabited had suffered a tragedy during the second occupation of the safe zone due to the overwhelming number of people crammed within. In less than a day, they were invaded once more by monsters, resulting in a significant loss of life, with only the most powerful superhumans managing to escape. Those who had once clamored for Yi Fan to share resources with them had long since become prey for the monsters. Upon learning this news, Yi Fan could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, Yi Fan was perusing supplies in a supermarket, mindful that his stored provisions were not meant for his daily consumption. Whenever he passed by places with resources, he would typically enter to select some, ensuring to leave a portion for others, though whether that would actually reach them was beyond his control. Suddenly, a disheveled figure landed before him, their eyes meeting. The woman gestured for silence and cautiously crawled to his side. Yi Fan had noticed her even before she entered, for his Kuanping domain was always active to ensure his safety. He was taken aback that she had intruded into his small supermarket. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "What are you doing here?" He recognized her as the female streamer who had previously attempted to recruit him, only to be rejected. "Is it really you? I thought you had perished outside," she retorted, recalling the moment he had dismissed her. Yi Fan rolled his eyes in annoyance. "If you cannot speak without being foolish, then perhaps you should refrain from speaking altogether. You appear to be in quite the predicament. How did you survive?" "I refuse to be intimidated. If it weren't for those brutes banding together, do you think I would fear them?" she exclaimed defiantly, though Yi Fan could not help but smirk at her bravado. "You are quite strong, but with health below 13, a single strike from me could easily end you," he quipped, causing her to instinctively distance herself from him. Realizing that he was not one to be trifled with, she recalled the incident when he had dispatched a group of wealthy second-generation individuals. "You are not the type to kill me. You barely even acknowledge my presence. Either you are not interested in women or you have a girlfriend," she teased. "Oh, I see you are quite perceptive. Continue," Yi Fan replied with a laugh. "Could you possibly protect me for a while? I just need to recover my health before I leave," she pleaded, her expression earnest. Yi Fan considered her. She was tall, attractive, and possessed a formidable profession. Having such an ally would indeed be beneficial, especially since he had no immediate plans to seek Yu. Navigating the perilous terrain of this city was fraught with uncertainty, and the low drop rate of equipment was a constant frustration. If the odds were in his favor, he would have already amassed the gear they needed. "Very well. Given your earnestness, I shall assist you this once," he declared, settling down. She flashed a sweet smile, though she remained vigilant, aware that trust was a luxury in this apocalyptic world. Her previous naivete had nearly cost her dearly, and she had learned to be cautious. As she sat quietly, gradually restoring her health, she lamented the depletion of her healing items. Fortunately, recovery would only take a few minutes. Yi Fan remained patient, simply waiting. Soon, a voice echoed from outside the supermarket. "Boss, we found a small supermarket. Looks like we won't be short on food for a while. That girl even helped us find a bounty of supplies. Let's South clean this place out before we pursue her. She's injured and won't get far." Another voice chimed in. Alarmed, Qingyu noted that her health was only halfway restored, and the supermarket's allure made it an irresistible target. Just as she considered suggesting a change in location, their presence was already detected. "Ah, so you've been hiding here, playing coy with a man. How delightful. And to think you've provided us with such a feast and gear." Despite the lack of notable features in Yi Fan's equipment, anyone capable of surviving in the wild was not to be underestimated. Yet, with their numbers, they hardly saw him as a threat, especially since they could not gauge his level or gear. Yi Fan rose slowly. "I present you with two options. First, I will walk away. Second, I will eliminate all of you, and from this moment forth, you will be my comrades, with me as your leader." The audacity of his proclamation took everyone by surprise, leaving them incredulous. "You've got guts, kid. The last person who spoke to me like that ended up as soup. Brothers, let's go. Kill the men and strip the women." Yi Fan's voice remained calm as he reiterated, "Your choice." Qingyu found herself without any real options. The second choice was her only means of survival. She screamed, "I choose option 2. I will be your teammate. You are my leader. Be careful." Yi Fan merely smiled coldly, showing no intent to defend himself as the attackers charged at him. "Kid, you're too cocky. You better watch your back next time. You're dead." A large blade swung towards his neck. Chapter 38. It was you amidst the cacophony of raucous laughter. All weapons were directed at Yi Fan. To these individuals, Yi Fan was merely a fleeting passerby on their apocalyptic journey, someone from whom they could casually glean some equipment. In the realm of reality, upon death, everything within one's backpack would be laid bare. As for why Yifan had not collected the equipment dropped by those he had previously slain, it was simply because he found it beneath his notice. As he observed several blades aimed at him, Yifan remained unflustered and made no attempt to evade. He quietly watched these individuals display their bravado. The sound of metal clashing resonated, yet Yifan stood resolute, unmoved. Even considering his past defenses, these assailants would struggle to breach his defenses. With a formidable strength rating of 20, he was not someone ordinary foes could hope to overcome. Moreover, Yifan's Kuanping domain diminished the attributes of his enemies, rendering these assailants childlike in their ineffectiveness. Their weapons and skills merely tickled against his skin. In that moment, the onlookers were struck dumb, particularly the leader. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. They could not breach his defenses even as a group. Staying would only lead to their demise. Yifan chuckled softly. Run? Have I consented to that? The men, sensing impending doom, felt an overwhelming urgency to escape. Sprinting as far as they could, Yifan's smile was cold. The Zurizi gong manifested in his hands. In a mere breath, several arrows were loosed, followed by anguished cries. The leader, who had fled the farthest, collapsed at the entrance of the supermarket, never having made it outside. The pungent scent of blood quickly permeated the entire store. Yifan shook his head. Had they not been so aggressive, he would have preferred not to resort to such measures. Moreover, these individuals each bore the weight of several lives upon their hands. Yifan felt no psychological burden in slaying them. Your choice saved you. Qing Yu was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Yifan on the brink of death. Yet his adversaries could not breach his defenses. Even more terrifying was the swiftness of Yifan's arrows, which left no room for evasion. In the span of a single breath, all had perished, each with a single fatal blow. What a formidable individual. How fortunate that he stood on my side. Yet, would he treat me as he did the others? Thank you. From today onward, I shall be your teammate. My name is Qing Yu. I used to be a streamer. Captain, won't you introduce yourself? Just moments ago, he had thought his end was nigh, and yet Yifan had stood there unflinching. It was utterly terrifying. Yifan replied with a smile. These mere small fry hardly warrant my evasion. I am Yifan. Let us scour the battlefield and see if there is anything of value. Qing Yu mumbled to himself, having never heard such a name in the game before. However, these individuals were indeed affluent, leaving behind a trove of items. Most were potions and equipment they had plundered, precisely what Qing Yu required to restore his health. Captain, this is what we obtained. Most of it is rather lackluster gear, but these potions are still usable. Yifan dismissed the ordinary potions with a wave. After all, he had survived a previous apocalypse and had amassed a substantial inventory, rendering any shortage of potions inconceivable. In contrast, Qing Yu had just recovered his stamina using his attributes, having refrained from consuming potions, clearly indicating he was running low. This shall serve as a welcoming gift for you. Take these items, gather all supplies, and follow me. With Yifan, a skilled warrior, by his side, Qing Yu felt an unmistakable sense of relief. As he trailed behind Yifan, he could not help but scrutinize him. Captain, with your prowess, you must not be an obscure figure in the game. What name do you go by? Yifan had nothing to hide and no reason to conceal his identity. Xiao Yezi. Qing Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that one of the top 3 players was standing right beside her. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder those adversaries could not breach his defenses. He donned equipment with a strength rating of 20, all top tier, level 100 gear. It was you. Back then, the entire game mocked you, and as the game neared its closure, you spent vast sums on equipment. I heard you spent over 10 million. Was that true? Yifan nodded. Indeed, I spent over 10 million, but that was for 3 sets of top-tier gear. Consider it a fortunate find. Qing Yu gazed at him with envy. She had clung to hope, preserving her equipment and profession. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, she might not have survived for long. Captain, you truly possess foresight. Those who mocked you as foolish are likely long gone, perhaps already devoured by wild beasts. Yifan could only shake his head in resignation. He had attempted to dissuade such sentiments on the forums, but to no avail. No one would believe him. It is all in the past. I wish not to dwell on it. Perhaps it is the fate of most. Now, what do you plan to do? With so many days past, you have only leveled up twice. That is rather slow. Qing Yu felt a surge of emotion at Yifan's remark about her slow leveling. In such a dire environment, one had to remain vigilant, as one never knew when a foe stronger than oneself might emerge, necessitating great caution with every step. Moreover, one had to seek out resources. She was content with her leveling speed, knowing many still cowered in temporary safe zones, afraid to venture out. even if they dared to hunt a monster for experience. It was nearly impossible. Captain, you are already max level. You cannot fathom the struggles we ordinary players endure. Max level? You are mistaken. Level 120 is not the cap. Beyond level 120 lies the tribulation phase, which only activates upon reaching level 120. Currently, I am at the first tier of tribulation, with the highest being the 9th tier. Qing Yu was unfazed, for with Yi Fan's current abilities, leveling up would surely be a trivial matter. Oh, it is nothing. For you, Captain, it is merely child's play. With your current capabilities, leveling up should be a breeze. Yi Fan retorted, do you know what materials are needed for the first tier of tribulation? It requires soul fragments. To attain the first tier, I need 100 soul fragments. Do you know where they come from? Do you know the 5 top-tier bosses in our region? Each carries but a single soul fragment. Does that still seem easy? Chapter 39. The order has fractured. Qing Yu was left speechless. She was well aware of the 5 super bosses. Their terrifying power was legendary, capable of crushing anyone in their path. Each super boss commanded a vast territory, controlling numerous wild beasts and lesser bosses. Captain, does that mean humanity holds no hope? This is utterly outrageous. However, I have heard that one of the bosses in a certain area was slain. I just do not know who did it. Yi Fan replied, whoever it was is irrelevant. We must focus on enhancing our abilities. I recognize your potential, which is why I have recruited you into my team. If you do not put in the effort, I will have no choice but to expel you from the group. Are you aware of who the other 2 members of my team are? Qing Yu certainly knew of the trio's exploits during the game's final moments. Their reputation had soared, and who could possibly overlook it? Captain, please rest assured. Although I may not match the prowess of Chong Gu or Yu Yu, I shall endeavor to elevate myself to the best of my abilities. So, what task awaits us next? Yi Fan remarked, you level up, and I will gather equipment. While I am indifferent to collective honors, I am nonetheless a member of humanity. Currently, we are enduring a calamity of unprecedented proportions, and the number of humans remaining in our city has likely dwindled to fewer than 110. Qing Yu nodded with a hint of detachment. On the day of the apocalypse, her close friends were all slain. Only her strength enabled her to escape that fate. Despite her heart being laden with 1,000 regrets, she could not alter the present outcome. Indeed, to the west of the city lies a relatively large concentration camp. I visited it once, and nearly 100,000 individuals have gathered there. Besides that, there are other gathering points with a fair number of people. Yet they pale in comparison to the previous population of over 1 million. Well then, let us proceed directly to the concentration camp in the west. Who is the highest commander there? A former major general from our city, quite young, though a bit arrogant. However, he possesses the right to be so, as he has safeguarded many. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. As a soldier, such an attitude is concerning, yet reflecting on the current circumstances, he may very well be doing enough, unlike himself, who has the ability but not the means to assist those people. Let us meet him. If cooperation is not feasible, we shall seek another. The distance they currently occupied from the west of the city was considerable, compounded by the presence of wild bosses in this apocalyptic landscape, hindering their progress. Nevertheless, with Yi Fan's presence, they reached a semblance of a gathering point within just 5 hours. This was a university town, the only place capable of accommodating such a multitude. Clearing this area would indeed be a commendable choice. The Major General appears to be quite astute. To enter, one must present rations, with each individual required to submit a day's worth. Yi Fan frowned, but ultimately acquiesced. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by 4 burly men, each a superhuman. However, their levels were not particularly high, ranging from 80 to 90. Since this was a safe zone, wild monsters would not attack here, rendering the gatekeeping merely symbolic, primarily preventing ordinary people from entering freely. Halt. To enter the safe zone, each person must surrender a day's rations. Qing Yu, without hesitation, produced several bags of chips and snacks scavenged from a supermarket. Gentlemen, please check these. We understand the rules and will not cause any trouble. Although Qing Yu was not fond of such scenarios, she could not allow her captain to step forward. After inspecting, the men cast several glances at Qing Yu before parting to allow passage. As Yi Fan and Qing Yu entered, they overheard murmurs behind them. Look at that girl. Her equipment seems impressive, and with that physique, oh my, it's a shame she's formidable. Otherwise, we would have taken her outside the safe zone for some fun. Haha, that woman from yesterday, haven't you had enough yet? Of course, we were only halfway through when a wild monster suddenly appeared. If I hadn't fled quickly, it wouldn't have been that wretched woman, but me who perished. It's all her fault for making such a racket and being utterly uncooperative. Tut, tut, you have guts. Unlike me, who can only scavenge leftovers. If there's a chance next time, take me along. If I can get that girl, I'd gladly trade a day's rations for her. Haha, no problem. Qingyu frowned. Although she had already accepted the loss of humanity in this apocalypse, the brazen discussion of such matters behind her back was utterly dehumanizing. Upset, Yifan glanced at Qingyu. Humph, I won't waste my anger on those scoundrels. If I encounter them outside the safe zone, I would flay them alive. Such scum have no right to exist here, wasting precious resources. The fabric of order had frayed, and restoring it in a short time was nearly impossible. In this dire environment, if one does not eliminate threats, they shall be victimized. Only by strengthening oneself can one maintain control. Thus, it is imperative to level up swiftly. The future might see women and goods become commodities. Indeed, I will. As Yifan traversed the university district, he observed a diverse array of individuals. Each face bore traces of anxiety in the face of the apocalypse. Most gathered here were superhumans, inheritors of the game's abilities. There were ordinary individuals too, but they constituted only a minority. In this environment, survival for them had become exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the Metaverse had been operational for over 50 years, with billions of players having registered accounts. Excluding some alternate accounts and those who had perished due to age, around 1 billion individuals still persevered globally. However, this number would continue to dwindle, as despite the vast quantity of humanity, their abilities varied greatly. Among the individuals in the university town, most were young. Yet, their capabilities were not remarkable. Merely ensuring their own survival was an achievement, and venturing out for supplies could very well lead to their demise. In the current climate, the most valuable commodities were not contemporary currencies, but women and food. Upon Qinyu's arrival, she immediately attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. If someone were to hand over a beauty like Qinyu to the higher-ups, it might yield sufficient food supplies. Greedy gazes were cast upon her. Here we go again. It was the same last time I came. I see these people haven't learned their lesson. Yifan chuckled. They seem quite interested in you. Fighting is prohibited within the safe zone. Indeed, otherwise they would have already acted against me. Chapter 40. What do you think? The prohibition of fighting within the safe zone brought a sigh of relief from Yifan, as it alleviated many potential troubles. Under Qinyu's guidance, he soon found the highest commander in the area, the Major General she had mentioned. The Major General commanded significant respect, for within his vicinity, no one dared linger. At that moment, this Major General sat in his chair, a look of melancholy etched upon his face. A task had been issued from above, demanding he do everything possible to protect more humans. Yet, he now lived a life akin to that of a king. Why should he heed the orders from above and concern himself with the fate of others? Moreover, could they even approach him? No, of course not. They wouldn't dare leave their own safe zone. In this world of ruin, he was being instructed to take action while he was comfortably ensconced. Crash! A wine glass was shattered violently by the Major General, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with his superiors. Halt! This is a military zone. Leave immediately. A guard stepped forward to block Yifan and Qinyu. Yifan glanced at the guard before him, astonished to discover he was level 100, and his gear was quite impressive. No wonder they managed to maintain such a vast safe zone. It appeared there were aspects Yifan had overlooked. Yifan spoke up. I am here to see Major Long. I have urgent matters to discuss. His tone was calm, and despite the guard's level 100 status, he regarded him as nothing more than an ant. You think you can just meet the Major General? I told you this is a military zone. Please leave. If you wish to undertake a task, go over there. Within this safe zone, not only was shelter provided for humans, but missions to exterminate wild monsters were also issued. The corpses of wild creatures serve as sustenance, and they can also be utilized to concoct various tools and medicinal herbs. In the current environment, this represents a significant source of profit. The guard before them was unwilling to allow Yifan entry. At that moment, Qingyu stepped forward. Long Xiaojiang stated that as long as I am willing to come, I can seek him out at any time. The guard, recognizing Qingyu, immediately softened his demeanor. Ah, it is Miss Qingyu. Please come in. Yifan was filled with curiosity. What is going on? Why is he so familiar with you? Qingyu retorted. Do you think everyone is like you, looking at me without any feelings? What is it about me that falls short? The captain doesn't even glance my way. And yet someone wants me to be his woman, and I haven't agreed. It became clear why she initially expressed reluctance to come to this safe zone. Her face was filled with rejection, yet she could not dismiss the captain's wishes and had to muster the courage to join him. Haha, my apologies. I truly did not consider that deeply. When you are by my side, I will protect you. Qingyu deflated like a punctured balloon. Then my life depends on the captain's protection. Last time, I barely escaped. If I fall into his hands this time, I can hardly imagine the outcome. Yifan chuckled and shook his head, realizing that Qing Yu's beauty could indeed attract unnecessary troubles, especially in this apocalyptic world. Under the guard's guidance, they soon encountered Long Xiaojiang, who was visibly in a foul mood. Upon seeing Qing Yu, his anger subsided somewhat. So you have returned. I warned you that it is tough out there. You did not heed my words, and after wandering for a few days and facing danger, you returned to my side. As long as you remain here and serve me well, I can guarantee your absolute safety. Qing Yu's expression was cold as she replied. I did not come to find you. My captain wishes to meet you. This is my captain. Long Xiaojiang glanced at Yi Fan, assessing his mediocre equipment and immediately concluding that he was not a formidable individual. Humph, to be Qing Yu's captain, you must possess some skill. Let us spar. If you win, I shall sit down to discuss matters with you. If you lose, you will stay here. Yi Fan observed Long Xiaojiang, a man approximately a decade his senior, and noted his impressive level of 110. No wonder he had the audacity to act so arrogantly. As a regional leader commanding tens of thousands, he naturally held a disdainful view of others. Yi Fan remained calm, recognizing that the general's actions were ultimately for the benefit of humanity. Long Xiaojiang, what if I win? Is it merely a discussion? Yet if I lose, my life is forfeit. Long Xiaojiang regarded Yi Fan with blatant contempt, a smirk of derision evident on his face. You? What conditions could you possibly negotiate with me? You are not worthy. Before he could finish, an arrow whizzed past his ear with a force that knocked him to the ground, piercing through several walls behind him. Yi Fan coldly stated, and now? Long Xiaojiang scrambled to his feet, having sensed the breath of death. Had that arrow been aimed directly at his forehead, his head might have been shattered. Quite formidable, indeed, and extraordinarily so. Who are you? Yi Fan replied, my identity is of little consequence. I am here to discuss collaboration, not to forge brotherly ties with you. Long Xiaojiang swallowed hard, recognizing that he could not provoke such a master. With that display of skill, even all the individuals in his base would struggle to subdue this man. Very well, what do you propose for our collaboration? Hearing the willingness to collaborate, Yi Fan's cold demeanor finally revealed a hint of a smile. It is simple. The distribution of safe zones in our city is overly broad, and many areas are barely holding on. Our goal is to create a larger safe zone, centered here and expanding outward. Yi Fan had already set his sights on this area, which was far from the superboss's location. If they could gather the remaining humans from the city here, it should not pose much of a challenge. Eventually, humanity could unite once more, gradually expanding their dominion and perhaps reclaiming lost territories. Even if they could not regain all their land, with collective effort and the cultivation of formidable combat capabilities, it was not impossible. Upon hearing Yi Fan's proposal, Long Xiaojiang appeared reluctant, as the higher-ups had their own agendas. Can I refuse? After all, with his current capabilities, he could develop steadily and remain absolutely secure. A reckless advance would only pose a challenge to himself. Yi Fan offered a knowing smile. What do you think? Chapter 41, The Daunting Task, Beep. A new mission has been issued, with a deadline of today. Within 30 days, all 4 remaining superbosses must be defeated to complete the city's wild creature elimination mission, granting the city 1 month of safety. Should the 4 superbosses not be defeated within 30 days, the previously slain devouring giant will respawn, resulting in mission failure and a doubling of wild creatures and bosses. The time limit for human-occupied safe zones will also be halved. Upon hearing this mission, Yi Fan was utterly stunned. He merely sought to assist the remaining survivors. Yet he had inadvertently triggered such a formidable task. If he failed to eliminate the other 4 superbosses within 30 days, not only would the devouring giants resurrect, but the number of wild creatures and bosses would also double, and the time limit for human safe zones would be halved. Was this not akin to sealing their fate? Looking at Long Xiaojiang, regardless of whether he agreed or not, there was no turning back. There was no alternative choice. You have no grounds for refusal. I need to see all available combat strength in this university city. Can you gather these forces? Long Yuan was also somewhat bewildered. His prior attitude had shifted dramatically. My friend, gathering these super players is not impossible, but their strengths vary greatly, and I fear you might find them lacking. Yi Fan was indifferent to their individual strengths. In the grand scheme, even the strongest among them would be of little assistance. His primary objective was to unite the remaining humans within the city, minimizing losses as much as possible. Strength in numbers would provide a basis for survival in this apocalypse. Gather them as you wish, but the rules here must be amended. Long Yuan, though internally dissatisfied, could only acquiesce in the face of such a formidable master. What changes do you propose? Entry to the city should not require food rations. Long Yuan frowned. This territory had been hard won, and he was not willing to simply give it away for free. Friend, Is that not somewhat unreasonable? We invested considerable effort to seize this temporary territory. To offer it for free to others is to disregard our sacrifices. I acknowledge your superiority, but I believe I am not in the wrong regarding this matter. Yi Fan's cold gaze bore into Long Yuan, the murderous intent in his eyes sending chills down Long Yuan's spine. I am instructing you to change the rules, not negotiating. We are in dire need of people. Do you think the current environment will remain as it is? I will make it clear. If the status quo persists in 30 days, this place will undoubtedly be devastated by wild creatures and bosses. Long Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Although he understood that the invasion of the game into reality could not merely be attributed to these wild monsters and bosses, he had not anticipated that the time left for him would be so scant. Are you certain? We only have 30 days? Humph. Whether you agree or not is your concern. I will give you 1 day to contemplate. If you cannot comply, I will develop a territory of my own. With my abilities, I cannot claim that this territory will be vast, but it will undoubtedly be capable of overwhelming you. Yi Fan's words were devoid of any falsehood. Should he choose to act, he could indeed save a greater number of people. However, given the current circumstances, what he required were not ordinary individuals, but rather elite superhumans. An excess of regular people would only serve as a burden. Although it seemed somewhat harsh, this was the reality. Yi Fan waved his hand, signaling Qin Yu to leave Long Yuan's abode. By a fountain adorned with flowers, Yi Fan basked in the pleasant afternoon sunlight. Captain, is what you said about 30 days true? Yi Fan replied, do you think I would deceive you? Do you believe that the invasion of the game into reality is merely that simple? Simple? Captain, we are already facing hellish difficulty, and you call it simple? Look at how these wild monsters and bosses have decimated us. This is already quite grotesque for us. Indeed, yet for the puppet masters behind this, it is merely an appetizer. Their objective is to eliminate as many humans on our blue planet as possible, and perhaps there are ulterior motives at play. Qin Yu felt a mix of curiosity and confusion. Now that the situation had escalated to this point, how could there possibly be even more terrifying entities? Captain, your thoughts are rather alarming. I sincerely hope this isn't true. However, I do agree with you on one point. We shouldn't demand rations from those who enter here. I have witnessed many become fodder for those monsters simply because they could not provide their share. Yi Fan nodded and said, indeed. It depends on what that Longfellow thinks. If it truly comes to it, I will create my own territory. However, the most troublesome aspect remains those 4 super bosses. Yes, if we can locate the individual capable of defeating the super bosses, our entire city might gain a safety time limit. Yi Fan smiled, keeping the matter of slaying the devouring beast to himself, as preserving some trump cards would be advantageous for him. Long Yuan, in a fit of rage, smashed the furniture around him. Damn it, what dares to flaunt its power before me? Just moments ago, the murderous aura emanating from Yi Fan had indeed rendered Long Yuan immobile, forcing him to comply. However, as soon as Yi Fan departed, he once again revealed his unfriendly demeanor. Major General, what now? Are we truly to accept individuals from other regions as he demands? Won't that overwhelm us here? And must we gather our superhumans in the safe zone? Long Yuan replied without hesitation, delay. If he wishes to manage it himself, let him do so. I have no time to entertain him. How much supply have we gathered these days? 1 year's worth, at the very least, though storing it has proven somewhat cumbersome. A year, you say? That sounds reasonable. Well, ensure these supplies are safely stored. As for those useless drags within the safe zone, he can do as he pleases with them. It concerns me not. Clearly, this Major General Long Yuan had no intention of participating in Yi Fan's plans. Yi Fan remained by the fountain until nightfall. When no one came to seek him out, he understood that the other party had made their choice. With a sigh, he lamented the outcome he had foreseen. He had simply not anticipated the extent to which human nature would amplify under such apocalyptic conditions. Qin Yu, prepare to recruit individuals tomorrow and commence the expansion of our territory. Qin Yu nodded silently, having grown accustomed to the bizarre occurrences in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 42. Recruitment. After a simple breakfast, Yi Fan assigned Qin Yu the first task, to assemble a team of 50 individuals. Each member's level not to be lower than 80. Those who successfully joined would receive a day's worth of rations, and the resources gathered in the wild would be shared evenly. Such generous terms made even Qin Yu feel a surge of excitement. Captain, don't you think these conditions are too advantageous? I'm concerned that some might join just to take advantage. Yi Fan reassured her, it's fine. Just recruit based on that level. We only need 50. Indeed, as soon as Qin Yu dispatched this task, a flood of requests poured in. Many had been scrimping and saving, having not ventured outside for several days. The prospect of securing a day's rations by merely joining a team thrilled them immensely. I'm level 80. I can join. Add me. I'm level 90. As long as I get food, I promise not to slack off. The fear of being robbed by others had prevented many from seeking resources and sustenance. In this end-of-the-world scenario, the phenomenon of humans preying upon one another had become commonplace. If someone could restrain them while also securing supplies, they would willingly venture forth rather than remain cooped up in a corner awaiting death. Qingyu understood the gravity of the task at hand, so she endeavored to select those with higher levels, but ultimately, she had to lower her standards. However, in no time at all, the 50 slots were filled, the highest level being 100 and the lowest above 90. As for those with lower levels, she could only apologize. When Qingyu presented the 50 individuals before Yi Fan, he found himself somewhat taken aback. Hey, you've only been gone a short while, and your efficiency is astounding. There are several at level 100 here. Qingyu replied with a wry smile. Isn't that because your rewards are so generous? Who wouldn't want to get food without even stepping outside? It appeared that humanity's desperation for sustenance was even more acute than Yi Fan had imagined. Yi Fan surveyed the 50 individuals before him, most of whom were young, yet their spirits seemed flagging. It was evident that they had not consumed enough sustenance during this time. Yi Fan asked, "Are you certain about joining this team? We will be venturing outside, not merely waiting here to perish. If you fear for your lives, you may remain." "No, we've longed to find a group to venture out with. It's just that there has been no organization and no reliable teammates. If this continues, I'll have to go out alone in a few days. Or I will surely starve. I have nothing left to hold on to. I ran out of food yesterday. If I don't take a chance, I'll likely lose everything." "Hey, didn't you say joining the team guarantees rations? Where's our food?" "Yeah, where's the food? You won't deceive us, will you?" A cacophony of voices arose as they were not there to hear Yi Fan lecture them. Yi Fan refrained from elaborating further and instead brought over a table from behind him. He then proceeded to lift box after box of bread and bottle after bottle of water. At that moment, the 50 individuals standing before Yi Fan's gaze lit up, their mouths watering incessantly. "The provisions are right here, but I must warn you, once we venture out, should anyone refuse to follow orders, do not expect me to be courteous." The sight of the food rendered the 50 individuals oblivious to anything else Yi Fan had to say. Their eyes gleamed at the sight of sustenance, and they eagerly nodded in agreement. Yet, despite the pandemonium, Yi Fan insisted they line up, one by one, to receive their rations, as his supplies were limited. Before long, all 50 individuals had received their bread and water. Observing their ravenous consumption, Yi Fan could not help but reminisce about his former self. During his own escape, had it not been for the assistance of others, he would not have survived for so long. Qingyu stood beside Yi Fan. "Captain, I have assessed the levels and equipment of these individuals, and their overall strength is quite commendable. Alas, most of them have lost their courage and are afraid to venture out." Yi Fan nodded, recalling how he, too, had needed time to recover before joining the front lines. However, compared to his previous life, there seemed to be a palpable difference. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth. This life felt more arduous than the last. Half an hour later, everyone was prepared for departure. "Let us go," Yi Fan commanded, leading the 50 away from the university campus. Meanwhile, on the other side, General Long Yuan smirked. That fellow took 50 people and before leaving, ensured they were well fed. I wonder what he is thinking, wasting so much food. He had anticipated that the man would pressure him if he refused to comply, yet to his surprise, he simply walked away today. I thought he was formidable, but he merely has a higher level and better equipment. If it comes to a fight, he might not even escape this campus. Long Yuan, at least a level 110 expert, regarded Yi Fan with disdain, believing that Yi Fan was merely afraid to confront him. Yet, in Yi Fan's eyes, he simply deemed it a waste of time to engage. If he agreed, that would suffice. If he did not, Yi Fan would force compliance, potentially leading to outcomes Yi Fan wished to avoid. If you refuse, I shall merge with you directly. Under Yi Fan's leadership, the 50 departed the university campus with great momentum. They had not traveled far when they were surrounded by a horde of wild monsters. These creatures were of low levels, ranging from 50 to 80, yet among the group were players of levels 90 to 100, who hesitated in the face of these lower-level foes. The impact of their prior experiences had shaken their confidence. Yi Fan realized he must help restore their morale, otherwise, their situation would not improve. Do you see those wild monsters before you? Each one could serve as a roast, providing sustenance for you. They wish to consume you. Why should you not feast upon them instead? Moreover, your levels surpass theirs. Slay them and claim your provisions. Stealing a glance at Qingyu, she promptly charged towards the monsters. This is just me. Today as provisions are mine. Qingyu swiftly dispatched several creatures, collecting their remains in her backpack. This sight ignited envy among the 50. One individual rushed forward. Leave some for me, too. The remaining members, unable to resist the temptation, soon cleared the area of wild monsters, each one beaming with joy as they realized they would no longer suffer from hunger. Chapter 43. Encountering the Dark Raven, Yi Fan sighed in relief at the unfolding scene. You're quite clever. Had you not acted, they might have hesitated indefinitely. Qingyu replied playfully, it shows I'm intelligent. These individuals possess considerable combat power. They were merely intimidated by the wild monsters. With a little guidance, they can become a formidable force. Indeed, they are showing promise. It seems they are eager for more. Of course, who would deny their own provisions? With this initial success, the subsequent tasks became manageable. Following the system's designated path, Yi Fan led them to the territory of a level 120 boss. It was a villa area, yet the buildings lay in ruins, occasionally interrupted by wild monsters attempting to impede their progress. After several hours together, Yi Fan had earned a high standing in their eyes. Whenever trouble arose, he was the first to assist, as no wild monster or boss could withstand his assaults. Captain, ahead lies the villa area. According to the distribution of monsters and bosses, there should be a major boss here, which is our target for this mission. This place is vast. If we manage to clear it, it could serve as a solid safe zone. However, I wonder what level this boss is. The surrounding monsters averaged around level 100, suggesting the boss would be formidable. Captain, perhaps we should consider a different location. We might not be able to handle it. This area had been deliberately chosen by Yi Fan. He had no intention of retreating. It's just a level 120 wild monster boss. To me, it's trivial. As long as it isn't a heavenly tribulation boss. I aim to establish a brand new safe zone here. The boss is level 120. Do you have confidence? Upon hearing this, the 50 members, save for Qingyu, exchanged uneasy glances. Captain, please, don't jest. Facing a level 120 boss at our levels would be akin to delivering ourselves as food. They recalled the previous encounter with a level 120 boss in the university town, which had claimed many lives before being defeated. We are merely 52. We lack the capability. Captain, let's choose a target of lower difficulty and expand gradually. We trust in your strength, which is undoubtedly more reliable than that Long Yuan. Speaking of that Long Yuan, I find him repugnant. If it weren't for the grain requirement to enter the city, my classmates wouldn't have perished. Indeed, many have suffered due to the grain requirement. Countless lives lost outside the safe zone while we were forced to fight. They treat us like fools, and we are powerless. Captain, if we establish a safe zone without such restrictions, it would surpass what that Long Yuan could achieve. But can we truly handle a reliable level 120 boss? Isn't that asking too much? Yi Fan shook his head. A level 120 boss would indeed be challenging for them, considering the highest level among them, Qingyu, was merely level 105. To send them against a level 120 boss, unable to even breach its defenses, would be foolish. He had gathered these 50 individuals to help clear lesser monsters and bosses, while he would confront the major boss himself. Yi Fan summoned his flying mount. Qingyu will lead the charge at the entrance. I will confront the level 120 boss directly. Go, Captain. You're invincible. The villa area was naturally beautiful, though the invasion of wild monsters had left it in shambles. Behind the villa cluster lay a small hill, atop which the boss awaited. From the moment Yi Fan entered, he had locked onto the boss's location. As he soared through the air, landing upon the hill, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The boss was none other than the Dark Raven, transformed from a level 99 super boss into a level 120 entity. It bore some differences from his memories, now larger in size. Indeed, this world had changed somewhat from what he had envisioned, perhaps due to his rebirth. Upon noticing Yi Fan invading its territory, the Dark Raven did not hesitate. It unleashed a torrent of flames towards him. In the previous life, I was powerless against the flames of the Dark Raven. However, this time, Yi Fan's body gracefully traced elegant arcs in the air, effortlessly evading the fiery assault of the Dark Raven. Beast, it's time for you to meet your end. Facing a level 120 boss, Yi Fan didn't even need to exert himself fully, as there was a vast chasm between the first tribulation and a level 120 foe. Just as Qingyu and her companions entered the front area of the villa, they heard the anguished cries of the boss emanating from the latter half of the villa. That mournful and painful wail invigorated Qingyu and her team. Our captain is incredible. We can't fall behind. Let's go. Our captain is majestic and powerful. Let's carve out our own path. Ding. The highest level boss, Anhei Duiying, has been slain. Please eliminate the remaining monsters in the villa to secure a 3-day effective safe zone. Upon hearing the news, everyone present was electrified. They couldn't believe that their captain had dispatched the boss so swiftly, and a level 120 boss at that. None of them had anticipated that they were merely following such an extraordinary individual for the sake of a meal. This is terrifying. Is he even human? I've decided. From today onward, I will follow the captain. This strength, Qingyu, what exactly is our captain's identity? I sensed he was remarkable before. But now it seems he is undoubtedly a level 120 master. Could he be a former leader of a major guild? All eyes turned towards Qingyu, grasping her spear. A proud look appeared on her face. He is the legendary Xiao Yezi. No wonder he is so powerful. A being of unparalleled strength. Once ridiculed by the entire server as a fool, it turns out it was we who were foolish. Indeed, the world of the elite is beyond our comprehension. Our captain possesses the foresight to foresee the future. Otherwise, how could he have enhanced his equipment just before the game's impending shutdown? The captain is indeed the captain. Otherwise, he would not be leading us instead of me. I am completely in awe of him. With such a master by our side, what is there to fear? Brothers, let us give it our all. At that moment, everyone's spirits soared. If even Xiao Yezi could not handle a situation, then what would death matter? Chapter 44. Securing the area, Yi Fan hurled the massive corpse of the Dark Raven from the heights. Its colossal body crushed the smaller monsters below into disarray. Now, it's your time to shine. Gazing at the corpse of the level 120 boss, all eyes glimmered with excitement. Our captain is invincible. Even without the Dark Raven's command and leadership, it took nearly 5 hours to clear the wild monsters from the villa area. The primary challenge lay in the vastness of the area and the scattered distribution of the monsters. Moreover, there were quite a few ordinary monsters above level 100, posing a significant challenge for the 50 of them. Fortunately, they managed to secure the area without major mishaps, gaining control in a 3-day effective safe zone. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the central square of the villa area. The feathers from the enormous body of the Dark Raven had all been plucked. The audacious idea of roasting the carcass of a level 120 boss was something few would have dared to entertain, yet here they were, doing just that. Unbelievable. I never imagined I would sit here, feasting on the flesh of a level 120 boss. How wondrous. I wonder what the meat of a level 120 boss tastes like. How I anticipate it. If only there were wine. At that moment, several individuals approached, carrying wooden crates. Wine? Huh. How could such an upscale villa lack a winery? Though I'm unsure of the grape variety, it must be exquisite. Tonight, we shall drink until we are inebriated. Having cleared the monsters, all the resources in this area naturally belong to them. Several crates of red wine were brought forth, prompting Yi Fan to marvel at the tastes of these affluent individuals. Alas, in this apocalyptic era, these wealthy souls might very well have perished, leaving their treasures to them. With wine, meat, a bonfire, and laughter, the joyous sounds of their revelry echoed loudly. Perhaps a release from the pent-up frustrations of recent days. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion. Some laughed until they cried. Why are you crying? We are moving in a positive direction. Can you imagine feasting on the roasted meat of a level 120 boss? Drinking fine red wine in this apocalypse? I am not crying. I am simply overjoyed. Captain, thank you for saving us all. This toast is for you. Yi Fan smiled, recalling how he once felt immense gratitude towards the person who had saved his life, though he could no longer remember who that person was. Together, they raised their glasses in a toast. The day's achievements were commendable, but this was merely the beginning. Their levels and equipment were still low. Greater efforts were required. Tonight, let us indulge in feasting and drinking. Cheers. Cheers. A throng of individuals raised their glasses in the dark night, laughter resonating as if the end of the world had receded far from them. Qingyu sat beside Yi Fan, perhaps influenced by the wine. She gazed at him with a hazy expression. Captain, what do you think of me? Have you never looked at me properly? Am I truly that unattractive? Observing Qingyu's inebriated demeanor, Yi Fan felt a tinge of helplessness. Not unattractive. You are quite lovely. Is that sufficient? How disingenuous. What does that girl Yu truly look like? Am I not her match? Yi Fan gazed up at the starry sky, where it seemed to reflect Yu's smile. The corners of his mouth curved upward, as if the Yu in the heavens were smiling down at him. Lovely, of course. She is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, kind-hearted. Yi Fan wished to bestow every beautiful word upon Yu, yet when he turned back, he found Qingyu had collapsed onto the grass, softly snoring. It was not only Qingyu. Many others had succumbed to drunkenness on the grass. A few, like Yi Fan, stared quietly into the distance, perhaps reminiscing about someone. In the team channel, Yi Fan activated the voice chat. Yu, are you there? Soon. A familiar voice responded. Yes, I'm here. Yi Fan, I miss you. Yu, I miss you too. Wang Chong. Ugh, can you not see me as a person? I'm still here. Please stop showering me with dog food. Yu blushed as she replied, just be quiet. Wang Chong. I can't hold back. Yi Zi, what did you achieve today? Yi Fan, I discovered a cluster of villas and have secured them. I plan to gradually take control of the surrounding areas and gather the remaining humans. That is all I can do. Wang Chong, no worries, you need not do everything. I've rallied quite a few teammates and plan to check the county tomorrow to see if we can seize control. Yu, for now, I cannot venture out as that old stubborn won't allow me. Yi Fan, I agree with your uncle's approach. It's best you rest for a few more days. As for matters outside, others will be more anxious than you. Wang Chong, indeed, those lofty leaders and wealthy elites are all quite polite to me. They are terrified. If you don't act, they will find a way. Yu, understood, I will rest well. You all be cautious. Although everything seems smooth, it feels too simplistic. Yi Fan, I share that sentiment. The orchestrator behind all this has yet to reveal themselves, and everything remains uncertain. Thus, we must proceed with utmost caution. After a period of adaptation, counteroffensives began to emerge globally. Regrettably, aside from the elite warriors, others found it challenging to make a significant impact. As the leader of the once mighty guild, Buluo Huangchao, he now presided over a vast secure zone. At this moment, he felt immense gratitude for his foresight. Had he not been vigilant, he would have struggled to survive in this apocalyptic world, let alone sustain Buluo Huangchao. Leader, we have received numerous messages from our brothers in Buluo Huangchao. Members are maintaining secure zones across various regions. ING, has that individual named Yi Fan been located? Not yet. It seems that the three of them have not made notable achievements thus far. Your reputation as the leader still resonates more loudly. ING furrowed his brow. Puzzled by the situation, he believed that their retained combat strength was entirely due to Yi Fan's influence. However, given Yi Fan's formidable abilities, why had he not yet attained recognition? Could it be that the trio was truly selfish? This primarily stemmed from the issue of information isolation. Despite the real world mirroring the game world, it remained fundamentally different from the former Metaverse. No one was willing to reveal their hidden cards, and the ease of investigating someone's background was far from the simplicity of the game. Chapter 45. Yi Fan's approach. Apart from ING of Buluo Huangchao, there was also Liao Xiaoyan of Yenyugu, whose leaders had gained some renown locally and garnered considerable support. Yet, in this chaotic world devoid of order, not everyone adhered to regulations. Those once exalted leaders and affluent individuals had now seen their statuses reversed in this age where money held little value. Even former dazzling starlets found themselves destitute on the streets. Regardless of the amount of money offered, it was often discarded like refuse, as currency had lost its significance. What mattered was tangible sustenance. No one wished to gamble their future with worthless paper. Humanity's trajectory seemed to veer not towards progress, but rather towards a more primitive state. Within a city, numerous strongholds existed, each harboring its own aspirations. Yi Fan and his companions had already encountered this reality. The secure zone they established quickly attracted a multitude, particularly from the area governed by Major Long, as the proximity and Yi Fan's escort facilitated the influx. Increasingly, individuals were eager to join Yi Fan's secure zone. Once entering the secure area, individuals were considered part of the family. If the zone needed to be reclaimed, all that was required was for everyone to lend their strength. There was no need to pay tribute to other secure zones, thus elevating Yi Fan's territory to a coveted haven within the city. This incited discontent among the leaders of other secure zones, particularly Long Yuan. In less than a week, we have seen no new arrivals. Not only are new members absent, but even the veterans have retreated, leaving only a few timid souls. If this continues, we may not be able to hold our secure zone. Secure zones require ample manpower. And as the leader of the city's largest secure zone, Long Yuan wore a grim expression, never anticipating Yi Fan's audacious move. Major, what should we do? With less than 12 hours until the next occupation, our combat strength is insufficient, as everyone has flocked to that Yi Fan's territory. Long Yuan's visage darkened. Realizing that Yi Fan had disrupted his established order, undermining not just his rules but the conventions of the entire region. Does he truly believe that being level 120 makes him invincible, that he can provide security without compensation? He fancies himself a benefactor. Long Yuan clenched his fists. Despite amassing considerable resources recently, the expenses for his followers were substantial. Without fresh blood to replenish their ranks, they would soon face destitution in the wild. We will follow the Major's orders. When do we strike? Long Yuan's tone was icy as he commanded, gather the troops. If we cannot defend our secure zone, we shall seize his. He will learn that my rules are the true rules. Understood. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's territory had expanded significantly over the course of a week. Originally a group of 52, they now boasted thousands. Within Yi Fan's secure zone, Concerns about food were alleviated. The only worry was one's ability to hunt monsters in the wild. Those lacking the capability to venture outside would find survival within Yi Fan's territory impossible. Thus, a stark contrast emerged between Yi Fan's secure zone and others, as residents frequently banded together to hunt monsters. While occasional disputes over resource distribution arose, most interactions remained positive, all stemming from Yi Fan's formidable presence. To enter Yi Fan's secure zone, the sole requirement was a commitment to mutual benefit. Anyone attempting to disrupt the established order would find themselves swiftly dealt with by Yi Fan. A few days prior, a troublemaker's corpse still hung at the entrance. A grim reminder. Here, compliance ensured safety, defiance invited death. As night fell, Yi Fan appeared at the entrance of the secure zone, dragging the carcass of a massive lion behind him. His arrival instantly attracted a throng of onlookers. Captain Yi has returned. That boss he brought back is likely level 120. Of course, given Captain Yi's prowess, a level 120 boss is merely an appetizer. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to receive a share of the meat today. Yesterday, I received a piece of that delicious level 120 boss meat, which permanently enhanced my attributes, though it could only be used once. Only Captain Yi would be so generous. Without his presence, our survival until today would have been uncertain. Excitement buzzed as they anticipated whether they would receive a portion. Though the level 120 boss was substantial, it was impossible for everyone to partake. Yi Fan typically arranged distribution based on individual strength within the secure zone. He endeavored to elevate the abilities of those who survived, ensuring they had hope for survival should he fail in his endeavors. Old Wong, gather the cooks. Prepare for the division. Right away, Captain. You go rest. I will ensure the task is completed. Through their days alongside Yi Fan, the 50 individuals previously chosen had all unknowingly surpassed level 100. The earliest to join, Qingyu, was on the brink of reaching level 110, having upgraded her equipment multiple times, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Qingyu stretched, revealing her graceful waist. I'm exhausted, finally. I can take a break. Yi Fan nodded and said, go ahead. After several days of intense leveling and monster hunting, you all must be exhausted. The territory we have occupied is already quite substantial. It's enough for now. Tomorrow, you can rest well. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, rather than expressing joy, everyone appeared somewhat disheartened. Captain, I am not tired. I can continue. Me too. My level is about to rise. I can't afford to delay. I didn't obtain a single piece of equipment today. I must continue tomorrow. Yi Fan wore a bitter smile. Surprised that this hastily assembled group of teammates would be so fervent, they were reluctant to take a break. However, such good fortune would not please anyone, as being able to level up and hunt monsters alongside Yi Fan was undeniably a privilege due to the safety it provided. Chapter 46. The intrusion of Long Yuan. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Yi Fan could only shake his head helplessly. Progress is made step by step. Meals are consumed bite by bite. We have been leveling and hunting monsters intensively for a week, and it is indeed time for a break. Tomorrow will be a day of rest, and we will decide on the next steps the day after. Surely, this is acceptable. Upon hearing Yi Fan's decree of a day's rest followed by a return to action, everyone finally settled down. They were acutely aware of Yi Fan's formidable strength and aspired to elevate their levels to 120. They wished to handle situations with the same composure as Yi Fan, effortlessly dispatching bosses as if they were mere chickens. This would alleviate their concerns for safety in a world fraught with peril, allowing them to live each day without trepidation. Yi Fan understood their thoughts well. However, his strength stemmed not only from his high level, but also from his profession and equipment. Nevertheless, he did not wish to undermine their confidence. As long as they believed in themselves, he saw hope. The enormous corpse of the boss, after being meticulously dissected by a dozen chefs, yielded 3,000 portions of meat after more than an hour, under the coordination of Lao Wang and others. Those who had not received their share of meat yesterday began to queue for their portions. Cheers erupted from everyone when they finally received the coveted boss meat. But at that moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the entrance of the safe zone. Yi Fan's Kunping domain sensed the arrival of these intruders immediately, and to his astonishment, one of them was a familiar presence. The guards at the entrance of the safe zone were 2 level 100 superhumans, allies of Yi Fan who typically served as sentinels, recording the comings and goings of individuals. Seeing the 2 level 100 figures blocking his path, Long Yuan felt a surge of irritation. Step aside. This is not a place for someone of your surname, Long, to tread. This is our captain's territory. You'd best leave quickly, or you shall regret it. Yi Fan's guards did not hold back. After all, when they were in Long Yuan's territory, they had obeyed his commands like subordinates, but the situation had changed. Now, emboldened by their newfound strength, they no longer regarded Long Yuan with the same fear, especially with their formidable captain backing them. Long Yuan seethed. Good dogs do not block the path. You are courting death. If Yi Fan does not obediently relinquish his territory today, I shall obliterate all his efforts. Attack. The guards retorted, we are not afraid of you. Enemy attack. The guards immediately signaled an assault alert to the safe zone. Yi Fan's group of 50, led by him, sprang into action upon hearing the alarm, charging towards the entrance without hesitation. Following suit, the majority of the crowd surged toward the safe zone's entrance. What audacity one must possess to create chaos in such a place. They were unwilling to lose this sanctuary. Qing Yu leaped out of the window, and when she reappeared, she had landed at the entrance. Sister Qing Yu is here. As she arrived, all eyes turned toward her. She was Yi Fan's foremost fighter, the most powerful in the safe zone, second only to Yi Fan himself. With an expressionless face, Qing Yu coldly regarded Long Yuan and his band of intruders, who had come with about 1,000 people to instigate a brawl. Was this a sign of madness? Long Xiao, it is late. Why have you brought so many people to our territory? Are you attempting to intimidate us or planning a night raid? Long Yuan, gazing at Qing Yu, recognized her as the female streamer who had previously escaped from him. She now appeared even stronger than before. What had transpired in the past few days? Humph. Where is your captain? Call him out. I have matters to discuss. A chef brandishing a cleaver shouted at Long Yuan. Do you think this is your territory? Must everyone heed your command? Previously, we had no choice but to comply in your domain, but now you dare to enter our territory with such arrogance. Are you out of your mind? Indeed, if he's lost his mind, we should help him recover. Long Yuan's expression darkened. These individuals, who once seemed as insignificant as ants, now dared to stand against him, all because of Yi Fan. Fine, Yi Fan. Today I shall destroy your territory and slay your people, rendering all your efforts futile. Attack. Long Yuan realized that further conversation was pointless. Yi Fan had risen to prominence, and in order to subdue him, he must eliminate everyone around him. Qing Yu brandished her spear, unleashing a volley of gunfire. Since you seek death, we shall grant you your wish. Attack. In the ensuing conflict at the entrance of Yi Fan's safe zone, Long Yuan's side clearly held the numerical advantage, but they were still at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Long Yuan's forces were strong. Otherwise, they would not have controlled vast territories when the apocalypse first began. Yi Fan's most elite fighters numbered only a handful compared to Long Yuan's troops, creating a significant disparity. Yet, Yi Fan's side relied not on sheer strength, but on their numbers. Long Yuan's presence instilled a sense of urgency among the ordinary people. If he were to seize control of this place, they would revert to their previous miserable state, and thus they could not permit Long Yuan to remain. Grasping their weapons, they engaged in a fierce exchange of skills. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood elevated, observing from afar. It was not that he did not wish to assist. He simply could not. He could not remain there indefinitely. Many matters needed to be resolved by them. Long Yuan's incursion served as the perfect catalyst, if utilized wisely. This place could flourish even in Yi Fan's absence. Of course, should a dire situation arise, Yi Fan would intervene at once. He would not stand idly by while his comrades fell to Long Yuan. This battle reminded Yi Fan of the guild wars in games, but unlike those, death here was final. Thus, the pressure on healers in reality was immense. If someone were injured, they would be swiftly dragged out, and the healer would provide immediate assistance. The conflict raged for over an hour. Although Long Yuan's side was powerful, they were outnumbered, and the healing situation further exacerbated their plight. Ultimately, they left behind over 100 corpses, fleeing in disarray, and throughout the encounter, Long Yuan never even laid eyes on Yi Fan, resulting in a bewildering defeat. In contrast, while no one on Yi Fan's side perished, hundreds sustained severe injuries, with even more suffering minor wounds. The disparity in combat strength was glaring. Had it not been for their sheer numbers and Yi Fan's support, they might not have secured victory in this battle. Chapter 47. It is time for you to depart. Long Yuan and his companions, battered and bruised, hurriedly sought to return to their territory. He could scarcely believe that merely a week had passed, and the people here had become so formidable. Previously, they had not even possessed the will to resist in his domain. Yi Fan, just you wait. For today's grievances, I shall make you pay 100-fold. And that wretched woman, I will ensure you suffer beyond endurance. Long Yuan's adversary was Qing Yu, who had just severed one of Long Yuan's arms with a single shot. It was precisely for this reason that Long Yuan had issued the order to retreat. In the darkness, a voice gradually emerged. I am right here. No need for you to seek me out. How do you intend to repay me 100-fold? Bathed in moonlight, Yi Fan leaned against the crumbling wall, quietly standing before Long Yuan. Long Yuan's pupils constricted, and he and his entourage retreated several steps before coming to a halt. "It's you, Yi Fan." Yi Fan smiled and replied, "Of course it is me. Did you not say you were looking for me? Why, now that I stand before you, do you appear so frightened? Are you here to find me, or are you afraid of me?" Long Yuan took a deep breath. After all, he had several hundred men by his side. Even though he was injured, could they not handle a single Yi Fan? Huh. You refuse to take the path to heaven, yet insist on barging into hell. You did not find me in your territory, and now you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. I have never seen such shamelessness. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile, as it seemed the other party had yet to grasp his current predicament. After you rejected my request, we became adversaries. However, you should never have attacked my territory. I bear no enmity towards you. I merely wish to assist these ordinary people, yet your intentions have strayed far from humanity. Long Yuan scoffed, "Bah, I shall live as I please. The world is in chaos, and the higher-ups cannot even guarantee their own safety. Yet they expect me to fight for them? Do you not find that laughable? Indeed, it is laughable. You may choose your own path, but you should not disrupt the safety of others, nor seize what belongs to them. Each person has their own aspirations. I shall bid you farewell." At that moment, Long Yuan erupted into maniacal laughter. "Huh, bid me farewell? Yi Fan, you overestimate yourself. Today marks your demise. Everyone attack him. There are only a handful of level 120 players. I need not remind you of the treasures they possess. Let us strike." Long Yuan issued the command. Yet he himself did not move due to his missing arm. However, the eyes of his men shimmered with greed. For who could know how many valuable items a level 120 character might possess? With countless skills unleashed toward Yi Fan, he declared, "Coimping Domain, activate," augmenting his own attributes while diminishing those of his opponents. Devouring Armor, defensive skill activated. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds, Yi Fan did not dare be careless. He enhanced his defense to its peak. As an avalanche of skills surged toward him, Yi Fan remained unyielding. The skills wrought havoc upon the already dilapidated structures, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Yi Fan found himself enveloped at the epicenter of the abilities unleashed. "Huh, kill me? Do you, Yi Fan, possess that capability?" Long Yuan laughed maniacally, reveling in the thought of vanquishing Yi Fan. "Had I known you were so arrogant, I would have lured you out sooner to avoid losing so many men." Observing the dust swirling where Yi Fan stood, Long Yuan felt elated, undeterred even by the pain emanating from his severed arm. After all, a level 120 character was at stake. How many precious items would he inherit if Yi Fan perished? As long as he exercised caution, he could carve out his own realm amidst the chaos, perhaps even ascend as a sovereign in this apocalyptic world. Long Yuan's heart raced with anticipation as he envisioned his future. "Brothers, today we have struck gold. Once I acquire Yi Fan's equipment, I shall establish a kingdom, and you shall be its elders, existing above all others." The fervor of Long Yuan's laughter was echoed by his followers, all caught in a frenzy of excitement. "Huh, Major, it's time to loot the spoils," Long Yuan exclaimed with glee. Just as everyone was lost in their exhilaration, a voice emerged from the swirling dust. "Oh dear, I almost feel reluctant to interrupt your dreams. You do not truly believe you can kill me this easily, do you? Did you think reaching my level would make me so easily slain?" The jubilant expression on Long Yuan's face abruptly stiffened, transforming into sheer terror as he gazed at the descending dust. A figure slowly approached them. Despite the barrage of skills unleashed by hundreds, even a boss would be severely injured under such an assault. Yet Yi Fan seemed untouched, save for his slightly soiled clothing. Long Yuan's face contorted with disbelief and dread. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With so many attacking simultaneously, even if you are level 120, you cannot stand here unscathed. What manner of being are you? Or perhaps you are not even human." Yi Fan's countenance darkened. "You are the one who is not human. Who told you I am level 120? It appears you believe 120 is the pinnacle of existence. How tragic." Long Yuan stood frozen, realizing that if he was not level 120, then perhaps he surpassed it. Or there were things he remained ignorant of. Yet Long Yuan refused to concede defeat, pointing at Yi Fan and shouting, "Kill him. I refuse to believe he can remain unharmed." With that, he initiated his skill before the others could act. The others quickly followed suit. The absurdity was that their skills could not even breach Yi Fan's defenses. Each attack merely chipped away a small fraction of his health, akin to a mere tickle. "You shall meet your end," Yi Fan declared, pointing at Long Yuan, his eyes devoid of any compassion. Allowing such a person to continue existing in this apocalypse would lead to countless others suffering under his tyranny. As Yi Fan's terrifying gaze bore down on him, Long Yuan's heart turned to ice. Run. Flee. Long Yuan shouted, shoving those beside him as he fled in a frenzy. Whoosh. An arrow fell from the sky. Boom. Ah. Yi Fan, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Yi Fan did not halt his actions. Since you wish to become a ghost, I shall grant your wish. Minutes later, Chapter 48, the same task. If possible, Yi Fan would prefer not to be so ruthless. With a wave of his hand, all the exposed supplies were absorbed into his spatial ring. These individuals were indeed affluent, each possessing a wealth of food, particularly Long Yuan. It was no wonder so many harbored hatred towards them. Shortly after Yi Fan departed, a horde of wild creatures surged in, clearing away the human corpses. Had it not been for the bloodstains on the ground, no one would have suspected that a fierce battle had taken place here. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Fan's door was rapped upon. He opened it to find Qing Yu, bloodied and breathless, standing before him. Captain, all the enemies have been driven away. Yi Fan nodded and said, well done. If there is nothing else, you should rest early. I doubt they will return to invade us. Thank you, Captain, Qing Yu replied. Yi Fan smiled, saying, no need for pleasantries. Driving them away was your achievement, not mine. If you truly wish to thank me, focus on improving your strength. Qing Yu retorted, why do you always tell me to enhance my strength? Don't think I didn't notice you watching us during the battle. Had it not been for your intervention, we would have suffered considerable losses. Oh, you noticed? Indeed, I sensed it. After all, every time your pet appears, my strength increases by around 20. As long as I grow stronger, you will surely be nearby. Unexpectedly, it was not I who exposed myself, but rather Kuanping revealed his own identity. Yi Fan awkwardly scratched his head, expressing his concern for them. It's nothing serious, you should rest early. I am quite fatigued. After speaking, Yi Fan did not wait for Qing Yu to respond and directly closed the door. Qing Yu, infuriated, stomped her feet at Yi Fan's door. I severed one of his arms, and you don't even properly commend me. Are you so afraid I might harm you? They had spent considerable time together. Yet their captain behaved like a block of wood. It was utterly frustrating. As Yi Fan lay on his bed, it was not that he was unaware of Qing Yu's intentions. Rather, it was precisely because he understood them that he maintained a distance from her. Yi Zi, I have received a rather challenging mission. Wang Chang's voice echoed from the team channel. What is it about? This task has a peculiar requirement. I must eliminate 5 level 120 bosses in our county to secure a month of safety. However, if I fail to accomplish this within a month, the security time will be halved and the number of wild monsters will double. We've only managed to defeat 1 level 120 boss so far, which should not be too difficult, yet my teammates are exceedingly incompetent, rendering me incapable of showcasing my abilities. Though the tasks were alike, Yi Fan's mission involved 5 super bosses, while Wang Chang's pertained to level 120 bosses. Yu, is your task similar? Yes. My mission aligns with Wang Chang's. The requirements are the same. What about you? Yi Fan sighed. I have 5 crossing tribulation first layer bosses to deal with. It is exceedingly challenging. Wang Chang chuckled. The person issuing the tasks clearly assesses individuals. It is only appropriate for someone as formidable as you to tackle crossing tribulation first layer bosses. Yi Fan retorted, it truly is difficult for me. So spare me your teasing. I feel utterly powerless against a single crossing tribulation first layer boss, let alone 4. Meanwhile, your level 120 bosses are significantly easier. I've already slain quite a few of them and acquired numerous pieces of equipment. Come to my territory, and I shall share the loot. Oh, the prospect of receiving equipment from a big shot is irresistible. I must attend. Yi Fan utilized the token to teleport back to his private territory. And soon Wang Chang and Yu appeared within his domain. Upon seeing Yu, Yi Fan immediately embraced her. Are you well? Yes, and you? I am fine. But I am mostly concerned about you, given the weakness of your side's highest combat power. Yu nestled in Yi Fan's embrace, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Could you refrain from flaunting your affection so openly? I am not a dog. Yi Fan quipped. Even a single dog is still a dog. Enjoy your meal at your own pace. When you find a partner, you may also flaunt your affection before me, and I won't mind. Wang Chang interjected, enough. Hand over the equipment to me swiftly. I need to leave immediately. I cannot afford to remain here. Yi Fan, of course, was not inclined to let Wang Chang depart so quickly, as he had acquired a considerable amount of equipment recently, which needed to be allocated thoughtfully based on individual attributes. For reasons unknown, since reaching level 100, the individual attributes of equipment had seen a substantial increase, yet the set bonuses had vanished. Wang Chang had also been busy during this time, and with his own equipment combined with Yi Fan's. He had assembled a formidable ensemble of items ranging from level 110 to 120, significantly enhancing his overall power. Having gathered so much equipment, you should present it soon. It should pose no problem now, Yi Fan remarked. I was preoccupied, and honestly, I felt the quality of the equipment was lacking. I would have delayed further had you not mentioned the task. I merely wish to reserve the finer items for you. Thank you. This should ensure the task proceeds smoothly. Yu, what about you? Yu selected a set of equipment. Being a support-type class, she had not found a suitable item for herself despite the passage of time. But fortunately, Yi Fan had saved plenty for her. Indeed, the attributes of equipment above level 100 are remarkable, coupled with my unique class, which possesses some offensive skills. I now have a better chance of completing this task. Yi Fan still felt some apprehension, as the task remained quite challenging. And level 120 bosses were not to be trifled with, particularly for a support class like Yu. What level are your teammates? If it seems unmanageable, consider equipping them with a full set of gear. After pondering, Yu recognized that this would indeed bolster their chances, as her current teammates lacked equipment. Alright, just one set will suffice. Otherwise, others might think I am hoarding. Understood. Once I complete this task, I will come find you. A month of safety should be manageable. Include me as well. I feel stagnant here and sense that there are more important matters awaiting my attention. Yi Fan was startled. Recognizing that he too felt a similar sensation, an unshakable intuition that significant tasks awaited him. To his surprise, Wang Chong shared this sentiment. The following morning, Yi Fan's door was rapped vigorously. Qingyu stood outside, visibly anxious. Creaking, Yi Fan opened the door, shirtless. What is it? Upon seeing this sight, Qingyu was momentarily stunned. Beneath his bronze skin, his 8-pack abs gleamed strikingly. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. She hadn't anticipated that her seemingly delicate captain would possess such a well-defined physique. Captain, could you please put on a shirt? Yi Fan glanced at himself, puzzled, as he could not comprehend what was inappropriate. After all, there were many muscular men walking around shirtless on the streets. Just a moment. Shortly, Yi Fan donned a shirt, and only then did Qingyu dare to look back at him. Are you feverish? Your face is so red. Yi Fan inquired with concern. Internally, Qingyu cursed him. Had he not been shirtless tempting her, would her face be flushed? No, I'm just warm. This morning, I received news that Long Yuan's entire army was annihilated on their way back. I do not know who was responsible, or perhaps they encountered a monstrous boss. Yi Fan was unfazed, assuming it was not a significant issue. News of his defeat of Long Yuan had finally spread, although they remained unaware of who had vanquished them. Oh, seeing Yi Fan's lack of surprise, Qingyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Captain, you seem to know something. Regardless of their status as our enemies, you should not react this way to such news. Yi Fan replied, I was the one who killed them. Is there a problem? Qingyu was taken aback. Although she had anticipated this, hearing it from Yi Fan's mouth was still profoundly shocking. Was it truly you who did this? What else would it be? Should I wait for them to return and trouble you again? Qingyu was at a loss for words. After spending so much time with Yi Fan, she understood his character well enough. Alright, what shall we do now? Shall we seize their territory? I heard their safety period is about to expire, necessitating a reoccupation. Should we send someone over now? Yi Fan nodded. Yes, I entrust this matter to you. My intention was the same. I hadn't anticipated the reoccupation would happen so swiftly. Fortunately, our two safety zones are in close proximity, facilitating mutual support. Qingyu nodded slightly. Their initial choice of this location was predicated on its proximity to Long Yuan's secure zone. Yi Fan's original words were that once his territory expanded, he would directly annex it. Little did he expect that this day would arrive so swiftly, in just over a week. Not only had he taken all the people from Long Yuan, but even Long Yuan himself had been slain. Reflecting on it, one cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for Long Yuan, who not only lost his territory and his people, but ultimately his very life as well. Yi Fan mused that one reaps what one sows. Had Long Yuan chosen to cooperate with him from the outset, perhaps he would have enjoyed a more prosperous existence. But he opted to oppose Yi Fan, to stand against humanity itself, and thus his fate was sealed. If one day a similar situation were to arise in Yi Fan's territory, it would undoubtedly face a similar overthrow. It was merely a matter of time. Qingyu sighed and began to address the issues concerning the secure zone. The inhabitants of Yi Fan's secure area, upon learning of Long Yuan's demise, erupted in cheers of jubilation. Under Qingyu's guidance, they commenced the takeover of Long Yuan's secure territory. It seemed as though everyone regarded the secure zone as their home, diligently committing themselves to its defense. Coupled with the prior maneuvers undertaken by Yi Fan and his allies, Qingyu successfully assumed control of Long Yuan's former territory, while Long Yuan's subordinates either surrendered or departed from the secure zone. Before long, news of the happenings in the western part of the city spread throughout the entire urban area. The leaders of the other territories were taken aback. Long Yuan had perished? His forces were formidable. How could they have been vanquished so swiftly? It was unclear, but Yi Fan was indeed powerful. They were eager to seek an audience with him. As the largest secure zone in the West was now under the leadership of this individual named Yi Fan. This Yi Fan was quite audacious, allowing free entry into the secure territories he had fought hard to establish. Were they not essentially working for him without compensation? Had Long Yuan not mentioned that Yi Fan had approached him for collaboration, which he declined? Now that Long Yuan was dead, they suspected Yi Fan was the architect of this entire situation. Of course, it was evident to both parties that Yi Fan was behind it. His audacity to slay Long Yuan indicated that he was no benevolent figure. Should they not engage in dialogue? Dialogue was indeed necessary. It was merely a question of how Yi Fan wished to approach it. They were situated quite far from him. Surely his reach could not extend that far. The others fell into silence, as they could not guarantee their safety in such matters. After all, the city was relatively compact. Previously, one could drive from the eastern district to the western in a mere 2 hours. While lacking vehicles now, the journey would only take a morning at most. Yi Fan's model of mutual cooperation and shared prosperity garnered substantial support from many humans. Furthermore, the rules he instituted within the secure zone ensured that as long as one was not lazy, starvation would not be a fate they faced. This was why so many rallied behind Yi Fan. Having resolved the issues in the Western District, the next step was to gather the remaining humans together, as this would greatly benefit humanity's development. Captain, the holders of several territories in the Eastern District wish to speak with you. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. He had not yet sought them out, yet they were already eager to approach him. Certainly. After receiving an affirmative response, Yi Fan finally established communication with the other 3 in the chat channel. Each of them was at level 110, no wonder they could oust the secure zone. Their levels and strength were evident. Even more astonishing to Yi Fan was that these individuals had previously been mere leaders of a small guild. Yet they had now stumbled upon such a significant opportunity. Brother Yi, we hear you have unified the Western District. The 3 of us would like to hear about your future plans. Rest assured, we do not consider ourselves your adversaries, so as long as your demands are reasonable, we can agree to your terms. These 3 were quite perceptive, quickly conceding. It seemed Long Yuan's death placed considerable pressure upon them. Yi Fan smiled and replied, "There is no need for such apprehension. You speak as if I were a merciless demon. I am quite reasonable, otherwise I would not have such a large band of brothers following me." "Reasonable? You seized such a vast territory. Your might dictates your reason." They responded, "We can only comply." "Brother Yi, you jest. We know your character all too well." Yi Fan found their response amusing, having anticipated that negotiating with the remaining territories would require effort. But it seemed they had delivered themselves directly to him. "Since you place such trust in me, I shall be forthright. My objective is simple, to consolidate everyone, as this will greatly enhance our survival prospects. Long Yuan, having refused to cooperate in fulfilling my mission, no longer needs to linger. Do you perceive any issues with my approach?" The 3 dared not voice any opposition. Recognizing it as a task meant that there were indeed powerful figures backing it. Their current achievements stemmed from a lack of oversight, as they had been left to their own devices. They believed that once the higher-ups intervened, they would reap the benefits before departing. This was their true intention. However, it seemed that the higher-ups were acting rather swiftly. It had only been about 10 days since the game ceased operations. Had the state already adapted? Of course, Yi Fan would not divulge that this task was issued by the system, and as for the state, it had ceased to exist the moment the game was shut down. "Very well, if this is indeed a task, we shall cooperate." Yi Fan continued, "The reason for consolidating everyone is also of paramount importance. You should be aware that within our city, there are 5 super bosses, one of which has already been slain, leaving 4 remaining. I have received confirmation that if we fail to eliminate these remaining 4 super bosses within 30 days, the duration of the secure zones granted to humanity will be halved, and the frequency of wild monsters and bosses will double. At that point, the scattered humans will face an even graver calamity. If we persist in dividing our remaining human populace, what are our chances of survival?" The 3 were utterly astonished. The apocalyptic world was already overwhelmingly burdensome. Monsters and bosses were incessantly emerging beyond the secure zones. Terrifyingly, these monsters and bosses would respawn upon being defeated, akin to a game. Should the super bosses remain alive, the doubling of monster spawns coupled with the halved duration of secure zones would spell utter annihilation for humanity. Brother Yi, is your information reliable? If this is the case, we should expedite the assembly of all remaining humans to collectively face the impending disaster. Indeed, most of the remaining humans are superhumans, inheriting the abilities from the game. Even those who have not inherited powers can enhance their skills by defeating wild monsters to gain experience and equipment. Thus, Brother Yi, your strategy is entirely sound. If what you say is true, humanity will face a second wave of devastation. The first wave had already resulted in nearly a 50% population decline worldwide within just a week. Now, less than 30% remains. Should a second wave strike, it would be remarkable if the global population could sustain even 110 million. The ultimate outcome would be humanity's extinction. Yi Fan inquired. How many individuals remain within your respective secure zones? The combined population of our 3 territories does not exceed 100,000. If we are to relocate, it remains an exceptionally large number, and during this process, many lives are likely to be lost. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Despite the mere hours of travel, the wild monsters and bosses encountered along the way are endless. This is an unavoidable reality. However, I shall do my utmost to dispatch skilled escorts to accompany them. As for the final number of individuals who may arrive, we can only leave it to fate. Of course, you have the option to decline my request and remain within your territories, but I cannot guarantee the outcome of such a choice. This is a monumental undertaking, relocating nearly 100,000 people from the eastern city to the western side, and the toll of casualties along the way is uncertain. The 3 of us should not face significant issues, but it is the ordinary citizens, especially those without any gaming abilities, who are at risk. Brother Yi, we require some time to deliberate on this matter. We shall provide you with a satisfactory response in one day, regardless of whether we choose to proceed or not. We will reply to you. Very well, I shall await your response. The mass relocation of people will undoubtedly attract the attention of wild monsters and bosses, leading to an inevitable fierce battle. Upon hearing about the impending relocation of their base, the residents of the 3 major safe zones in the eastern city exhibited considerable resistance. It was not that they were unwilling, but the journey was far too daunting. After narrowly escaping one calamity, they feared embarking on a path of no return. As they repeated Yi Fan's words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. They understood that even if they did not leave now, death awaited them eventually. On the second day, Yi Fan received their response. They would relocate. Thus, from today onward, Yi Fan and his companions began their preparations. To ensure the safety of the populace, they could only conduct 3 escort missions each day. The massive transfer of people inevitably attracted the attention of outdoor monsters and bosses, who regarded humans as their evening feast. Each relocation became a banquet for them. In just 3 days, the entire population had been relocated, but the number had decreased by nearly 10,000. Even with Yi Fan's escort, there were moments when he felt utterly powerless. The destructive power of the bosses was overwhelming. Humans appeared as mere ants before them. Had Yi Fan not taken personal charge during these days, the death toll would have been even higher. Task completion rate, 50. Remaining task time, 22 days. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The initial phase of the task had been accomplished, and the next step involved confronting 4 super bosses. Yi Feng, the boss at the first level of tribulation, still felt a lingering fear. Brother Yi, now that all the people in our city are gathered here, how shall we tackle the super bosses you mentioned? Qingyu, what else can we do? We must find the one who once defeated a super boss. Only then can we have a greater chance of vanquishing the other 4 super bosses. But who is that person, and where can we find them? We have no way of knowing where to begin. Let fate decide. At the very least, with so many of us gathered, there is hope for survival. Unlike some areas where entire cities have become desolate. Indeed, in my hometown, the city could not even withstand a week. Ultimately, the last safe zone was breached by the wild monsters and bosses. Such cities are numerous in our country. We are somewhat fortunate. All eyes turned to Yi Fan. He was the only one with the highest combat prowess in this city. As for that unseen expert, they had no means to gauge their strength. They could only place their hopes in Yi Fan. Chapter 51. The shock from a super boss. No need to search further. I am the one who defeated the super boss. Upon uttering these words, an awe-inspiring silence fell over the crowd, especially under the pitch-black night sky. Aside from the crackling sounds from the campfire, the occasional roars of wild bosses echoed from the wilderness. No other sounds could be heard. Everyone gazed at Yi Fan with a mixture of disbelief and acceptance. Indeed, Yi Fan was so formidable, if not for him. Who else could have achieved such a feat against the super boss? Qingyu swallowed hard. A few days prior, Yi Fan had taken him to observe a nearby super boss, allowing him to scout the area. At that time, the super boss was at least a kilometer away. Yet its massive form and terrifying aura instilled fear even in Qingyu, who stood far back. The super boss towered at least 20 stories high, around 50 to 60 meters tall, and the oppressive presence it exuded would cause any person to tremble involuntarily, let alone attempt to defeat it. The existence of a super boss lies in its ability to instill dread, even if it has never engaged in battle. The sight of it shatters the defenses of any onlooker. Captain, are you certain? Yi Fan nodded. Is there any doubt? It was sheer luck that I managed to defeat the devouring beast. Among the 5 super bosses, it is the weakest. Even so, I nearly fell victim to its counterattack. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone absorbed the weight of his words. The mere thought of confronting such a super boss was daunting. Standing beside it would require immense courage. Captain, could you enlighten us about this super boss? Qing Yu asked, voicing the curiosity that everyone felt. All eyes turned to Yi Fan, filled with anticipation, for only he possessed the knowledge to illuminate their path. Yi Fan waved his hand, and the corpse of the devouring beast was laid out in an open area, its towering form immediately drawing countless spectators. This is the carcass of the devouring beast. You may closely observe its terrifying presence. At the sight of the devouring beast, many were so frightened they instinctively stepped back. Their astonishment grew as they noticed that half of its body was missing. Captain, how did you manage to do this? Half of the devouring beast is gone. Yi Fan replied simply, I did it. Those 3 words struck the crowd like a hammer, leaving them in awe. The immense body had been reduced to half by Yi Fan's might, showcasing an incredible level of power. They felt immense relief for their earlier decision to follow Yi Fan. If he were to turn against them, it would be akin to an adult bullying a child. Where a child might still have some resistance, they had none at all. Approaching the devouring beast's colossal foot, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over them. The beast's claws were as large as an adult, and a mere brush could spell disaster. Captain, this is utterly monstrous. How did you achieve this? Even in death, the oppressive aura was staggering. Truly, our captain is a level 120 top-tier player. Only he possesses such capabilities. Faced with such a giant, I would have long since been paralyzed with fear. As the corpse of the devouring beast was displayed, it attracted considerable attention. Qing Yu, gazing at the beast's remains, finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between herself and Yi Fan. She had always believed that reaching level 120 would bridge the gap. However, she now realized that she would never be able to keep pace with Yi Fan. Even upon attaining level 120, she would still be unable to rival his strength, leaving her with an indescribable feeling of inadequacy. Yi Fan stood before the corpse of the devouring beast. This is the devouring behemoth, currently the only super boss in our city with the lowest attack power, yet paradoxically possessing the highest defense. Each boss possesses unique skills, and this particular one has the ability to devour. It can consume anything into its belly, and once swallowed, one is unlikely to see the sun rise again. Captain, given the immense power of this super boss, it must be quite different from the others, right? Yi Fan nodded and replied, indeed, there is a significant distinction. In our common understanding, the highest level of boss is merely level 120. But this super boss has its own level, referred to as Du Jie Yi Chong Tian, transcending conventional levels and existing in an entirely different realm. Du Jie Yi Chong Tian? What is that? Captain, please enlighten us so that we may not perish in ignorance if we encounter it in the future. Yi Fan responded. Well, both we humans and these wild monsters and bosses have a maximum level of 120. Upon reaching level 120, further progression requires the item known as Shin Huan Sui Pian. Once one accumulates 100 pieces of Shin Huan Sui Pian, they can elevate their level to Du Jie Yi Chong Tian, which is the level I currently possess. Wow, the captain is impressive. To be able to slay such a super boss, I was certain it couldn't be level 120, and indeed, it is different. I eagerly anticipate the power that Du Jie Yi Chong Tian entails. Captain, where can one obtain the Shin Huan Sui Pian? Yi Fan pointed to the devouring behemoth behind him, instantly instilling a sense of foreboding. The only way to acquire Shin Huan Sui Pian is to slay wild monsters or bosses at the Du Jie Yi Chong Tian level or above. This devouring behemoth drops 1 piece of Shin Huan Sui Pian upon death. Captain, I think I should abandon this thought. Du Jie Yi Chong Tian has no connection to me. This boss could easily crush me underfoot. Do I dare to challenge it? Right. I must be out of my mind to seek trouble with it and offer my head as a gift. This is terrifying. Whose design is this? Only monsters at the Du Jie Yi Chong Tian level drop the Shin Huan Sui Pian. It feels like a distant dream. I may never achieve that in this lifetime. It seems you have overlooked the crux of the matter. Our captain is indeed at the Du Jie Yi Chong Tian level. Captain, from whom did you acquire your Shin Huan Sui Pian? Did you not claim to have slain only one? Did you not state that reaching Du Jie Yi Chong Tian requires 100 pieces of Shin Huan Sui Pian? Where then did you acquire the surplus? Yi Fan replied. I am merely more fortunate than you. As before the game ceased operations, I farmed dungeons above level 100. In those dungeons, any boss that perished would drop one piece of Shen Huan Sui Pian. Ah, it is that simple? Captain, your luck is astounding. Well, otherwise, why would you not be the captain? Timing and fate. Chapter 52. Yi Fan's speculation. Captain, did you three know that the apocalypse was approaching? Were you aware that the game would invade reality, hence the frantic expenditure on equipment at the last moment? Others nodded in agreement. If there were no forewarning, such irregular behavior would be inexplicable. A group of individuals looked to Yi Fan, eagerly awaiting a definitive answer. However, Yi Fan shook his head in resignation. No, perhaps I was just fortunate. If I were aware, then surely the country would have known long ago. But look at the current situation. No one anticipated this occurrence. I simply ponder why the stable Metaverse, which has operated for so many years, would suddenly announce a shutdown. I suspect there is a conspiracy at play, which is why I seized the opportunity to acquire equipment and materials at low prices. The outcome, as you can see, is evident. Other side, understanding that only the national level could uncover such truths, yet in the present circumstances, no one could foresee the outcome. Captain, do you think this issue could be related to that energy crystal, as it is of extraterrestrial origin? Qin Yu's reasoning was sound. He could discern the connection, and many others likely shared the same thought. After all, the energy crystal and the game associated with it do not belong to this world. Thus, the invasion of reality by the game must be an extraterrestrial strategy. I concur with your hypothesis. It is indeed a matter of the energy crystal. There are aliens at work behind the scenes, though we remain unaware of their intentions. This invasion of reality may merely be their first step, aiming to utilize these wild monsters and bosses to eradicate the native inhabitants of our blue star. Qin Yu remarked, I am still curious. If they possess such capability, why not act directly instead of relying on this game? Yi Fan replied, the universe is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps higher beings restrain them, preventing direct intervention, which is why they resort to using the game to invade our world. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, everyone nodded in agreement, finding this explanation to be the most coherent thus far. Therefore, it is almost certain that this is an extraterrestrial conspiracy, and the reason they do not dare to intervene directly is that someone is inhibiting them, prompting them to orchestrate a scheme spanning over 50 years, ultimately intending to use these wild monsters and bosses to cleanse Blue Star of its indigenous people. Aliens are truly terrifying. The universe is so expansive, yet humanity has yet to discover extraterrestrial life, only to find out they seek our demise. Indeed, after this catastrophe, it is likely that no one will harbor any fondness for extraterrestrial civilizations, given the sheer number of lives lost. We seem to have digressed. Our current discussion should focus on how to confront the Doomsday Ichong Tian boss rather than the aliens. They would not dare to act against us. We merely need to contend with these bosses. Yes, these bosses present the most formidable challenge we currently face. Captain, do you have any solutions? Yi Fan wore a resigned smile. Do not be deceived by my ability to have slain a devouring behemoth. That was merely luck. Had fortune not favored me, I would have been the one to perish. Now do you understand? Everyone present wore a frown. If we truly cannot eliminate the other 4 super bosses, their fate would likely be grim. Qin Yu urged, Captain, please do not withhold your plans. We all wish to survive, so whatever arrangements you have, we will do our utmost to fulfill them. Even if not for others, we must strive for our own survival. Indeed, Captain, you are also at the Du Jie Ichong Tian level, and those bosses are as well. Logically, you should have a fighting chance against them. If we assist you, victory is assured. Captain, you are so strong. You cannot lose. Please tell us what we should do. Looking at his fellow teammates, whom he had shared so much with, Yi Fan felt a stir of emotion. However, in the face of the Du Jie Ichong Tian bosses, these individuals lacked even the capability to inflict damage. There is no need. From this moment forth, your sole task is to guard the safe zone, promptly clearing any wild monsters within it. We must maintain firm control over all our safe zones. There will undoubtedly be great achievements in the future. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the others were displeased. It seemed as though he intended to abandon them, which was unacceptable. Their unity was forged entirely due to Yi Fan's personal charisma. Captain, you cannot leave us. We have only just come together. If you were to abandon us now, I shudder to think what chaos might ensue. Indeed, there are those with ulterior motives lurking in the shadows. While you may not feel their presence now, should you depart, they could very well emerge to seize power for themselves. Captain, you must not forsake us. We have painstakingly secured our own place amidst this apocalypse, and to have achieved what we have is already commendable. Even if we cannot defeat those formidable superbosses, we can still defend our position. If we truly cannot hold our ground, we can retreat to a more remote location, and one day, we shall reclaim our strength. A chorus of voices arose, imploring Yi Fan to stay, creating the impression that he was about to leave. Their words made him feel as though he had suddenly grown in stature in their eyes. I never said I was leaving. I merely assigned you a task. You all seem overly anxious. Upon hearing that Yi Fan would not depart, those present once again felt a wave of relief wash over them. As long as Yi Fan remained, this place would be a sanctuary. Observing the group's waning tension, Yi Fan continued, a few days ago, Qing Yu and I scouted the nearest super boss, and my next target is it. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone felt a renewed sense of apprehension. Was he preparing to confront the super boss? This particular super boss was known as Du Jiao. With horns upon its head but no feet to speak of, it could only be referred to as a Jiao. Although it was also a first-tier tribulation boss, it was chosen primarily for its comparatively weaker defenses and moderate offensive capabilities, though its poison was quite troublesome. I would like to inquire if anyone possesses any antidotes. If possible, Yi Fan wished to prepare a few more antidotes for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 53. Lin Yidong. The mention of antidotes bewildered everyone present. Captain, I have a gas mask in my backpack. Would this suffice? One individual produced a gas mask from their bag and presented it to Yi Fan. Are you a fool? How can one fight while wearing this? Movement would be severely restricted, likely resulting in a quicker demise. Others echoed similar sentiments, asserting that the mask was not only cumbersome and uncomfortable, but also detrimental to one's combat effectiveness. And they doubted it would provide any protection against the poison of a super boss. Yi Fan shook his head in resignation. While he possessed such a mask, it would prove ineffective against the Du Jiao. Is there anything else? Perhaps some pills? I recall there being antidote pills in previous games, but I happened to be unprepared. Others shook their heads, as antidote pills were seldom kept unless they were expected to be used. As a first-tier tribulation boss, Du Jiao's poison would undoubtedly be sophisticated, requiring high-grade antidotes or detoxifying pills. Yi Fan felt somewhat guilty, realizing that if he had not prepared, it was unlikely that others would have done so either. He would have to seek alternative solutions. I can concoct high-grade detoxifying pills. A faint voice emerged, barely audible amidst the silence. The crowd turned to find that the voice belonged to a boy of about 13 or 14 years. What is this child doing here? This is no place for a child to meddle. These matters are serious and cannot tolerate any mishaps. The adults dismissed him, urging him to leave and not disrupt their discussion. No one believed that a boy of such tender age could produce high-grade detoxifying pills, as it typically required at least 2 to 3 years of experience in the Metaverse to achieve such a feat. Such a young child could not possibly manage it. And who would engage in pill-making when they had nothing better to do? Unless they were out of their mind. Qing Yu approached the boy, crouching down to speak softly. Young one, are you certain you can do this? The boy nodded earnestly. Yes, I truly can concoct detoxifying pills, and high-grade ones at that. Please believe me. Others nearby could no longer contain their disbelief. Qing Yu, you actually believe what this child is saying? High-grade pills are beyond the capabilities of someone so young. They urged the boy to leave and not create further disturbances. Qing Yu shot them a glance. What if he can? Can any of you do it? The others could only shake their heads in resignation, for they indeed could not. Qing Yu, I truly can. I just lack the materials to make the detoxifying pills. Please trust me. I can do it. Qing Yu, although the boy was young, felt that in such circumstances, he would not speak falsely. All right, I believe you. Tell me what materials you need, and I will fetch them for you. The materials required for high-grade detoxifying pills were rather unique. While she had some common materials, she needed Xin Xing Chao and Xing Shengua. Those listening nearby immediately laughed. Are you trying to make fools of us, little kid? Those items only exist in games. How could they possibly exist in reality? Moreover, if I recall correctly, both of these herbs are classified as high-grade and are not easily obtainable. Qing Yu, crouching nearby, also frowned. It was indeed a challenge, and she was uncertain if those herbs existed in the real world. Seeking guidance, she looked at Yi Fan, unsure whether to trust the child. Yi Fan approached Qing Yu's side and crouched down as well. Young one, can you truly concoct high-grade detoxifying pills? Yes. I practiced a lot in the game before. Although I've never made high-grade ones, I sold many ordinary ones. Yi Fan nodded. All right, I can trust you. I will also seek out the 2 herbs you need, but you must not deceive me, for these herbs do not grow in simple locations. Qing Yu and the others stared at Yi Fan in astonishment. Did he know where to find them? Captain, have you seen them? Are there truly these herbs in our reality? That seems rather unscientific. Yi Fan smiled. What is unscientific about it? If games can invade our reality, It is reasonable that the herbs from the game could exist here as well. Moreover, these herbs are not far. They lie within the territory of Du Jiao. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm of the group was extinguished. Captain, are you joking? We still lack the means to confront Du Jiao. And now you want to venture into its territory to steal herbs? What if we are discovered? How will we survive? Indeed, we might not only fail to find the herbs, but also end up being killed. Yi Fan shook his head. You need not worry about that. I will go myself. Young man, let me ask you once more, are you certain? The boy nodded fervently. Yes, I am certain. I inherited my alchemical skills from my father. And there is absolutely no problem. Inherited? A heavy silence fell over everyone present. In the Metaverse, there was only one way to inherit experience in auxiliary professions, through death. This death was not in the game, but in reality, implying that this child had lost his father before the apocalypse. Young one, I apologize. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. If I can assist Captain Yi Fan, my father would be very pleased. Yi Fan gently patted the boy's head. Do your best. I will go gather the herbs shortly. What is your name? I am Lin Yidong. Yi Fan smiled. All right, brother will remember that. Where is your mother? Lin Yidong lowered his head, remaining silent, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yi Fan sighed deeply. Qing Yu grasped Lin Yidong's hand and said, It's all right. From now on, I will be your elder sister. Will you stay by my side? Having lost her father and now her mother. This 13 or 14-year-old child was truly pitiable. Qing Yu thought of her younger brother back home, who was likely facing dire straits. Lin Yidong nodded earnestly, tears streaming down her face. This scene moved Qing Yu, and in the next moment, she embraced Lin Yidong, sobbing. Those around them lowered their heads, for they were all flesh and blood. Who among them could remain stone-hearted? Yi Fan patted Qing Yu's shoulder. He had seen her lost in thought several times, missing her family, which was a natural sentiment, especially in these apocalyptic times. In Chapter 54, You Are the Birdman. Yi Fan indeed encountered the Qing Shinchao and the Xing Shungua within the territory of the poisonous Jiao. During a previous reconnaissance, he had noticed them, but their proximity to the poisonous Jiao made him dismiss it. Little did he know he could refine advanced detoxification pills. With the detoxification pills, his chances of success would increase. Although the poisonous Jiao had grown horns, it had yet to transform and remained a serpent. Serpents possess poor eyesight, relying instead on scent and energy fluctuations to sense their surroundings. Under the cover of night, the poisonous Jiao's abilities were even more terrifying than during the day. Thus, Yi Fan decided against taking action that evening, opting to wait until noon the next day. The following day, Yi Fan departed the safe zone early. When Qing Yu sought to discuss how to find the two herbs with him, she discovered his dwelling was completely empty. Where could he have gone so early in the morning? She wanted to consult him on gathering medicinal materials. After searching for a while, without finding any trace of Yi Fan, she was informed by a guard near the safe zone's entrance. Sister Qing, are you looking for the captain? He left early this morning. A sense of inexplicable worry enveloped Qing Yu. After all, Yi Fan had mentioned he might not be able to contend with the poisonous Jiao. His early departure likely indicated he intended to gather herbs alone. How could he do this? What harm would it be to consult me? Qing Yu felt a mix of anger and anxiety. She could not stealthily follow him without risking becoming a burden. If she hindered him at that place, it would only exacerbate his troubles, perhaps due to the early hour. The wild creatures had yet to emerge for foraging, allowing Yi Fan to reach the poisonous Jiao's territory with ease. Much like before with the devouring beast, in this domain, ordinary wild creatures and bosses could not enter, making it relatively safe as long as he remained undetected by the poisonous Jiao. However, such a superboss was not naive. If his aura lingered too long, he would inevitably be discovered. As the temperature rose, the sun ascended to its zenith. At 10 o'clock, the hottest time of day, the blinding sunlight made it difficult for Yi Fan to keep his eyes open, especially with the enormous body of the poisonous Jiao coiled beneath him. Its emerald green serpent body shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Yi Fan took a deep breath, striving to minimize his presence and movements. The Xing Shengua and Qing Shinchao thrived within 100 meters of the poisonous Jiao, appearing to have sprouted recently. Logically, it was improbable for fruit to develop in just over 10 days, but this world defied conventional understanding. Yi Fan stealthily approached the herbs, step by step. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Ding. You have entered the poison zone. You are poisoned, losing 1 health point per second. Exit the poison zone to naturally reduce the toxin. Yi Fan's expression changed drastically. He was still over 200 meters away from the poisonous Jiao and had already begun to succumb to poison. He hastened his pace, glancing at his dwindling health. Without further ado, he summoned the Kun Peng wings. Golden wings sprouted from his back, significantly enhancing his speed of movement. Though they generated energy fluctuations that could attract the attention of the poisonous Jiao. Unlike a flying mount, which could potentially awaken the beast, this skill merely heightened his mobility. With swift strokes of his wings, he soared into the medicinal area. Collect. The ring in his hand absorbed the herbs. Yet Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on the poisonous Jiao. The moment the herbs were drawn into the space ring, the massive form of the poisonous Jiao stirred. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan abandoned the remaining Qing Shen Chao and Xing Shengua, propelling himself at high speed out of the poisonous gas's reach. Ding. You have exited the poison zone. The poison state has disappeared. Ding. You have entered the poison zone. You are poisoned, losing 1 health point per second. Exit the poison zone to naturally reduce the toxin. Just as Yi Fan began to relax, another notification alerted him to the poison status. He turned back to see the gigantic body of the poisonous Jiao rapidly closing in on him. Setting sun. Boom. A falling arrow impeded the poisonous Jiao's advance, granting Yi Fan a moment to vanish from its sight. To be cautious, he flew at maximum speed toward the safety zone. At the entrance of the safe zone, Qing Yu's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "Look, something is flying over here. All units, prepare for battle." The group braced themselves, aware that while no wild creatures or bosses would attack within the safe zone, absolute safety was an illusion. What if a boss or wild creature went berserk? Boom. The high-velocity object crashed before the safe zone, stirring up clouds of dust. As the crowd discerned the celestial arrival, they stood in stunned silence. How did the captain become a birdman? Wow, the captain has wings now. Who wants to trade shifts? I need a nap. Observing the incredulous expressions, Yi Fan lightly shook his shoulders, causing the wings to vanish. What are you all standing there for? Qing Yu inquired curiously. Captain, how did your wings disappear again? Yi Fan replied with a smile. Oh, you're curious about my wings? It's a skill from my divine pet that grants me the ability to fly. Generally, I don't utilize it, as it emits energy fluctuations that attract wild creatures and bosses. Oh, so it's a skill from the Kuan-Pong. Nothing strange about that. Ugh, I worried for nothing, thinking our captain had become a birdman. Get out of here, you're the birdman. Go find Lin Yidong. I've obtained the Qing Shen Chao and Xing Shengua. Qing Yu sighed with relief. Indeed, he had ventured out to gather herbs alone. Yet, it was true that such a perilous task could only be accomplished by him. She doubted anyone else could inspire confidence in him. Our captain is incredible, procuring the medicinal materials so swiftly. Surely he must have a plan to deal with that poisonous Jiao now. Of course, this is our captain. If he can't achieve it, no one else can. We mere minions can only cheer him on. Captain, you're amazing. It is evident that the safety zone cannot do without our captain. We must disperse. In Chapter 55, Battle with the Poisonous Jiao. Yi Fan's acquisition of these 2 herbs was anticipated by all, yet they were unaware that he had ventured into the poisonous Jiao's attack range to obtain them. If they had known he risked his life to secure these herbs, what thoughts would have occupied their minds? Fortunately, Yi Fan's speed was sufficient. The poisonous Jiao did not pursue beyond its territory. Upon witnessing Yi Fan entering the safety zone, the other wild creatures and bosses ceased to pay him any heed. Soon enough, Lin Yidong was brought forth. Yi Fan produced a multitude of medicinal herbs, for he was apprehensive about Lin Yidong's youth and the possibility of his low success rate in concocting potions. One advanced detoxification pill would certainly prove insufficient. As detoxification pills have a time limit, they prevent poisoning for a certain duration, after which the poisoning resumes. Confronted with the formidable poison serpent, Yi Fan understood that he could not defeat it in a brief encounter, hence his need for an abundance of herbs. Upon receiving the herbs, Lin Yidong began to refine them right then and there. To Yi Fan's astonishment, Lin Yidong exhibited remarkable proficiency in alchemy, successfully producing 10 advanced detoxification pills with only a single failure. Lin Yidong beamed with joy as he gazed at the 10 pills in his hands. Captain, I have successfully refined 10 advanced detoxification pills, each capable of counteracting toxins for 10 minutes. They can effectively neutralize any poison. Yi Fan nodded and took 9 of the pills from him. It seems this is your first time refining such advanced detoxification pills. Keep this last one as a memento. For Yi Fan, the encounter with the poison serpent represented a singular opportunity. Failing to defeat it the first time would eliminate any chance of a second attempt. The difference between possessing 9 and 10 advanced detoxification pills was negligible. Lin Yidong tightly clutched the remaining detoxification pill, resolutely declaring, Captain, I will continue to strive. You will surely vanquish that super boss and avenge humanity. Avenge my mother. Yi Fan gently ruffled Lin Yidong's hair, a smile gracing his face. With the advanced detoxification pills at hand, The remainder of the task seemed manageable. After a simple lunch, Yi Fan closed his eyes to rest. Qing Yu quietly approached and sat beside him. Are you sure you don't need our assistance? Yi Fan kept his eyes shut, responding, no. All the remaining humans in the city are here. Your duty is to protect this place while I must complete my remaining tasks. All right. You can rest assured that we will handle things here. If, and I stress if, you truly find yourself unable to defeat the poison serpent, I hope you will return. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. Rest assured, I cannot perish yet, and I am well aware of our predicament. Very well, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Just remember to inform me before you leave to spare me worry, for you are the spiritual pillar of everyone here. Without you, many may crumble. Yi Fan nodded, choosing not to speak further. After a brief moment, Qing Yu departed quietly, recognizing that leaving Yi Fan undisturbed was the wisest course of action. System. With the advanced detoxification pills at my disposal, what are my chances against the poison serpent? Ding. 50%. This is your current maximum. If you utilize your hidden passive skill unexpectedly, you could exceed a tenfold chance. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. His hidden passive skill, bloodshed, was indeed formidable. The lower his health, the greater his attack, potentially culminating in a 1,000-fold increase. However, the drawback was glaring. He possessed no defensive capabilities. Should the enemy seize an opportunity, a single strike could prove fatal. Such perilous maneuvers were only feasible with absolute trust in one's allies. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fan had silently departed the safety zone. He needed to slay the poison serpent before nightfall, otherwise, the task would become increasingly difficult. Upon returning to the poison serpent's territory, the colossal beast still coiled like a small mountain. Yi Fan approached cautiously, and upon triggering the poison zone, he promptly consumed a detoxification pill. Ding. Consumed advanced detoxification pill. Toxins eliminated. Duration, 10 minutes. Cannot be poisoned again within this time frame. Indeed, the advanced detoxification pill proved effective against the poison serpent's venom. Free from the affliction of toxins, Yi Fan drew nearer to the creature. System. Where lies the weakness of this super boss? Ding. Scanning super boss poison serpent, marking weaknesses. 3 vulnerabilities were identified, one on its abdomen, another at its tail, and the last in its gaping maw. However, all 3 were currently obscured, rendering them inaccessible for attack. Observing the dwindling duration of the detoxification pill's effects, Yi Fan resolved to act without delay. If the greatest weakness lay in its mouth, then he would pry it open. Yi Fan grasped the Juri Jigong, chased the sun. Indeed, he unleashed his most potent skill from the outset, which bore a low probability of achieving a one-hit kill. Yet, Yi Fan did not place his hopes solely on this ability. He merely intended to strike the head concealed within the serpent's body with this linear attack. The linear strike locked onto its target, and chased the sun brutally penetrated the poison serpent's form, striking its head. Even the creature's hardened forehead bore a ghastly wound. Hiss! The poisoned serpent howled in agony, its colossal body thrashing wildly. Upon recognizing the assailant as the midday thief, its eyes radiated an even more terrifying hatred. Hiss! A vast plume of green gas erupted from its maw. Now was the moment. Yi Fan drew back his bow, aiming directly at the serpent's gaping mouth. In an instant, a torrent of skills surged toward the poisoned serpent's maw. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from the serpent. But did one truly believe the unicorn was so feeble? Certainly not. The green gas it expelled was venomous, although it could not inflict continuous harm on Yi Fan. The toxic mist that touched his skin immediately triggered a decline in his attributes. Ding! Poison serpent's innate toxin activated. All attributes decreased by 50. Movement speed reduced by 70. Duration, 3 minutes. While it did not inflict direct damage, the debilitation of Yi Fan's attributes and speed effectively pushed him toward doom. Amidst the chaos, the serpent's massive tail lashed out toward Yi Fan's position. With his current speed diminished, he could only watch helplessly as the tail struck him. Chapter 56. Are you cheating? Just as the enormous tail was about to make contact with Yi Fan, golden wings materialized behind him, granting him a terrifying swiftness to evade the devastating sweep. Setting sun. Although his movement speed had decreased, his flight speed remained unaffected. Upon seeing his attack rendered futile, the poison serpent's colossal tail crashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The tremors resonated throughout the safety zone. Even those at a distance felt the impact. Many climbed to elevated positions to witness the source of the disturbance. Look, the poison serpent is raging. It must be retaliating against the captain's attack. One individual, armed with binoculars, observed the distant battle scene. Qing Yu quickly seized the binoculars to take a look. Unfortunately, the distance rendered the scene unclear. though the gargantuan serpent was distinctly visible. It seems the captain is battling the poison serpent. How could he possibly manage such a terrifying display of power? Nonsense. I have long regarded the captain as a divine entity. Just look at those bosses and wild creatures in the wilderness, now trembling in fear. This is the overwhelming pressure brought by a super boss. Our captain, capable of defeating such formidable foes, has transcended the realm of ordinary humanity. Qing Yu wore a worried expression, having repeatedly mentioned that he should inform her before leaving, yet this fellow sneaked away. If it weren't for the intense residual energy from the battle, she would have likely remained unaware of his departure. Come on, Captain, you can do it, Lin Yidong shouted, offering his encouragement. At this moment, all they could do was mentally support Yifan. Everyone watched the battle intently. Victory would grant them a glimmer of hope for survival, while defeat would plunge them into eternal darkness and death. Yifan had been entangled with the poison serpent for approximately 10 minutes. Despite his high attack power causing significant trouble for the poison serpent, its assaults inflicted considerable damage on him. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of Yifan's mouth, while the golden Kunpeng wings on his back flickered ominously. This super boss, the poison serpent, proved to be even more troublesome than the previous super boss, the devouring giant beast. However, the poison serpent's defensive capabilities were not overly formidable after more than 10 minutes. Its health had only dwindled to about 75. Yifan hovered in midair, facing the poison serpent, which raised its proud head. The two stood in stark opposition, and the poison serpent clearly did not anticipate that its toxins seemed ineffective against Yifan. Its primary attack method revolved around toxins, and without them, its efficiency plummeted. Nevertheless, Yifan was not in an enviable position either. Despite activating the defensive enhancement of the devouring armor, he could not evade the debilitating effects of the poison serpent's innate toxins. With only 15% of his health remaining, the serpent grew cautious. Indeed, the poison serpent began to circle around Yifan, aware that he could not deal with it immediately, while it could simply outlast him. Fortunately, while the poison serpent's attack speed was rapid, its mobility was lacking. Yifan seized upon this weakness, utilizing his high-frequency attacks to deplete the serpent's health. After considerable effort, when the poison serpent's health dipped to 70, it unleashed a furious roar, expelling a massive cloud of toxic gas from its maw. Faced with this, Yifan had no choice but to retreat. A thick cloud of green poison enveloped the poison serpent, and when the gas dissipated, Yifan was left stunned. At that moment, the serpent's health inexplicably returned to 90. How outrageous, you must be cheating, Yifan thought, having painstakingly reduced its health to under 70. Only to discover it possessed a healing ability. If this continued, he would surely exhaust his stamina. Yifan never anticipated that this would be a regenerative boss, which complicated matters significantly. Following the restoration of the poison serpent's health to 90, it immediately launched a fierce assault on Yifan. This onslaught was something Yifan could hardly withstand, and his health plummeted rapidly. Alert! Health reduced to 50. Bang! A colossal serpent tail struck Yifan's waist, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood erupted from his mouth. System, why didn't you inform me? It has a healing skill. At this rate, I'm doomed. Alert! I don't find that significant. How can this not be significant? I'm in dire straits. Yifan lamented as he lay on the ground, red steam igniting around him. Alert! Health below 13. Activating hidden passive blood of the celestial. The lower the health, the higher the attack. With a sliver of health, the damage can multiply exponentially, capable of slaying even gods. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yifan glanced at his character attributes, noticing that his defense had indeed decreased by 30. Remarkably, his attack power surged by over 10-fold. Having reached this critical juncture, Yifan resolved to fight with all his might, as long as he remained cautious. He believed he could prevail. Observing the red steam emanating from Yifan, the poison serpent looked taken aback, even hesitating to attack at first, intrigued instead. Yifan chuckled coldly. How confident are you in yourself? Sunset. This assault was incomparable to previous ones, inflicting damage that soared to unprecedented levels. The poison serpent's health plummeted significantly, its entire form pinned to the ground by Yifan's arrow. It's my turn to strike. Yifan's bow transformed into a streak of light, unleashing a terrifying attack that instilled fear in the poison serpent's eyes. The serpent attempted to flee, regretting not having struck a finishing blow earlier. Yet now, Yifan's offensive capabilities were beyond comparison. What once posed a minor inconvenience now threatened to deliver fatal harm. Alert! Super Boss Poison Serpent's health below 50. Recommend using the Chasing Sun skill. Yifan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the retreating poison serpent, and without hesitation, raise the Chasing Sun bow. Chasing Sun. Much like before, this terrifying pursuit skill, combined with explosive damage, cleaved the fleeing poison serpent in two. Its massive body crashed to the ground, collapsing nearby structures in the process. Alert! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the super boss poison serpent. Gaining experience for the first layer of tribulation. Such a breathtaking scene. The super boss poison serpent being split asunder was witnessed by numerous individuals in the safety zone. Had they triumphed? It seemed they had indeed seen the boss torn apart. Chapter 57. By You Poison King Bow System. Why did the super boss poison serpent not attack me in its final moments, instead opting to flee? Yifan pondered, genuinely fearful that it might have decided to fight him to the death. Alert! Because the host emanated a powerful aura, amplifying attack power by tenfold. Even as a first-layer tribulation boss, it would not be foolish enough to allow you to strike freely. It intended to escape. If it were a lower-tier boss, it might lack such intelligence and could have engaged you in a desperate battle. Yifan was somewhat taken aback. The very concerns he harbored did not materialize. Instead, the super boss, in its bid for survival, refrained from attacking him, granting him ample opportunity to unleash his potential. Was the emergence of intelligence in this boss ultimately beneficial? If it had truly fought him to the death, it might not have emerged victorious. So, could he exploit a bug, intentionally lowering his health to below 13, thereby becoming invincible? Alert! While I do not endorse the host's bug exploiting method, it can be utilized under special circumstances. However, this system strongly advises against such behavior to avoid being instantaneously eliminated by the boss. Yifan chuckled, merely testing the system's limits, only to find it would not prevent him, offering merely a suggestion instead. I understand. Yifan stored the poison serpent's corpse in his spatial ring. On the ground, two items remained. One was a guaranteed soul shard, while the other was an exquisite bow radiating a greenish glow. By You Poison King Bow. Level, First Layer Tribulation. Attributes, Agility 1888, Stamina 1888. Attack effects, Physical Attack 28888, Magical Attack 18888. Additional skill effects, Poison, all attacks inflict poison damage. Reducing target defense, causing loss of health based on the character's attack damage every second. The maximum attack power of my own Juri Jigong is merely 13,000, whereas this by You Du Wang Gong boasts a staggering maximum attack of 28,888, effectively doubling my offensive capability and raising my damage output to at least threefold. It is indeed terrifying, a true testament to the prowess of a weapon forged in the realm of transcending tribulations. With such a weapon in hand, coupled with its attributes, I feel considerably more confident when facing formidable foes such as the devouring behemoth or the venomous flood dragon. Yifan retrieved a restorative potion, and in a brief moment, his health was restored to its peak state, the crimson aura surrounding him dissipating into nothingness. Subsequently, he tidied up the herbs that had sprouted nearby, ensuring the battleground was left pristine. Upon finding nothing of worth, he departed from the territory of the venomous flood dragon. The moment Yifan returned to the entrance of the safe zone, he was greeted with jubilant cheers. It's the captain. Our captain has returned. I told you the captain would surely triumph. Otherwise, how could that boss have been cleaved in twain? It was a distant sight, albeit faintly visible. Yet it still evoked a sense of awe. One could only imagine the spectacle had they been present. Captain, you are truly invincible to have severed such a colossal boss in one stroke. I am in utter admiration of you. With you among us, humanity shall never face extinction. From this day forth, you are unequivocally our spiritual leader. I care not for others, but in my heart, you are undoubtedly number one. A subtle smile graced Yifan's face. Thank you all. This encounter was indeed fraught with peril, but fortunately, I emerged unscathed. Here lies the carcass of the venomous flood dragon, a boss of the first level of transcending tribulations. Feel free to study it if you wish. Just like the carcass of the devouring behemoth, the body of the venomous flood dragon was placed beside it, its formidable appearance still evoking a sense of dread. Qing Yu stepped forward, her expression one of reproach, towards Yifan. Captain, did you not promise to inform us before engaging the boss? Yu vanished without a word, leaving us all in worry. A flicker of apology crossed Yifan's face. Time waits for no one, hence I did not have the chance to inform you. Very well. Qing Yu replied. As our captain, we must heed your commands. However, you are our assurance of safety, so please take care of yourself. Indeed, you may examine this carcass. I am rather fatigued and shall retire for rest. Without waiting for further entreaties, Yifan unfurled his Kunping wings and soared away. They had prepared celebratory festivities, but with the protagonist having departed, they could only abandon their plans. Nonetheless, the carcass of the venomous flood dragon piqued their curiosity, as this boss of the first level of transcending tribulations was not only colossal, but also possessed countless valuable resources. Within the safe zone, many secondary profession players abounded. Yet when it came to the remains of such a formidable boss, they could only study it temporarily, lacking the means to utilize it fully. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yifan sat cross-legged on his bed. This battle had revealed his insufficient experience, nearly resulting in his demise. Fortunately, his hidden passive ability, Bloodlust, proved to be extraordinarily potent. Without it, he would not have been able to turn the tide. As the system prepared to summon the next boss, he pondered whether to confront the Demon God Unicorn Wolf or the Ape Demon King. Based on your combat performance, the Ape Demon King is currently the strongest boss in this city. It is advisable to first tackle the Demon God Unicorn Wolf, as you possess at least an 80% chance of victory against it with your current strength. Yifan was taken aback after preparing a high-grade detoxifying elixir. He had only a 55% chance against the venomous flood dragon. Yet, due to acquiring a weapon of the first level of transcending tribulations, his odds had now risen to a remarkable 80%. Is it truly so? Indeed. Your current sword armor is also of the first level of transcending tribulations, and its lethality far surpasses that of lesser equipment. Furthermore, the toxic attack inherent in your new weapon will similarly weaken even a boss of the first level of transcending tribulations, thus enhancing your likelihood of success. Realizing this, Yifan acknowledged he had underestimated the weapon's toxic capabilities. It could also be that being a weapon of transcending tribulation places it in a league of its own. Understanding this, he inquired about the prospects against the Ape Demon King. According to your current character attributes, the Ape Demon King surpasses you significantly in terms of speed, defense, and attack. This boss is at the pinnacle of the first level of transcending tribulations, a class far beyond ordinary bosses, rated with a difficulty of 5 stars, making it your greatest adversary, with a maximum chance of victory at merely 10. Yifan gasped in astonishment. The previous 4 bosses of the first level of transcending tribulations seemed trivial in comparison to this final one. Is it truly that challenging? Indeed. Should you successfully complete this task, you will be rewarded handsomely, a recognition of your strength. What kind of magnificent reward? Upon completion of the task, you shall discover. Yifan scoffed in annoyance, collapsing onto his bed. This news felt more discouraging than enlightening. The long-forgotten message from his team suddenly echoed in his mind. Damn it. We finally dealt with the county's boss, but these so-called teammates nearly got me killed. Yifan quickly sat up, a hint of urgency in his voice. What happened to Chong? Is he all right? Is he injured? Wang Chong's voice sounded weary. I'm fine. I can endure. However, several teammates perished unnecessarily. I have no idea what they were afraid of. It was merely a level 120 boss, yet they behaved as if facing an insurmountable foe. Their cowardice led to this predicament. Hearing Wang Chong was unhurt, Yifan felt a wave of relief. I don't care about others, as long as you are well. That is what matters. Your next task is to clear the remaining monsters and bosses in the county. We have a month of safety, correct? Yes, indeed. We have a month of safety, and I received substantial task rewards. The 9 Heavens Tower has appeared. I can proceed with my transcending tribulation. Don't rush. Did you not mention that there is a possibility of failure during transcending tribulation? Soul shards are now difficult to acquire, and we must have absolute confidence before attempting again. Should we fail, the materials will vanish, and gathering another 100 soul shards will not be easy. Wang Chong responded this time. My task rewards include a 100 increase in transcending tribulation success rate and some enhancements to my character attributes. Completing the first level of transcending tribulations will pose no issue. Yifan exhaled in relief. That was excellent news. Well then, take care of yourself. As for clearing the lesser monsters and bosses, let others handle that. It is a small county, and their combat power is not high. Their fear is understandable, as long as you remain unharmed. Wang Chong expressed frustration. These people are too weak. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up like this. I was at the front, facing the boss, yet they were slain by the aftershocks. Is it not infuriating? Yifan felt somewhat exasperated as well, yet the outcome was favorable, granting them a month of respite. Rest well. You have ample time to transcend, so there is no need to rush. All right. After an extensive conversation, Yu had remained silent throughout. She must have been preoccupied with her own affairs, as she would typically offer some words of comfort. Meanwhile, Wang Chong lay amidst the bloodshed. Although he bore wounds on his body, the blood upon the ground was not his own, but that of the boss. Observing the jubilant crowd around him, Wang Chong wore a look of disdain. What is there to be jubilant about? Given the state of affairs, Are you not merely celebrating your own impending demise? Were it not for my presence, would you not be awaiting death here? Wang Chong, visibly irked, voiced his thoughts, causing the others to cease their celebrations. After all, who could contest Wang Chong's supremacy in this realm? Brother Wang Chong, one ventured, at least we have emerged victorious. We have a month of respite ahead of us, and this time can bring about significant change. Wang Chong retorted, what change can you possibly effect with such timorousness and fear of life? The moment I depart, will this place not revert to being a haven for wild monsters? What? Brother Wang Chong, you intend to leave? That cannot be. The outside world is perilous. Many places have been completely annihilated. Isn't it better for us to remain here? Indeed, Brother Wang Chong, you must not abandon us. This is our homeland. Where else would you go? Wang Chong, irritated, replied, mind your own affairs. Why concern yourselves with me? I shall go wherever I please. Given your current state, whether you can succeed next time is uncertain, let alone defend this place. Hurry and level up. You have no time for celebrations. With that, Wang Chong retreated to his private domain, for it was the only sanctuary he could trust, unwilling to expose his back to these fools. As Wang Chong vanished, the onlookers could only exchange glances, for who among them could deny the strength of Wang Chong? Without him, this county would not endure for long. Task accomplished, and with confidence in overcoming the tribulation, Yi Fan felt a sense of closure. The subsequent concern lay with Yu Yu and her ability to fulfill her task. Should they falter, Yi Fan would need to advance to Yu Yu's city ahead of schedule. Yi Fan reclined to rest, even foregoing dinner with the others that evening. It was not until the following morning that he emerged from his chamber. Gazing at the sun rising in the east, he inhaled deeply. Today's objective was to vanquish the demon god unicorn wolf, and with an 80% assurance of success, it was virtually as good as 100. There was no reason to allow the demon god unicorn wolf to persist any longer. Without disturbing anyone, Yi Fan once more ventured beyond the safety zone. His goal was precise, leading him directly to the territory of the demon god unicorn wolf. He was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength, which had doubled after his recent enhancements. The emerald-hued poison king bow radiated an icy aura, and a single arrow roused the slumbering demon god unicorn wolf. True to the bow's skill description, upon being struck, the demon god unicorn wolf succumbed to a poisoned state. Although its reaction speed was impressive, Yi Fan's swiftness surpassed it. Facing the demon god unicorn wolf, he felt no trepidation. Aside from its formidable health and defense, it posed little threat to him. Within mere minutes, the beast's head was severed from its body. This triumph was solely due to Yi Fan acquiring a weapon of the first tribulation. The transformation was nothing short of astounding. Previously, his level 100 equipment had resulted in fierce battles. Yet now, merely with a change of attire and weapon, the results were entirely different. Yi Fan collected the remains of the demon god unicorn wolf, alongside a shard of divine soul and a piece of equipment from the first tribulation, a pair of gauntlets. As a piece of first tribulation gear, even these gauntlets boasted attributes several times greater than his previous level 100 equipment. With a complete set of first tribulation gear, defeating a first tribulation boss would be akin to battling a standard boss. Indeed, regardless of skill, the enhancement from equipment remained paramount. Chapter 59, Only One Remains System. I am prepared for the fourth super boss, the saber-toothed tiger. Ding. Aside from the ape demon king, all is manageable. Excellent. Upon returning to the safety zone and discarding the bodies of the demon god unicorn wolf and the saber-toothed tiger, the onlookers were left in shock, quickly followed by a sense of relief. Who was Yi Fan? He was the one capable of slaying a first tribulation boss. After all, Captain, we are just one away. Soon, our entire city shall be liberated. Indeed, I wish to return to my original home. There are many belongings I have yet to retrieve. I want to erect a grave for my second uncle. He perished outside while saving me. My family consists of only me now. I wish to go home and gather photographs. This is my final hope. The prospect of victory loomed near, and the crowd was filled with anticipation. All eyes turned to Yi Fan. The accomplishments of this city were entirely attributable to the man before them. Soon, the news of their imminent return home spread throughout the safety zone, with everyone eagerly awaiting Yi Fan's assault on the final boss. When Xingyu learned that Yi Fan had slain 2 more bosses, she was left utterly astonished. His strength had surged once more. Previously, she had worried he might struggle against a first tribulation boss. Yet today, he had vanquished 2, and it seemed likely he could also deal with the last one. Goodness. I suspect you were merely feigning weakness before us. How is it that you are now so formidable? Yi Fan revealed his weapon of the first tribulation. Because of this, my power has doubled. A weapon? Goodness. The attributes are terrifying. Terrifying is an understatement. The weapon in my hand has an attack power that is merely a fraction, yet it stands at 800. Ah, no wonder the captain is so formidable. This weapon must have been dropped by that super boss, the poison serpent, yesterday. Its attack power is utterly outrageous. My weapon only had an additional 2,000 attack, and I felt quite impressive. Yet this one boasts an increase of several tens of thousands. Truly, a level 20 weapon is extraordinary. Indeed, it's all thanks to you, Captain. Without your prowess, even the finest weapon would be of no use. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement. Had it not been for Yi Fan's strength, they could not have acquired such superior equipment. The source of Yi Fan's strength lay in his hidden class. Even if others possessed gear akin to his, they might not replicate his damage output. This was the advantage bestowed by the superclass, Celestial Voyager. Captain, with your current prowess, shall we be able to dispose of the last boss this afternoon? Can we not commence our assault on the wilderness bosses and monsters? Indeed, if we can dispatch that boss this afternoon, we shall be ready to move. Yet at that moment, Yi Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Do not be deceived. While I may appear capable of effortlessly defeating a first tribulation boss, this final boss presents a considerable challenge. Captain, do not jest. Given your current abilities, a first tribulation boss should be no challenge at all. Captain, we have faith in you. Yet Yi Fan understood the formidable challenge posed by this boss. Everyone, please quiet down. It is not as simple as you believe. The final boss is known as the Ape Demon King, currently residing in the wetlands park of the city. He is the strongest among the 5 super bosses, a top-tier boss within the first tribulation. Confronting him will not be easy, and I cannot guarantee success. Qing Yu inquired with curiosity, Captain, even if he is a top-tier boss within the first tribulation, are you not equally so? You can easily slay ordinary first tribulation bosses, so logically, your strength should rank among the best. The thoughts of an ordinary person may align with Qing Yu's, yet this time, we cannot adhere to conventional reasoning. Given my current capabilities, I could generally defeat any adversary in the first tier of tribulation, provided I do not encounter a top-tier boss. However, the Yuan Mo Wang stands as one of those formidable bosses, and in my estimation, to defeat him, I require a complete set of tribulation tier 1 equipment. Regrettably, I possess only 3 pieces, which is far from sufficient. Is it truly this challenging? Captain, where shall we acquire the tribulation tier 1 equipment? Yi Fan shook his head. Uncertain, the regions beyond the city remain an enigma to him. Other cities may indeed house tribulation tier 1 bosses, yet they feel exceedingly distant to Yi Fan. I am uncertain, but I shall find a way. Currently, aside from that swamp park within the city where you cannot venture, most other areas are accessible. Once again, I emphasize the need to enhance our strength. Even if we ultimately cannot confront the Yuan Mo Wang, at the very least, our increased power will allow us to survive longer in this apocalyptic world. Yi Fan's words shattered the dreams of those in the safe zone. Survival does not rely on Yi Fan, but on one's own strength. This is the message he wished to convey. From that day forth, it seemed as though everyone harbored a renewed determination, fervently venturing beyond the safety of the zone in search of wild creatures and bosses. On occasion, Yi Fan would personally lead a team to vanquish level 120 bosses. Yi Zi, I have finally cleared all the wild creatures and bosses in this county. The countdown for our month of safety has begun. Excellent. Let us hasten our preparations for the tribulation. Wang Chong. Last time I attempted to enter the Jiuchong Tian Tower, I was barred due to the incomplete clearing of wild creatures, but this time, it should pose no issue. I shall proceed now. I await your good news and look forward to witnessing the changes once you attain Tribulation Tier 1. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Chong's exuberant voice resonated in the team channel. I did it. I have also reached Tribulation Tier 1. The attribute increase is astonishing. No wonder you are so formidable. With my current attributes, defeating a level 120 boss is a mere trifle. Upon hearing that Wang Chong had also achieved Tribulation Tier 1, Yi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations. If I were to encounter a level 120 boss now, I could easily subdue it with one hand. My attributes have surged tremendously. At that moment, Yu, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke up. Congratulations, Changge. I just completed my task as well, though I still lag somewhat behind you. You finally spoke, Yu. Hurry and reach Tribulation Tier 1 as well. I suspect your reward will be similar to mine. I was listening to your conversation. I had numerous matters to attend to, but I too shall soon embark on my tribulation journey. It should not pose any issues. Yi Fan replied, Go ahead, soon. The 3 of us shall stand at Tribulation Tier 1, which should place us in a unique position within this world. I will rest easy knowing you have completed your tasks. Now, it is my turn, and I cannot afford to fall behind. Chapter 60. Yuan Mo Wang Yizi. Do not feel overly pressured. You must realize that even in places where experts gather, they may struggle to defeat a Tribulation Tier 1 boss. Your current situation is already quite favorable. I have heard that some areas have begun relocating from smaller locations. The larger cities are simply untenable. Indeed, we have recently welcomed many individuals from larger areas, though unfortunately, nearly 60 perished on the journey. The disparity between the outskirts and the city is still quite stark. Yi Fan was well aware that even he had faced immense difficulty when confronting Tribulation Tier 1 bosses initially, let alone others. At the start of the game, only a handful of them were formidable. Even with the addition of previous experts, no more than 10 could contend with a Tribulation Tier 1 boss. Among these 10, aside from Yi Fan, none possessed the capability to defeat a Tribulation Tier 1 boss, unless they united. However, these 10 individuals were scattered across the country. I understand. I will exercise caution. Shortly thereafter, Yu also completed her tribulation. Yi Fan felt a profound sense of relief. As long as they did not venture into the major cities, they would likely be safe from mortal peril. In the following period, Yi Fan did not rush to confront the Yuan Mo Wang, but instead focused on elevating the levels and equipment of the humans within the safe zone. Some may argue that Yi Fan's compassion was excessive, yet what enjoyment would remain if humanity were to perish, leaving him alone? Yi Fan wished to preserve the ember of humanity. He cared not for the losses elsewhere, as they were beyond his reach. However, within his domain, he felt a responsibility to assist these individuals, especially since he needed to secure some level 120 equipment to compensate for his own deficiencies. It was merely a matter of lending a hand to the younger generation to enhance their strength. With less than 10 days remaining until the final deadline, Yi Fan finally donned his last piece of level 120 equipment. Now, the lowest level of his equipment was 120, while the highest was Tribulation Tier 1. His character attributes had also seen slight improvements, although not as striking as those provided by Tribulation Tier 1 gear collectively. They were equivalent to 1 or 2 pieces of that caliber. Meanwhile, Qing Yu's level had risen from the initial 100 to 115. Her equipment had been completely refreshed, and her overall strength had significantly advanced. Not only Qing Yu, but Lin Yidong, whom she had nurtured, had also escalated from level 50 to 93. With the best gear provided by Qing Yu, aside from lacking combat experience, Lin Yidong's capabilities were commendable. Yidong, how many times must I remind you? When battling wild creatures, we cannot rely solely on brute strength. This is not a game. We must master our techniques. Your movements are far too rigid. Are you truly capable? Others often say you are young and need time to grow, yet we cannot afford such luxury. If you truly cannot keep up, remain in the safe zone and do not venture out. Lin Yidong, drenched in sweat, lowered his head, enduring Qing Yu's critique. Nearby teammates quickly approached to console him. Qing Yu, perhaps you could ease up a bit. Yidong is still just a child. Your stringent teachings may be too much for him to bear. I believe he is doing well enough. Qing Yu shot a disapproving glance at her companion and replied sternly, if you genuinely care for him, you should not coddle him. If he is incapable, then he is incapable. What excuses can there be? Does he not aspire to surpass the captain? If he cannot handle this, how can he hope to excel? The others could only shake their heads helplessly. Such scenarios unfolded daily, with Lin Yidong bearing the brunt of the criticism. Sister, I understand my mistakes. I will improve. I shall perform better next time. Yi Fan sat atop a broken wall a distance away, wholeheartedly agreeing with Qing Yu's teachings, which is why he had never intervened in her guidance of Lin Yidong. In this apocalyptic world, one either survives or perishes. There is no room for sentimentality or excuses. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the ground beneath Yi Fan and his companions, making it difficult for them to maintain their footing. What is happening? Qing Yu swiftly pulled Lin Yidong close, shielding him behind her. All present had levels exceeding 110, with only Lin Yidong, at level 93, being the weakest. The others quickly gathered around Qing Yu, forming a protective circle around Lin Yidong. Observing the protective stance taken by those around him, Lin Yi clenched his fists. Were it not for Qing Yu, he might have been relegated to the safety zone, deprived of such tender care. Ultimately, it was his insufficient strength that rendered him vulnerable. Had they not recently vanquished a boss nearby? Was it not supposed to have respawned? Uncertain, the captain had gone to investigate. Yefan, who had been perched on a crumbling wall, had vanished. Everyone, be cautious. I sense something ominous. In the next moment, Yefan appeared before them. Let us hasten to the safety zone. His expression was grave, clearly indicating that something dire had transpired. Captain, what has happened? The Yuan Mo Wang has arrived. At the mention of the Yuan Mo Wang, shock rippled through the group. This was a super boss of the first level of tribulation that even the captain could not defeat. What audacity! Instead of remaining in its territory, it has come to confront us. We must flee. They began to sprint towards the safety zone, yet they seemed oblivious to the considerable distance they had strayed. At least half an hour's journey away. Suddenly, a colossal figure soared overhead, landing several hundred meters ahead and obstructing their path. The enormous black figure of the King Kong ape, with its terrifying musculature and exposed fangs, was a sight that instilled dread. It's here to block our escape. What are we to do? This is where we meet our end. Yefan furrowed his brow. He had never anticipated that the Yuan Mo Wang would venture beyond its domain to seek them out. Kunping Yui, Yefan commanded, you all go ahead. I will hold it off. Do not look back. Run straight to the safety zone. Qing Yu interjected, I will not leave. I shall stay and accompany you. Do not be foolish. Its target is likely me. You are the elite among the elite in the safety zone. You cannot afford to suffer any losses. Quickly, depart and do not disturb me. No, you must take Yidong with you. I will remain with the captain. Yefan insisted, take Qing Yu away. Do you understand? His darkened expression was enough to instill fear in all who beheld it. Captain, we must return. You must follow us immediately. Qing Yu, you must go. Do not burden the captain here. Your presence could hinder his performance. Go. The captain is formidable. He will be fine. We are ill-suited to intervene in such a battle. Let us retreat. Though Qing Yu was reluctant to leave, she recognized that Yefan had not shown such a countenance even when facing the poisonous serpent. She understood this battle would be arduous. She wished to absorb the firepower for Yefan, but the others dared not defy his wishes and promptly carried Qing Yu away. Watching Qing Yu and the others disappear from view, Yefan finally exhaled in relief. With them gone, he could potentially escape. Yefan stood suspended in the void, the Yuan Mo Wang fixating on him. It seemed this creature had indeed come to seek him out. Even if he returned to the safety zone, it would likely wait outside, poised to invade the moment the zone required reoccupation. The Yuan Mo Wang panted heavily, the gust from its enormous nostrils toppling nearby dilapidated structures. With a thunderous roar, it pounded its chest. Seizing a fragment of the ruined building, it hurled it at Yefan with the force of a cannonball. Boom! In the distance, the battle had commenced. Yefan was clashing with the Yuan Mo Wang. Why had the Yuan Mo Wang appeared here? It defied logic. Who knows? Is someone orchestrating this? An alien presence, perhaps? We must flee, return to the safety zone. Qing Yu's expression darkened. Now that the fight had begun, her presence would only encumber Yefan. Let us depart. The cannon-like attack failed to inflict substantial harm on Yefan, as his flight speed allowed him to evade with ease. Realizing his assault was ineffectual, the Yuan Mo Wang let out another furious roar and charged at Yefan. At that moment, it produced a massive pillar from seemingly nowhere. Do you truly consider yourself Sun Wukong, wielding a golden staff? Yefan was taken aback. The difference between wielding a weapon and being unarmed was monumental. The wind generated by the staff prevented Yefan from stabilizing in midair. No wonder this creature is at the pinnacle of the first level of tribulation. Who could withstand such a weapon? Yefan found himself in unprecedented trouble. From the outset, he had been evading attacks, scarcely able to retaliate against the Yuan Mo Wang. Kunpeng Tunshi by me time. His divine pet, the Kunpeng, rapidly expanded, its form swelling to confront the Yuan Mo Wang. Its enormous beak opened wide, attempting to swallow the beast whole. A powerful suction sought to draw the Yuan Mo Wang into its maw. Yet, such a formidable boss could not be easily consumed. Ultimately, the Kunpeng's devouring skill merely immobilized the Yuan Mo Wang for 3 seconds, inflicting minimal damage, inconsequential given its current health. Yefan understood that the Kunpeng's ability could not possibly devour the Yuan Mo Wang. It could only temporarily restrain it. Those precious 3 seconds offered Yefan a moment to breathe. Setting sun, the Yuan Mo Wang finally sustained some damage. The impact from the skill struck its head, causing it to howl in pain. Kunpeng, transform. Keep it occupied. With a piercing cry, the divine beast transformed into a colossal bird, the Kunpeng bird. A skill Yefan was using for the first time. This indicated that he could not directly confront the boss, but had to rely on the Kunpeng to hold it at bay. However, this ability had a time limit. The transformation was not invincible and would dissipate after absorbing a certain amount of damage. Given the current capabilities of the Kunpeng, it should be able to withstand for a while Yefan unleashed a flurry of attacks. The Yuan Mo Wang attempted to assault Yefan, but was blocked by the Kunpeng. Unable to advance, the clash between the two colossal creatures reduced the surrounding buildings to rubble, the violent aftermath of their battle encroaching upon Yefan's safety zone. What is happening? Look over there. A giant bird and a gorilla are battling. Are those two bosses clashing? No, that giant gorilla is certainly one. But that bird seems to be in an energy form. There shouldn't be any super bosses nearby. What could this mean? Qing Yu and the others, rushing back, witnessed the unfolding scene. This must be the captain's trump card. If he cannot prevail, it would be an utter travesty. Are we truly facing extinction? Let us retreat. The residual energy from this battle is too potent. They dared not linger, having just barely escaped the previous distance. Any residual energy from the conflict was beyond their capacity to endure. At that moment, Yefan's expression turned grave. His attacks against the Yuan Mo Wang had surprisingly met with toxin immunity. Moreover, the creature's defense was formidable enough to bring him to tears. After several minutes of relentless assault, the Yuan Mo Wang's health had only diminished by a mere 5 points, even during the Kunping S transformation. System. You claim I have a 1 in 10 chance. I see I possess not even a fraction of that. Are you certain this is merely a first-level tribulation boss? Could it not be a second-level tribulation one? Beep. My scans are infallible. It is indeed a first-level tribulation boss. To be precise, it is on the verge of becoming a second-level tribulation boss. Yefan's heart sank to the depths of despair. The first tribulation brings an extraordinary enhancement, and the second tribulation is likely to yield exponential growth. The Yuan Mo Wang is on the verge of becoming a boss of the second tribulation, its attributes far surpassing those of an ordinary first tribulation boss. It is no wonder that I could barely inflict any damage upon it. Just then, Yi Fan's time to transform into the Kunpeng had expired, and he was struck and dispersed by a blow from the Yuan Mo Wang. The beast's crimson eyes fixated intensely on Yi Fan, and in an instant, it leaped high, brandishing its club for an attack. Cursing under his breath, Yi Fan flapped his Kunpeng wings and narrowly evaded the strike, but was still toppled by the ensuing shockwave. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. That blow had truly landed on him, leaving him grievously injured. Yet, the Yuan Mo Wang offered no respite, swinging its club once more. Defensive enhancement activated. With a resounding clash, Yi Fan barely managed to activate his defensive enhancement in time, unable to evade entirely. The impact from the club struck him heavily. Yi Fan's body crashed like a meteor into an abandoned building. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and he felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. Overwhelmed by an unbearable sensation, the system chimed, warning, health below 13, activating the hidden passive skill blood of the Celestial. The lower your health, the higher your attack. With a sliver of health, your attacks can reach 1,000-fold, potentially slaying a god in an instant. That blow had triggered his bloodthirsty passive. He had activated his defensive enhancement. Without it, he might have perished from that strike. Once again, blood-colored steam enveloped him, dramatically increasing his attack power while further diminishing his defenses. Damn it, I will fight back, he exclaimed. Setting Sun. The damage from his current Setting Sun skill was unlike anything experienced before. The terrifying attack repelled the Yuan Mo Wang hundreds of meters away. Yi Fan rose and drew his bow, aiming directly at the beast's forehead. Chasing Sun. He had not intended to use this skill so soon, but it was the only option left to deal significant damage, hoping that the Yuan Mo Wang would retreat after sustaining heavy injuries. Otherwise, Yi Fan might meet his end. The attack locked on. The Yuan Mo Wang sensed the impending threat of the arrow and roared, striking with its club against Yi Fan's Chasing Sun skill. However, Chasing Sun was a linear attack. Anything that stood in its path would be pierced until it reached its intended target. The Yuan Mo Wang's club was shattered, and in an instant, the arrow struck its forehead, exploding with force. The system chimed, triggering the extremely low probability, full health execution effect of the Chasing Sun skill. The super boss Yuan Mo Wang has been slain. Experience points for defeating a first tribulation boss have been awarded. Yi Fan laughed, blood spilling from his mouth. Haha. I can't believe I activated the full health execution effect at such a critical moment. The Yuan Mo Wang still had 90 health, and yet it was instantly killed by that strike. Yi Fan collapsed to the ground, hastily consuming a medicinal pill, feeling incredibly vulnerable at that moment. With the pill's restorative effects, the discomfort gradually faded. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Had it not been for the fortunate activation of the full health execution effect, he could very well have met his demise today. I must be incredibly lucky. Yi Fan summoned his Kunpeng wings and soared to the Yuan Mo Wang's remains, sweeping its corpse into his spatial ring. He had not anticipated that the battle would conclude in such a manner. As the Yuan Mo Wang's body vanished, 2 shards of divine soul appeared on the ground, accompanied by 2 pieces of equipment. Yuan Mo Battle Staff, level, First Tribulation, attributes, Strength 1888, Stamina 1888, attack effects, Physical attack 28888. Magical attack 18888. Additional skill effects. Gravity sensation. All attacks trigger a gravity effect, inflicting double damage to the target. Upon seeing these attributes, Yifan finally understood why he had sustained such immense damage from that blow. It was due to this skill effect. If he were to receive another hit, he would surely perish. However, even without the gravity effect, he likely would not withstand several more strikes. He was still too weak. Yuan Mo Battle Boots. Level. First Tribulation. Attributes. Agility 1888. Stamina 1888. Attack effects. Physical attack 8888. Magical attack 8888. Defense 18888. Additional skill effects. Jump. Allows for directional change while airborne. Cooldown time is 1 minute. This was remarkable. The ability to alter direction in midair was undeniably a godly skill for evading attacks. The weapon was perfect for Wang Chong, while the boots were for Yifan himself. Having completed these tasks, Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had he been unable to defeat the boss, he would have had to retreat to his private domain to hide, yet he had managed to achieve a full health execution. Upon returning to the safe zone, Qin Yu immediately leaped into Yifan's arms, embracing him tightly. I truly thought you would never return. At the moment the battle's aftermath subsided, you can't imagine how frantic I was. Yifan gently patted her back. It's all right, I'm back now. I successfully defeated the Yuan Mo Wang. Defeated? Really? I must have misheard. How long did that battle last? Captain, your strength has improved again. Yifan gestured for Qin Yu to release him. She blushed and lowered her head, surprised by her own boldness in embracing him. Yifan explained, I possess a skill called Chasing Sun, which has an extremely low probability of achieving a full health execution. I just desperately used that skill, and unexpectedly, it worked this time. I had previously thought it was mere deception, as I had used it countless times without success, but this time it succeeded. Yifan spoke casually, but everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Who would risk such an extremely low probability unless absolutely necessary? They could only imagine how perilous the battle had been for Yifan. Yet the outcome was fortunate, as all the super bosses had been defeated. This meant that once they cleared the wilderness, the entire city would enjoy a month of safety. Everyone lifted Yifan high into the air, cheering, Captain is invincible. Captain is invincible. With the super bosses vanquished, wild monsters and bosses would no longer respawn after being defeated. With no worries, most people left the safety zone, ready to venture outside. Yifan recalled his dwelling. Though he had recovered from his injuries, the earlier battle still lingered uneasily in his mind. System. I have completed my task. It is time for my rewards. Congratulations, host. You have struck incredible fortune, triggering the extremely low probability full health execution effect. I thought you were doomed this time. Hey, how can you speak like that, you ridiculous system? That I'm not dead is quite the surprise. So hurry up and dispense my rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Super rewards are being issued. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Yifan quickly opened his backpack. Discovering that alongside his usual items, there was now a gift box. The moment Yifan opened the gift box, he was utterly taken aback. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Extraordinary Career Transfer Skill Book, 200 shards of Divine Soul, rebirth materials, and equipment for transcending the tribulation at the first level. Chapter 63, The Captain Struck by Lightning. The host was overwhelmed with sudden joy. The 200 shards of Divine Soul alone were sufficient for Yifan to successfully ascend to the second level of transcending the tribulation. What of the rebirth materials? The equipment for transcending the tribulation at the first level was akin to a windfall, providing an immense boost. Without hesitation, Yifan discarded his level 120 gear and donned the transcending the tribulation equipment. With the effect of the 20 enhancement, the attributes of the entire set underwent a remarkable transformation. At that moment, Yifan's overall attributes saw his defense surpassing 100,000 and his attack power also reaching 100,000. If he were to activate the defensive capabilities of the Devouring Armor and enhance this skill further, his defense could potentially exceed 200,000. Such formidable defense would leave the bosses of the first level of transcending the tribulation utterly helpless before him. Should he encounter the Yuan Demon King again, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. At the very least, he would be able to engage in a fair exchange. The entire set of transcending the tribulation equipment activated a set bonus, increasing lightning damage by 10. This meant that every attack Yifan made would carry an added lightning attribute, serving as an additional enhancement. Yifan then picked up 2 rebirth materials, the Chi Yu Gua and Beast Bone, both of which he was seeing for the first time. System. Could you elucidate the significance of these materials? What is rebirth? The system responded, do not worry, host. I shall explain. The Chi Gua and Beast Bone are materials required for a character's first rebirth. Rebirth enhances the host's fundamental attributes. You should understand that the stronger the fundamental attributes, the greater the benefits derived from the equipment attributes. Rebirth is essentially an enhancement of the fundamental attributes. This was quite easy to comprehend, as every character began with the same initial state, all sharing a common starting point for their fundamental attributes. The later stages would hinge on the attributes of the equipment and enhancements. If the fundamental attributes were strengthened, then the attributes that originally required 20 equipment might be attainable with just 15 equipment, highlighting the distinction. This was indeed a significant improvement. Each increment in fundamental attributes was quite terrifying. So, where could one obtain the materials for the first rebirth? The materials for the first rebirth drop from the bosses of the first level of transcending the tribulation, albeit with a low drop rate. Otherwise, they would not appear in this reward. Yifan nodded, relieved to know the source of the materials. Understood. How does one initiate rebirth? Within the safety zone of the city, a rebirth envoy will spawn. As long as sufficient materials are provided, rebirth can be accomplished. Currently, in the city where the host resides, simply clearing out the wild monsters will allow the rebirth envoy to spawn. Yifan grasped this information and then inquired about the extraordinary career transfer skill book. What is the purpose of this? I already possess the extraordinary profession, the Tian Xiongzhe. How can this be of any use to me? Is there a chance to exchange it? It feels rather useless. In Yifan's view, the extraordinary profession was formidable enough, especially with the hidden passive skill of bloodletting and the ability to execute a full health instant kill. He found it hard to believe that any other profession could achieve such effects. The skill book for the extraordinary profession seemed to relate to extraordinary powers, which Yifan felt he would not need, as he could not possibly trade his Tian Xiongzhe for such a profession. Rest assured, host, you may confidently transfer professions. For the extraordinary profession is classified as a secondary occupation and will not affect your Tian Xiongzhe. Such a delightful surprise. Was this truly the case? Absolutely guaranteed. After confirming the validity of the extraordinary career skill book in his hand, Yifan promptly clicked to learn it. Congratulations on successfully learning the extraordinary profession. The Chao Ningzhe. Due to the overwhelming strength of your extraordinary profession, Tian Xiongzhe, the extraordinary profession has automatically been designated as your secondary profession. Chao Ningzhe, divine level. Secondary profession utilizes mental power to attack enemies, capable of manipulating and controlling objects, and can kill. Current mental power level is 1, allowing for the control of only one weapon for attacking, with damage corresponding to character attributes. Utilizing mental power to kill is akin to delivering an unseen blow. Yifan focused on a distant cup. Currently, he could only control one object. Yet, he was unsure how to wield his mental power. How might he lift the cup? Just as he pondered this, the cup in the distance shifted slightly. Suddenly, Yifan seemed to grasp something. As long as he visualized the trajectory of the object he wished to manipulate in his mind, it appeared he could achieve this. Indeed, the cup on the table soon soared into the air, flying into his hand as he imagined. Was this the manifestation of mental power? It felt utterly astonishing. Indeed, this is mental power. The means of attack align with your imagination. By engaging in combat, while simultaneously employing mental power, one can achieve an element of surprise. This was indeed the case. It could even facilitate silent ambushes. One could remain hidden and utilize mental power for long-range eliminations without issue. No wonder this was classified as a divine-level profession. Although it may not rival the Tian Xiongzhe in sheer absurdity, it could render opponents defenseless against its capabilities. This profession was undeniably powerful. The rewards from this endeavor were certainly not in vain. Please, host, expedite the elimination of the wild monsters within the safety zone. Upon the demise of the final super boss, you will have 1 week to clear all wild monsters and bosses from the safety zone. Otherwise, the super boss will respawn. What? There is a time limit? Why is there no such constraint for others? Wang Chong did not mention any time restrictions to me. The size of the area varies. Well, in that case, I shall first elevate myself to the second level of transcending the tribulation and see if my attributes will double once more. Yifan accessed the transcending the tribulation system, and after providing the requisite 200 shards of divine soul, the system formally commenced. However, this time Yifan was well prepared. Even if struck by lightning again, he would not find himself in the same dire situation as before. Yifan ascended to the top of a tall building. Initially, the sky above him was clear, but it suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, as tendrils of lightning began to slither through the thunderclouds like a spider's web. This scene filled the people within the safety zone with dread and panic. What was that? Why were there thunderclouds over there? Such terrifying thunderclouds. It felt stifling. Get away. Lightning may strike. Qingyu observed a figure on the rooftop. Isn't that the captain? What on earth did he do to invoke lightning? What? Is there such gossip? Do tell. Get lost. There is no gossip. Believe it or not, you might get struck by lightning. Qingyu retorted, exasperated. Chapter 64. The second level of transcending the tribulation. Everyone anxiously gazed at the thunderclouds looming over Yi Fan. The oppressive black clouds left them breathless, and suddenly, a brilliant flash of white light illuminated the scene. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended from the heavens, striking Yi Fan directly, illuminating the entire space with dazzling white light. White smoke began to rise from Yi Fan's body at a visibly rapid pace. The captain has been struck down by lightning. How pitiful, he was not killed by the boss, but instead by lightning. Captain, what have you done wrong? What did the captain do to deserve such a fate? Crack, crack, crack. Qingyu, filled with irritation, dealt a slap to each person in turn. Silence your tongue, I implore you. If I am not mistaken, the captain is currently undergoing the tribulation. The three individuals each clutched their heads in agony, instinctively retracting upon witnessing Qingyu's predatory expression. A true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a wicked woman. It is time to retreat. Meanwhile, atop another rooftop, Yi Fan gazes resentfully at the gathering storm clouds above, which have begun to dissipate. The commotion was overwhelming. He had anticipated a sudden strike akin to the first instance. Yet this time the disturbances were significantly more pronounced. What vexed him further was the multitude of onlookers. At that moment, Yi Fan's hair stood on end, and a scent of singed flesh lingered about him. Damn it! Yi Fan cursed under his breath and hastily retreated to his private domain. He had no desire for others to witness his disheveled state up close. Observing Yi Fan's hasty exit, it is indeed a testament to our professionalism as teammates to suppress our laughter unless we are utterly unable to contain it. Qingyu interjected, what are you laughing at? Disperse. What is there to find amusing? Disperse. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Yi Fan cleansed himself and finally returned to his former state. He then accessed his character attributes and noted that his level had ascended to the second tier of tribulation. More importantly, his attributes had experienced a significant enhancement, elevating his attack power to nearly 200,000, alongside considerable improvements in other stats. With each tribulation, his attributes surged, most evidently reflected in his attack power. In his current condition, confronting the Yuan Mo Wang would be akin to a one-sided battle, rather than enduring torment at the hands of his adversary. Subsequently, Yi Fan exited his private domain and re-entered the safety zone. Naturally, upon his return, he was met with curious glances from the crowd. After all, those struck by lightning are clearly no ordinary individuals. Yet, their jests were lighthearted. They were well aware that Yi Fan had previously mentioned undergoing tribulation, and that post-tribulation, his attributes would experience substantial enhancement. Captain, are you now at the second tier of tribulation? Yi Fan nodded and replied, yes, my attributes have indeed seen considerable improvement. If I were to face the Yuan Mo Wang again, I could easily subdue him. The captain is truly remarkable. Surely you are the only one globally at the second tier of tribulation. Yi Fan could not confidently assert this, for there are always those beyond our comprehension. And who knows who might encounter extraordinary opportunities. It is difficult to say. However, let us not dwell on that. For the upcoming week, we must eliminate all wild monsters and bosses in our city, or the super bosses will respawn. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting a time constraint on clearing the wild monsters. Captain, why are you privy to this information while we are not? Qingyu retorted. Is it not obvious why he is the captain and you are not? Do you not think this question lacks insight? Then I shall remain a mere bystander. Under the guidance of Yi Fan and Qingyu, the humans in the safety zone began to engage in outdoor tasks with a sense of urgency and order. Given their demanding schedule, clearing all wild monsters and bosses within a week was no small feat. Fortunately, there were many capable individuals, and at this moment, everyone was united in their desire to reclaim their homeland, each imbued with determination. Those unacquainted with the Yuan universe also embarked on the quest to vanquish wild monsters. Defeating monsters grants experience points, leading to level advancement. In this city, even the lowest level wild monsters are level 10, while the highest reach level 120. All levels of wild monsters exist, making task allocation relatively straightforward. To facilitate a swift transition, Yi Fan busied himself daily, yet his tasks were rather uncomplicated, as all bosses above level 100 were his to claim. Now, with the second tier of tribulation, Confronting bosses above level 100 was exceedingly simple. Previously, facing a level 120 boss might have required several minutes of fierce combat, yet now, he could dispatch them in mere seconds, with damage variations operating on an entirely different scale. Through the collective efforts of everyone, all wild monsters and bosses were finally eradicated just before the deadline. Ding! Congratulations on clearing all wild monsters and bosses in this area. The city will enjoy a temporary safe period of 1 month. Please raise your exclusive flag. Yi Fan ascended to the highest building in the city and planted a flag emblazoned with the character Yi. From that moment forth, the entire city would be free from any wild monster incursions, ensuring a month of adequate safety. As the populace realized the official commencement of this limited safety period, exhaustion overtook them, with some already heading towards their homes. Nearly a month had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the city had been ravaged beyond recognition by wild monsters and bosses. On the streets, on the walls, one could still see the remains of decaying human bodies. Some individuals crouched amidst the ruins, weeping inconsolably, while others clutched photographs, frozen in despair. This had once been their home, but now it lay in ruins, with families shattered. Yi Fan's city had achieved a temporary victory, which soon spread to other regions. Particularly, former leaders were devising ways to contact Yi Fan, seeking his assistance. Hearing Yi Fan's news, ING was astounded. The city he inhabited faced the same level 1 tribulation bosses, yet they had barely managed to defeat a single one, expending vast resources in the process. They were now severely weakened, and the prospect of defeating the remaining four seemed utterly unimaginable. Terrifying. How could this man be so formidable? Single-handedly vanquishing 5 super bosses? What had he endured? How had he accomplished this feat, while I remained powerless? Clutching the soul fragments and a piece of level 1 tribulation equipment he had obtained from the boss, ING fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 65. The Rebirth Envoy. At the heart of the city once stood a monument, now reduced to ruins, the towering structure of over 10 meters long gone. Yet, there now appeared the Jizongshan Tower and a Rebirth Envoy. In the distance, Yi Fan soared toward this location, wings resembling those of a Kunping. He recalled that when he first arrived in this city, the initial site he visited was this very place. However, what greeted his eyes now was an entirely different scene. On the remnants of the monument, a new Jizongshan Tower had been erected. This tower, comprised of 9 tiers, bore resemblance to the pagoda of Li Tianwang. Gradually diminishing in size from bottom to top, beside the Jizongshan Tower stood an elderly man with a head full of white hair. The old man held a book whose title was unknown, engrossed in its pages. Yi Fan's arrival did not attract the old man's attention. Rather, it was Yi Fan who was instantly captivated by the elder. Approaching, he inquired, "Are you the Rebirth Envoy?" The elder merely nodded slightly, offering no further acknowledgement. Intrigued, Yi Fan pressed on, "Excuse my intrusion, but are you from launching? I have gathered the Chi Yu fruit and beast bones for my first rebirth." Upon hearing of Yi Fan's intention for rebirth, the elder finally set aside his book. He scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe, astonished. "Young man, you are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you have attained the 2nd tier of tribulation. Hand over your materials, and I shall facilitate your rebirth." Yi Fan respectfully presented the materials he had collected. "Senior, may I inquire about your origins?" The elder received the materials and began to scrutinize them intently. "As for me, I am merely an old man. My place of origin is of little consequence, for I do not hail from your launching. I must admit, I did not anticipate that launching could produce someone of your caliber. Given time, you may very well evolve into a true master. Indeed, this individual is clearly not a mere system-generated entity, but a genuine human being. It is highly likely that he is connected to those orchestrating the invasion of launching. As for his motives in assisting my reincarnation, that remains somewhat perplexing. After all, aiding one's adversary in enhancing their strength is a dubious endeavor, leaving one to ponder whether this individual is friend or foe. Young man, this world is fraught with complexities. It is not as simple as you might imagine. Do not concern yourself with my identity or allegiance. My existence serves solely to facilitate your reincarnation. The disputes between the people of launching and others are of no concern to me." A smile graced Yi Fan's face, for at least this elder did not appear to pose a threat to them. "Thank you, senior. Your prowess is commendable, yet when compared to those true geniuses, it is merely adequate. Extend your hand, and I shall commence the reincarnation ritual at once." Yi Fan extended his right hand, and the elder placed the 2 materials once more into Yi Fan's grasp. Did you think it would be that simple? Certainly not. These 2 reincarnation materials underwent a transformation under the elder's touch. Yi Fan could distinctly observe inscriptions manifesting upon the Chiyue fruit and beast bone. The moment these materials fell back into Yi Fan's hands, the entire situation shifted. Yin and Yang transformed, the cosmos realigned. The two materials coalesced into a radiant stream, vanishing within the palm of Yi Fan. In but a moment, Yi Fan felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, an indescribable comfort washing over him. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully completing your first reincarnation, your current reincarnation level is 1. Yi Fan opened his character attribute page, and his initial character statistics had undergone a profound transformation. The foundational attributes for any player typically stand at 10 points, with hidden professions at 15 points, yet Yi Fan's extraordinary profession, the Tianxiongxia, possessed a base attribute of 20 points. This foundational attribute already exceeded that of others by a factor of 2. However, Yi Fan's base attribute had now doubled to a staggering 40 points. Consequently, his overall attributes experienced a terrifying alteration, originally close to 200,000 in attack power. The adjustment in base attributes propelled it to 300,000. This mere first reincarnation had already yielded such a remarkable change, elevating Yi Fan's overall attributes to a new echelon. Even when confronted with a boss at the second tier of tribulation, Yi Fan felt no trepidation, for his attributes now ranked among the elite within that tier. Indeed, young man, you are quite impressive with your current capabilities. You can easily rival an average individual at the third tier of tribulation. Yi Fan was somewhat astonished. He had believed himself formidable within the second tier of tribulation, yet not on par with the third tier. Yet, the elder before him asserted that he could now contend with a typical third-tier opponent, indicating that he was qualified for cross-tier combat. Senior, the power of this reincarnation is astonishing. How many reincarnations may we ultimately possess? Haha, young man. Do not be overly ambitious. Achieving a single reincarnation is already quite a feat as for me. Even I have only completed 10. Yi Fan was taken aback. 10 reincarnations. The capabilities of this elder are unfathomable. At this moment, Yi Fan regarded the elder with even greater reverence. You are right, senior. We are merely novices from launching, with scant knowledge of this realm. Please do not hold our ignorance against us. Haha, you are still quite humble. Allow me to elucidate. There are a total of 49 reincarnations, and I have only just begun. Do you still believe I am formidable? Yi Fan was momentarily speechless. It was simply inconceivable. Each tribulation could yield terrifying attribute growth, yet there are only 9 tribulations. The effects of reincarnation, however, are exponentially more formidable, with the potential for up to 49 reincarnations. If one were to complete all 49, the ramifications would be monumental. Observing Yi Fan's astonished expression, the elder erupted into laughter. Young man, do not overthink it. 49 reincarnations are the stuff of legends. To my knowledge, the highest recorded is 40 reincarnations, which is already a dominant level of existence. As for the legendary 49, only that mythical individual has ever achieved it. Yi Fan was curious. If 40 reincarnations represent a dominant level, then who is this legendary figure with 49? Senior, who is this person you speak of? It is best for children not to inquire too much. Knowing too much may not bode well for you. Now off you go. I have already spoken enough for today. With that, he dismissed Yi Fan and resumed his reading. Through this brief exchange, Yi Fan gleaned a wealth of information. The universe is home to many powerful beings. His humble launching has attracted such formidable entities, hinting at untold secrets yet to be revealed. What those secrets are remains unknown to Yi Fan, but he is certain that one day he will uncover the truth. Chapter 66. The system is truly flawed, senior. I take my leave. Although he received no response from the elder, Yi Fan felt no sense of wrongness. Instead, he turned his attention to the Jichangshan Tower. While he could bypass the Jichangshan Tower and directly undergo tribulation through his character attributes, others must come to this location to do so. Yi Fan was eager to discover what differences lay within. Approaching the entrance of the Jichangshan Tower, Yi Fan slowly pushed the door open. The moment he stepped inside, he felt as though he were traveling through time, the scenery rapidly reversing. When Yi Fan regained his bearings, he found himself in an entirely different space. This space was desolate, devoid of anything save for a stone tablet. The Tribulation Stone Tablet. So that is how it is. To undergo tribulation, one must come here and activate the stone tablet using shards of their soul. As Yi Fan is a character at the second tier of tribulation, he can be transported to the second level through the stone tablet. The second level is similar to the first, equally barren, yet it holds unexpected rewards. Upon arriving at the second level, Yi Fan was immediately beset by the local wild monsters. Lei Ling, elemental creatures at the first tier of tribulation, with a chance to drop soul shards. These first-tier tribulation monsters were a first for Yi Fan. He had assumed that all entities at this tier were bosses, yet he discovered there were also lesser monsters. If these lesser monsters could drop soul shards, then Yi Fan had gained another avenue for acquiring them. The Lei Ling is not particularly strong, or rather, it poses no significant threat to Yi Fan, yet its considerable health makes it quite a nuisance. After Yi Fan vanquished a dozen Lei Ling, none dropped any soul shards. A booming roar echoed through the air, accompanied by a crackling lightning flash, revealing a Lei Ling boss not far from Yi Fan. The Lei Ling boss, a mini-boss at the first tier of tribulation, with a high probability of dropping a soul shard. After defeating the ordinary Lei Ling, a Lei Ling boss would spawn, significantly increasing the chances of dropping soul shards. Facing this mini-boss, Yi Fan remained unperturbed. With Yi Fan's current attack damage, he could easily slay the foe within a few rounds. However, the drop rate for the divine soul fragments remained merely a probability, not a certainty, leaving Yi Fan's hopes dashed once again. After all, this was a wild creature and boss at the first level of tribulation, yet it yielded nothing. Even a piece of equipment would suffice. Disappointed, Yi Fan approached the tribulation steel and, upon activation, was immediately transported to the third level. The third level mirrored the second, but the minor creatures, Lei Ling, had ascended to the second level of tribulation. Compared to the Lei Ling of the first level, those at the second level were indeed significantly stronger, yet for Yi Fan, it was merely a matter of degree. What he truly anticipated was the minor boss of the second level of tribulation. To his dismay, the pressure exerted by this minor boss was still less formidable than that of the super boss from the first level of tribulation, though the difficulty had certainly increased. Unfortunately, even under Yi Fan's terrifying damage, the minor boss of the second level of tribulation could only succumb in frustration. A gleaming divine soul fragment fell, bringing Yi Fan a modicum of unexpected delight. Just when he had given up hope, he found a fragment. Observing the desolate third level, Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. System, how frequently do the minor creatures respawn here? Ding. They respawn every hour and are one of the primary sources of divine soul fragments. Yi Fan retorted, somewhat exasperated. This is considered one of the primary sources? With such a drop rate, it could exhaust a person. Ding. Divine soul fragments are inherently rare, and the probability of obtaining one without defeating a super boss is already quite favorable. Do you think I would foolishly wait here every day? Ding. No. Then why not inform me if there are other locations? Ding. Currently, you cannot access any other locations. The Nine Heavens Tower is the only primary source for quickly acquiring divine soul fragments. I find it remarkable how much you know, yet you refuse to tell me what is truly happening in this world. Ding. Due to the host's low capabilities, I cannot disclose the complete picture of events at this time. Yi Fan's expression darkened abruptly. What do you mean you don't know? Are you here to toy with me? If you have nothing to say, then just remain silent. Yi Fan found himself powerless against the system. He could not threaten it, and could only allow it to lead him by the nose. Upon exiting the Nine Heavens Tower, Yi Fan noticed a gathering of individuals at the entrance, among whom was Qin Yu. Captain, the captain has emerged. I wondered where you had gone. Turns out you were inside the Nine Heavens Tower. We can't enter. We aren't level 120 yet. Yi Fan approached and inquired, what brings you all here? You could have taken the opportunity to rest instead of coming here. Qin Yu replied, if you can wander about, why can't we? What is inside? We can't enter because our levels are below 120. Indeed, Captain, I recall this was once a memorial tower. Why has a new structure appeared? Yi Fan had not noticed the change. This is the site of tribulation. Once you reach level 120 and possess 100 divine soul fragments, you may enter to undergo tribulation. As soon as Yi Fan spoke, the interest of those present waned. It was not that they lacked curiosity, but rather that acquiring 100 divine soul fragments felt insurmountable. Forget it. This has nothing to do with us. 100 divine soul fragments? Not a chance. They dispersed, thinking it was just an ordinary structure that bore no relevance to them. Yi Fan could only shake his head in resignation, even for him. Gathering divine soul fragments was a challenging endeavor. Without the task's reward, he could scarcely fathom when he might reach the second level of tribulation. Wait. This is the reincarnation messenger. By collecting the Qi Yu fruit and beast bones, one can come to this elder for reincarnation. Each reincarnation significantly enhances basic attributes, and the Qi Yu fruit and beast bones drop from the super bosses of the first level of tribulation. They had expected Yi Fan to say something more, but upon hearing about the super bosses, they turned away, as it bore no relevance to them. This left Yi Fan feeling rather awkward. Fortunately, two individuals remained. Chapter 67 Lin Yidong's talent is impressive. The two who stayed were Qing Yu and Lin Yidong. Qing Yu pulled Lin Yidong forward and respectfully bowed before the elder. Greetings, esteemed elder. Qing Yu was astute, since Yi Fan had introduced the elder. It indicated that the elder was no ordinary figure. Someone who could suddenly appear in their city and remain unidentified was certainly not to be understood by common logic. The elder nodded slightly, then cast a glance at Lin Yidong. This little fellow is an alchemist with decent potential, but his strength leaves much to be desired. Yi Fan was surprised that the elder could discern Lin Yidong's profession with a mere glance. This suggested there was room for maneuver. Elder, what do you mean by that? He is young, and his current strength is indeed lacking, but given time to grow, he should be fine. Are you considering taking him on as a disciple? The elder shook his head. No interest, but I find this place rather dull. If he can reach the first level of tribulation, I might consider taking him as a registered disciple to teach him alchemy. The elder's strength was unfathomable. Having already undergone 10 transformations, the opportunity to become a registered disciple under such an individual was not something common folk could achieve, indicating that Lin Yidong's fortune had arrived. Yi Fan exchanged a glance with Qing Yu, understanding the gravity of the situation. Qing Yu promptly pushed Lin Yidong down to kneel before the elder. Thank you, elder, for granting my brother this opportunity. I will do my utmost to help him reach the first level of tribulation as swiftly as possible. Yidong, express your gratitude to the elder. Lin Yidong recognized the significance of this opportunity. To be addressed as elder by the captain indicated the elder's extraordinary status. Seeing the captain's joyous demeanor, Lin Yidong realized he had encountered a fortunate turn of events. Thank you, elder. I will not disappoint you and hope to reach the first level of tribulation as soon as possible. The elder maintained a neutral expression, nodding slightly before disregarding the group. Yi Fan led the way in bowing, then departed with the two. Captain, who is this elder? His standing must be extraordinary if it commands your respect. Yet Yi Fan himself was unaware of the elder's identity. I am not entirely sure, but he is incredibly powerful, perhaps excessively so. I know he has undergone 10 transformations. At the level of tribulation, he must be at the highest, the 9th level. As for his identity, he did not disclose it to me, nor did he permit me to speculate. Qing Yu and Lin Yidong exchanged astonished glances. For them, Yi Fan's attainment of the 2nd level of tribulation was already a lofty aspiration, one they felt might be beyond their reach in this lifetime. Yet, the elder stood at the pinnacle, possessing the highest level of tribulation and a new reincarnation tier. From any perspective, the elder was an entity beyond their competition. Such strength. Someone of that caliber must not be from our blue star. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he likely does not consider us his enemies. Under the influence of Yi Fan, Qing Yu possesses a relatively clear understanding of the current power dynamics. Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Based on my conjectures, it seems that they are not adversaries, and may even assist us. The true enemy has yet to reveal themselves, and the timing of their emergence remains uncertain. Qing Yu furrowed her brow, troubled by the elusive foe lurking in the shadows. It is evident that they are immensely powerful. Even reclaiming their own territory, Lanxing, has become a distant aspiration, and this is merely a consequence of their enemy's initial incursion. We are still too weak. With his formidable strength, Yidong, accompanied by that esteemed elder, should encounter no peril, which eases my worries. At that point, I will also be able to venture forth independently. Lin Yidong felt a surge of emotion, yet more so, a sense of reluctance for the meticulous care he had received from this sister. Though she was often stern with him, her intentions were solely to ensure his well-being in this apocalyptic reality. Sister, fret not. I shall never become a burden to you. I am a man, and I will protect you in the future, rather than cower behind you. Qing Yu affectionately ruffled Lin Yidong's hair. You are still quite young, little rascal. Focus on leveling up first. Achieving the first stage of tribulation is no easy feat. You have a long journey ahead. Starting tomorrow, we shall explore the wilderness. The urban monsters and bosses had been thoroughly eradicated, and they would not respawn within a month, nor would any creatures attack them. Thus, the only way to level up and acquire treasures was to venture into the wild. A month of safety would afford many the opportunity to accomplish great things. Yi Fan had nearly completed his tasks and felt it was time to rendezvous with Wang Chong. On the 2nd day after Yi Fan seized the city, a private message popped up. Greetings, Yi Fan. I am a leader from the provincial capital. I have heard that your city has gained control and enjoys a month of safety. In the name of the nation, I urgently request you to proceed to the provincial capital to rescue its citizens from peril. We will bestow upon you the highest honor. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. What era is this? To command me in the name of a nation. Does the concept of a nation still exist on Lanxing? Indeed, it does. At least in the minds of these leaders. As long as the notion of a nation persists, they believe they have the right to summon individuals to their aid. The provincial capital is the most populous and developed city within the entire province. Yi Fan recalled that in his previous life, the provincial capital was a gathering place for numerous superhumans. Each major faction occupied their controlled safe zones, while the so-called national framework had long since crumbled. The audacity of someone attempting to adorn him with such lofty accolades was nothing short of contemptible. Not to mention the nation, in Yi Fan's memory. Over 90 of the nations on Lanxing would soon be annihilated. The remnants would consist of powerful superhuman organizations and temporary coalitions, rendering the previous world order obsolete. In this new landscape, strength dictated leadership, devoid of constraints from higher authorities. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to heed such commands, since word of his conquest spread. He had received numerous similar messages. He was well aware that it was only a matter of time before someone approached him. Other messages bore a sense of request. Yet this particular one was couched in a commanding tone, invoking nationalistic sentiments to flatter him. In the face of an apocalypse, they dare to issue orders to me? Do they truly think me a fool? Chapter 68. In the face of apocalypse, they attempt to play such games with me. What is wrong with Yi Fan? How can he remain indifferent to such a significant matter? My message was sent an hour ago, and there has been no response. Does he no longer regard this nation with any respect? A leader, portly and dressed in a suit, glared furiously at his private message interface. The territory they controlled was limited. Had it not been for his reputation, he might not have reaped the benefits he currently enjoyed. And death could have been his fate long ago. His survival in the safe zone was contingent upon his position. However, he now realized that this situation could not persist indefinitely. The superhumans around him were each more powerful than he, and whenever monsters attacked, he found himself cowering in the rear, while those superhumans fought valiantly. His only contribution was to allocate resources to them, but he too was in need. Resources were finite, and their safe zone was not expansive, limiting their access to supplies. One day, if resources ran low, those superhumans who once heeded his commands might treat him with the same indifference as Yi Fan had. He feared that they might even turn against him. Therefore, he sought to accumulate sufficient provisions and connections while he still had the capacity to do so. He had intended to cultivate a rapport with Yi Fan. After all, he was a significant figure. If he were to stand by his side, perhaps he could safeguard his own life even in the event of calamity. Yet, this expert showed no inclination to heed him, clearly having discerned the reality of the world. What to do? What should I do? If this continues, I shall surely perish. He felt a deep-seated fear and anxiety, especially as their city remained unclaimed, and the surrounding safe zones seemed to be gradually diminishing. His own safe zone, relatively large within the provincial capital, was currently overwhelmed with refugees fleeing from other zones. Rumor had it that the number of wild monsters and bosses had surged, rendering smaller safe zones incapable of withstanding their assaults, leading to numerous casualties. Many newcomers have arrived in our safe zone today, and we are now at full capacity. What shall we do? Should we impose restrictions on entry, or we will not be able to accommodate them? What good does telling me this do? Do you think I have any real authority? The superhumans merely tolerate me out of respect for my position. Otherwise, they would have abandoned me long ago. Soon they may forsake us entirely, leaving us to fend for ourselves. The only reason they still comply is that the apocalypse has only just begun. Dare they defy the nation? Have they lost their minds? The nation? Huh. How naive you are. Do you truly believe it still exists? The man fell silent. Not from disbelief, but from fear. He wished for the nation to take charge of this mess, believing that if they could endure, assistance would eventually come. However, the leader's words indicated that hope was dim. The apocalypse had befallen the world. This was no secret, and it was a matter of whether one could see it clearly. Yi Fan sat atop the tallest building in the city, quietly observing the desolate landscape below. Amidst the shattered remnants of the city, he could faintly see people moving about, searching for relatives, important belongings, or resources necessary for survival. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a familiar fragrance. What are you looking at, Captain? Yi Fan did not turn around. The scent belonged to Qin Yu, though she had mentioned that her perfume was running low and its fragrance had recently diminished. Yet today, it seemed more potent than before, and Yi Fan found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. He touched his nose. Have you found your perfume? Indeed. The need for expenditure has diminished. Could this be the fabled zero-cost acquisition? Utilizing it feels far more generous than spending one's own money. Yi Fan remarked with a smile. You are aware of zero-cost acquisition, aren't you? As far as I know, that group of individuals from the African descent has nearly faced extinction during this world-ending event. It appears that those who have invaded our realm harbor a distinct aversion towards people of darker skin. Is that so? I am not particularly informed on that matter. But the zero-cost acquisition is undeniably delightful. I have stockpiled a considerable amount. As long as it remains unspoiled, it will suffice for my lifetime. I have found some fragrances for men for you. Yi Fan quickly shook his head, stating that he is not a woman and abhors the scent of these perfumes. Using them would be akin to self-destruction. No, I personally detest perfumes. Qingyu remarked after catching a whiff of her own fragrance. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I thought you liked it, hence I applied a bit more. I will go take a shower. Yi Fan interjected. No need, there is something I must discuss with you. And you should prepare yourself mentally. Qingyu's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. She fixed her gaze upon Yi Fan's face, silently awaiting his words. The matters here are nearly resolved, and I have completed my task. It is time for me to depart. The next step is to defend our territory. Within this month, given your capabilities, you will undoubtedly elevate your level to 120. When we reclaim it, the highest level boss will only be at level 120. And there will be no bosses of the first heavenly tribulation, so you need not worry. Qingyu nodded. Yes, I understand. I know you will eventually leave to seek your girlfriend, correct? A smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. Indeed, I must find her. It is a promise between us. Qingyu inquired. May I accompany you? Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to grow alongside you and can assist you in many matters. You once mentioned that you wanted me as your teammate. This request should not be excessive, right? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. The journey to find Yu is fraught with peril, and even he is unaware of the dangers that lie ahead. After all, the outside world is far from simple. Qingyu, our partnership can be dissolved. You need not accompany me on this expedition. Remaining in the safe zone to grow gradually is your best choice. Following me, you may meet your demise one day. Are you not afraid? Chapter 69. Your task is daunting. Without hesitation, Qingyu expressed her desire to stay by Yi Fan's side. I am not afraid. In this world, I have nothing left to hold on to. Yi Fan shook his head. This place cannot be without you. Moreover, Lin Dong needs your guidance as his elder sister. As long as you are here, he can thrive. I know you have been trying to contact your family through various means. I am aware they are no longer with us. Lin Dong is a good child, and he is in dire need of assistance. Qingyu fell silent. If it were merely her following Yi Fan, she would not feel weary or fear death. But Lin Dong, being of lower level and capability, would be courting disaster by venturing into the wild with them. Yi Fan spoke again. You should stay here and nurture Lin Dong. That elder is quite capable. Do your utmost to cultivate him swiftly. In due time, you will both be safer. And I will be more at ease. However, there are no buts. I entrust you with a mission. Safeguard this place and establish your own team. A substantial portion of the safe zone comprises our people. You can build upon that foundation. After my departure, someone must oversee the situation, and you are the most suitable candidate. Additionally, I require a strong support system, and you will be directly responsible for that. This task is formidable. Do you understand? Qingyu lowered her head. Yi Fan had previously mentioned this, but she had not taken it to heart, feeling she should remain by his side while nurturing a successor to take her place. However, it seems no one else is more suited for this role. I understand. I will cultivate a more powerful team here, awaiting your return. Qingyu felt a tinge of disappointment, but forced a smile to reassure Yi Fan. Yi Fan retrieved 10 shards of divine soul from his backpack. What Qingyu and her companions currently lacked most were divine soul shards. Although these were not many, they were more precious than any equipment for an ordinary person. The first heavenly tribulation requires 100 shards, and I am giving you these. Before Qingyu could respond, Yi Fan placed the 10 shards in her hand. These are 10 shards of divine soul. A super boss of the first heavenly tribulation drops only 1 shard, which is equivalent to defeating 10. Captain, such a crucial item, and you are in need of it as well. I cannot accept. Realizing the importance of the shards, Qingyu attempted to return them to Yi Fan, only to find he had vanished from her sight. Gazing at the emptiness around her, Qingyu felt a sense of loss. After a long moment, she cautiously tucked the shards away, sitting in the spot Yi Fan had just occupied, lost in thought. Yi Fan did not return to the previous safe zone, but searched the surroundings for any intact vehicles. Large vehicles were out of the question. They had long been destroyed, and only a few remained in garages. He did not even consider the fuel situation, as the gas stations in the city had been obliterated by the monsters and bosses. Acquiring gasoline was utterly impossible unless collected from various vehicles, but that was too cumbersome. With a forceful clang, Yi Fan pried open a garage door with his current strength. Opening such a rolling door was a trivial task. The surroundings were dilapidated, with even the structures above collapsed, Yet this garage remained intact. Upon opening the garage, a brand new off-road vehicle appeared before Yifan. A BYD luxury vehicle, the Yangwang U8, indicated that its owner was indeed affluent. Regrettably, the owner likely met an unfortunate fate. The car keys hung on the wall, resembling a silver key akin to a piece of round jade. Yifan sighed. Indeed, the luxury vehicle aesthetic was undeniable. Even its key was unique. Had he not glimpsed it on his phone earlier, he would have been oblivious to its identity. Upon entering the vehicle, the opulent interior provided an incredibly comfortable experience, especially with the subtle fragrance that was refreshing. Yifan started the car. The stored battery power was only at 70, which should have been fully charged. He pondered how long the range of such a $1 million luxury vehicle would last. Slowly, he drove the Yangwang U8 out of the garage and activated the vehicle's navigation system. Fortunately, the navigation map had been downloaded previously, allowing him to reach his destination without an internet connection. The distance between the city where Yifan resided and their hometown was not great. It was within the same province, merely a 6-hour drive. If taken by high-speed rail, it would be even quicker. Wang Chong had returned home in just 3 hours by train when he was in a hurry. Hello, Xiao Di, activate navigation. Activating navigation, unable to connect to wireless network. Would you like to use the offline map? Yes. Electric vehicles operate silently. Amidst the ruins of the city, Yifan's Yangwang U8 traversed the landscape, soon reaching the boundary of the safe zone, which was the suburban edge of the city. Ding. Host, please be advised, you are about to leave the safe zone. Proceed with caution. To his surprise, the system issued a danger alert upon exiting the urban safe zone, indicating that the wilderness was not as simple as he had imagined. According to the map, Yifan directly entered the expressway. Currently, there are no other vehicles on the highway, only the remnants of destroyed cars and damaged roadways. Fortunately, he has faced minimal trouble during his journey. Even when vehicles were intercepted ahead, Yifan's abilities allowed him to clear a wide path for himself. As he drove along the expressway, numerous wild creatures emerged from the jungle on either side. Perhaps due to the high speed of the vehicles, the creatures chased for a while before ceasing their pursuit, which alleviated some of Yifan's troubles. After driving for over 2 hours, he encountered a destroyed bridge ahead, prompting a slight frown from him. The moment Yifan stopped his car, several wild creatures lunged at him. However, he advised against such reckless behavior, as the next moment, a flurry of arrows flew from his bow, swiftly eliminating them on the spot. The remaining creatures, hesitant to charge forward, retreated in fear, emitting low growls. Yifan stored his vehicle in his spatial ring, then sprouted Kunping wings and soared to the other side of the bridge. Retrieving his car, he resumed driving. Chapter 70. Restraint. Yifan drove into a relatively large service area, but it was already in ruins. He stopped here to search for any supplies he could salvage. As he entered the convenience store, he spotted a giant wild rat rummaging for food. Upon noticing Yifan, it charged at him immediately. Without even glancing at it, Yifan shot an arrow that pinned it to the ground. Unfortunately, most of the food inside had been ruined, and in the corner lay a few skeletal remains. All that was salvageable were some bottles of mineral water. After collecting the water, Yifan intended to leave, but as he stepped out of the convenience store, a loud crash echoed behind him. A truck-sized giant rat appeared, having just breached the mountainside behind him. Perhaps it had not encountered a human in quite some time, as it rushed out eagerly upon Yifan's arrival. Ding. Detected target. Tribulation Stage 3 Super Boss, Rodent. To his surprise, a Tribulation Stage 3 Super Boss had appeared in this small service area, and it was a rat. The rodent seemed exhilarated upon seeing Yifan, clearly having tasted human flesh before and longing for it, which is why it had been waiting here. However, when it finally laid eyes on Yifan, its expression shifted to one of incredulity. But upon seeing the bow in Yifan's hand, a look of pity crossed its face, as if it were silently saying, "Although you possess the strength of a Tribulation Stage 2, facing me is nothing short of a jest." Yifan was eager to test whether he could indeed battle beyond his level. The imminent clash began, and the rodent's speed was swifter than Yifan had anticipated. Its massive body did not hinder its agility in the slightest. However, Yifan was no novice, since his power had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. This would be his first time unleashing his full strength against a Tribulation Stage 3 boss. Setting Sun, a basic skill, the rodent had a chance to evade. But this particular skill was unavoidable. Nevertheless, the rodent's reflexes were remarkably quick, and the arrow struck its tail, severing it from its body. The pain caused the rodent to shriek in agony, frantically clawing at the ground. Witnessing its severed tail and the blood dripping down, the rodent's eyes turned crimson with rage. Boom! A truck descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the rodent's head, catching it completely off guard. Squeak. Yi Fan was not merely an archer. He was also a superpower user capable of mental attacks. The sudden mental assault left the rodent defenseless. It charged at Yi Fan, yet no matter how hard it tried, it could not close the distance, only to sustain more wounds in the process. Seeing its battered form, the rodent's fury reached its zenith. As a Tribulation Stage 3 super boss, it had never endured such humiliation. In the blink of an eye, the rodent burrowed into the ground, disappearing from Yi Fan's sight. The speed at which it dug was beyond Yi Fan's comprehension. The next moment, without warning, the ground beneath Yi Fan surged upwards as the rodent opened its massive jaws, attempting to swallow him whole. Kunping wings. Without any forewarning, had Yi Fan not transformed into his Kunping wings in that moment of losing balance, he might have had an intimate encounter with the rodent's gaping maw. It was quite terrifying. The creature burrowed into the earth without a sound, undetected even by Yi Fan's Kunping domain. This was the unique skill of the Tribulation Stage 3 rodent, its signature move. The rodent stood on the ground, gazing up at Yi Fan in the sky, letting out a roar of indignation. Observing its fury, Yi Fan felt fortunate. Without the ability to fly, he might not have been able to contend with the rodent. Its silent and stealthy skill rendered it nearly impossible to counter, much like Yi Fan's own mental attacks, which had left the rodent gravely injured. As the rodent bellowed in frustration, it seemed to challenge Yi Fan to come down. Yi Fan responded with a gesture of international goodwill. If you have the ability, come up. The rodent could not ascend, but Yi Fan's attacks could rain down upon it. This one-sided situation left the rodent exasperated, with expressions of unwillingness and helplessness vividly displayed on its face. Seeing no way to strike at Yi Fan from below, the rodent turned to flee, thinking it could escape. Not so fast. Yi Fan's mental energy locked onto the rodent, dragging it back just as it attempted to burrow again. The panic was evident on the rodent's face, as it found itself under Yi Fan's control. Yi Fan had not anticipated that facing the Tribulation Stage 3 rodent would prove this effortless. It could only be said that the rodent's luck was exceptionally poor, encountering a flying archer who also wielded mental powers. Being a creature of the ground, the rodent's true prowess lay beneath the surface, and it had no advantage against an airborne adversary. Under Yi Fan's overwhelming offensive, the rodent could only scurry about, unable to burrow or dig. Were it not for the qualitative enhancements to the Tribulation Stage 3 boss's defense and health, it would have long been pierced by Yi Fan's arrows. Chasing the sun. With its health below 50, Yi Fan did not hesitate to deliver the final blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Tribulation Stage 3 super boss, rodent. Experience gained, 1. Yi Fan landed on the ground, storing the rodent's corpse in his spatial ring. And 2 pieces of equipment along with 3 shards of divine soul appeared on the ground. One was a pair of knee guards for the Tribulation Stage 1, and the other was a weapon in the form of claws for the Tribulation Stage 1. Regrettably, the equipment obtained was merely suitable for those at the first stage of transcending tribulation, thus offering little utility to Yi Fan, who promptly stored it in his backpack. Fortunately, prior to the battle, Yi Fan had retracted his vehicle into his spatial ring. Otherwise, he would have been forced to traverse the desolate wilderness on foot. An arduous endeavor indeed, as locating a vehicle in such remote areas is akin to scaling the heavens. After resting for several minutes in his private territory, Yi Fan resumed his journey along the highway. Although he occasionally encountered wild creatures and bosses, none exceeded the first stage of transcending tribulation. Perhaps due to the nature of the highway and its relatively open expanse, it was not conducive to the existence of super bosses. Thus, Yi Fan faced minimal obstacles. And when the vehicle's battery dwindled to a mere 10%, he finally arrived at the county town of his hometown. As Yi Fan drove into the county town, he attracted considerable attention. Many gazes were directed his way. Another individual seeking refuge had arrived, and this time in a rather ostentatious manner. Was that not the latest model of the Yangwang U8? Which wealthy individual dared to make such a grand entrance? Uncertain of the situation, onlookers speculated about the audacity of someone arriving so brazenly from the wild into their secure district. Upon entering the town, Yi Fan was promptly intercepted. "Hey, get out of the car. Where did you come from? What brings you here?" Yi Fan lowered his window, and the individuals who had stopped him displayed an unmistakable malice. "Going home. Is there a problem with that? Home? You think you can just waltz in? With so many people attempting to enter our safe zone, surely you must pay a protection fee. Our resources are scarce lately, and given your apparent wealth, you must have plenty of goods in that vehicle. Share some, or else seek another safe zone." Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Was this not akin to his previous encounter with Long Yuan? Had Wang Chong become this greedy? Yi Fan commanded, Bring Wang Chong here. What? You wish to see our boss? Do you think he is so easily accessible? However, if you part with some resources, perhaps I could arrange an introduction. Indeed, who does not know that our boss Wang Chong is immensely powerful? Many desire an audience with him. Yet who are you to make demands? Either relinquish your goods or leave. It was evident that this group was determined to extract resources from him before allowing entry. Yi Fan activated his friend channel and directly called out to Wang Chong. Xiangzi, come out for a moment. Yes, Yezi, what is up? I'm currently farming Lei Ling in the second stage of transcending tribulation, entering at the designated times. Just now, I happened to refresh Lei Ling. But the drop rate has been abysmally low. I've only acquired 5 soul shards after several days. When will I gather the 200 needed? Yi Fan was well aware of the ludicrously low drop rate, yet for now, the only suitable location for Wang Chong to farm soul shards was indeed there. However, this was not merely a matter of farming soul shards. I have reached the entrance of our county town, but I've been halted. Wang Chong immediately perked up. You've arrived? That was quick. Wait, who dares to stop you? Wang Chong was perplexed. How could his brother return and yet be obstructed at the entrance? Who had the audacity? Well, they demand I surrender resources. Without doing so, they let me in. They claim that to see you, I must part with some goods as well. Have they truly sunk to this level of greed? Wang Chong seethed with anger. Yezi, do you think so little of me? Do you think I would care about such trivial matters? With my strength, I could easily venture into the wild and procure my own provisions. What do I need from you? You know how many resources I have. I have never hesitated to ask you for what I need. Do I seem like a greedy person? Yi Fan replied. I cannot say for certain. You should come and see for yourself, right at the entrance of the town. All right, I'm on my way. As Yi Fan remained motionless, one individual approached his vehicle and yanked open the door. Didn't you hear me? Driving such an expensive car and looking so pristine, you must have plenty of resources. Hand them over quickly. Yi Fan cast a cold glance, causing the man to flinch and hastily release the door. Don't be so arrogant. This is the territory of our boss Wang Chong. Be sensible and hand over the goods. Yi Fan stepped out of the vehicle, raising his hand before the onlookers to retract the car back into his spatial ring. This maneuver left those present momentarily dumbstruck. Am I seeing things? Where did the car go? I was just about to ask you the same. How did it vanish with a mere gesture? What is happening? Anxiety filled the hearts of the crowd, as they sensed they were in the presence of someone formidable. Yi Fan stated, I have already notified your boss. He shall arrive shortly. Those who are wise will stand aside and wait, lest they compel me to take action. The group swallowed hard, as the man before them exuded an aura of terror, his keen gaze sending chills down their spines, especially since he had contacted Wang Chong. It was clear he was no ordinary individual. Indeed, mere minutes later, Wang Chong rushed from a distance, landing heavily before Yi Fan. Haha, Yezi, you finally made it. Changge has missed you so much, he exclaimed, enveloping Yi Fan in a hearty embrace. Yi Fan reciprocated without hesitation. After a month apart, reuniting with his dear brother amidst the apocalypse was a marvelously uplifting experience. I feel the same. It's good to be back. Yet, after just a month, you've already established dominance here. Should I now address you as Changge? Wang Chong playfully punched Yi Fan. Don't tease me. Who doesn't know the illustrious name of Yi Fan? You are the only individual who has secured a city-based safe zone in the entire world. I remain but a subordinate in your presence. Haha, I've merely had a stroke of luck. Yet look at the current situation. The individuals nearby wished to find a crevice to hide in. They had intended to exploit the entrance area for some gains. Little did they anticipate encountering the legendary Yi Fan. Who was Yi Fan? He was the one who had conquered the Soul City safe zone. The super bosses he faced were said to be invincible in other cities, their might beyond description. In the presence of Yi Fan, even Wang Chong, who was an invincible entity in his own right, seemed insignificant. This was the stark contrast in their standing. Wang Chong glared at the group lingering nearby. Who gave you the audacity to stop people and demand resources? Is this my rule? The individuals trembled in fear, too intimidated to retort, lest Wang Chong's wrath cast them out of the safe zone, a fate worse than death. Speak up, are you all mute? Is this my decree? To extort from my brother? You must be courting death. Get out of my sight. If I hear of anyone daring to collect resources from those entering the city, I will be the first to expel them from the safe zone, and they shall never return. Damn it, why is it that no matter the time, we have this infestation? Leave. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed, remarking that such individuals have always existed, as long as their ideas do not conflict with one's own. The established safe zone serves as a sanctuary for the remaining humanity. As for their survival in the future, that is beyond our control. By the way, do we still have electricity in our county city? Wang Chong scratched his head and quickly recalled something. Yes, there is a generator, but generally, I do not permit them to use it. After all, this device consumes fuel, and every drop of oil is precious now. I have prohibited the use of any electrical appliances in the city. Even cooking is done with firewood. What do you need electricity for? Do you think I walked here? Of course not. I drove here in a BYD Yangwang U8, which is fully electric and needs charging. Wow, that's a luxury car worth $1 million. Where is it? I haven't had the chance to sit in one. Yi Fan summoned the vehicle from his spatial ring once more. Upon seeing the car, Wang Chang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly occupied the driver's seat. Get in, let me have a go. Yi Fan, feeling generous, tossed the car keys to Wang Chang and took his place in the passenger seat. Due to the limited battery, Wang Chang was cautious. Yet he could not help but praise the vehicle as they drove from the entrance to their residence. Currently, they resided in a villa within the county city, where Wang Chang's entire family lived. The car's arrival drew much attention, for in the county city, no one dared to drive, as this was Wang Chang's decree, and everyone obeyed without question. They were also curious about who had the audacity to drive to Wang Chang's territory, a place where few dared to tread. Dad, Mom, look who's here. As Yi Fan and Wang Chang stepped out of the car, Wang Chang's parents were visibly excited upon recognizing Yi Fan. Xiao Yi, it's you. Come, let Annie take a look. You must have had a tough journey. I heard the outside world is very dangerous. You didn't encounter any peril, did you? Xiao Yi is here. Come inside and sit. Uncle also did not expect to see you again. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I came specifically to find Wang Chang and to check on you as well. Good, very good, come in. Wang Chang said, Dad, Yeezy's car is out of battery and needs charging. Where's our generator? All right, you two go inside. I'll take care of it. Dear, go prepare dinner. We must treat Xiao Yi well. Encountering a familiar face in this apocalypse is indeed a stroke of fortune. You don't need to say that. Hurry and charge Xiao Yi's car. Xiao Yi, let us go. Annie will get you some fruit. In this apocalypse, Yi Fan felt the warmth of genuine concern from others for the first time, a most peculiar sentiment. Xiao Yi, a youthful voice exclaimed, and a spirited girl dashed out from the house. Yi Feng smiled. Hi Qian Qian, it's been a while. You look more beautiful than ever. Wang Qian Qian blushed and replied, Yi Fan Gitch, you're just teasing me. It's not like it's been so long. It's you who never came out to meet me, always holed up at home despite being in the same city. Yi Fan felt a bit embarrassed. This did seem to hold some truth. He had been living in the city for several years, while Wang Qian Qian had enrolled in their city's university for nearly a year. She had repeatedly invited him out for meals, but he had always declined, claiming he was busy with games, when in reality, he was merely spending time with Yu. Well, I was busy at that time. I really had no time. If you don't believe me, ask your brother. After he joined me, he didn't have time either. I was truly very busy. Wang Chang nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly, but she doesn't believe it. You must understand that in the Metaverse, trading was instantaneous. If you delayed, people would just find other customers. And we couldn't make them wait, right? So, it's quite normal to be busy. Wang Qian huffed. I can't be bothered to argue with you two. Come inside. Soon the sound of the generator starting filled the air, accompanied by the clatter of pots and pans cooking inside. Laughter and joy echoed as if the apocalypse had receded far from their lives. Xiao Yi, you have truly helped our family immensely. Without you, the Wang family would have faced dire straits in this apocalypse. Yi Fan replied, Uncle, you're being too formal. You have cared for me since I was little. I merely shared what I could with Wang Chang. If I can assist you, I am delighted, and seeing you all well brings me even greater joy. Wang Chang laughed. Yi Zi, I told my dad that the apocalypse was coming, and he scolded me for being insane, even chasing me with a stick. If I hadn't reacted quickly and tied them up, who knows what might have happened? Why are you kicking me? Wang Chang boasted, while Yi Fan repeatedly kicked him. Yi Fan covered his eyes in disbelief, noticing Wang Chang's father glaring at his son with an expression akin to that of a predator. Dad, I meant no harm. Wang Chang's father interjected. I see you're just asking for a beating. Do you think you're impressive now? Do you think I wouldn't dare strike you? If I hit you, would you even dare to fight back? You're my father. How could I fight back? I truly meant no offense. Silence. I see you've been asking for a lesson. Do you think you've achieved your current state without anyone's help? It's all thanks to Xiao Yi. You should express your gratitude properly and drink 3 cups as punishment. Understood, it's not a big deal. Now we're all fine, aren't we? I'll go check on Mom and see how dinner is coming along. You all carry on. With that, he averted his gaze from his father and slipped away. Wang Chang's father could only shake his head helplessly, accepting his son's nature and intellect as they were. If it weren't for Yi Fan during this apocalypse, they truly might not have fared as well as they had. All of this was thanks to him. Xiao Yi, Share with uncle how you discovered this. Wang Chong mentioned you had a strange dream, which I am somewhat skeptical about. How could this lead to an apocalypse? How many lives would be lost in our country? The government has yet to take any action, leaving us common folk disheartened. Yifan sighed, then recounted his experiences and speculations, turning them into a captivating tale for Wang uncle. Meanwhile, Wang Qian quietly sat, refilling anyone's cup that ran low, as serene as a young maiden yet to be wed. Chapter 73. Wang Chong's remarkable growth. This meal was the most joyous one Yifan had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse, and was also the happiest feast Wang's family had enjoyed amidst the chaos. Especially with the abundance of fresh ingredients Yifan brought, it added a delightful surprise to their gathering. After the meal, Yifan, Wang Chong, and Wang Qian stepped out of the villa. In hosting Yifan, Wang Chong had not engaged in the thunder spirits of the tribulation realm for several hours, and he intended to resume that now. Standing before the Nine Heavens Tower, you two can take a stroll. I'll need about half an hour. Wang Qian nodded, while Yifan grasped Wang Chong's shoulder. Yifan retrieved the equipment he had prepared for Wang Chong from his backpack, particularly a weapon that perfectly matched Wang Chong's abilities. With the Yuan Demon King's staff, Wang Chong's strength should see a significant enhancement, just as Yifan had experienced in the past. Upon seeing the items of the tribulation realm, Wang Chong's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, how did you suddenly acquire so much equipment? Yifan replied, I completed a mission. These are the rewards. This weapon is the most powerful one I obtained from defeating a boss. With the enhancement of this attribute and a boost of 20, my goodness, my prowess will ascend several tiers. I must hasten to test it out. With this weapon, I doubt it will take even half an hour. After donning a few pieces of the first layer of tribulation equipment, Wang Chong hurriedly made his way to the Jiuzhong Tian Tower. Wang Qian remarked, Brother Yifan, you are exceedingly kind to my brother. Just look at how ineffectual he was moments ago. He hardly resembles an elder brother. Everyone in the county calls him Big Brother, yet I fail to see where his strength lies. Compared to you, he is leagues behind. Who the hell is thinking of me? Wang Chong interjected. Yifan instinctively reached out to ruffle Wang Qian's hair, but thought better of it, realizing she had grown up and such intimate gestures were no longer appropriate. Thus, his arm, suspended in midair, retreated. Your brother is quite formidable. Otherwise, how could he have secured such a vast safe zone? You should have faith in him. He possesses the capability to be the big brother here, and it is entirely fitting. Humph, he has always been the one causing trouble while I clean up after him. My father is right. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know if we could survive in this world. Yifan chuckled. How could you speak of your own brother in such a manner? Wang Qian replied. I can never forget how he got me stuck in a cesspool. The mere thought of it made Yifan erupt with laughter, a genuine, uncontrollable mirth. Every time this incident was mentioned, Wang Chong would laugh even harder. Wang Qian had seemingly built an immunity to the sight of Yifan, and Wang Chong laughing maniacally at this memory. You see, after all these years, you can still laugh so wildly. It only proves how much I must have loathed him. Haha, alright, I understand you. However, we cannot place all the blame on him. I also had my share of faults. No, it was entirely his fault. I am his own sister. How can he treat me this way with a clear conscience? Haha, true enough. By the way, what level are you now, and what gear do you have? Let me see if I have something suitable for you. Wang Qian replied. I started late. You all have been playing for 2 to 3 years while I just began. When the game invaded reality, I was only level 50. I've managed to level up a bit with my brother's help, and I am now at level 83, which still pales in comparison to you. 83, you say? Unfortunately, all my lowest gear is above level 100. I never considered this issue. Generally, equipment below level 100 is distributed to others, so I don't have any in my bag. I truly don't have any gear below level 100. I do have gear above level 100, but it seems unsuitable for you at the moment. Wang Qian appeared unfazed, as if she had anticipated this. That's all right. My brother said I could wear anything below level 100 casually. He has plenty of equipment above level 100 stored away. Yifan felt a bit awkward, realizing he had nothing to offer after such a long time apart. How about I help you level up? Wang Qian's face lit up with joy. Great. Let's go right now. Yifan glanced at the Jiuzhong Tian Tower. Wait, let's wait for your brother. If I go out alone with you, I might as well be jumping into the Yellow River to wash away my sins. With your brother's big mouth. Who knows what rumors might spread? A hint of disappointment flickered in Wang Qian's eyes, but it quickly dissipated as she realized that her brother Yifan seemed to have a girlfriend. Although her unreliable brother had not divulged much, she could glean some information from his casual remarks. In just a few minutes, Wang Chong emerged from the Jiuzhong Tian Tower, his face alight with excitement. The attributes of this first-layer tribulation equipment were terrifyingly doubled, especially this weapon, which was overwhelmingly powerful, particularly with its accompanying skill effects. Ordinary small monsters posed no challenge to Wang Chong. The small boss, however, had previously drained a significant amount of his energy. Yet, with this new weapon, defeating that small boss became exceedingly simple. Wang Chong had hardly exerted half of his strength before dispatching it. With a reliable weapon, one's strength undergoes a qualitative transformation. Just as expected, Yi Fan remarked, this is merely the equipment of the first layer of tribulation. As you ascend, the attributes of the equipment will become even more formidable. Moreover, with the reincarnation system, the higher the reincarnation level, the more pronounced the changes in character attributes. I can now defeat the super boss of the first layer of tribulation in no more than 3 minutes. Just think of how terrifying these attribute changes are. Wow. Yi Fan, you're incredible. You've reached such an absurd level. I must step up my game. What shall we do now? Since I'm feeling good, shall we go out and slay some wild monsters? Yi Fan responded, that is precisely my intention. Is it all right to take your sister along for leveling up? Of course. With you leading her, I feel much more at ease. Let's go. I know a great spot outside for leveling up that I've often taken her to. Yi Fan nodded, and the three of them proceeded toward the location Wang Chong had mentioned. Yi Fan's arrival today caused quite a stir in the county. After all, his reputation had already begun to spread, although no one had seen what he looked like. The mere mention of his name conjured thoughts of the singular individual capable of securing the safety zone of the city base. Chapter 74. The Plunderer. Perhaps it was the night, but it seemed that apart from the three of them, there were no other players out leveling up. This was not a game. In the game, players could easily discern their surroundings regardless of the time of day. However, in reality, it was quite different. Without a divine perspective, wild monsters and bosses concealed themselves in the dark, making them difficult for players to spot at a glance. Leveling up and fighting monsters at night was tantamount to courting death, which is why sensible individuals would not venture out at night. Yet, there were exceptions. The wild monsters near the safe zone were not particularly high in level. Some were level 10, while others ranged from levels 40 to 50. For Yi Fan and his companions, this location was unsuitable for leveling up, as the experience gained would be minimal for Wang Qianqian, who was currently at level 81. They needed to find monsters at least level 80. The area Wang Chong had mentioned was a gathering zone for monsters around level 90. Previously, this area had been an industrial park in the county, but it had since transformed into a paradise for wild monsters. Upon their arrival, Yi Fan and the others could immediately perceive that the density of monsters here was significantly higher than in other locations. Wang Qianqian, being a mage, dealt high damage but was quite fragile and needed protection. Fortunately, with Yi Fan and Wang Chong present, the wild monsters did not even reach her before being slain. Wang Chong, wielding his new weapon, charged into the horde of monsters, slaughtering them with ease. To him, these monsters were as inconsequential as squashing an ant. Moreover, he was eager to showcase his weapon, pouring forth tremendous effort and employing a dazzling array of skills. Wang Qianqian shook her head. My brother is such an attention seeker. He must be afraid this place won't attract any bosses. I am truly at a loss for words. Standing beside Wang Qianqian, Yi Fan smiled. Your brother has always shown off whenever he acquires something good. However, since this area is a gathering zone for low-level monsters, it's all right. You can start as well. Killing monsters by yourself will yield higher experience. All right. As Wang Chong continued to slay monsters, Yi Fan stood by Wang Qianqian's side, stepping in to assist whenever a wild monster approached her. The trio exhibited a commendable level of cooperation. In reality, ascending levels occurs at a pace much swifter than in the realm of gaming. It is said that the experience points awarded are fixed, albeit invisible, nonetheless. Based on their conjectures and calculations, as long as they refrain from vanquishing creatures of a lower level, slaying 1,000 monsters would suffice for a promotion, a task significantly easier than in-game. Previously, during their gaming days, even at levels exceeding 80, Yi Fan recalled that advancing a single level required the demise of several thousand monsters, with the time investment escalating with each subsequent level. He and Wang Chong dedicated several years to elevating their levels to 100. Yet, there exists an undeniable distinction between reality and the gaming universe. After several hours of battling in the wild, as they prepared to return, a band of around 10 individuals obstructed their path. Why do I hear sounds of leveling up? What a thrill it must be for 2 men and a woman to engage in such activities at night, one of them jeered. Boss, they dare to train at night. Their gear must be exceptional. This is Wang Chong's territory, and after such a lengthy period of development, they must possess numerous valuable items. A young man wielding a spiked club gazed greedily at Wang Qianqian. A true gem. In this apocalypse, you've managed to maintain such beauty. You two fellows indeed have a knack for it. I haven't encountered such a remarkable woman in ages. If you deliver her to my bed, I might spare your lives, provided you relinquish all your treasures. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Under the avaricious gaze of this young man, Wang Qianqian swiftly stepped behind Yifan. Wang Chong's eyes blazed with fury. These brigands had audaciously targeted his sister. You are not from this county. I've never seen you before, he exclaimed. The young man laughed heartily. Have you heard of the raiders? That would be us. Today, you are fortunate. With such a stunning woman present, I can spare your lives, but she belongs to me. The laughter was contagious, and Wang Chong chuckled in response. He was all too familiar with the raiders, who had been a source of annoyance during their time in the Yuan universe. These ruffians engaged in ruthless plundering of players in non-safe zones, targeting specific equipment or items. Should their demands not be met, they would resort to violence and seize everything. In the Yuan universe, the raiders were despised by all, yet their formidable strength rendered them a considerable threat. Yi Fan and his comrades had previously encountered them, and at that time, they lacked the strength to resist, forced to pay a protection fee. To their astonishment, these raiders still existed in reality. And now they had set their sights on Wang Qianqian. Do you know who I am? Wang Chong's expression darkened. You dare to invade my territory without recognizing me? You possess quite the audacity. I care not who you are. Today, fate has brought you to me. I initially intended to stake out here for a day to catch some big fish, but you've conveniently delivered yourselves. Wang Chong retorted. Is it not possible that you are the ones who have come to me? The young man laughed even louder. A bit full of yourself, aren't you? Is not the strongest in this safe zone Wang Chong. He is merely a level 100 character, while I am also level 100. Do you still dare to be arrogant? Arrogant? Huh. Is being level 100 truly impressive? I scoff at such folly. The mention of level 100 typically instilled fear in others, prompting them to surrender their belongings. Yet, the man before them not only remained unperturbed, but grew even more brash. Foolish mortals, you've chosen the wrong path. Brothers, it's time to send them on their way. As for the lady, we shall ensure she experiences a thrilling demise. She will not be mistreated. With that, the band of 10 brandished their weapons, fearless unless faced with an absolute powerhouse. They were emboldened by their past successes in this apocalyptic world and were unwilling to relinquish their prey easily. Wang Chong's face lit up with maniacal laughter. Yi, protect my sister. I shall teach them the meaning of suffering. Yi Fan nodded calmly, remaining silent throughout. After all, this was a trivial matter for him to intervene in, as Wang Chong would handle it. As Wang Chong charged forward, the group of over 10 raiders laughed even more brazenly. Yet, in the next moment, their laughter faltered as their frontline tank's shield shattered upon contact with Wang Chong's weapon. In an instant, the tank was sent hurtling backward, crashing into 2 trees before collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. The sudden turn of events left all present, especially the young man, in a state of shock. He was level 100, equipped with gear exceeding level 110. Among those he had encountered, none possessed such overwhelming strength, which accounted for his arrogance. Yet, even with his most potent strike, he could not have dispatched his tank so swiftly. The sheer destructive power could only indicate that the opponent's equipment surpassed his own. What was more alarming was the suspicion that the individual before him might be a hidden class. A fragile weakling, boasting without merit. Who cannot put on a show like you? No one leaves here alive today, I assure you. The raiders began to retreat, the formidable aura emanating from Wang Chong, causing hesitation among them. What are you afraid of? With so many of us, how could he possibly defeat us all? His strength must be backed by formidable gear. If we kill him, our power will significantly increase. Let us not forget, this is an apocalypse. Survival is the true skill. Charge. The raiders exchanged glances, evidently resolved to strip Wang Chong of his life. They offered him no chance, unleashing a flurry of attacks, both ranged and melee, upon him. Notably, one individual refrained from attacking. Their leader, the level 100 young man, had a different target in mind. As all others assaulted Wang Chong, he too made his move, yet his focus was not on Wang Chong, but rather on Yi Fan. He believed Wang Chong to be a monstrous force, and even if they managed to kill him, the cost would be exorbitant. If he could incapacitate these two, Wang Chong would be left vulnerable. With his abilities, he deemed himself superior to everyone except the man standing before him. He swiftly maneuvered toward Yi Fan. Wang Chong cast a sidelong glance, his eyes filled with pity. Should you choose to attack me, you may survive a few more seconds. But if you confront Yi, you are truly digging your own grave. The young man caught Wang Chong's gaze, that expression of pity evoking an inexplicable discomfort within him. He intended to strike Yi Fan. but he had to keep an eye on Wang Chong to avoid being intercepted. To his astonishment, Wang Chong not only refrained from attacking him, but instead regarded him with an air of sympathy. Yet, he could not restrain his own assault. With no choice, he pressed forward to attack Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan remained stationary, seemingly unfazed, which only intensified the young raider's trepidation. This man was far too overconfident, standing idle in anticipation of his attack. "Let me cleave you in two," he shouted, as his spiked club came crashing down upon Yi Fan's forehead. Even beneath Yi Fan's feet, a wave of energy surged, illustrating the tremendous strength of this attack. No wonder the young man possessed such confidence. However, upon witnessing the forced reduction of 10 health points above Yi Fan's head, a chill coursed through him. "What a freak! Run!" the young raider screamed in despair, abandoning all pretense as he desperately sought to flee. Yet Yi Fan merely tilted his head and smiled. "Where do you think you're going?" Control. Yi Fan's mental power rendered him suspended in the air, stripping him of all ability to move. When faced with wild creatures or individuals more powerful than himself, Yi Fan's mental prowess would not have much effect, perhaps only allowing him to hold them for less than a second. However, if his opponent's strength was significantly inferior, Yi Fan's mental force could completely immobilize them and even obliterate their very soul. Haha, are you foolish enough to think you are clever? If I am not even a match for Yi Zi, why would you deliver yourself right to my doorstep? You truly are quite intelligent. At that moment, Wang Chong approached the young raider's side. Behind Wang Chong lay a multitude of bodies, for in just a few seconds, he had dispatched them all, leaving a heap of equipment and resources scattered across the ground. The immobilized young raider, at that moment, wished for death, yet he found himself utterly unable to move. "Yi Zi, what kind of power do you possess? You can keep him suspended in midair. How is he not moving?" Yi Fan replied. "It is a newly acquired mental ability, which just happens to yield this effect." Wang Chong clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. "Hee. Then I shall not be courteous with this human punching bag. How dare you insult my sister? You don't even know how to spell death. Today, I shall teach you what it means to wish for death." What followed was rather brutal. As a raider, he never imagined he would one day be used as a human punching bag. The critical point was that he could not move, nor could he even muster the strength to scream. All he could hear was the sound of his bones shattering under Wang Chong's relentless fists, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Wang Qianqian turned away, unable to bear witnessing the scene, yet she did not stop her brother. Once Wang Chong grew weary, the young raider lay on the ground like a heap of mud, his bones completely shattered, yet Wang Chong had deliberately left him a sliver of life. Observing the young raider who had lost consciousness, Wang Chong retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and poured it directly onto his face. With Yi Fan's control released, the cold water jolted the young man awake, and he let out a pig-like scream. "Kill me, you must kill me. I said it would be difficult for you to die. Killing you would be too merciful. After so long in the apocalypse, how many people have you killed? How many young women have you violated? Do you think it possible for you to die so easily?" The young raider's eyes glinted with malice. "If you have the ability, do not kill me. Given the chance, I will surely slaughter you and your sister. I will make her suffer 1,000-fold. Wang Chong stepped on the young raider's thigh and seized it, tearing it apart with brutal force. The entire thigh was ripped from his body. "Go on. Speak again, and I shall rip off another leg." Beast, who are you? More ruthless than I. Me? I am your grandpa Chong, Wang Chong. You dare to act recklessly on my territory? Do you even have the means to do so? The young raider's face turned ashen. No wonder he faced such a formidable opponent. He should have realized that this man was far from ordinary. Yet he never expected that it would be Wang Chong. Chapter 76. Trouble comes from above. While at home, he had held an absolute advantage since the onset of the apocalypse. Arson, murder, and plunder were the very essence of their existence as raiders. Throughout their journey, they had indeed encountered many formidable foes. Yet even the strongest had been subdued or driven away under the weight of their numbers. But this time, they had met a true powerhouse. And that individual was none other than Wang Chong, the very person they had been cautious of. It was unexpected that such a significant figure would appear in such a place at midnight. He had never even considered Wang Chong to be a possibility. Having encountered you, I admit defeat. However, do not think you will come out unscathed. My older brother is Yi Fan. Do you know who Yi Fan is? He is the only one in the world to have secured a safe zone in the city, capable of single-handedly slaying a boss at the first level of tribulation. If you kill me, endless trouble will follow you. If I suffer, you shall not have peace either. Yi Fan, standing nearby, widened his eyes, scarcely able to believe what he had just heard. Not only Yi Fan, but even Wang Chong was barely able to contain his laughter. Wang Qianqian gazed at Yi Fan with a strange expression. I can't hold it in anymore. Easy. It's not that I'm intentionally mocking you. I genuinely can't contain myself. Just look at how red my sister's face has become. Yi Fan's expression darkened. This was the very definition of trouble coming from above while one sat comfortably at home. The kicker was that this man was still right in front of him. The young raider, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Wang Chong, what are you laughing at? Do you know my older brother is Yi Fan? Are you trying to feign madness? Let me tell you, you cannot escape. I have already informed my brother, and he will soon come looking for you. You are doomed." Wang Chong patted his chest and said, "Oh dear, I'm so scared. Hurry and call your brother to deal with me. I'm just curious to see who this Yi Fan is that you speak of. Humph, now that you're afraid, quickly get lost. I can overlook this." Slap. Wang Chong struck the young raider across the face. "What is the matter? Do you even know who he is? This person, who has delivered his strongest blow to you, is indeed formidable, yet I do not recognize him. How would I know who your teammates are? Haha, you don't even know him. Yet you claim your brother is Yi Fan? Why not say cows are flying in the sky?" The young raider looked at Yi Fan in shock, shaking his head vehemently. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Fan has just secured the safe zone. How could he possibly be here? It is so far from his city. It cannot be." Yi Fan replied, "Is it not possible that I just arrived here today? And when did I ever claim to know you? When did I become your older brother? How bold of you to use my name to deceive others. No, that is not it. I just wanted to threaten him. I only used your name this once. I swear. Yi Fan, big brother, stop. I am not your older brother. If someone like you existed in my safe zone, I would have dealt with you myself long ago. You know my name. Do you not know my rules? I do know, but I, Qiangzi. I will take Qianqian and leave. You handle this." Having said that, Yi Fan took Wang Qianqian and headed towards the safe zone. A fierce smile spread across Wang Chong's face. Well, you've lied to my brother and me. You truly are the first. I promised you would wish for life, but find none. I always keep my word. Let us continue." Outside the safe zone, screams echoed, sending shivers down the spines of those at the edge of the safe zone. When Yi Fan and Wang Qianqian entered the safe zone, the guards at the entrance greeted them with utmost respect. "Brother Yi, what is happening outside? Those screams are terrifying." Yi Fan replied, "It's nothing. Someone made a mistake. And Xiangzi is punishing him. Is there any problem with that?" "No problem at all. The boss's actions are absolutely correct. It is indeed right to set an example." "Very well, carry on." Soon, the news of this incident reached the ears of everyone in the safe zone, and they finally understood the source of the horrifying screams outside. This revelation left those who had offended Yi Fan during the day trembling in fear. They even contemplated fleeing under the cover of night, terrified that they might be the next to face punishment. Yi Fan sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky, and could not help but express his sorrow. In this apocalyptic world, humanity must not only evade monstrous creatures, but also contend with their own deranged kindred, a truly tragic plight. What? The captain has left? Impossible. How could the captain possibly abandon us? He promised us that we would be his comrades. Does he deem our abilities too feeble? We have been striving to improve. Why would he forsake us? The captain would never leave without a reason. This place was hard won, a territory earned with his very life. How could he simply depart? Qingyu, what is happening? Please tell us. A throng encircled Qingyu, who had been present that morning, only to be informed now that the captain had gone. They could hardly accept such news. They had grown accustomed to Yi Fan's presence, believing that as long as he was there, no problem was insurmountable. Their dependency on Yi Fan had reached a critical level over the past month. He had become synonymous with their very survival. With his departure, their anxieties surfaced, fear of facing the challenges ahead, dread of the monstrous bosses returning, and the thought of failing to protect the safe zone that Yi Fan had fought to secure. They were particularly apprehensive about what would happen if someone sought to seize their territory. How could they explain this to Yi Fan? Without him, their chances of survival would have been drastically diminished, for in their hearts, Yi Fan represented their very lifeline. The captain has left. Must I repeat this? Do you think I desire his departure? I, too, have spent more time by his side than you. Would I wish to witness such a thing? He has his own responsibilities and cannot remain with us indefinitely. Do you believe you could accompany him into the wilderness without becoming a burden? Are you aware of the perils that lie beyond? Today, I spotted a boss at the second level of tribulation from a distance. Do you think we can all confront it? The dangers of the wild far exceed those of our urban environment. Following him would only render us liabilities. What right do you believe you possess to prevent the captain from leaving? This speech silenced everyone present. It was not that they did not wish to argue, but rather they were rendered speechless. Even a first-level tribulation boss or a level 120 boss could easily claim their lives. After a moment, someone finally spoke up. Qingyu, what should we do now? Did the captain leave us any tasks? Did he not convey any messages? Qingyu, we are all adults. We know of your feelings for the captain, and we understand that his departure weighs heavier on you than on us. Please, tell us what tasks he left behind and what we should strive for I believe there must be something. Let us work together and not let the captain down. Shall we? All eyes turned to Qingyu, awaiting her response. He did leave us a task, and that task is to safeguard the safe zone diligently. To assemble a formidable team that can stand as his strongest support. You are the foundation of this support. To become the captain's robust backing, we must enhance our strength. I intended to delay sharing this, but since you have inquired, I shall reveal it now. You should understand what is required of you. It became clear, they must elevate their powers within a month. Otherwise, how could they defend the safe zone that the captain had secured with his life? Indeed, they needed to reach level 120 within this month to inherit the territory left by the captain. A month's time was ample. Moreover, they needed to organize and collaborate, as gathering supplies and resources was essential. Qingyu, please draft a plan, so we can distribute the tasks. Indeed, we must not betray the captain's trust. We must manage this safe zone meticulously. However, one thing must be etched into our minds. This safe zone bears the surname Yi. No matter who arrives, no matter how high-ranking they may be, this fact remains unchanged. We are the only official force under the captain, and only we can govern this territory, no one else. Exactly. If we allow others to take over what we have fought for, it would be an abomination. I will be the first to oppose any encroachment on our territory. I will not allow it. Qingyu felt a surge of reassurance at the fervor in their voices. It was a testament that Yi Fan's actions had indeed won the hearts of the people here. Excellent. I will compile the list, and you all shall contribute. The issue of food for nearly 100,000 people is not as simple as merely gathering supplies. We cannot survive solely on meat. Vegetables require cultivation. And we need electricity as well. Absolutely. For nearly 100,000 people, who would dare risk their lives? Without work, where would our food come from? We are not philanthropists. Providing free meals daily, they must give back to us. Qingyu nodded and began assigning tasks. The following day, Wang Chong arrived early at the Jichangshan building, for the shards of divine souls could only be obtained there. After breakfast, Yi Fan, guided by Wang Qianqian, wandered around the county town. When they arrived at his alma mater, he couldn't suppress a sigh. Observing the dilapidated classrooms and the piles of collapsed buildings, Yi Fan was engulfed in profound nostalgia. He stood before the teaching building he once attended, gazing at the ruins of the classroom door. The inscription Class 5, senior years still lingered. Yet the classroom had become mere rubble. Yi Fan picked up the nameplate of Class 5 and gently patted it. Your brother and I used to sit in the back row of this classroom, often called to stand outside as punishment, right beneath this nameplate. Wang Qianqian replied, yes. I remember once when school ended, both of you were still standing there in punishment. Your brother even covered his face with his hand, afraid I would recognize him. I recall that you were in your senior year, while I was in my 3rd year of middle school. Yi Fan chuckled. I remember that day when I returned home. Your brother was chased down the street by your father with a belt. The next day, he arrived at school with a buttocks so swollen it looked as if it had been inflated with water. He could hardly sit down. You must have been the one who told on him. Of course, I could not miss such an opportunity. But now the school is gone. Everything has become a memory. You probably don't know, but I was also in Class 5 during my senior year. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had no knowledge of this. Having left the county town after the college entrance examination, and upon his return, it was now the present. What a coincidence. Don't tell me you sat in this very spot. Wang Qianqian laughed lightly. That back row was reserved for the top students. I certainly did not have the privilege to sit there. Indeed, she lacked that privilege, yet when no one was around, she would sit in the spot where Yi Fan once occupied, quietly reflecting, her thoughts unknown to anyone. Yi Fan handed the nameplate to Wang Qianqian. Here, take it as a token of our shared memories. All right, Yi Fan, what do you plan to do next? This incident was so sudden. If you hadn't informed my brother in advance, we might never have met again. So what shall we do next? Yi Fan declared. Let us depart from this place to seek an individual. Wang Qianqian's expression instantly darkened. Is it the you mentioned by my brother? Indeed, it is she. She is my girlfriend, and I must find her. The world remains unstable, and soon other changes will unfold. Our objective is to enhance our strength as much as possible before that, for only by locating Yu can we challenge more formidable bosses and acquire superior equipment and items. Wang Qianqian affirmed. I shall also strive to assist you as much as I can. Yi Fan smiled slightly, recognizing that she is Wang Chong's sister, and he could not allow her to take risks. Very well, But until you possess the capability, you must remain behind us, understood? Yes, I will become stronger. When do we plan to set out? Yifan replied, last night. I specifically examined the surrounding environment, and it is a suitable area for leveling up. Currently, Yu's location is also secure. My requirement is to elevate your level to 120 before we proceed, and simultaneously allow your brother to collect more soul fragments. Alright, I will follow Yifan Gij's arrangements. Let us begin leveling up now. My brother spends all his time in the Jichangshan Tower. We should not disturb him. Of course, I cannot allow my brother, the glaring light bulb, to remain by my side. It makes me uncomfortable. Yifan, unaware of Wang Qianqian's intentions, nodded in agreement, which delighted her. Without her brother's presence, even sitting together quietly would be agreeable. Yifan waved his hand, leading Wang Qianqian beyond the safety zone. It was during this wilderness leveling that the gears of Wang Qianqian's fate began to shift. Chapter 78, triggering the secret realm along the way. No wild monsters that obstructed Yifan's path could withstand the force of his arrow. If any dared to, they would meet their end with a second shot. Do you still remember this temple? Yifan glanced to the side, and there indeed stood a dilapidated temple. If one did not observe closely, it would be hard to discern that this was a temple. He recalled that when Wang Qianqian celebrated her 15th birthday, the three of them, Yifan, Wang Chong, and Wang Qianqian, ventured to this temple to offer incense and pray. An elderly monk had greeted the trio, not charging them any fee, but instead gifting them a bundle of incense. Yifan could still vividly recall the monk's words. A chaotic era is approaching. Cherish those before you. Reflecting on it now, those words were remarkably prescient. Although 4 to 5 years had passed, the chaotic era the old monk spoke of had indeed arrived, manifesting as the current apocalypse. Yifan sighed, astonished at the monk's uncanny accuracy. He had thought the monk was merely trying to amuse him. Indeed, I have always cherished those around me. I never imagined this would be true. Yifan suggested. Let us go and take a look. Since the old monk possesses such remarkable insight, he should not have passed away in obscurity. As they stepped into the crumbling temple, they were met with the lingering scent of incense. Following the smoke from the burning incense, Yifan and Wang Qianqian arrived before a relatively intact room. An unexpected scene unfolded before them. The old monk sat quietly on a meditation cushion. The incense before him burned down to nearly half its length. In front of him stood a statue of Buddha with a severed arm. Apart from the monk, there was no one else present. Why have I never seen him in the safety zone? Could it be he has never been there? The old monk was none other than the one Yifan remembered. Yifan approached and squatted beside the old monk. Old elder, this place is in ruins, and this is merely a clay statue. It is not worthy of your final moments here. In the safety zone, you would receive better protection. The old monk appeared gaunt, evidently having gone without food for an extended period. Young man, do you still recall the words I spoke to you back then? Yifan was taken aback. The old monk had not opened his eyes yet could discern his identity through voice alone, a feat Yifan found hard to believe. Old elder, how do you know who I am without opening your eyes? Of course I know. Our fates are intertwined. I knew we would meet again. Though I did not anticipate it would be in this chaotic world. I have reached the end of my life. To meet you once more before my passing is our final connection. Yifan insisted. Old elder, you have merely gone without food for a long time. I have some provisions for you. No need. When I first saw you, I glimpsed a fragment of your future, a world in ruin, life in despair. You are the fabled child of destiny, the protector humanity needs. Do not betray their hopes in you. Yifan was astounded. Merely a fleeting glance had allowed the old monk to foresee a part of his future. How terrifying this ability was. Elder, could you enlighten me further? Wang Qianqian shook her head at Yifan. Just as Yifan was still in disbelief, the old monk lowered his head. For some reason, it felt as though the old monk had awaited Yifan's arrival specifically, until the very moment he took his last breath. Yifan's face was filled with disbelief, yet more so with regret. He had not been able to inquire further about the reasons and outcomes before the old monk departed from this world. After confirming that the old monk had truly passed away, Yifan let out a helpless sigh. Alas, I have learned nothing, leaving me with even more questions. What on earth is going on? Yifan was troubled. It seemed as if he were the cause of the apocalypse, and he was deemed humanity's hope. Yet, they could not leave him in the dark. To pass away without clarity, was this not cruelty? Yifan Gij, let it be. After all, Buddhist teachings emphasize fate. Yifan could only nod, for even if he were to dwell on it further, the old monk could not awaken again. Otherwise, it would be like returning from the dead. Qianqian, let us give the old monk a proper send-off, allowing him to rest in peace. All right. Although he had not gained any clarity, Yifan still ensured the elder was laid to rest. Ding. Hidden storyline triggered. Unlocking secret realm dungeon. In the next moment, a teleportation array appeared within the dilapidated temple. Unexpectedly, this led to the opening of a secret dungeon, marking Yifan's first encounter with such a realm in reality. In the game, secret dungeons were exceedingly rare, having navigated the metaverse for 2 to 3 years without triggering a single secret dungeon. He never anticipated his first encounter would occur in the real world. Entering a secret dungeon required forming a team. Thus, this was Yifan's inaugural moment, pulling Wang Qianqian into the team voice chat. Oh, a newcomer has joined the team. I initially thought it was someone else. Turns out it is my little sister. Wang Chong was the first to speak. Welcome, welcome. So this is Chong Ji's sister? Hello, little sister. I am Yu. And I often hear your brother speak of his beautiful and adorable sister. Wang Qianqian was pleasantly surprised that Yu would greet her immediately. She had not realized that Yu had been part of their team all along. Hello, Yu Jia. I often hear my brother mention you. I hope I am not intruding by joining your team. Sister is not so stingy. Since you are Chong Ji's sister, you are my sister too. From now on, I will look after you. If Wang Chong dares to bully you, I will deal with him. He wouldn't dare retaliate. Wang Qianqian giggled. Yu Jia is so kind. Unlike my brother, who bullies me all the time. Brother, do you even look like an elder brother? You are worse than others. Wang Chong, This is love from my dear brother. Do you understand? Others want me to betray, but I won't fall for their tricks. Wang Qianqian's face darkened, her teeth clenched. If you have the guts, don't come home for dinner. I am currently your protective talisman. Even our father dares not lay a hand on me. Yu. Find a time to teach him a lesson. This guy is just asking for it. Yu. Sure, come quickly to my place. I've already prepared everything and await your arrival. Yifan spoke. All right, I will find you soon. But for now, Qianqian and I have discovered a secret realm dungeon. So we must go. Yu, be careful. Wang Chong, protect my sister well. Otherwise, I want to go easy on you. Yifan, of course, no problem. Chapter 79. The dungeon. Yifan and Wang Qianqian stepped into the secret realm dungeon. As soon as they entered, they lost all contact with the outside world. Yu called out to Yifan several times, but received no response, indicating that they had indeed entered the secret realm. Rest assured, Yifan has no interest in my sister. His eyes are only for you. Why the rush? Yu. Is it wrong for me to call out? All right. Fickle-hearted woman, let us not discuss them anymore. How many soul shards have you collected recently? My efficiency here is terribly low. Ever since Yifan mentioned that soul shards could be obtained in the Zhejiang Tianlu, I have frequently visited, yet after several days, I have only acquired 5 shards. How is your luck so good? I can barely manage 1 shard a day. Is Zhejiang Tianlu discriminating against us men? That just shows your character is lacking. Ugh, I am a model citizen. Enough of that. Let us deal with the little bosses. Yu was not at all concerned about her own charm. But she did worry about Wang Qianqian's feelings for Yifan, especially since they had grown up together. It seemed as if she had intercepted Wang Qianqian halfway. Oh well. No use dwelling on it. I trust Yifan. This was Yifan's first venture into a secret realm dungeon, and likewise, it was Wang Qianqian's first experience in this unfamiliar place. The so-called secret realm dungeon only offered a single opportunity. If one failed and exited the game, they could never re-enter, neither themselves nor anyone else. Thus, before entering, players would prepare an abundance of items and potions to ensure they could navigate the dungeon successfully. Upon entering the secret realm, should a player perish, they would be teleported out, leaving one to wonder what reality's secret realm might resemble. At the moment they fell into the secret realm, Yifan felt the chilling dampness surrounding them. It feels like a dungeon, Wang Qianqian remarked. Yifan nodded. It was not just reminiscent of a dungeon, it was indeed a dungeon. He observed the patterns on the dungeon walls, depicting Buddhist figures warding off evil. Every few meters along the walls, there glimmered a luminous pearl emitting a green glow. The faint light connected, allowing them to discern the general layout of the dungeon. Brother Yifan, it's so dark here. Wang Qianqian instinctively stepped behind Yifan. After all, she was merely a 20-year-old student. And it was only natural to feel fear in such an environment, especially as a girl. Yifan retrieved an emergency light source from his spatial ring. Once activated, the entire dungeon was illuminated. Just moments ago, everything had been a blur, but now clarity reigned. Yifan felt quite satisfied with this emergency light source. He had not expected it to be so useful at this moment. With the bright light, the situation in the dungeon became crystal clear, inadvertently drawing the attention of the monsters and bosses within. A horde of dungeon guards, their eyes glowing green, charged at Yifan and Wang Qianqian, wielding large cleavers. You hold the light, I'll handle these creatures. The dungeon guards were of a mere level 100, allowing Yi Fan to dispatch them with ease. To him, as long as they were not super bosses at the first level of tribulation, they were nothing more than fodder. Following the map's guidance, Yi Fan led Wang Qianqian onward, defeating the dungeon guards along the way, until they finally encountered the first boss of the secret realm, the dungeon guard leader. This was a level 120 super boss. Had it been anyone else facing such a foe, they might have found themselves at a loss. Had they entered this dim place without proper preparation, they could have easily fallen prey to the lesser monsters even before reaching the first boss. However, with the illumination and Yi Fan's exceptional prowess, the first boss fell within 30 seconds, collapsing to the ground and transforming into experience for Wang Qianqian. Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that this first boss dropped 2 pieces of level 120 equipment, confirming the legends of high drop rates in secret realm bosses. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed such fortune. In addition to the 2 pieces of equipment, a key was also dropped. Dungeon key can unlock the cells deeper within the dungeon. It seems there are remarkable treasures imprisoned deeper down, potentially useful to them. Brother Yi Fan, this boss granted me a wealth of experience, allowing me to level up. Yi Fan was taken aback. Could this be too exaggerated? Not only did the secret realm bosses provide ample equipment, but they also offered substantial experience. How unexpected. Alas, the secret realm could only be cleared once. Were it repeatable, one could easily ascend levels. With the first boss defeated, they pressed onward to explore. On the path to the second boss, they encountered an unexpected surprise. The dungeon guards had transformed into elite guards, their levels rising from 100 to 110. Although they still posed no challenge for Yi Fan, they would be a considerable headache for ordinary players. Yet, for Yi Fan, it was merely a matter of a few arrows to resolve the encounter. The challenge lay in the level of the second secret realm boss, which posed a considerable headache for Yi Fan. The dungeon was not vast. Yet this second boss was a super boss at the first level of tribulation, a foe whose battle aftermath could be overwhelming for an average person, especially for someone of Wang Qianqian's lower level. Yi Fan extinguished the light, and the 2 of them took cover against a wall, observing the boss within a hall of the dungeon. Brother Yi Fan, what level is that boss? I can't see it. It's at the first level of tribulation. Just like your brother. Hiss, that's terrifying. Should we continue? Of course, we must press on. You just need to stay out of the way. Oh, be careful. My brother mentioned that first-level tribulation bosses are incredibly formidable. Even he might struggle against them. Although I know you've defeated such bosses before. I've heard you paid a heavy price. If it gets too dangerous, let us not fight. I don't want you getting hurt. Yi Fan reassured her. It's fine. I'm just contemplating whether this boss might affect you. Stay in this corner and don't move. I'm worried that the aftermath of the battle could harm you. All right, I want to go out. Just be careful. Chapter 80. High drop rates. The second boss was indeed a first-level tribulation boss, and it was evident that something extraordinary was imprisoned deep within the dungeon. Yi Fan was determined not to miss out. He pressed against the wall, slowing his footsteps and suppressing his aura. In an effort to engage more closely with this first-tier crossing tribulation boss, Yi Fan, currently at the second-tier level, exerted a palpable dominance over the adversary. As Yi Fan approached within a mere 10 meters of the boss, he was finally detected. Who goes there? The boss inquired. Yi Fan retorted, It is I, Yi Grandpa. Falling Sun. Against the lesser minions, Yi Fan refrained from unleashing his most devastating abilities. However, the first-tier boss posed no significant threat to him. Despite this, he harbored concerns for Wang Qianqian, who was positioned around the corner, and thus sought to conclude the battle swiftly. Upon hearing Yi Fan's exclamation, Wang Qianqian found it amusing, reflecting on how similar he was to her own brother, as they had indeed grown up together. This first-tier boss, a humanoid figure, held a higher rank in this dungeon than the head jailer. Given its status, its capabilities were far superior to those of the previously encountered level 120 bosses. Regrettably for it, it encountered the formidable Yi Fan, who made quick work of the boss, which, despite possessing a thicker health pool, fell within a mere 2 minutes. Accompanied by a scream and a violent energy surge, the benefits of defeating a dungeon boss were evident, as Yi Fan obtained a piece of first-tier crossing tribulation equipment alongside a valuable item, a jade pendant, which he chuckled at, promptly stowing it in his backpack. Knowing its worth would be significant in the final moments, Wang Qianqian observed the 2 beams of light emanating from her being. Having ascended to level 86 after just defeating the second boss, a remarkable feat that surpassed her expectations. Come here, the boss has been vanquished, she called out, illuminating the area with her light source and gazing at the fallen boss and Yi Fan's nonchalant demeanor. Was this truly the formidable first-tier crossing tribulation boss she had envisioned? It appeared to have been dispatched with ease. Brother Yi Fan, are you certain this is a first-tier crossing tribulation boss? Wasn't it supposed to be formidable? How did you defeat it in just a few minutes? Yi Fan chuckled. Did your brother not inform you that I am at the second-tier level of crossing tribulation? Wang Qianqian had not anticipated Yi Fan's superior level. Her brother had only mentioned his first-tier status. It became clear why he had dispatched the boss so swiftly. The disparity between the first and second tiers was vast. So it is, I had no idea. You should have told me sooner. I worried about you unnecessarily. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Fan scratched his head, having assumed that Wang Chong had already informed her. He resolved to confront Wang Chong later. I thought your brother had told you, which is why I paid it no mind. Let us proceed. The subsequent bosses may become increasingly challenging. Be cautious and do not rush ahead of me. Understood. I suddenly realize I have become a burden. Perhaps I should wait here for you, Wang Qianqian suggested. Yi Fan shook his head. If not for your mention of this temple, I would have long forgotten it. This dungeon is essentially your discovery, and since it is your achievement, it signifies a connection for you. Who knows, it may hold something you desire. Let us move forward without hesitation. Wang Qianqian, recognizing her own limitations, was reluctant to advance, but yielded to Yi Fan's encouragement, cautiously following behind to gain experience. The level of the subsequent minions escalated to 120, significantly increasing the difficulty. In fact, other teams would typically find this point insurmountable, struggling even against the minions, let alone the final boss. Generally, a level 120 minion would be considered exceptionally formidable. However, to Yi Fan, they were akin to mere vegetables awaiting harvest. The only difference was that his area attacks inflicted slightly lower damage, yet he merely spent a few additional seconds to conquer them, as his damage output was terrifyingly high. Observing the tremendous damage Yi Fan dealt, Wang Qianqian felt that her own contributions were negligible, leading her to remain behind Yi Fan, content to absorb experience. As for the final boss, Yi Fan initially expected it to be a second-tier crossing tribulation foe, yet it exceeded his expectations, revealing itself to be a third-tier crossing tribulation superboss. Judgment of the Dungeon. Third-tier crossing tribulation superboss. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. If that were indeed the case, it implied that this third boss represented the culmination of this dungeon. Qianqian, step back, as far away as possible. This is a third-tier crossing tribulation superboss. Upon hearing the term third-tier crossing tribulation, Wang Qianqian became instantly anxious, gripping Yi Fan's hand as she attempted to retreat. Let us not fight. Let us go back. We cannot tackle this dungeon. Yi Fan sighed, knowing he had sensed the dungeon's uniqueness from the beginning. Do you think we can turn back? Reflect on it. When we entered, there was a teleportation array, but is there one now that we are in the dungeon? Wang Qianqian's panic rose as she realized the absence of a teleportation array, indicating that they could not leave the dungeon without clearing it. What should we do? How can we handle this? I should have known better than to enter. This is a third-tier boss, and you are only at the second tier. We are doomed. I have led you into danger. I am so sorry, Brother Yi Fan. Wang Qianqian lamented, wishing she could slap herself for bringing Yi Fan to such a perilous situation. A large hand gently stroked her head, providing some comfort. Do not worry. I am here. I promised your brother I would ensure your safety, and I will uphold that promise. Stay back to avoid any harm. But it's a third-tier crossing tribulation boss. Wang Qianqian protested. Have we not faced a third-tier boss before? It's not as if we have never killed one. Wang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, even questioning her hearing. Indeed, Yi Fan had previously defeated a third-tier crossing tribulation boss, albeit that boss was a rodent whose attributes were susceptible to Yi Fan's strengths, making it relatively easy to defeat. This current boss, however, was a humanoid, which typically represents the most challenging type of adversary. Yi Fan, in an attempt to reassure Wang Qianqian, could only present it this way. This tactic appeared effective, as Wang Qianqian seemed considerably less anxious upon learning of Yi Fan's past encounter with a third-tier boss. Just be careful. I will wait for you outside. Yi Fan nodded, recognizing the need to approach the third-tier boss with utmost seriousness, given that its level exceeded his own. System, come forth. Beep. What are your commands, host? Analyze the attributes of this third-tier crossing tribulation boss. Beep. The dungeon overlord of the dungeon headquarters. The highest level boss of the dungeon. Third-tier crossing tribulation superboss. Skills. Dungeon prison. Temporarily immobilizes the target. Rotating twin axes. Attacks that cannot be evaded once locked onto the target. Upon hearing about these two skills, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, clearly indicating that this was no ordinary boss. This particular boss could be considered among the elite in the realm of Du Jie Senchong Tian. The notification chimed, advising him to abandon the fight. as his current capabilities were insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the spinning dual axes. Being trapped by the enemy's dungeon control while simultaneously targeted by the spinning dual axes. The synergy of these two skills posed a formidable challenge that he might not endure. The notification continued, affirming that had Yi Fan possessed the strength of Du Jie Senchong Tian, he would have no reason to fear. However, with his current prowess resting within Du Jie Erchong Tian, he could manage standard Du Jie Senchong Tian bosses. But this particular foe was an apex entity of that tier. Yi Fan's brow tightened once more. He recalled his encounter with the Yuan Mo Wang. Had it not been for the triggering of the full health execution effect, he would not be standing here now. He would have succumbed to a single strike from the Yuan Mo Wang. He had already experienced the overwhelming power of a peak boss. Yet, if they failed to vanquish this boss, they would be unable to exit the secret realm and would remain trapped indefinitely. Thus, their only recourse was to defeat the boss. If it were a peak Du Jie Erchong Tian boss, Yi Fan would not be overly concerned. However, facing a peak Du Jie Senchong Tian boss was decidedly precarious. Yi Fan refrained from acting impulsively and instead returned to the outside of the cell, where he found Wang Qianqian hiding nearby. Upon seeing Yi Fan emerge, Wang Qianqian appeared puzzled. Did the battle conclude so swiftly? Yet there had been no sounds of conflict. Brother Yi Fan, has the battle ended so quickly? The absurdity of her words struck her as odd. They had not even begun. How can it be over before it has started? I mean, I am still formulating a strategy. This Du Jie Senchong Tian boss is formidable, and I require your assistance. Wang Qianqian pointed incredulously at herself, astonished that her level, a mere 80-something, could be of any help to Yi Fan. What can I possibly do? My level is so low. Aren't you worried I might mess things up? Yi Fan shook his head and began to remove his equipment piece by piece. Wang Qianqian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. Brother Yi Fan, this isn't appropriate. We're not in a suitable place for this. Yi Fan playfully tapped her on the head, bemused by her reaction. What sort of thoughts occupy your young mind? I am merely removing my equipment, not shedding my clothes. With a bashful demeanor, Wang Qianqian turned back around. Realizing that Yi Fan had only stripped off his gear and not his clothing, she had mistakenly thought he intended something far more intimate. Brother Yi Fan, why are you removing your equipment? Does it have something to do with fighting the boss? Yi Fan nodded, explaining that it was indeed somewhat related but even more pertinent to her. Me? How does this concern me? She queried, bewildered. Because I intend to exploit a bug. Wang Qianqian was taken aback. Bugs were concepts associated with games, not reality. Brother Yi Fan, have you lost your mind? This is real life. How could there be such a thing as a bug? Are we humans being controlled as well? Yi Fan shook his head, uncertain if this world was controlled. But he believed that within his understanding, it could not exist. You'll see soon enough. Now, commence your attacks on me until I am nearly out of health. Oh, Brother Yi Fan, what are you planning? What if I accidentally kill you? Yi Fan rolled his eyes. With your frail appearance, even if I were completely unequipped, my stats would likely still surpass yours. I won't die. If you wish to leave, follow my instructions. Are you sure? I find it hard to strike you. If it were my brother, I would strike without hesitation. Yi Fan suggested. Then just envision me as Wang Chong and imagine you're pummeling him. That's impossible. Just looking at your face prevents me from imagining that, she protested. Yi Fan, somewhat exasperated, delivered a light smack to her head, causing Wang Qianqian to yelp in surprise. Brother Yi Fan, what are you doing? I'm upset now, that hurt. If you don't start attacking me, I might have to hit you again. With that, Yi Fan extended his finger threateningly, prompting Wang Qianqian to retreat a few steps. Well, then I might actually strike. Go ahead, but stop when I say so. Understand? Understood. Wang Qianqian inhaled deeply, as if summoning her resolve, then raised her staff to attack Yi Fan. However, she began with the weakest of her abilities, inflicting merely 1 point of damage. Yi Fan, frowning, complained, haven't you eaten? I've stripped down to nothing, and you're only dealing me this much damage? Put some effort into it. Wang Qianqian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she unconsciously unleashed a more potent skill, yet it still only managed to inflict 5 points of damage. This was her strongest ability, and given Yi Fan's high level, even without the benefit of equipment, she found it challenging to make a dent. Yi Fan resigned himself to endure her attacks as they continued until red steam began to emanate from his body. In that moment, Wang Qianqian was startled and ceased her assault. With his health below 1/3, Yi Fan's hidden passive skill, Bloodthirst, was officially activated. Brother Yi Fan, what is happening? Such an extravagant effect. Yi Fan smiled and encouraged, is it? Keep going, but this time, do it slowly. All right, I'll continue. As Wang Qianqian resumed her attacks, Yi Fan's health dwindled, each decrease accompanied by system notifications indicating that his strength was increasing, especially when his health fell below 10. The notification chimed, indicating that with his health below 10, the Bloodthirst passive triggered a 1,000-fold attack damage increase. At that moment, the red steam enveloping Yi Fan intensified, creating an almost obscuring haze around him. Wang Qianqian was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Such a scene could only be witnessed in a game or an anime. To witness it unfold in reality was astonishing. The ordinary red steam had transformed into a blazing inferno, akin to an anime character unleashing their ultimate form or igniting their life essence. Brother Yi Fan, are you alright? Yi Fan nodded. I am perfectly fine. Continue. To be cautious, Wang Qianqian slowed her attack intervals, waiting a moment between each strike. The notifications continued to sound, indicating that with his health below 5, the Bloodthirst passive triggered a 5,000-fold attack damage increase. When his health fell beneath 2, the system warned that the maximum 10,000-fold attack damage was now in effect. Stop. Wang Qianqian hastily lowered her staff. Brother Yi Fan, are you okay? Your health seems to have vanished. Yi Fan responded, this is precisely the effect I desired. I want to test just how potent my passive ability truly is. Stay here. I shall return momentarily. This marked Yi Fan's first activation of the 10,000-fold attack damage, and he was uncertain just how powerful it might be. Would it be sufficient to slay a peak Du Jies and Chongtian boss in a single strike? Wang Qianqian nodded, remaining silent as she watched Yi Fan stride towards the boss's chamber, her heart racing with trepidation. With Yi Fan's health reduced to 1, a single blow from the boss would spell disaster. May fate spare brother Yi Fan from harm. Yi Fan entered the chamber of the boss, where the formidable entity, a triple tribulation boss, sat upon his throne wielding dual battle axes, just as he had moments before. Yi Fan drew his bow, fully taut, aiming directly at the boss. Let me witness the might of my 10,000-fold attack damage, Zhua Ri. The attack locked onto the boss, rendering him unable to evade the impending arrow. This single shot carried immense damage, augmented by a lethal effect. With a 10-minute cooldown, Yi Fan reserved it solely for the purpose of dispatching the boss. Ironically, the skill he utilized most frequently was the explosive damage-dealing skill, Luo Ri. As the arrow was released, Yi Fan sensed the surrounding space contort. Where the arrow passed, everything in its path was obliterated with relentless ferocity. Upon impact, the skill activated, and with its dissipation, all effects returned to null. The sound of the boss's dual axes clattering to the ground echoed in the chamber. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the triple tribulation super boss. Yuba Tian Di Lao Zongfu. Experience gained, 1. Yi Fan was utterly astounded. He had indeed achieved a one-shot kill. He had witnessed the damage output of that strike. Not only could this arrow vanquish a triple tribulation boss, but he believed it could also fell a quadruple tribulation boss. The 10,000-fold attack, as its description suggested, was capable of annihilating even deities, truly terrifying. Yi Fan was exceedingly pleased with his arrow. This method of exploiting game mechanics proved effective. Albeit perilous, it was imperative to ensure absolute safety before employing such tactics. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he hastily retrieved a collection of recovery potions to restore his health. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian, who had been hiding at a distance, was enveloped in a series of shimmering upgrade lights. She ascended from level 86 to an impressive level 100, a remarkable elevation of 14 levels. She had sensed the tremor of the attack, an ominous aura of death that had suffocated her momentarily. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment, followed by the radiant glow of her upgrade. Dead. The boss has been slain? Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Yi Fan Gij, may I enter? Certainly. Yi Fan's voice resonated from within the room. Wang Qianqian rushed in, only to find the chamber in utter ruin, the once mighty triple tribulation boss reduced to mere dismembered limbs, its other parts lost to oblivion. At that moment, Yi Fan's appearance had reverted, the crimson steam flames dissipated. Wang Qianqian gazed at Yi Fan in disbelief, questioning how such a feat was accomplished. An entire battle concluded in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan Gij, what transpired? I felt an overwhelming presence of death. And then I leveled up to 100. The aura of death? Was the power of his arrow so potent that even his ally could sense it? The experience awarded by the boss was indeed formidable, but now that she had reached level 100, it would be far more convenient. They ventured to inspect the spoils of the defeated boss, discovering 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. Yi Fan Gij, 2 pieces of equipment for dual tribulation. Perfectly suited for you, along with a skill book for control. Yi Fan accepted the 2 pieces of dual tribulation equipment, though regrettably, they were not weapons or armor. One was a belt and the other a wristband. This was his first encounter with dual tribulation gear, and its attributes were indeed twice as potent as those of single tribulation equipment. As anticipated, the properties of dual tribulation gear exceeded those of single tribulation gear. Yi Fan was also intrigued by the skill book. Dungeon Cage, Control Skill, immobilizes the target for 3 seconds, cooldown time, 3 minutes. A valuable item. Qianqian. This skill book is for you, as you haven't acquired anything on this journey. Wang Qianqian promptly shook her head. Yi Fan Gij, you defeated this boss. I contributed nothing. Moreover, this skill book is vital for you. It is more appropriate for you to keep it. But no buts. There's still the depths of the dungeon to explore. Perhaps there lies something I require. Furthermore, I am now level 100. You can simply provide me with the equipment you collected for level 100. You owe me much more than just this skill book. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this skill book was a fitting match for him. Chapter 83, Hidden Profession. Controlling a boss of a higher level than oneself proved challenging, but this skill book addressed that concern, providing ample opportunity for output within the 3-second window. Yi Fan was not one to hesitate, promptly learning the skill. Let us delve into the depths of this dungeon. Following the map's guidance, they ventured deeper into the dungeon, effortlessly overcoming the minor foes that attempted to obstruct Yi Fan's path. Eventually, they arrived at a cell deep within the dungeon, where a woman was imprisoned, seated and reciting incantations. Yi Fan approached, retrieving the dungeon key from his bag, unlocking the door to the innermost cell. The woman slowly opened her eyes. I sense a familiar aura about you. Has he sent you to rescue me? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. His arrival here was triggered by the old monk's passing, activating the secret realm quest. The only being with whom he had communicated was that old monk, implying that the woman was acquainted with him. Are you referring to that venerable old monk? Has he passed on? Where is he now? He has recently departed this world. The woman closed her eyes and continued her recitation. Yi Fan was bewildered by the situation, left to await the outcome. Regardless, if they wished to leave, they would need to rely on this woman's abilities, for there was no exit from the secret realm. Wang Qianqian stood quietly beside Yi Fan, listening intently. Minutes passed, and the woman ceased her recitation once more, casting her gaze upon Yi Fan and Wang Qianqian, ultimately settling her focus on Wang Qianqian. Are you willing to inherit my mantle? Wang Qianqian appeared bewildered, unsure of the implications. But Yi Fan immediately grasped the significance. This was an opportunity for Wang Qianqian to acquire a hidden profession. I am willing, she responded enthusiastically, nodding fervently. I am willing, Venerable. Very well, since you are willing to inherit my mantle, seek out the jade pendant I lost. Without hesitation, Yi Fan produced the jade pendant. Is this what you meant? The woman took the pendant in her hands, closing her eyes to attune to its essence. She then handed the pendant to Wang Qianqian. This shall be a symbol of your future identity. Guard it well, lest it be lost. I shall bestow my mantle upon you, and I hope you shall uphold it and not let her down. With a final sigh, the woman vanished into a cascade of starlight, dissipating into the air. Coincidentally, at that moment, a teleportation array activated before them. Wang Qianqian's eyes glistened with tears. Master, she has suffered too much, locked away here for a full 60 years. In that moment of departure, I could sense her liberation. Indeed, she is free, and so is the old monk. Yi Fan never expected such an astonishing scene to unfold in this small county. Clearly, the old monk is not from Lanqing, nor is this woman. Otherwise, she would not be here. It is uncertain when the invasion of Lanqing began, but it has been difficult to detect. Perhaps they simply do not care for anything in Lanqing, merely wishing to live out their lives in peace. Yi Fan, accompanied by Wang Qianqian, stepped into the teleportation array and left the secret realm. Brother, I am now level 100 and have also obtained a hidden profession, by Lian Xingnu. Wang Chang's hands trembled in disbelief. What? Level 100? You were barely in your 80s when you went in. Are you out of your mind? How is that possible? You are the one who has lost your mind. Your whole family is crazy. No, just you. I was kind enough to share this with you. And you accuse me of being insane. I'm too lazy to explain. Well, I just didn't want you to make a mistake. Yi, what on earth happened? How did you suddenly reach level 100? Is this secret realm truly that terrifying? Yi Fan replied. It is indeed quite fearsome. The experience gained is substantial. And the final boss was at the 3rd level of tribulation. Damn, you managed to defeat a 3rd level tribulation boss. You're a freak. You expressed her concern. Yi Fan, are you alright? You weren't injured, were you? Although she knew Yi Fan was strong now, that was still a 3rd level tribulation boss. While Yi Fan was merely at the 2nd level. Don't worry, I'm fine. I outsmarted the last boss and defeated him with just one move. Wang Chang scoffed. Yi, you're boasting without any evidence. Look up. Is a little cow flying in the sky? That is something you conjured. Wang Qianqian interjected, brother. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Yi Fan can't. He really took down the boss with a single move. Really? When did you become so extraordinary, Yi? Wang Chong racked his brain, unable to fathom how Yi Fan accomplished it. Yu said, it is indeed quite unbelievable. But his profession differs from our understanding. I believe he can achieve this. Wang Chong retorted, you believe everything he does. Yi, tell us, how did you manage that? Yi Fan explained, it's quite simple. My profession has a bloodthirsty passive ability. The lower my health, the higher my attack damage, which multiplies exponentially, reaching a maximum of 10,000 times. What? Are you even human? Such an outrageous profession. How did you acquire it? Why don't I have it? Wang Chong gazed at him with envy, while Yu was equally astonished. 10,000 times damage is not merely 10,000 damage. It increases geometrically, far beyond human capability. No wonder you could defeat a first-level tribulation boss. I now understand how you did it. Yi Fan wore a bitter smile. Do you really think it's that simple? While my attack damage increases exponentially, my defense decreases just as dramatically. I become akin to a paper doll. If I am struck, I am surely doomed. I see. The heavens are quite fair. Nonetheless, I must thank you for allowing my sister to obtain a hidden profession and reach level 100. You truly are a great brother. Yi Fan replied, words of gratitude carry little sincerity. I need something tangible. All right. I, Brother Chong, shall reluctantly offer myself to you. Is that sincere enough? Get lost. I have no interest in you. Chapter 84. A bit odd, their banter elicited laughter from the two women. They were accustomed to the playful exchanges between Yi Fan and Wang Chong, a common facet of their daily lives. Yi Fan and Wang Chong managed to gather a set of level 100 equipment. In reality, there was a feature missing from the game, which was equipment enhancement. Rather than a lack, it was more accurate to state that there were no enhancement masters. This function has always existed. For instance, equipment enhancement and transfer could be performed. However, in real life, regardless of whether one fought bosses or wild monsters, enhancement stones never appeared, much to the frustration of many. Some had attempted to bring enhancement stones from the game into reality, believing that gathering enough stones would guarantee enhancement success, with no chance of failure. Previously, if one enhanced beyond level 10, the risk of failure emerged. But now, it was different. From the first enhancement, each attempt required a specific number of enhancement stones. According to the rules, enhancements from level 1 to level 10 were quite normal, requiring only one stone. However, from level 11 onwards, the requirement skyrocketed to 100 stones. And subsequently, each enhancement doubled the necessary stones, with the most daunting requirement being 2,000 stones for level 20. In reality, no one had managed to acquire enhancement stones, leaving Wang Qianqian's equipment unenhanced and entirely basic. This led Yi Fan and Wang Chong to search diligently until they finally assembled a reasonably priced set of level 100 equipment. Yi, you've killed so many bosses. Are you certain there isn't a single enhancement stone? This is absurd. Without enhanced attributes, the equipment is utterly insufficient. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. If he hadn't noticed this issue today, he wouldn't have cared, as his own equipment was top tier at level 20. Had I not been equipping Qianqian today, I wouldn't have thought about enhancement stones at all. Now that I think about it, I really don't have any. Didn't you say you had some leftover enhancement stones? What a joke. I used to have several thousand stones, but since our Trio S equipment is fully enhanced, I sold all the remaining stones to the guild leader of Buluo Huang Chao, thinking I might need to keep some money on hand just in case the apocalypse truly comes. Yi Fan looked at Wang Chong with disappointment. How could he not trust him? Now, they had nothing left. Forget it, enhancement stones will surely appear in the future, and their quantity and value will far exceed what they are now. Whatever, with our current abilities, even if we have to steal them, we can get them. Given Wang Chong's strength and character, it was indeed plausible. In the afternoon, the three ventured into the wilderness for trials. This time, neither Wang Chong nor Yi Fan intervened, allowing Wang Qianqian to tackle the wild monsters on her own. To their surprise, once she engaged, both Yi Fan and Wang Chong were taken aback. The Bai Liansheng new profession was indeed somewhat overpowered. It could engage both in melee and ranged combat. Particularly, her ultimate move, Bai Lianzhan Fong, instantaneously annihilated all wild monsters within a certain radius, leaving no trace behind. Had her equipment been enhanced, its power would likely have escalated to even greater heights. Wang Qianqian was equally astonished, not expecting this hidden profession to bring about such a significant transformation. Previously, she could only output damage from a distance, relying on her positioning to evade the ranged attacks of bosses or monsters, essentially standing still to deal damage. However, if she were approached by monsters or bosses, her situation would become precarious. The Bai Lianxing new profession, however, was entirely different. It possessed melee attack capabilities as well as ranged attack methods, and its power appeared to surpass even Wang Chang's. The profession of the younger sister seems quite peculiar. If you were to ascend to the first level of tribulation and enhance your equipment, I might not stand a chance against you. Wang Qianqian retorted, you are overthinking it. The gap between us is vast, especially since you have a divine pet, while mine is merely an exquisite pet you left behind. This disparity is insurmountable. Wang Chang burst into laughter, exclaiming, oh dear, how could I forget? Your brother will always be your brother. It's a pity that in reality, we cannot obtain pet eggs or enhancement stones. Otherwise, I might indeed be outmatched by you. Wang Qianqian shot him a glare, annoyed that Wang Chang was once again boasting. Since she acquired her new profession, her combat prowess has significantly improved, providing both Yi Fan and Wang Chang with considerable convenience during their leveling and monster hunting endeavors. At least Wang Qianqian is now capable of handling herself independently, no longer needing the constant protection of Wang Chang and Yi Fan. As the days passed, Yi Fan, accompanied by Wang Chang and Wang Qianqian, searched for the first-level tribulation bosses around the county town. Perhaps due to the small area, the number of such super bosses was limited, and Wang Chang's abilities had also improved, allowing him to defeat a first-level tribulation boss on his own. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian's level increased from 100 to 120, and her equipment was upgraded once again. At the dining table, Wang Chang's father remarked, Uncle Wang, after this meal, we shall commence our journey. From today onwards, you will have to endure staying in the private territory. However, it is quite spacious, so you shouldn't find it boring. Wang Chang's father chuckled. We have stayed in Chang's private territory before, and it was not dull at all. It's far more perilous outside. As parents, we can only watch helplessly. Wang Chang responded, Dad, what do you mean by helpless? Your staying in my private territory is the greatest comfort to me. The private territory is absolutely safe, but without my permission, you cannot leave. Wang Chang's father shot him a disapproving glance. You little rascal, what do you know? If we leave, what will happen here? Yi Fan sighed. I cannot control the people here. If they can defend this county town, they may continue to thrive. If they cannot, we are powerless. Are we to assist them for a lifetime? That is simply not feasible. Wang Chang's father could only nod in resignation. Though he felt guilty about the situation, there was indeed nothing he could do. Chapter 85. A disobedient arrangement. As they prepared to depart, Wang Chang gathered the skilled individuals from the county town. Upon learning that Wang Chang and the others were leaving, they exhibited astonishment and panic. Big brother, if you leave, what will we do? This is your territory, and we cannot defend it. Wang Chang replied, if you cannot defend it, then live in cowardice. No one can protect you forever. I have my own matters to attend to. My strength is insufficient. I must enhance it as much as possible. Staying here offers me no growth, so I must leave. But if you leave, who will take on the task of reclaiming the county's safe zone? Wang Chang retorted, are you not human? Is your level of 120 merely for show? Did you not earn it yourselves? I am not here to seek your approval. I merely came to inform you that I will be leaving shortly. As for how you choose to survive afterwards, that is no concern of mine. Do as you wish. With that, Wang Chang disregarded their pleas and returned home, where Yi Fan and Wang Qianqian had already made their preparations. Yi Fan sat in the driver's seat, waiting for Wang Chang. Wang Chang glanced back at the villa. Although it was not his home, they had all lived there together during this time. Without hesitation, he took the passenger seat. Let us go. Yi Fan nodded and pressed the accelerator, the BYD Yangwang U8 gradually rolling out of the villa. As Wang Chang and Yi Fan drove away from the safe zone, the residents within felt a tumult of emotions. The entire safe zone housed merely a few thousand people, and they had been living quietly there for nearly half a month. They had believed this peaceful existence would continue indefinitely. With Wang Chang and the even more formidable Yi Fan present, they never considered that these two might leave, as their homes were right there. Yet, they never anticipated their departure would arrive so swiftly. Although many implored them to stay along the way, Yi Fan had no intentions of doing so. They could not remain there forever. They needed to level up, to elevate their ranks, to thrive in this apocalyptic world. Watching the car fade into the distance, some residents sat helplessly on the ground. They are gone. They have all left. We will perish here. They lamented. Why did they abandon us? They are so powerful. They could have stayed here. Why did they leave? Are they devoid of humanity? Will they just watch us be devoured by wild monsters? It's all that Yi Fan's fault. He came, and then he took Wang Chang away. Why couldn't he just stay in his own safe territory? How dare he snatch away our hope? Silence. Who do you think allowed you to survive this long? This is Big Brother's home, the place where he was born. Do you think he wishes to leave? Do you think he is as strong as you believe? He is merely at the first level of tribulation. Do you know that out there exist the second, third, and even ninth levels of tribulation bosses? If he does not venture out to strengthen himself, will he just wait here for stronger bosses to obliterate us? Big Brother has left to enhance his abilities, but he will return one day. For now, we must strive to improve this territory. If anyone is unwilling to work alongside me, I suggest you leave the safe zone early. You are not welcome here. Indeed, if you do not wish to defend the safe zone, then leave now. Do not wait until the safe time is over, only to refuse to assist. At that point, do not blame me for taking action. Though Wang Chong had departed, those loyal to him would not simply surrender. Just like Qing Yu and her team, they had already organized the city meticulously, with a clear vision of rebuilding the entire area. Sister Qing Yu, recently many have fled from the wilds to our city. They are those who previously encountered danger and took refuge in the mountains. They certainly have courage, not fearing being devoured by wild monsters on the way. Well, people must take risks. It's either life or death. Since they have arrived, let us not allow them to idle about. I do not support idlers. Understood. Arrangements are already in place. However, there is a rather arrogant wealthy team among them, and I am uncertain how to handle it. Sister Qing Yu, would you like to handle this personally? Qing Yu set down her pen. This territory belongs to Yi Fan. I cannot allow anyone to act arrogantly here. Let us see what kind of wealthy individuals dare to be unruly in the captain's territory. As the de facto leader of the urban territory, Qing Yu led a group to confront the presumptuous wealthy team. This group was indeed audacious, occupying numerous complete houses and brazenly seizing resources from others. The member previously sent was now being thrown out, stumbling towards Qing Yu. Sister Qing Yu, they refused to follow orders and even assaulted me. Qing Yu's expression darkened. Who laid a hand on you? It was him, and those two others. There were 4 of them, and I could not compete. Qing Yu exclaimed, what audacity! Execute them. Behind Qing Yu, a dozen skilled fighters collectively surged forward at the moment the command was issued. The 4 adversaries had no chance to resist. Swiftly dispatched in a manner that was all too real, the sudden turn of events left the opposing members astounded, immediately adopting defensive stances. To kill without hesitation. How bold of you! A middle-aged man in a suit emerged from within the building. Are you the leader of this motley crew, the so-called nouveau riche? The man squinted at Qing Yu, who had unknowingly captivated his attention since he had been observing her from his room. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was indeed rare to encounter a woman of such striking beauty. Indeed, that would be me. You must be the Qing Yu Jie they speak of. Bring Yi Fan out. I wish to see him. A member beside Qing Yu pointed at the middle-aged man, shouting, you have the audacity to address our captain by name? Do you not realize whose territory this is? The middle-aged man did not show anger at the rebuke. Rather, he continued to gaze at Qing Yu with a nonchalant expression. Miss, it seems you lack proper upbringing. Qing Yu scoffed. Are you insinuating that I am incapable of discipline? That is precisely my thought. If you don't mind, I could take over that responsibility for you and assist with your duties in the entire safe zone. Huh, your intentions are transparent. Everyone wishes to seize control of this safe zone from me, yet you think yourself worthy. Chapter 86. Ignorance and foolishness. Qing Yu's tone was frosty, clearly indicating no room for negotiation. As a businessman, if you entrusted the management of the safe zone to me, I could maximize its benefits and ensure that we high-ranking members live more comfortably than anyone else. Why not take a chance? Haha, you amuse me. If your capabilities are so formidable, there's a small county nearby. Conquer it, and I shall acknowledge you. The middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly. Capturing a county's safe zone was beyond his reach. Otherwise, he would not have come here so brazenly after hearing rumors. Knowing that Yi Fan was absent, he boldly dared to challenge Qing Yu. Miss, do not drink the toast to avoid the punishment. With Yi Fan gone, do you think these people will obey you? Spare me your folly. As a mere woman, you should lie in bed and leave the rest to me. You are all experts here, I assure you. As long as I have a meal, you will not go hungry. Whatever I eat, you shall eat, and I will pay you whatever you ask. As for this woman, once I've grown tired of her, she will naturally be yours. Laughter erupted among those present. What are you laughing at? Do you wish for a woman to ride over you? Haha, we laugh at your ignorance, fool. You are the most foolish among the many I have encountered in this apocalypse. Do you know the fate of the other fools? TSK. Far worse than being torn apart. What nonsense. Qing Yu is Yi Fan's ally. Who is Yi Fan? His prowess is known throughout the nation, and no one questions it. Moreover, he is our savior. Everything we do is merely in obedience to his command. They were astonished that someone would dare to sow discord here. Qing Yu's expression darkened, nearly dripping with fury. Leave none alive. Kill them all. The middle-aged man dismissed any concern that these individuals could defeat them, remaining unfazed. His confidence stemmed from the combat strength he possessed. However, he seemingly overlooked the fact that Qin Yu and her companions, being close to Yi Fan, boasted superior equipment compared to his lackeys, particularly Qin Yu herself. She led the charge, her spears slicing through the air. Within a single exchange, the middle-aged man's forces found themselves at a disadvantage. In less than a minute, his men began to sustain grievous injuries. The two sides were evidently not on the same level. It was only then that he realized why they had mocked his foolishness. He was not merely foolish. He was courting death, especially Qin Yu, who moved as if in an unchallenged realm. No one could withstand her spear. At that moment, he understood the gravity of his mistake. Qin Yu Jia, I was wrong. Spare my life, and I will help you manage the entire safe zone. Do not kill me. I am still of great use. Humph, what use is a scoundrel like you? With that, a spear pierced the middle-aged man's skull, a one-sided slaughter. Even in Yi Fan's absence, the combat prowess of this safe zone was undoubtedly the best in the nation, without exception. While others struggled against level 120 bosses, Yi Fan had already equipped everyone, merely awaiting their level-ups. Others, even if they reached level 120, would still find it challenging to contend with level 120 equipment, let alone wield it. This disparity in equipment strength could plunge one into an abyss of despair. Gazing upon the heap of corpses, hang his body on the wall as a warning. This fool truly did not know when to quit. Numerous provocateurs had come during this time, yet none had managed to leave the safe zone. Qin Yu Jia has discovered that this man was once the richest in our city. No wonder he seems so familiar. Just a scoundrel. Now back to work. Understood. With Qin Yu's current strength, she could face a level 120 boss without fear, let alone other humans. Yi Fan activated the navigation system, selecting the shortest route toward the city where Yu resided. The navigation indicated a journey of nearly 24 hours, a rather distant endeavor. Fortunately, they had previously stored a substantial amount of batteries for emergencies. On the highway, Wang Chong took the wheel while Yi Fan occupied the passenger seat. Damn, this luxury car is something else. I never had the chance to enjoy it before, and now I can drive it casually. I wouldn't even mind if it broke down. In the back seat, Wang Qianqian looked at her brother with disdain. Look at you. Such a failure. I believe cars will be obsolete in the future. Even if they continue to develop, it will be difficult. Enjoy it while you can. For cars may soon be a thing of the past. Yi Fan nodded, saying, Qianqian is right. Since extraterrestrial civilizations have invaded our launching, such primitive vehicles will surely become outdated quickly. I wonder when these alien civilizations will appear. It truly leaves one feeling unsettled. Indeed, ever since I heard your analysis, I can't shake the feeling that these wild creatures and bosses are not as simple as they seem. Our current strength likely pales in comparison to the stronger beings among them. Wang Chong also felt contemplative, recognizing that the state of launching had deteriorated primarily due to the invasion of alien civilizations. Yet, why had it been over a month without any sign of these extraterrestrial beings? What were they scheming? Yi Fan mused. Could it be possible they intend to domesticate us? For instance, using these wild creatures and bosses to help us level up, and when we reach a certain level, they will emerge to reap the benefits. Wang Chong countered. Do you think we're crops? As our strength increases, how will they harvest us? Do they plan to capture us as slaves? Yet, thinking about it, that may not be entirely unreasonable. Regardless, we are indeed within their control. It's a chilling thought. Wang Qianqian interjected, Brother, stop overthinking. Your mind can't comprehend such matters. Just listen to Yi Fan's analysis. Wang Chong, speak, Yi Fan, and keep silent, Yi Fan. I am still your dear brother. Why do you not show a little loyalty to me? If you were to bathe in the cesspool before my very eyes, I might just believe you. Then you might as well hold a grudge against me. I truly cannot do that. By the way, what does a cesspool even smell like, my dear sister? Wang Qianqian promptly rose from the back seat and clutched Wang Chong's neck. If I don't strangle you today, I might as well reverse my name. The vehicle swerved erratically along the highway, accompanied by Wang Chong's pig-like howls. Chapter 87. Dongyao County. The journey required 24 hours to reach its destination. Yet Yi Fan and his companions were not bound to adhere to this time frame. On the expressway, they generally disregarded minor monsters. But if they encountered a boss of the first stage of tribulation, the three of them would collaborate to vanquish it. This was primarily meant to hone their synergy, with Wang Chong serving as a formidable shield. Defeating a first-stage tribulation boss had become a remarkably simple endeavor. The rapport between the two was already substantial, and with their enhanced abilities, they could eliminate a first-stage tribulation boss in as little as 2 minutes. What once intimidated them now seemed no more daunting than an ordinary boss. As for Wang Qianqian, she merely provided support from the sidelines, seemingly having little impact on the battle. The damage taken and inflicted was solely borne by Wang Chong and Yi Fan. Days passed as they traveled toward their destination. Yet they had only covered half the distance. Nevertheless, along the way, they had dispatched dozens of first and second stage tribulation bosses. They had already amassed nearly 100 shards of soul essence. For them, first stage tribulation bosses could no longer be deemed super bosses. Only third stage tribulation bosses posed a slight challenge, primarily due to Wang Chong's presence as a shield combined with Yi Fan's extraordinary slashing skills, allowing them to defeat even a boss with 50 health remaining. During this half of the journey, they had encountered no bosses that could truly withstand their might. I think we should first allow Qianqian to level up to the first stage of tribulation, enabling her to equip the corresponding gear. This would significantly enhance her offensive and defensive capabilities. As for your second stage tribulation, I suggest we postpone that. Wang Chong stated. That sounds fine. Currently, first stage tribulation bosses do not pose a significant threat to us, and the attributes of first stage equipment far surpass those of level 120 gear. It is indeed wise to have my little sister advance first. Since Wang Chong consented, there was no longer any significant issue. Additionally, Yi Fan had accumulated just enough shards of soul essence, 100 in total. Alright, since you have no objections, let us search for a nearby safe zone, where we can facilitate Qianqian's advancement and equip her with the first stage tribulation gear. Agreed. The two did not even consult Wang Qianqian regarding her opinion. She remained silent, knowing all too well that once these two made a decision, not even a herd of oxen could pull them back. Thus, she resigned herself to accept their choice. Yi Fan opened the vehicle's map. The nearest county was named Dongyao. He promptly altered their course toward Dongyao County. In truth, significant upheaval was occurring in Dongyao County, where 3 level 120 superhumans, accompanied by a group of around level 100 humans, were engaged in combat against a level 120 boss. What is going on? Why is this boss attacking our safe zone for no apparent reason? It is unclear. The safe zone was still 2 hours away from its scheduled time, yet this boss has launched an early assault. Had we not noticed in time, our losses would have been catastrophic. What should we do now? This boss is far too powerful. We cannot handle it. Should we perhaps switch to another safe zone and evacuate our people? A young man with dark circles under his eyes spoke gravely, gripping his battle axe tightly. Who lured this boss here? Our county only has a few thousand people. Is everyone intent on courting death? They had taken refuge in a sizable factory, with all the county's residents crammed inside. The sudden attack of a level 120 boss instilled fear in the faces of the thousands within. The young man's inquiry was met with silence. Following their last warning, they had failed to eliminate all 5 level 120 bosses within the county in the span of a month. Consequently, the number of level 120 bosses had increased to 10, while the population of other monsters and minor bosses had also doubled, shrinking their territory. Each venture for supplies had to be undertaken with utmost caution. Initially, their plan was to elevate more individuals to level 120, thereby reclaiming control over the county by defeating those bosses. Yet now, they only had 3 level 120 individuals, with merely a handful of others exceeding level 100. Most were below level 100, and in this apocalyptic scenario, leveling up was not as simple as in a game. Death meant real death, thus hindering their progress. The 3 level 120 individuals, along with dozens of others above level 100, fought desperately against the level 120 boss. In a gaming context, it would have been manageable, but in reality, players had no opportunity for resurrection. It was impossible to employ a strategy of sheer numbers to overwhelm the boss. Each combatant acted with utmost caution. If anyone was injured, they had to temporarily withdraw to heal. Without medicine, they had to wait for their attributes to recover, a process that could be exceedingly prolonged. The longer the battle dragged on, the fewer superhumans remained. Now, only the 3 level 120 individuals and a handful above level 100 were left. While the boss still retained half its health, the 3 level 120 individuals had also fallen below half health. Despite their proficiency in damage mitigation and combat techniques, they could not withstand the boss's formidable defense and health pool. Observing the dire situation, despair etched itself on the faces of those within the safe zone. If they were to fall, they would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end at the hands of these monsters. A severely injured individual shouted angrily at the others. Now you decide to panic? Who brought the boss here? Step forward immediately. The boss would not attack the safe zone without cause. You must explain what transpired and see if there is any way to salvage this situation, or we are all doomed. After a prolonged silence, A few youths in their 80s stepped forward, cradling an egg. We are unsure how it happened. While leveling up, we found a pet egg in a cave and brought it back. Who knew it belonged to this boss? The young man snatched the egg, nearly slapping it into the faces of the youngsters. You have caused a catastrophe. Do you even realize the trouble you've brought upon us? Chapter 88. A helping hand, however. It was a level 120 boss's pet egg. Once hatched, it would undoubtedly become an exceptional companion. The group had merely sought to strengthen themselves. Yet they had unwittingly summoned a boss. Given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to surrender the pet egg. The boss's egg is right here. What do we do now? The young man with dark circles under his eyes cast a furious glance at the pet egg, his face contorted in anger. Damn it! How could the pet egg have been claimed by someone else? It was utterly hopeless now. They had thought that possessing this pet egg would grant them leverage. But now it seemed they had been sentenced to death. This was a level 120 boss, and upon realizing that its egg had been claimed, it immediately entered a state of rage. The 3 level 120 superhumans were sent flying with a single strike, injured and sprawled on the ground. They had lost their ability to fight, especially the young man with dark circles under his eyes, who was overwhelmed by the most terrifying damage and collapsed, losing consciousness. Boss. The level 120 boss charged wildly towards its egg. Just then, the sound of a car approached, accompanied by a voice. Jueri. Whoosh. The level 120 boss, in mid-leap toward the crowd, was pierced through the chest by an arrow. Its massive body lost balance and fell before the astonished onlookers. The sight of the colossal corpse of the level 120 boss sent chills down everyone's spine. The formidable boss that had instilled fear in them was taken down by a single arrow. Soon, a BYD Yangwang U8 drove into their safe zone. Yi Fan and his companions stepped out of the car. Yi Zi, your skill is truly monstrous. Just now, the boss had over 40% health, and you took it down with a single arrow. I can't help but feel a bit envious. Yi Fan chuckled, saying, you have your strengths, and I have mine. Your attack may not match mine, but your defense is certainly superior. There is no need for envy. Let us focus on saving others. All right, little sister, follow me. Yi Fan approached the level 120 boss's body and directly stored it in his spatial ring. Although it was a boss, it still counted as sustenance for humanity. The people in the safe zone exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward and inquire, as they were unaware of the intentions of these 3 individuals, who were not the leaders of the safe zone. Thank you, friends, for your assistance. Without your intervention, we might have met our end here today. Yi Fan replied. I happened to pass by and merely lent a hand. Who is the leader here? The one with dark circles under his eyes is our leader. He is severely injured, and we hope that you can assist us. Yi Fan nodded. At that moment, the young man with dark circles had regained consciousness after being fed a healing pill. Upon learning the situation, he expressed his gratitude to Yi Fan and his companions. Thank you, my friends, for your timely help. Otherwise, this county would have ceased to exist today. Yi Fan stated, we are all human. There is no need for thanks. Since we have crossed paths, I will help you. Now, gather your people immediately. I intend to clear out all the level 120 bosses in this county. I wish to utilize your Jizanshan Tower. Upon hearing Yi Fan's intention to assist them in reclaiming the county safe zone, everyone felt a surge of anxiety. May I ask for your name? They wondered. As only a few places across the nation had managed to seize control of a county, the identities of these individuals who sought to help them take control were undoubtedly extraordinary. Wang Chong threw an arm around Yi Fan's shoulder. Allow me to introduce my good brother, Yi Fan, the only person in the world to have seized a city's safe zone. As for me, Wang Chong, while I haven't taken a city, I have managed to secure a safe zone in this county. The young man's face displayed astonishment, and everyone present was equally stirred. These 2 were legendary figures. Yi Degu, Wang Degu, my name is Li Chao. I am the leader of our county and the foremost combatant. Your willingness to assist us is truly wonderful. Your arrival here is a blessing, as I was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, he was merely a level 120, yet bore the weight of the entire county's mission. Yi Fan patted Li Chao on the shoulder. You've worked hard, though the task is daunting. I hope you do not give up. Since our meeting is fated, and we require your Jizanshan Tower, let us aid one another. Li Chao's eyes glistened with gratitude. With the presence of these 2 superiors, the burden on him lightened immensely. He felt as if he could almost float. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Boss. Doctor. Quickly, someone call the doctor. A middle-aged man rushed forward to check on him and sighed in relief. Thankfully, Li Laoda merely fainted from exhaustion, with some rest. He will naturally awaken, and there is no serious issue. To have collapsed from fatigue speaks volumes of the pressure he had endured. Yi Fan sighed, relieved that Li Chao encountered them. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Let your leader rest well. Gather the others to begin clearing the wild monsters. We will handle the bosses, aiming to secure the entire safe zone within a day. Understood. Gather everyone. For Yi Fan and Wang Chong, level 120 bosses were trivial. However, for Wang Qianqian, they posed some challenge. She alone might struggle against a level 120 boss, given her attributes. Yet, bosses below level 120 were no match for her. Yi Fan and Wang Chong traversed the streets and alleys of the county, searching for level 120 bosses. Wang Qianqian led the county's superhumans, pushing outward from the safe zone's entrance. They were experiencing for the first time how easily these wild monsters and bosses could be vanquished, akin to paper. They felt that the difficulties they had previously faced were on an entirely different level. It seemed that with Wang Chong's arrival, what had once been a hellish challenge had transformed into something simple. After nearly half an hour, Yi Fan returned to the entrance of the safe zone, his Kuanping wings allowing for swift flight, and with the Kuanping domain, he precisely located the bosses. Of the remaining 9 level 120 bosses, Yi Fan had dispatched 7. Wang Chong, with a regular mount and lacking the Kuanping domain's precise tracking abilities, was fortunate to have found 2. Damn, you monster. I only managed to take down 2, while you eliminated the remaining 7. From now on, you handle it alone. Don't call on me. Though Wang Chong feigned indignation, he obediently set about defeating ordinary bosses and wild monsters. Just as Yi Fan had anticipated, with their rapid thrust, the entire county transformed into a safe zone by nightfall. Chapter 89, We Are Still Weak. We won. This is unbelievable. I never imagined we would capture the entire county's safe zone so swiftly. Is this the terrifying power of the strong? This is astonishing. I can't be dreaming, can I? We were on the brink of annihilation. Yet we somehow seized the entire county. What do you mean somehow? The legendary Yi Fan. Level 120 bosses are mere playthings to him. I've heard he single-handedly defeated a level 1 crossing boss, which stands nearly 50 meters tall, far more terrifying than this level 120 boss. Really? Is it possible for a human to contend with such a colossal boss? Surely that's an exaggeration. Exaggeration? Did you not see that boss earlier? Still boasting over 40% health, felled by a single arrow? Do you think such power could be fabricated? Others shook their heads. That arrow had been truly terrifying. The rapid transformation of reality has been difficult for them to accept, even until now. When Li Chao awoke, night had already fallen. However, upon learning that the entire safe zone had expanded to encompass the entire county, he was rendered speechless. He had long anticipated this day, yet he never expected it to arrive so abruptly, especially during his unconsciousness. It was simply astonishing. We must present them with our finest provisions, for they have saved us all and deserve the utmost hospitality. Do not worry, boss. We are already making arrangements. You should rest well. Li Chao shook his head. They have helped us. How can I continue to rest? I have nearly recovered. Let us go. Due to the lack of electricity, Yi Fan and the others gathered around a large bonfire at night. Various foods, which they usually could not bear to consume, were brought forth. Yi Fan and his companions felt somewhat embarrassed by their warm hospitality, as it was merely a small effort for them. Brother Yi, Brother Wang, and this young lady, we are profoundly grateful for your significant contributions to Dongyao County. Please accept our bow. The moment Li Chao appeared, he knelt before Yi Fan and his companions, and others followed suit, bowing in unison. Yi Fan hurriedly helped Li Chao to his feet. Please rise. Your body has not fully recovered, and these gestures are merely reciprocal, not as grave as you believe. For you, it is simply a matter of convenience, yet for us, it is a life-saving grace. This kindness will be eternally remembered by the people of Dongyao. You deserve our respect. Yi Fan sighed. Over the past few days, they had passed through numerous towns that had been reduced to ruins. Places where people could survive had become exceedingly rare. The fact that this county could still sustain so many was already remarkable. Very well, we accept your sincerity. Everyone, please rise. Wang Chong urged, let us get up quickly. Otherwise, I shall feel uneasy. Li Chao sat beside Yi Fan and the others. How is it that Brother Yi and Brother Wang both appear here? Do you not need to guard your safe zone? Yi Fan replied, of course we must guard it. However, we cannot remain in the safe zone indefinitely. We must continue to enhance our strength, and the best way to do that is to venture into the wild. The intensity of the wild bosses exceeds all our expectations. If we lack sufficient strength, it would be prudent not to stray too far from the safe zone. Li Chao inquired, Brother Yi, having traveled such a distance, what level was the highest boss you encountered on the way here? Before Yi Fan could respond, Wang Chong interjected, at the 5th level of tribulation. There was a stone dragon, at least 100 meters long, quite a sight to behold. However, We are self-aware. Encountering a boss of that caliber would necessitate a detour. Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply. 100 meters long, at the 5th level of tribulation. Could it not bring about utter destruction? A boss of level 120 could potentially annihilate them. How much more so could a 5th level tribulation boss obliterate them with a mere sneeze? Yifan nodded, stating, "In your eyes, we may seem formidable, but in the presence of those bosses, we remain insignificant. Do you still perceive us as strong?" The entire world is aware of the boss classification. Even a 1st level tribulation boss is a nightmare for 99% of humanity, let alone a 5th level tribulation boss. Li Chao lamented, "Why does fate seem to target humanity so? What have we done wrong?" Yifan replied, "I too wish to know, yet no one can provide answers. We must seek them ourselves. Hence, we must continually grow stronger. Only with sufficient strength can we hope to obtain the answers we seek." I understand. But to transcend tribulation requires 100 soul shards. Where indeed can these shards be acquired? Is it true that only a 1st level tribulation boss might drop them? Indeed. Soul shards begin to drop from 1st level tribulation bosses. You do have an opportunity. Defeating a 1st level tribulation boss typically requires a substantial number of level 120 superhumans to encircle it. Your current strength is still far from sufficient. So you must strive to elevate both your levels and equipment to the pinnacle of level 120. Li Chao sighed in frustration. It's not so simple. Reaching level 100 is attainable with effort, but acquiring level 100 equipment is a different matter entirely. It requires defeating level 120 bosses, which we are still unable to confront. Yifan was not a saint. He would not assist just anyone in distress. Yet, if he did not grant them even a slight opportunity, they might miss their chance entirely. From his backpack, Yifan selected a complete set of level 120 equipment and handed it to Li Chao. "Take care, this is all I can offer. Everyone has emerged from the brink of death. When I first faced a 5th level tribulation boss, it was a harrowing experience." Upon receiving the equipment, Li Chao was stunned. He stood solemnly before Yifan and then bowed deeply 3 times. "From this day forth, I, Li Chao, am in service to Brother Yifan. Should you ever deem me worthy and assign me a task, I shall bravely face any challenge." Yifan gently lifted Li Chao to his feet. Noticing the swelling on his forehead, it was evident that he had exerted considerable effort in his bowing. "Live well and enhance your strength. That is the greatest assistance you can provide me." "Yes, Brother Yi." Chapter 90 finally arrived after resting for a night. The next morning, Yifan and his companions arrived beside the Jiucheng Tian Tower. Wang Chong went directly to the 2nd floor and cleared the minor monsters and bosses within, but unfortunately, nothing dropped. It was said that the previous night, this fellow had even guarded until 2 o'clock without any luck. The success rate of transcending tribulation is only 50%. With your current equipment, you should be fine, right? Yifan still felt some concern, as Wang Qianqian's equipment had not undergone any significant enhancements. It only bore a few prior upgrade levels from her account. Wang Chong remarked, "At worst, we can defeat another 100 1st-level tribulation bosses. There is no guaranteed success rate. We can only leave it to fate." Yifan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, at worst, we can try again. Let us begin." Wang Qianqian nodded firmly and then made her way towards the Jiucheng Tian Tower. Yifan and Wang Chong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, even more so than when they themselves transcended tribulation. Wang Chong paced back and forth outside, causing Yifan's eyes to blur. "If you continue to pace like that, I may just tie you up. Your walking is aggravating me." Wang Chong replied, "I am merely anxious. After all, my sister is inside. Although materials will vanish if she fails transcending tribulation, it does not clarify what will happen to her. If something were to occur, how would I explain it to my parents? I understand, but at this moment, you must remain quiet." Minutes passed, yet Wang Qianqian still had not emerged, heightening the concern of both Wang Chong and Yifan. "Wang Chong, how long did it take you to transcend tribulation?" "Less than a minute." "Why is our little sister taking so long?" "You ask me, and who should I ask?" Just as they were in turmoil, Wang Qianqian exited the Jiucheng Tian Tower. Both men thought they were hallucinating. They exchanged glances, rubbing their eyes, convinced they must be mistaken. What on earth is happening? Did her attire change during transcending tribulation? Yifan exclaimed, "Qianqian, what on earth is going on? Why do you look different? I remember you did not appear this way when you entered." At this moment, Wang Qianqian, adorned in flowing white garments, exudes an air of ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the realm of cultivation, her charm beyond measure. As she twirls, her white attire dances in the breeze, rendering her enchanting demeanor even more pronounced. "Does Yifan Gij look handsome?" she inquires. Yi Fan nods with a smile. Of course. This outfit suits you splendidly. Really? Just a moment ago, after successfully transcending the first level of tribulation, I received a reward from the system. This is the attire of the Holy Maiden of the Bailian sect, graded as exceptional for the first level of tribulation. Wang Chong, filled with indignation, retorts, why is it that after my own successful tribulation, I received nothing? This is unfair. Wang Qianqian scoffs, it is entirely fair. If you can achieve what you have, why should I not? Wang Chong counters, I earn my accomplishments through my own efforts. Yours are merely reliant on external aids. Humph. If you're dissatisfied, go ask the system. Yi Fan interjects with a chuckle. All right, how do you feel after transcending the first level of tribulation? Quite well. My character attributes have doubled. No wonder you both are so formidable. With my current attributes, facing a level 120 boss would be a breeze. But confronting a boss of the first level of tribulation would still be challenging, mainly due to my lack of enhanced equipment. Wang Chong laughs, sister. It seems you'll still have to hide behind your elder brother. Wang Qianqian glares at Wang Chong, her brother indeed, but her irritation at his smugness is palpable. A strong urge to throttle him bubbling within her. The issue of enhancing equipment is indeed significant. The disparity in attributes between those with and without enhanced gear is astonishing. No worries, enhancement stones won't simply vanish. They will undoubtedly appear later. I suspect such items might be in the hands of extraterrestrial civilizations, and they will surely prove invaluable. For now, this is merely Yi Fan's conjecture. Wang Qianqian and Wang Chong can only nod in agreement. Yet they ponder when these extraterrestrial beings will reveal themselves and how they will connect with humanity. With Wang Qianqian's successful tribulation, the day has come for the trio to depart. They have been here for barely a day, yet the transformation wrought upon this place is profound. Upon learning of Yi Fan and the others' impending departure, Li Chao wishes to retain them, but is at a loss for a justifiable reason, as they have already contributed immensely to the city. Yi Fan Gij, Wang Chong Gij, and Wang Qianqian Maizi, thank you for your timely assistance. Should you ever need help in the future, the people of Dongyao County will be at your service. Yi Fan replies with a salute. Certainly, we bid you farewell. Take care. Take care. Watching the three depart in their vehicle stirs deep emotions within Li Chao. His next task looms large. He must cultivate more individuals capable of reaching level 120. Some may question why Wang Chong and Yi Fan, with their impressive strength, do not assist more people. With so many in the world, could they possibly help everyone? They will assist as many as they can see. Most of the places they have traversed recently are mere ruins. Initially, they had merely aimed to explore Dongyao County, yet they found people here. Other locations are either reduced to rubble or have only a handful of survivors, making it impossible for them to extend their aid widely. Once more, Yi Fan and the others embark on their journey to find Yu Yu. As before, they will engage any bosses of the first or second level of tribulation they encounter, solely for the soul fragments that may drop from them. Their journey is not without peril. They inadvertently trespass into the territory of a 6th level tribulation boss and are promptly detected. The trio remains hidden in the private domain for 2 days until they ascertain that the 6th level boss has departed before cautiously continuing their journey. Thankfully, the private domain provided refuge. Otherwise, even Yi Fan's protagonist aura might not have sufficed. After nearly a week of wandering, they finally arrive at the county where Yu Yu resides. Upon reaching the city gates, they are immediately stopped. Those in the vehicle step down. Yi Fan and Wang Chong frown. They had just notified Yu Yu of their arrival, and she is en route to the city entrance. However, the scene before them is utterly distasteful. A seemingly wealthy young man lounges with an air of entitlement, flanked by several companions, blocking their passage and greedily eyeing their BYD Yongwang U8. Hey, are you deaf? Get out of the car, or are you looking to die? One individual strides forward and slams his hand against the window of Yi Fan's driver's seat. Wang Chong winces at the sound, his heart aching for the vehicle. He exits the car and confronts the man, pushing him away with considerable force, sending him tumbling. What the hell? Who gave you the right to be so rough? Finding a decent car is harder than climbing to the heavens. If you break it, can you take responsibility? Those standing at the entrance of the safety zone are taken aback by Wang Chong's sudden aggression. Instantly, a group prepares to retaliate. You're seeking death. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourselves. Hand over the car, and I'll overlook your previous rudeness. Otherwise, I'll ensure you don't see the dawn. Do you understand? Our brotherly has spoken. This is your opportunity. Remember, I have considerable influence here. Whether you can stay depends on my nod. At this moment, Yi Fan and Wang Qianqian also step out of the vehicle. The instant Wang Qianqian appears, all male eyes are drawn to her, particularly that of the man named Li. whose gaze is unabashedly fixated on her. The aura of the Holy Maiden of Bailan is enough to overshadow all. She is breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling Yu. And it is a delightful surprise to encounter such an extraordinary beauty here. Observing the lascivious stare directed at his sister, Wang Chong can hardly contain his displeasure. He positions himself protectively in front of Wang Qianqian, blocking Li's view. Li's expression shifts to one of irritation as he attempts to maneuver around Wang Chong for another glimpse of the stunning beauty. Move aside. I've made my decision. The car and the beauty stay with me. I can guarantee you a life of wealth and luxury. Wang Chong smirks. You better have the capability to back that up. If you want to take my sister along, you'd better show some sincerity. Like kneeling before me and calling me grandfather 3 times. Then I might consider it. Li's face darkens. Within this safety zone, there are only a few he cannot afford to offend. But even if he does offend, what of it? No one can touch him. Especially since his father controls over 50% of the safety zone. Those who wish to survive here must heed his words. You're quite bold. Did Liang Jingru give you your courage? Since you refuse, I won't hold back either. Turn around and leave. You shall not enter my safety zone. Huh. You're hilarious. I recall this safety zone was established by Yu. How did it become yours? Based on your level 100 prowess? Even bosses wouldn't spare you a second glance. Li retorts, I never realized you actually had some skill, knowing that the strongest here is Yu. But I'll tell you this. It won't be long before Yu becomes my woman, and when she does, this safety zone will be mine. Regardless of the present or the future, you must heed my command within this safe zone. Are you beginning to feel fear now? Wang Chong, with a playful smile, poked Yi Fan beside him. Look, Yi Zi, someone is so brazenly trying to undermine you. Why aren't you angry? If it were me, I'd have taken him down in an instant. Yi Fan shook his head, utterly disinterested in dealing with such a trivial passerby. Moreover, how could Yu possibly be attracted to someone like him? He simply does not fit within her aesthetic standards. If you don't wish to take action, just say so. Why resort to such provocations to incite me? Look at the way he gazes at Qianqian. Why do you, as her elder brother, still tolerate him? Are you waiting for him to undermine you? Wang Chong retorted. Damn it. Throughout this journey, I can't shake the feeling that I'm merely your enforcer. Yet no one seems to find fault with it. Yi Fan smirked. Oh, you think you can compete with me? You're still inexperienced. Wang Qianqian observed the 2 men beside her, pushing and shoving, entirely disregarding their own dignity. Truly, the online sentiment that men are not to be trusted holds some merit. If you two don't take action, I will. Wang Chong swiftly intercepted Qianqian, who was about to charge forward. If you act, what do you make of me, your brother? Hey, that Li fellow, will you kneel and apologize, or shall I simply dispose of you? Li Wei appeared somewhat bewildered, despite revealing his identity. Those before him showed neither fear nor regret, but rather became more arrogant, which defied all logic. Do you not comprehend human speech? You want me to kneel and apologize? Were it not for Yu's rules against harming one's own kind, I would have already acted and incapacitated both of you. Just then, a stick struck Li Wei's head, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Wang Chong wore an expression of wicked delight. Farewell. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Wang Chong had struck so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Li Wei lay lifeless, his head shattered. A murder has taken place. Quickly, inform Yu that brotherly has been killed. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Li Wei's status was not trivial, and seeing him slain before their eyes left them fearing for their own future. Here, there was no law to speak of. One could kill without consequence. Yet, Li Wei's standing was significant. While others may die without issue, his demise would undoubtedly yield severe repercussions. You are finished. This marks your end. If you have any courage, do not flee. Wang Chong declared. I will remain here. Let us see what you can do to me. Observing Wang Chong's calm demeanor, the others felt like ants on a hot pan, for with Li Wei dead, their lives would undoubtedly worsen. Meanwhile, Yu, en route to the county's entrance, received news of Li Wei's demise at the city gate. Where are you? Yu's voice echoed through the team channel. At the entrance to your county. Oh, so you were the ones who killed Li Wei? Yi Fan replied. Indeed, he deserved it. All right, I understand. I will arrive shortly. No rush. Moments later, Yu hurriedly approached, and those at the gate regarded her as a beacon of hope. Sister Yu, you have finally arrived. This scoundrel brazenly killed Brotherly. Yes, Sister Yu. These ruffians are far too arrogant. You must avenge Brotherly. Uncle Li is on his way. You lot, now that Sister Yu is here, let us see where you can run to. Once Uncle Li arrives with reinforcements, you will have no escape. Chapter 92. Death is death. What concern is it of mine? Yu gazed at the lifeless body beside her, having long harbored disdain for him, were it not for his family's utility. She would not have even deigned to spare him a glance. His death was, in fact, a fortuitous occurrence. Moreover, with Wang Chong and Yi Fan present, she felt even more assured. He is dead. What concern is it of mine? Yu Yu's cold voice sent chills through those around her. Sister Yu Yu, this is brotherly. He was your future. Silence. When did I ever agree to his pursuit? If not for the Li family's marginal influence within our county, do you think I would bother with such a waste? It was common knowledge that Yu Yu's capabilities were formidable, while Li Wei's were pathetically lacking. Had it not been for Li Jia's slight influence in the county, her assertion would undoubtedly stand true. So, what shall we do now that Uncle Li is on his way? Yu Yu coolly replied, bury him. What else is there to do? Shall we seek revenge? Of course. We must retaliate. After all, they were the ones who murdered Brother Li. Yu Yu chuckled. I believe you misunderstand my intentions. Wang Chong interjected, Yu Yu, I was the one who did the deed. Do you wish for me to avenge you? Yu Yu shot a glare at Wang Chong before fixing her gaze upon Yi Fan. She approached him step by step. Finally, we meet. Yi Fan replied, This brotherly must have given you quite a hard time. Fortunately, he lacked the capability. Were it not for the capable individuals under his father's command maintaining temporary order in the county, I would have long since kicked him to the curb. Yi Fan gently caressed Yu Yu's head. I apologize for the trouble you've endured. He then pulled her into an embrace. Yu Yu nestled against his waist, eyes shut in bliss, quietly savoring his presence. Wang Qianqian stood nearby, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. The others, however, were utterly stupefied. What was happening? How could it be that they were the ones who had slain Li Wei, yet the strongest among them? Yu Yu had nestled into another's embrace. At that moment, a furious roar pierced the air. Who dares to claim my son's life? A group of individuals rushed forward, and upon seeing Li Wei's lifeless form, a middle-aged man was overcome with grief. My son, you have suffered so? Wang Chong covered his ears, visibly annoyed. Enough with the wailing. If you wish to mourn, do so elsewhere. If you disturb me, you shall face the consequences. Li Fuming looked at Wang Chong and instantly recognized that he was not from the area. His unfamiliarity and audacity were glaring. Did you do this? Wang Chong grinned. Indeed, it was I? Your son was utterly useless. He couldn't withstand a single blow from me, merely a waste of space. Is it really that serious? Oh, I will kill you. Just then, Yu Yu's voice rang out again, capturing Li Fuming's attention. Uncle Li, enough. Your son has terrorized this place for long enough. I have warned you repeatedly. It is your failure to cherish the opportunity that has led to today's outcome. Such a person is not worth mourning. Li Fuming laughed heartily. Such a lack of worth. You arrived not to punish the criminal, but to align yourself with him. What is your true intention? Yi Fan pulled Yu Yu closer, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Li Fuming. Xiangzi, send him to join his son. Wang Chong brandished his stick. Though I may not relish your command, I am more than willing to oblige. Wang Chong wasted no time, charging forward with his weapon. His assault was not something an ordinary person could withstand, and even Yi Fan had to approach with caution. As Wang Chong advanced alone, Li Fuming bellowed, Seize those few. I will flay them alive and offer their heads as a sacrifice to my son. The skilled individuals behind Li Fuming surged forward. Perfect timing. I would rather not chase you one by one to death. Wang Chong's stick moved with precision and ferocity. One strike for each unfortunate soul. No one could withstand Wang Chong's attack. Even those who might have been able to lay incapacitated on the ground, which did not hinder Wang Chong from delivering the finishing blow. In mere moments, all of Li Fuming's subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. It was then that Li Fuming comprehended why his son had perished. This was no mere encounter with an immovable obstacle, but rather a confrontation with a nuclear bomb. Stop. Yu. If you do not intervene, I shall surely perish, and this safe zone will be doomed as well, leaving you with no better fate. Yu coldly replied. If death is to come, so be it. It is of no concern to me. He, Brother Chong, let me send this father and son to reunite in death. Li Fuming was no fool. He had risen to his position through considerable strength and capability. Such prowess was commendable among ordinary people. Yet it was insignificant in the face of Wang Chong's monstrous abilities. A single strike shattered Li Fuming's shield, and another blow swiftly severed him in half. All movements were executed seamlessly, without any hesitation. Done. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. The Li family, who had once held sway in the safe zone, had been annihilated so swiftly and without resistance. Wang Chong cast a glance at those standing at a distance, causing chills to run down their spines. TCH. A bunch of rubbish. Yi Fan remarked, Well done. I must say, you are quite suited for this line of work. Get lost. I'll spare you this time. But if you dare ask me to be your muscle again, I will make you regret it. Yu interjected, Brother Chong, this is Yi Fan recognizing your abilities. If he were to intervene personally, would that not imply you lack the capability to resolve the issue? Wang Chong retorted, Bah, you two stop trying to fool me. Have I not been misled enough by you both? I shall not concern myself with how to deal with the rest. Yu assured, no worries, I will handle it. Now let us go to my home. Sister Qianqian, welcome to my county. I shall show you around. Naturally, Yu took Wang Qianqian's hand as they walked, whispering to one another, while Yi Fan and Wang Chong followed behind. The BYD Yangwang U8 was stored within Yi Fan's spatial ring, and they had little interest in the others. Soon, the news of the Li family's demise spread throughout the county, and the situation became even more perplexing. Yu had been present at the scene, yet she was seen laughing and conversing with the very individual who had slain the Li family. Anxiety gripped the populace, but some rejoiced. After all, the Li family had long been a source of irritation within the safe zone, and witnessing their downfall brought immense satisfaction. Chapter 93. Coward. Unbeknownst to them, the four arrived at the entrance of a school, where a middle-aged man awaited someone. Upon seeing Yu, his expression darkened considerably. What exactly transpired today? Yu replied, Are you referring to the demise of the Li family? What else could there be? The entire county is in an uproar. You were present at the scene. Why did you not intervene? Yu responded, Why should I intervene? He and his father had ill intentions, seeking to insult Qianqian and steal Yi Fan's vehicle. If they perished, so be it. Why direct your anger at me? The middle-aged man was Yu's father, Yu Shiqing. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Fan and the others. You are Yi Fan, Wang Chong, and Wang Qianqian, correct? Yi Fan spoke up. Hello, Uncle Yu. That is indeed us. I am Yi Fan. This is Wang Chong, and his sister Wang Qianqian. The events transpired roughly as Yu described. Yu Shiqing sighed. Although he harbored no fondness for the Li family, their significant presence within the safe zone made their murder rather troubling. Let us go. This matter may prove complicated. Yi Fan replied, It is not a problem. Should any issues arise, I shall handle them. Yu Shiqing was pleased with Yi Fan's sense of responsibility. Very well. Let us proceed indoors. The first meeting with the father-in-law had escalated into such a significant affair that it was evident the meal would not be thoroughly enjoyable. During this time, leaders had attempted to pay visits, but after Yi Fan made an appearance, none dared to approach again. For no other reason than the fact that the so-called leader had been so frightened that he had nearly soiled himself. Fainting in the presence of Yi Fan's overwhelming aura was quite remarkable. As for the incident involving the deaths of the Li family, no one dared to mention it again. Even if they did, what of it? After all, that was Yi Fan, whose prowess had been almost mythologized among the populace. The so-called leader had never anticipated the legendary Yi Fan would arrive in their small county. In the presence of such a figure, his previous status held no sway, and having survived the encounter was already an act of mercy. Who would dare seek trouble with him? That would be tantamount to courting death. That night, Yi Fan stood on the rooftop, embracing Yu as they gazed at the stars above. This scene had played out in his mind countless times, yet he had never imagined it would manifest in such a manner. Yu remarked, Is that so? With so many beautiful women around you, do you still remember me? Yi Fan playfully pinched her delicate face. Speak one more word, and I shall punish you right here. Yu's face flushed crimson. It is true. I have heard that once you were accompanied by a beauty named Qingyu, and now Qianqian is by your side. None of them can compare to me. How can you possibly control yourself? Yi Fan grinned mischievously at Yu. You brought this upon yourself. Without heeding her protests, he leaned down to kiss her. She had waited far too long for this moment. From initial shyness to fervent reciprocation, Yi Fan's hands began to wander over Yu's body. Just as their passion ignited, a cough abruptly interrupted their intimate moment. Yu quickly pushed Yi Fan away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Cough. You should go downstairs. I have something to discuss with Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan felt a wave of awkwardness as he avoided Yu Shiqing's gaze. How could he not feel embarrassed after being caught in such a compromising position by her father? Yu dashed away, her embarrassment palpable. Uncle Yu, do you require something? Yu Shiqing lit a cigarette and offered one to Yi Fan. Uncle Yu, I do not smoke. Yu dislikes it. Ah, so you truly are the legendary Yi Fan. Indeed. I am. All right, I believe you. How long have you been seeing my daughter? Almost 2 years, though I only confessed recently. What are your plans moving forward? I heard your strength has surpassed my daughter's. Is it the second level of Tribulation Transcendence? Yes, indeed. I have reached the second level of Tribulation Transcendence. As for my plans, I seek to further enhance my abilities. My current level is not sufficiently high. I aspire to break through to at least the 5th level of Tribulation Transcendence. Yu Shiqing furrowed his brow. At present, There should be no one of a higher level than yours. Are you not satisfied? The world outside is fraught with danger. Are you certain you wish to take my daughter into the fray? Can you guarantee her safety? Yi Fan clenched his fists, understanding that Yu Shiqing was deliberately challenging him. Who would willingly entrust their daughter to someone deemed incompetent? Uncle, rest assured, as long as I live, Yu will be safe. I will never allow her to fall into peril. She is the most important person in my life, and I would never be foolish enough to place her in danger. Moreover, the world is not as we perceive it. There are countless unknown challenges awaiting our resolution. Indeed, suddenly the Metaverse descended upon our world. And our once peaceful blue star has plunged into an apocalyptic state. People across the globe are being slaughtered by these wild monster bosses. And it is rumored that some small nations have perished, though I know not the truth of it. You have come from outside. What is the world beyond like now? Yi Fan sighed and shook his head. The suffering is immense, and many regions have become desolate, occupied entirely by these wild creatures and bosses. For instance, the city district to which our county belongs has been utterly obliterated, with not a single safe zone in sight. Alas, I cannot fathom what the future holds. But I am aware that the future belongs to you. I shall not interfere with your actions too much, but remember, safety comes first. Thank you, Uncle. I will strive to do my best. After several days of travel, let us rest early today. Understood. This last remark was evidently a warning to Yi Fan that he should not harbor any intentions towards his daughter tonight. Yi Fan, being perceptive, recognized that this was his first meeting with the parents of the girl, and it was prudent to leave a good impression, so he remained obediently in his room. Yi Zi, why are you still here? It is already late. You should hurry over. Yi Fan glanced exasperatedly at Wang Chong, who lounged on the other bed, clearly showing no signs of sleepiness. Get lost. If I dare to crawl over tonight, I will surely be kicked out by morning. Humph, you coward. I thought there would be an entertaining spectacle tonight, but you have left me disappointed. It seems you haven't had your fill of dog food. Next time, eat more. There is plenty to go around. Chapter 94, A New Mission Ding. A new mission has been issued. Please elevate your level to the third stage of the tribulation within 1 month to trigger new plot developments. Upon rising early in the morning, Yi Fan received the mission notification from the system. New plot developments? What does that signify? Ding. You will understand once the mission is completed. Asking is futile. I have noticed your recent arrogance. 300 soul shards is no small number. Ding. If the host fails to elevate their level to the third stage of the tribulation within a month, new plot developments will still be triggered. But the difficulty will escalate from normal to hard. In other words, achieving the third stage of the tribulation will ease the difficulty of the new plot. Hence, this mission is one I must undertake. I cannot jest with my life, after all. Very well. In fact, given Yi Fan and his companion's pace, it is possible to gather the 300 soul shards swiftly by seeking out the first stage and second stage tribulation bosses. However, this endeavor carries substantial risks. Previously, Yi Fan, Wang Chong, and Wang Qianqian sought out bosses together, which reduced the likelihood of accidents, as Yi Fan possessed the Kunpeng domain, allowing him to sense the boss's levels and various conditions in advance. Yet, if Yi Fan were to search for bosses alone, efficiency would undoubtedly decline. Conversely, if he were to separate from Wang Chong and the others, they might encounter risks, but the quantity of soul shards obtained would increase. After breakfast, Yi Fan gathered Wang Chong, Wang Qianqian, and Yu together. I have received a mission requiring me to elevate my level to the third stage of the tribulation within a month. How many soul shards do you each possess? Yu replied, I have 8. Wang Chong, 29. Wang Qianqian, 15. Yi Fan, I have 45, totaling nearly 100. We still need about 200. My proposition is for me to operate as one team, while the 3 of you form another, each searching for the first stage tribulation bosses to expedite my elevation to the third stage. Do you foresee any issues? Yu. I am not at ease with you going alone. I prefer to accompany you. Yi Fan discerned the concern in Yu's gaze, but shook his head resolutely. No need. I will be faster on my own. Upon completion of this mission, new plot developments will be triggered. As for their nature, I suspect they may involve the arrival of an extraterrestrial civilization, which will undoubtedly present us with even more challenges. Wang Chong furrowed his brow. The arrival of an extraterrestrial civilization is not necessarily a good thing. What if they are weak and become enslaved by the extraterrestrial beings? Yi Zi, why not abandon this mission? The descent of an extraterrestrial civilization upon our blue star could hardly be deemed beneficial. If we deliberately let this mission fail, we could delay their arrival and gain more time for our development. Yi Fan shook his head. Do you think I have not considered that? However, if the mission fails, new plot developments will still be triggered, with the difficulty escalating from easy to hard. Based on this situation, I strongly suspect that the extraterrestrial civilization will indeed descend upon our blue star. Damn, are they not forcing us to complete this mission? You are the only one at the third stage of the tribulation on the entire blue star. It seems utterly implausible. Indeed, Yifan, why not gather more soul shards? We have a month's time limit, and we can acquire sufficient soul shards, completing the mission on the final day. If we can elevate another or two individuals to the second stage of the tribulation, would that not be better? Yu's suggestion was indeed commendable, but if pursued, the intensity of their mission would be significantly heightened. What do you think, you two siblings? Wang Chang replied, my sister and I are more than capable. We fully support you. Yifan nodded. Very well, you three will form one team, endeavoring to locate as many first-stage tribulation bosses as possible. If you encounter second or third-stage bosses, be sure to mark their geographical locations, as those will be our potential targets. Understood. When do we depart? The mission commences today. Let us set off immediately without delay. Great. Wang Chang, Yu, and Wang Qianqian will form a group, equipped with both offense and healing, capable of handling any bosses they encounter, provided they are not extraordinarily powerful. Yifan unfurled his Kunping wings, hastening to seek out the first-stage tribulation bosses in the wilderness. From that day forth, Yifan no longer returned to the safe zone. With time pressing and the mission at hand, his solitary nature allowed for greater agility. Confronting first and second stage bosses alone posed no challenge. At night, he had no concerns, allowing him to rest soundly in his private territory. Wang Chang and the others would occasionally return to the county town, at one point even regaining control of it. The four of them, divided into two groups, scoured for bosses. Yifan ventured into the city, collecting 5 first-stage tribulation bosses. He traversed the farthest distance, having covered the city 5 times within the month, encountering both populated and deserted areas. Whenever he spotted first or second stage bosses, he would effortlessly acquire them. This rigorous boss hunting eventually led Yifan to a state of fatigue. It was only on the final day of the mission's deadline that he returned to Yu's county town safe zone. Observing Yifan's somewhat haggard appearance, Yu was evidently distressed, while Wang Qianqian wished to assist, but, seeing Yu already at Yifan's side, could only halt her steps. Wang Chang, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation. Sister, why must you do this? Wang Qianqian, I like it. I am willing to. Humph, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good heart. Yu, are you alright? Perhaps you should rest for a while. Yifan shook his head. To maximize the acquisition of soul shards, his rest period during this time had never exceeded 8 hours a day, with sleep totaling at most 5 hours. Each day is spent either vanquishing formidable bosses or journeying towards them. Such an intense regimen of combat has enabled Yifan to amass over 400 soul fragments. I possess 423 soul fragments. What about you? Yu remarked. I have 245. With such a quantity, it is only sufficient for another individual to ascend to the second level of tribulation. Yifan nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the time. Venturing out now would evidently be too late. Xiangzi, shall you transcend first, or will it be Yu?